you enjoyed, and thank you for submitting your clips all.
Final day of Split 1 in Year 6. And boy, oh boy, you know what that means. Match point finals. You got to get 50, and then you've got to win to become the champion. And it means more than you think, because a trip to EWC in Paris is on the line. So the teams in the top 20, but who aren't qualified, have one last chance, one last Hail Mary to create that franchise story for their org and for themselves as players. It's so exciting to be here. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day, and I'm joined by my two buds, Onset and Gaskin, to kick off what will be a tremendous day. We'll have Vicky and Genome, Obi-Wan Genomi, joining us a little bit later as well. So we'll have a full crew here to call all the action. Mark, I mean, there's really not much to say. Everyone who's been a part of Apex Legends Esports knows Match Point Finals. That's where it's at.
Oh, it's good, isn't it? It's good to be back. A bit of match point finals to get us going on a beautiful Sunday here in over in Europe. I'm excited, man. I think we've all been waiting for match point to come back, because when match point comes back, it means we're getting closer and closer to LAN. We're getting closer to EWC. We're getting closer to the Split 1 playoffs, and that's where we all come alive. That's where the community comes alive. That's where these players come alive. But today we've got that lovely task of making some dreams come true, and unfortunately making some people wait a little bit longer for those dreams to come true to make LAN. So very excited. Can't wait to get into this.
And speaking of waiting longer, Arsenal waited 22 years to win the Premier League, and they finally won this year.
You got the wait. Thank you for bringing it up. Thank you for bringing it up.
And as three Arsenal fans here, I'll give you guys the lead, though, in the Arsenal fandom, just hailing from Europe. I will say, Dan, there are some teams who are going to need to end the drought today in match point finals. They're going to need a win if they even want a chance to be at EWC.
Yeah, you can tell Mark's a believer by not saying crushing people's dreams, but just extending and waiting, because it could and still will happen for a lot of people. But match point finals, I mean, Apex was built for this kind of format, right? We all love it. Everyone watching loves it. The players, they love it as well, right? But it's certainly going to be a nervy one. How far are we going to go?
What's there not to love? I mean, let's break down why this is so important, because match point...
Mathematically not qualified, but the math is like... It could not be like less of like an influence. It's like it just exists today at Lions, and you're going to qualify. But for the teams that are on that edge, I mean, look at it: 85, 82, 82, 82, 80. There's only 8 spots available, plus the winner of today's competition, today's tournament, that is going to go through. So someone is going to miss out, and it is going to be a heartbreaking moment for that team.
Whether I look at Alliance, AURORA, HM, Virtus.pro, Forfun Esports, Gaiming, Gladiators, almost every single team I just said there, likely potential winners. Dan, but when you go into a match point finals like this, it is not the same as playing a 6-game series and coming out on top. It's a completely different mentality that you need, because you're not just chasing former champion. You got Hardeki, the Grim
am the caster cursor today. We're going to see if this science backs up the theory on who's going to make it and who's not going to make it. My outcasts is going to be Elite and Citadel. Reasons for Elite, just outside of those qualification spots at the moment. And I always feel it's more difficult to chase than hold the points and hold those positions, because if you have a bad start as a team when you're chasing points, you just feel like that opportunity is getting further and further away from you. It changes how you approach fights. It makes you have to force points and fights that you may not want to do and wouldn't predictably do in another situation. And then on the other side of things, unfortunately for Citadel Gaming, I think the story here is it's a win or bust for them. They don't really have an opportunity to qualify just off of points today. And what a disappointment that is for their team that we were really hailing. And I think a lot of the community around the ALGS was hailing as maybe the next up in EMEA to be alongside the likes of Alliance and Aurora as a team that will be consistently qualifying and performing, not just at LAN, but in finals lobbies as well.
Whilst Mark does find his way to try and tell us that teams aren't going to make it, I would like to believe that they can. Mainly for Elite EU, I think their POI draft is one of the better out of the 4 teams that are kind of on the bubble. I would argue probably the second out of 6 teams that are hovering there, with where they're dropping at Launchpad, Blossom Drive, and Gravity Engine, some fantastic POIs to work with. On the side of Citadel, however, we can't forget that they were the team that broke records. Zuni got that incredible record day. Can they do it again? And if it is going to happen anywhere, I think it would be somewhere like Mill, right? Mill, even though it lost its Trident, we were wondering how things would happen on Storm Point. It has actually turned out to be the 4th best POI in terms of points per game across all regions, and it's actually had the 2nd most wins since those Trident changes. It has dropped significantly in pick order, but it looks like Citadel are trusting in something they're experienced with, something they played quite a lot. And even though it's a Hail Mary, right, we need to see Citadel probably win today if they're going to make it. If anyone can do it, it's a record-breaking team. It's a team that, when they get down and dirty, they put a ton of points on the board. Maybe, just maybe, they can have that heroic day here and there.
You know what? I love it. It's, you know, omniscient onset. He is all-knowing, right? He might be like leaning towards being evil and all-knowing, but at least he's not omnipotent and all-powerful. That's what Citadel are hoping, that they can somehow find a way.
I don't know what a lot of those words mean right there, so I'm just going to take them as disrespect.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. That's how I see it.
No, and that's fair, and that's a good strategy for life. Go ahead, and especially when you're out in public. One of the things I want to talk about really is a team that is a team I've really loved to see the split kind of find their footing yet again. They had a few years where I think that they were up and then they were down, and I feel like they're back on an up. While they haven't had a great match day 8 or match day 5, I feel like the rest of their performances have been really solid. And with the Newcastle being meta again, Mark, I gotta ask, being omniscient, even though you don't know what that means, are they gonna hit today?
I mean, one really big stat here I think to look at is match wins, right? They are 2nd in the overalls for EMEA in match wins. And when you look at these statistics as well, they'll be hoping that when they're on match point, E-District is the map that's being played, because they have 3 wins across the split already on E-District. And you actually look at the other maps, they've still managed to find wins on those maps as well, which a lot of teams haven't managed to do. So all of the maps, they've found ways to win. And I think for GG, it's about slow and steady today. It's consistently put those points on the board early on, and then when you get the opportunity, this is the kind of team who on match point might only need one chance to close things out.
All right, Guiding Gaskin, what about HM? I want to talk about them. What's their chances of making it today?
I think a lot of it is going to come down to Olympus for HM. They have Elysium, which actually has the 2nd highest win percentage across all of the POIs on Olympus. When we look at post-Trident nerfs, or removal, should I say, it was a big nerf. I do think that they are a team that can prove to us what they're made of today. At the moment, they're holding on. Mark spoke about it. It can be a difficult position to chase, but I would also say it can be difficult to hold on to these spots. A lot of nerves for these guys, I would imagine.
I completely agree with you. And if you're trying to hold on to your spot, make sure you hold on to your spot in chat, because if you're watching today, every 15 minutes and 60 minutes of regional finals, if you can hit both of those milestones, you will earn yourself up to 2 Apex Legends packs just for watching Apex Esports today. So tell your friend to throw it on their phone if they're traveling, if they're on the road with the family. It's a Sunday. It might be outside, but you can still, have Twitch on your phone. You'll earn these packs as well. When you come home, you'll be able to open them. Maybe you'll even get an heirloom. And by the way, I got a guy who's ready to open it right now. On set.
I'm ready.
You an open a pack for us?
I'm gonna rip this thing right now. I picked up 2 from watching APAC North a little bit earlier, so hopefully there's some good luck in this. All right, let's just go for it, right? Let's have some predictions very quickly.
Do it, baby.
Golds? Anyone?
Purple.
Okay,
I'm going gold.
right.
I believe.
Here we go.
I believe, man.
Give us an airline.
Come on.
Imagine.
Oh, that is. Okay, I'll tell you what. Listen. Listen. We're ripping another one. Okay, we're just ripping another one. One more for the boys. It's not good, everybody. It's not great, but we'll come back. We'll get some more packs from the Twitch drops. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
When we come back, he'll have 0 packs left, guys. I know it. He's searching for the goal, but it could be your lucky day because we've seen even heirlooms drop. You don't know, but kind of like a rumor, kind of common knowledge is that around 500 pack opens, there's an heirloom shard that will drop. So maybe you're on your 499th. If you get a cool pack, take a picture, tweet us at Play Apex Esports. We might even show it on the broadcast. All right, it's time to start Match Point Finals. It's the best Sunday in esports. My name is Raynam with Onset and Gasket. Guys, it's time to take it away and kick off Match 1.
Well, let's get into it. The road to LAN is almost complete, Danny G, and we are starting off today on Storm Point. If you're watching for the first time and when you want to know how the maps are going to work, we are switching between a map every single game. So Storm Point, Olympus, E-District, and then we snake back the other way, ED, over to Olympus, and then back to Storm Point. Dan, I'm excited. Match number 1, it's almost here. POI draft, talk me through it.
The POI draft is an interesting one. First, let's look at Alliance up at Northpad. Uncontested, obviously, because now we have no Trident. It was their last pick in terms of priority on these 3 maps, but it's still a brilliant POI for them to have. They're familiar with it, and I'm expecting good things. The standout for me, though, is going to be GG. They're dropping down at Cascade Falls. Remember, I mentioned they won 3 games in a row during scrims recently. I do think if they can play anyway like that, with Storm Point being 6 and 7 here, and they find that same success, maybe we can see GG turn up and show us what they were made of. My biggest thing on this map, and the biggest outlier statistically, has been Mountain Lift. It was a POI that was never really chosen too much, but since the changes, because it's central, you're going to see Orgless and Hungry there. We've seen so many points be scored on it recently, and I thought maybe the stats were skewed a little bit from other regions, but in APAC South, we saw Dog Red also pick Mountain Lift. They finished 2nd in the overall in terms of points, and they averaged 10.33 points across 3 Storm Point maps. Maybe Orgless and Hungary have found a sleeper POI here.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a sleeper. Those central POIs have rocketed it up in that draft. They have become priority due to the fact that the Tridents are gone, but one thing that isn't gone is the matches. This is number 1. We are ready to go, everybody. Welcome to EMEA. Welcome to the regional finals. The road to Paris. It starts now.
Well, I said Citadel are going to need to have that Hail Mary, right? And dropping over at Mill, you would have thought this POI would have got worse, but it has not. It has been able to find a lot of success. Speaking of success, Zuni has found that throughout the split. Let's have a little chat with him, or we had a chat with him. Let's see what he had to say.
In the previous matches, we could get away with playing more aggressive characters, and there are situations where I might mess up a part of the macro of the game, but even when I mess up, we can kind of just fight our way out of it because we played 2 aggressive characters. But at the start of the split especially, we were playing more bunker comps, so we were playing quite a defensive playstyle. And in this situation where I mess up on, you know, taking a building early, getting us into a better spot early, we don't get away with it anymore. And I think I failed to recognize that early enough in the split.
I think it's a really interesting point from Zuni, and I think the eye test would back up that up as well, Dan. You've seen a few times, maybe just a little bit of an overextension in an endgame has cost them, and you go from being in a game-winning position to finishing in the top 10, and that is not good. But what is good, Dan, is if you're on a central POI right now, because it looks like we are going to Jurassic, and that sleeper pick you were talking about, a Mountain Lift, looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, this is why a lot of these central POIs are successful, because you can rotate so comfortably regardless of where it is on the map, but even more so when it is here in the center. VP are going to be very happy at Jurassic as well. Also, as you notice, the legend compositions, 18 cryptos, that's going to be the first ban for the day. 15 Axles in the lobby as well, so expect a lot of speed gates. They're going to be there, here, and everywhere.
Yeah, Nitro Gates are going to be laid down everywhere. Teams are going to have to be very careful on what fights they take, knowing that the third party, and even the fourth, maybe even the fifth, is very, very susceptible with those Nitro Gates that will be down. But it's a very interesting game to want. I love the fact that we have a central way to start the game. It means that everyone has a pretty good prio to this. One team that's got great prio, and one of the only buildings that is going to be towards this endgame is going to be VP, Dan. And they are in our LAN qualification positions at the start of today's standings. And they're also getting EMP'd early.
it's also worth talking about how quickly VP have moved here as well. From Stormcatcher, they were so quick on their rotation to join the likes of AURORA, who can move pretty quickly here as well, but they've decided to move a little bit further northeast. Forfun Esports are going to find themselves on the southern side. They moved from Pylon, so all these central teams would have been delighted once they got that information of where this zone was going to be going. But with a little bit of Valkyrie in the lobby as well, there's definitely going to be a lot of teams that are going to be able to dive in late here.
This building is it's kind of half a building, to be fair with you. I wouldn't call it a full building. That broken roof makes it very difficult to actually hold. You've only got essentially a staircase that is completely covered, and you know, with a couple of grenades, that can really be a problem. Speaking of which, AURORA causing some problems here to ZZZ, and it's going to be Rain who's going to get the first knock here, and he's going to be able to get that finish as well. So AURORA, who have an early rotation, who have a great spot already in where this zone is going to be, have found themselves eliminating a couple of players. The 3 men will be the first team to fall in the lobby. That will be your Red Bull first strike of the day.
Yeah, AURORA, they're our lobby favorites, right? They were first in the draft. They took Cito Station as their #1 pick. Cito has had the most wins on Storm Point since we saw the Trident removal, so it makes for a good position, but they have lost Hyaka at the moment. But of course, those Nitro Gates that you spoke about, very good for disengaging and also trying to get people out whilst they're crawling. But it looks like it might have to be a late recovery because Eclipse, in the end, are going to be able to find that KP.
Yeah, it was Kings who got the first knock. As an Arsenal fan, I have to object his in-game name. I will say that. Congratulations to PSG on scamming a penalty win in the Champions League final. Everybody deserves to win something. Eclipse Neevepro, though, you see that Neevepro, did get that first knock, which forces AURORA to retreat, and that's a little bit frustrating for them, because playing up on that high ground where that gate is can be a very good entry point to where this end zone is going to be, not only for end-game position, but also for potential KP of teams rotating in towards you.
And that's what it's all about. It's finding points, because it's very different now we're here in match point. It's a race to see who can get to that 50-point threshold first. Sure, you can have your calm approach. You can just go for a little bit of placement as well. But if you can find one of those big aggressive games, a lot of KP, you put yourself in such good stead. As Jans has to be a little bit careful here, unaware of the angle.
Yeah, Kuss is going to be flying in on that Nitro Gate to try and find some of these Team Heretics players. Actually, the Horde who are up on the height, the Horde are the team that they are fighting. So Heretics trying to chase them down is completely isolated over at Elrod. And for now, it looks like both teams are just going to retreat, reset. Everyone will be safe. The Horde will be up on the height now of Command Center, and Heretics will just be waiting here at Elrod to see if they can pick a few of them off, but I don't think this engagement is going to go on too long. Elsewhere, the zone is getting very, very busy. And I will say, the one thing about Jurassic Dan, even though it's a central POI, not a lot of playable spaces. You're going to have to hope that you find a little corner somewhere where your back can be clear and play forward from there.
Checking with Alliance, who are slowly marauding their way towards the zone, and this was expected. Up towards North Pad, they are going to have quite an easy journey. Not too many teams to contest them ever since the Trident changes, and it's always a curious thing when you look at this Alliance roster, right? With the change that happened, you get Aku coming in, you wonder if it is going to be able to replace the incredible feats that Effect was able to do alongside this squad, and they still haven't reached that ceiling yet for me. That doesn't mean they're never going to, but I do think that Alliance have a chance to really prove themselves here in these match point finals today. Speaking of Alliance, let's jump into a listen and see what they think about this zone.
Do you have TP soon? In case I get stuck
99. I have it now.
I have no nade now, bro. Fuck.
I'm just putting here. I'm putting in a cooldown. I'm putting in cooldown.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You should just be the Citadel team that's in range of me. I'm gonna scan UV. Yeah, it's in. Team's sitting topper. I'm gonna scan UV, Aman, so you guys are scanning console.
Scanning 3,
Let me get it.
2.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Cascades. I can't scan.
Only one team
no.
Citadel. Not this free right now. Tunnel taken.
What's Cascades doing? Why are they chilling there? He's pulling. Can we play for the choke maybe? Late.
Yeah, I think we go nut for now. I can scan UV and Cascade as well.
Okay.
I think we just wrap the Cascade scad and then we go for nut. Or we wrap the outside here. Yeah, we need to wrap the entire outside.
That was a team in Cascades.
Yeah, I mean they should be wrapping. They should be finding tunnel or something as well.
They were just staying in Cas for some reason, even though there's no ring console. I don't know.
So a pretty clear plan here from Alliance. You would imagine they'll be trying to get up to purples to fight their way in towards that nut, actually on the eastern side of where this zone is going to be pulling down. And I have to work all the way through Cascades, like they were saying, to do so, where Elite EU are kind of working their way down the hillside right now. So a big, long swing around the zone here from Alliance, where they're trying to fight their way in from there.
And of course, with this being the only game of the day, unless we were to see a reset in that category, is where you get so much information from Crypto here as well. Being able to use those drones to kind of scout out those areas, try and see if there are any of those nooks and crannies that you were speaking of, and then finding your way there. As we move into match 2 and onward, it is a very different and far more difficult to try and get as much info as Crypto does. And that's why we see Crypto often taken away in the early stages here. Just provides so much value for these IGLs.
I'll always be surprised if I don't see a Crypto ban game 1, because that has been the pattern of play for quite some time now. Outside of the zone, though, we've got the Vicious and Elite EU having a little bit of a poke and a prod at each other. It's the Vicious who are being the aggressors here, forcing them away towards the green and whites. And already up to full purple here, the Vicious as well. So they're going to be able to fight their way in pretty confidently. And they will have to, just judging on their position they find themselves in at the moment. The Horde at the moment, they're hitting third console over at Stormcatcher. They're a long way away from this zone as well. Alliance now making their way towards HM and Elite EU, having just moved through Cascade Falls like we were talking about a few moments ago. We heard from the IGL's mouth of HUSS. And this is where a lot of that fighting is going to be taking place in just a few moments' time. You can see it on your screen. Elite EU inside of the green and whites for now, but not safe in zone. And with a little bit of an opportunity to try and get out of the pinch they find themselves in.
Yeah, who blinks first here out of these 3 teams? Because Elite EU, they wanted to engage in this one, but I don't know how aware they were of the 3rd team. And as soon as they do get that awareness, they should back out and they should retreat towards zone, because otherwise you get caught up in this, and there's always the chance that the Horde also join in on this fight as well. So you have to be careful here as well. Popped up into the air, but no conversion.
Yeah, this is looking not good for HM at the moment. You can see they are being pinched right now. Elite actually did a really good job of getting themselves out of the pinch and becoming one of the pincers and not the meat in the middle of the sandwich. Alliance now moving in to try and find a few KP and really take advantage of this, and HM will be eliminated. Alliance do lose unlucky though, but they do have the altar portal down. They'll be able to jump back through that, or certainly be dragged, you would imagine, by Hackers, should they be able to keep those knockdown shields up.
It's worth remembering this was the last pick for Alliance, the least prioritized map, which might be a surprise, but certainly look out for them to be scoring more points over towards E-District and Olympus instead. But again, it goes back to my point. They're a comfortable POI, although this hasn't necessarily been a comfortable rotation because they've had to move quite some way with a lot of teams gatekeeping at the moment. But Elite EU are able to survive all of that conflict, and finally the Horde are going to start to move down towards them.
Yeah, I wonder if Hackers, I don't think, did manage to pull back through the Void Nexus both his teammates who were down there. And I think he's going to have to just collect banners and try and escape on the Crypto. Elite EU are actually chasing after. He did manage to get one player up at least, excuse me, looking at the map overhead. And the Horde is still deep in zone, hitting an evac at the moment. So Elite EU realise there's an opportunity for KP here versus Alliance, and Henchman will take down Aku. And that is a strong push to collect yet more points. And I kind of like this early from Elite EU. This is match point. Points early are vital. If you can find them early and get an opportunity to collapse onto teams that are weak, you have to take them.
That being said, it is going to give advantage to the Horde to now surpass Elite EU on those rotations, and they might find themselves being gate-kept a little bit. Maybe they were unknown to that, though. You've always got to expect there's going to be teams arriving from the northeast, especially you know that Horde are going to be there at Zeus. But Elite EU, they took an opportunity for some extra KP. They said, look, if we just force ourselves into zone, we might be gate-kept anyway. Why not pick up 1 or 2 extra points here, as the zone is going to continue moving even more central here. So again, the 3 teams that were there early, Mark, Infinite, Virtus.pro, and Orgless in Hungary, are all going to be rubbing their hands together. There is a real opportunity at some big points here.
Yeah, especially for Infinite as well, because you might have noticed just before it disappeared on the map overhead, they actually got a Mythic bin spawning right on top of them. So center zone, Mythic bin spawning there. That's extra evo, extra weapons, everything you could possibly want to hold down one of the best spots that we have in that zone. Now outside of the zone, down on the outskirts of it, in and around Pylon, you've got to have Team Heretics, who were involved in a little bit of a scrap earlier, and they're going to have to pull Jans back here through the Nexus and take care of the drone flying towards them, but it doesn't look good for them. Alonzi's going to have to go huge here, not going to be able to. Team Heretics are eliminated. It's Make EU great again, who are going to get those kills.
No wall to clamber onto to avoid the drone, as Alliance are going to be able to survive that fight and take down Elite EU off the back of their respawn. As now GG engaging with Kernel Node at the moment, and they've been able to connect with one and maybe two. Just as simple as that, GG will absolutely slapperoo them as they continue to move from the north.
Yeah, got to make their way through this tunnel, though. They're going to try and hold out many teams that are going their way. Next chance for them to get kills is going to be Alliance. HUSS just gets behind that rock in time and denies that LOS, which would have been a killer blow with that longbow from GG. But they forced them away. That's job number one done. Forced Alliance away from the tunnel that they hold. And now they're going to work their way in towards the zone. On the other side of the zone, though, you've got AURORA, who are back for revenge here. And Kings, who got that first knock in the AURORA fight earlier, he's going to be one of the first down. 2v2 on the map right now. Oirain trying to pop that battery, but he's going to watch Effect go down in front of them. Xako and Kashera are still up, trying to play behind the knockdowns, but the zone is closing behind them. Kashera dealt with
aggression, though. That's perfect.
Oh, he gets the kills. Oirain slides on the Nitro gate and manages to get the KP.
Just so good, so well thought from Oirain, and it's just one of those plays you kind of have to make if you're on an Axel. Take advantage of the speed of which you can engage in a fight and just confuse your enemy as well. But now you are a lonesome solo. Maybe there'll be opportunity to get people back, who knows? But as for Alliance, they've been able to survive their way into zone. Very impressive, considering the fact they went down previously, and they are still finding KP alongside that and finding some death boxes along the way to get a little bit of extra loot. But from this point onward, it's where do they go? They might have to use those Nitro gates to try and surpass a couple of teams, as now it's starting to get a little bit dirty in the middle of Jurassic Park.
Yeah, Citadel trying to use the caustic barrels to give themselves a little bit of cover here, but Clash being chased. There's some weak players inside of this building, but it's going to be Citadel who will fall next. 11 squads now remain as GG look to move in and clean up the final pieces here. On to Citadel and the remaining members of Infinite. They managed to do so. The lobby is half. 10 squads now remain.
I tell you what, GG have claimed that building. They've claimed center zone, and maybe the form that we saw them in scrims is carrying on right here, right now, as Blast gets another one onto 9. And GG will be able to hold down and lock down one of the best positions on the map right now.
RE45 in hand. Ardeki on the Gibby, trying to cause a little bit of stalling so that maybe another team can come in and get involved and keep GG at bay here and keep his team alive. AURORA somehow managed to full reset, by the way. Oirain with a huge clutch on the outside of the Jurassic fence now gets his teammates back into the game.
AURORA, Horde, Gaiming, Gladiators, Orgless and Hungry all still alive inside zone. But then you've got the likes of Make EU Great Again, Stay Healthy, Forfun, who still have to move in. 10 squads remain as we go closer towards our final zone here.
What HP for Kajaki? He's going to get taken down, but it's going to be attacks from Orgless and Hungry who will be credited with the kill, even though Oirain will be frustrated as he did 99% of the work in that fight. Alliance still fighting on that other side of zone as well, on the opposite fence line, trying to move in on Orgless and Hungry. Have been here for quite some time. Hack is going to be moving up now to make this a 2v1. Frix is the last alive here for ONH.
Yeah, you have to win this engagement here if you are Alliance, and the real question is whether Orgless and Hungry stick and try and win a 1v2. Actually, it's now a 2v2. They've been able to get one of them back up, because if you win this fight, you control the entirety of this eastern side. But it's certainly nervy moments. There you go. That's what you needed for Alliance, as they still manage to stay alive here.
Yeah, this is classic Alliance in game number 1. We've always talked about them historically being slow starters in match point, but not looking like that is going to be the case here, as they have won fight after fight. 2 resets already in this game, and Make EU Great Again, who are maybe thinking about thirding, well, now got to think about surviving as Nate is last alive.
Unlucky's taking a lot of damage though, and yeah, Alliance are just getting picked off at the moment because they had to move outside of the building, or at least some of them did. Very little is within the zone right now, as 9 squads still remain. Make it 8 as finally Make EU Great Again are eliminated, and Alliance just having to use the little bit of the shield they have left. But maybe this could be the beginning of the end here for HUSS, but he's going to try and potentially get a little bit of a rest here.
Little box rest coming in. Ooh, I was going to say, if the knockdown stayed up, it might have been an opportunity, but instead HUSS is going to collect some banners, I would imagine. Doesn't have the crypto drone available at the moment by the looks of things, so might be able to have to wait a few seconds for that drone to come back. And you wonder if it's going to come back in time before that zone starts to close for him to grab those banners. But Alliance are still alive, still have KP. Back over to the zone though. AURORA, I mean, you've got to give a huge amount of credit for that play from Oirain earlier down. He's the reason they are in this endgame.
I mean, Aurora and Alliance have been doing very similar things from the other side of the map, right? They've been working their way in, they've been destroying teams. Only one player, two player survivors, but then utilizing crypto to make sure you can get back up, for example. VP have been slightly going about their business as well on this southern side, but now this rotation is a little bit more of a difficult one. This is where you're going to have to try and utilize the portal, but maybe you'll just utilize the Sentinel instead.
Charge it up and knock him down. HUSS with a beautiful shot from that Sentinel. And now he's just trying to claim some more victims. Guts by name, guts everywhere.
It's so frustrating when you're trying to rotate and you're being focused this heavily and stay healthy and not going to be very healthy at all. And now this is where the use of Alter starts to come into play. Not only can you dance between any of these buildings, but I tell you what, he's just not missing right now.
HUSS is standing and delivering, but Zane is overlooking it at the moment and it's not looking good. They might be able to just get out of his LOS, and they do so. So VP, thanks to the shots from the Sentinel, find somewhere to play. Prestis has still got to manage to cross here, though, which is a slight worry. Alliance are out, Stay Healthy will go out as well, and we are into our top 5.
GG doing very well as a duo at the moment, by the way. They've been able to solidify their spot in that building, and even though they lost one, because the core stick's still up, they've been able to be so difficult to take down, as now you try and go for a little bit of an abduction, and you do find one.
Forfun looking to close in on the final remaining players of the Horde down on the low ground. VP were trying to portal through to see if they could get a little bit of the action themselves and collect some KP. 90 Pulse is still alive, and Aurora now make their move up onto high. GG versus Aurora. The Horde have been eliminated in the meantime as Effect looks for victims.
Yeah, perhaps they just were able to sniff out. It was only a duo here, and finally GG will fall, but a valiant effort. 4th place as a duo in the end, as Aurora will now reign supreme here in the middle. But VP utilizing a little bit of height here, and I really like this because you've got the opportunity to get that Sentinel up here as well.
I was about to say, I thought Prestis had himself the Sentinel still in hand, and if you're serving someone up like that after the drone hits from Axel,
even better.
That'll do. Yeah, we'll stick with that one instead. Actually, let's see another drone hit. Get that all back. Get it in there. Axel actually in the composition here for VP, so that was actually not a friendly one. That was a foreign drone that went in that served that player up.
VP in such a good position at the moment as well. If you can just convert one of these shots, I mean, honestly, I would probably hand it over to the previous, but 7 bullets, a lot to work with here, and a good amount of time before the zone is going to touch your backside.
Oh, the collapse! The collapse from Prestis! It was worth waiting for! 2 teammates fall to Skynades. Prestis will go up to try and be the hero, but it's Aurora who fly up to the high ground, wipe VP, and now it is a 3 versus 3. It's Forfun versus Aurora for game number 1.
It's just Aurora's world, and we are merely living in it at this point. So much damage!
This was done. I'm sorry. I hate to call it early, but that much damage, you cannot lose this one. Tyler, good night. Aurora start off hot here in game number 1.
Our number 1 team coming into regional finals, and they have proved why. Right from start to finish, they have shown so many different things as a unit, whether it is staying alive, whether it is avoiding fights, whether it is disengaging, re-engaging, keeping people up, getting people back into the game, pushing, getting aggressive, utilizing the nitro gates when they needed to. Yeah, that was, from start to finish, perfect.
Yeah, an amazing game from Aurora. Like you say, the reset initially, the escape, and then again, you've got to give a huge amount of credit to Oirain, right? That reset, he wins a clutch 1v2 on the outside of the Jurassic fence and then gets his teammates back into the game. It is a 27-point game number 1 coming in from Aurora. 15 KP alongside the 12 for winning it. They are halfway to match point already.
Funny, really, isn't it, when you look at the group stages leading into regional finals and the teams who are at the top, well, they found themselves into that final circle as well. Aurora and Forfun, VP were there, Alliance were there a little bit earlier. You know, we have our clear leaders, I feel, in EMEA.
Yeah.
And with that performance from Aurora, is this going to be a quick day?
Well, you've just made it sure that it isn't by saying that, because we all know that that's the one thing you don't say after a good game 1. But we do also know that there is a little bit of a curse when it comes to match point, that if you hit it first, very, very rarely, if ever, do you actually manage to convert it. So, Rain, that was quite the game 1. We saw Sentinels, Kravers, Collaterals, Aurora. I mean, sign me up for the rest.
My goodness, the collat had me speechless. I usually can talk about anything for however long you want me to, but the collat had me speechless. And then the interesting part was it was kind of like this great twist in a movie where the guy turns out to be this bad guy, but the movie was like Game of Thrones, where then he just dies, and then it's like now about a completely different person. You're like, wait, I like that story, because AURORA jump on them immediately and go, wait a second, no, this is all about us. I love what you pointed out. I want to highlight a little more of Oyrain and his performance. Forfun Esports, they made it to second place, which is a new and improved Synetic being the kill leader for this team, taking it on his shoulders. We talked to him earlier in the split. He has decided that he is the damage dealer this squad needs. And Virtus.pro as well. Prestis has been a top leader in kills and in damage. 2,500 damage already with that collat, probably the single best play we saw in game one. 3 of these teams pretty much already qualified for EWC, guys. So that's been the conversation. The best teams performing, but I kind of want to lean in towards what Oyrain did, because those 6 points, Mark, you mentioned it. They had 6 points after that clutch, but it turned into 21 more points. Talk about the significance in a day like this where one single play can mean everything.
I mean, usually the great thing to highlight to someone, if you're watching, like, if you haven't watched much Apex Legends competitive, 10 points a game, you're happy. You're like, good game, everyone. Great game. 6 points is like not a bad game. But like you say, converting 6 into 27, that's halfway to match point. That usually is like 3 games worth of points for a team. So that is a phenomenal clutch from Oyrain in those final moments of that fight on the outskirts of Jurassic. And then there's this conversion. And I think one thing that they're so good at in the end game, and you have to give a huge amount of credit to the IGL here, is they are so good at recognizing opportunity, and their timing is so good on collapsing on opportunity to clear space, to clear threats, whatever it might be. And I think that overall this team is really showing just everything you need from a team. Great IGL making great calls, clutch moments from Oyrain, and then effect. That's what, just effect.
Yeah,
you know, just
unbelievable.
Just put him in front of people to shoot.
I know these guys, I mean, if they hit this level, it's going to be very hard to stop them. That also changes things for teams like Horde and Orgless and Hungry, who are trying to jump into that top 10, because Dan, one of the things we know is when a team takes all these points and maybe finishes a day early, it kind of throws off the standings. HM currently in 18th place. They're a team that's currently in top 7. The Horde finding themselves in 5th. That's a good sign for a team that needs to maintain or climb in order to make regional, in order to make EWC.
Yeah, and I think that Horde were, quite lucky to get Zeus Station actually in the POI draft, because it's one of the second highest performing POIs on average points and has so many wins as well. Sure, it was a difficult zone from Zeus, but if you think about the fact that Storm Point is going to be at 6-7, and oh, for God's sake, I've already said it once today. No, everyone, no,
Sorry.
We're going to say 6-7 a lot today. Everyone
Dan,
get it out of your systems now.
Thank you, Dan. We just unlocked Gen Z. We just unlocked a whole new viewer audience there. Mark, let's talk a little bit more because Hungry. Sorry to cut you off, Dan, but when you say that, we just have to move on. Dog Frick, Sammy, and Taxington, they've been a squad that's been trying to find their rhythm, especially after the change earlier in this split.
Everyone who's watching on an iPad right now, set up right. I mean, Orgless and Hungry, they had it's interesting. I love the talk that Dan had about the POI choice that they had, the green and whites down on that hillside, because it has become a turbo rotate game again now that Tridents are out the illusion. And when you're in match point, when you're in a very good quality lobby, they are the kind of POIs that you are going to try and prioritize, because you're going to be in a great spot first. And I think you look at the final standings on that first game, it's Jurassic, it's Central, but all of the top 4 or 5 teams are all dropping very, very Central. So they got the priority spots. And I think for Orgless and Hungry, probably a little bit disappointed that having one of those POIs that is Central and having great access to that zone didn't make more of it. And when you're on the cusp and when you're trying to find points, I mean, it's a little bit of a letdown.
Yeah, it's tough, but having a kind of a pathway to get those points next game if you do perform, that's important. But they're not going to go back to Storm Point. We're switching over to Olympus. We've got Rampart banned. Dan, this is going to be interesting. I'll let you kind of lead away with that, and you guys get ready for game 2, because this is going to change maps and it's potentially going to change the leaderboard.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Rampart ban. Sorry, Raider, you were kind of you were served a lie there, because that's incorrect. Crypto is going to be banned. I think it was just a graphical error. Apologies, everyone.
I nearly had a heart attack then. I was like, we do the whole split, and and it's crypto ban, not game one. I'm like, what?
Be that much. Good catch on that.
Okay, we're good.
We're good. All right, everyone. POI draft. Let's talk Aurora first. When we look at Olympus, you know, previously they were at Ceto Station on Storm Point, but now when we go over to Olympus, they have also found one of the best POIs you could possibly have down at Terminal. Not only is it the second highest points per game average since the removal of Tridents, but it also has the most wins across all regions since the removal of Tridents as well. Aurora's game plan has been very clear. Find POIs that are points heavy and also find wins here. So I do think that Aurora, now after that 27 mark, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar here going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity for them to get close to match point, right? 27, do it again, you're on match point. In 2 games, we could be done. It's as simple as that, but it is a fascinating way to start the day for one of the powerhouse teams in EMEA. And let's just take a second here to kind of just really highlight how good a split it's been, because I think a lot of people were still looking at Alliance at the start of this split and being like, they're the team to beat. They've made the change. They obviously felt like there's something to improve on. They picked, let Effect go, but Aurora, the question was, who's going to match Alliance? Who's going to go to LAN with Alliance? Who's going to be the teams to step up and show international competition that EMEA has challenges? And I think now you're looking and you're saying at the end of this split, of course, we've still got LAN to go, which is the most important and deciding factor. You got to say that Aurora are looking very, very close at the moment.
Now, I mentioned Orgless and Hungary previously in the first one about Storm Point. Now they're over towards Olympus. We did actually catch up with Taxington beforehand, and he's going to chat to us about EWC and how they qualified previously.
For me, EWC has been that one tournament that I qualified for the first ever one, but didn't get to play because my team kicked me with Made in Heaven. I didn't get to play, but I qualified for it, and it's always been that one tournament where I feel like it's one I've always wanted to play at. It is definitely, like, sometimes it does feel like the world is against me. In Apex specifically, it has always felt like when I get to LAN, I always put on a good showing, but outside of that, the opinion of me as a player has always been pretty low, sadly, and part of that is for me, part of that is out of my control, part of that is. So it's always been, I've always had the motivation to just prove people wrong and show I deserve to be where I am, and I deserve to be at LANs consistently.
Well, what I take away from that, Dan, obviously very disappointing to qualify and then get dumped by your team, but he needs a PR team. Sounds of things. He needs a PR team.
They might need a dream as well at this point. They might need a miracle because they're going up against Aurora in the early stages,
God.
But a lot of utility being used. Baggy Ball already ripped as well to try and find a little bit of extra oomph going into this engagement and forces Aurora away.
Yeah, Aurora, I can't say what I would say.
No, thank you.
Goodbye, basically, essentially, because they got hit by everything and still managed to survive. So you have to give them some credit, even though they think they lost one player. And they still get out. Effect has just gone down, though, to Mucci and a Sheila. I mean, Aurora are in hell right now. Game 1's great. This is how quickly things can change, though. Hyaka's got a clutch. He's got a chance here. He's got a Newcastle flying at him, and he can't make it happen. Aurora from Cloud9 down to the depths of hell. It is not good game 2 for them. It's a 27 followed by a 0.
All right, everyone, that's my fault. Sorry, but also you're welcome, because that means it's going to go a little bit longer today. Orgless and Hungary taking them down, though, which, I think is very important for Orgless and Hungary. After that first game, they would have been disappointed with only the 2 points. They did have a very central POI. Similarly here, though, on Olympus, at Hammond Labs, it's another central rotation and a good chance for them to get points. Oh,
nice shot coming in from Taskmaster with that longbow, just catching the body. And destroy that gen, which makes hiding behind this little bit of cover a little bit worrying, especially the fact that Pristis has probably got a riot drill ready for him in a few seconds' time. Just before we get there, we'll throw a thermite towards you, see if we can get a nice sear on the outside of this body, and that is going to be Forfun Esports eliminated. And it looks like VP at the moment, Dan, are heavily favoring a sniper meta. Longbow, Kraber, Sentinel, whatever it is, they ain't missing.
By the way, that's first and second from last game already eliminated here in the second game. Again, just shows how quickly things can turn around here in ALGS and Matchpoint in particular. So this is going to be a great opportunity for teams to start to catch up a little bit now. Now, you may have noticed quite a few Valkyries in the composition. That is how EMEA has been going in terms of scrims. Valkyrie typically is the second ban. We've got 15 of them in the lobby as 3 men just got eliminated in 18th.
Alliance chasing down the Vicious on outside of zone here, and I'm pretty sure there's another team surrounding them as well. Nice shots coming in from the wingman of Unlucky. Alta, Axel, and Valkyrie. A very aggressive composition coming in here from Alliance, and that's why they want to try and push this to collect these KP. Hoodie's going to be taken down. That's another member of the Vicious, and it was actually HM who were in the middle of that, and Feuda has managed to, while all of the commotion is occurring in and around him, just kind of just skedaddled his way downtown towards Grow Towers and said, don't worry, Alliance, I'm going to be no worry for you. I'm going to Grow Towers, I'm going to craft, I'm going to get my team back in the game for a little bit later.
Well, that's our first look of where the zone's going to be going, and that's why we saw such a big early fight happening between Orgless and Hungary and AURORA down towards the southern side of the map, as well as everyone's starting to move as quickly as they can towards where they think this is going to be finishing. Making you great again, Orgless and Hungary, Infinite, Blessed are all going to be in prime positions here if the zone does keep transitioning towards that southwest side. The zone is just touching, so maybe it does continue to go that way, but there is always a chance it could pull a little bit further north.
I'm interested to see where this zone goes. I think Ring 3 info is going to be really important for teams here, because this is one of those which is, it feels like a little bit of a guess when it comes to where the zone is going to be going. We do see them pull into hydroponics, but we also see them pull back towards where VP are at the moment and just sort of outside of Dockyard. So GG are making the zone call right now, and they are heading into hydroponics, probably because there's just more playable buildings and space for them. And as they land on this building, it's going to be vacant. Let's jump into a listen and see what the next step is for GG.
Drop me swap, drop me swap, drop me swap.
I dropped your swap, I dropped your swap. Oh, sorry, boss. Just play here, we're good.
Just chill, we're completely fine, all good. The team died here.
Castle wall on each side would be so good. Yeah, do that.
KD side more swap.
Yeah.
Maggie draw, it's all full. I have 2 cells. Do you guys have a lot of cells?
I'm gonna fight going on.
I'm looking at it real quick.
You guys have a lot of cells?
I don't have much.
Yeah, they're not
one.
I'm gonna extend. Stay here, stay here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to move to in.
There. Yeah, no, it's just impossible, man. Pop in a Phoenix. I mean, sucker, do you have attack for me? Just so I don't die? Thank you.
Well, GG are struggling against the Maggies in the lobby at the moment, and that is why it can be difficult to place some of these smaller buildings, these smaller constructs in the back of hydroponics. It's just so easy for the right drill to do just immeasurable damage, as it is for a Thermite to do damage, as Q is up on the high ground here as the last remaining member of Zipline Mafia. Does have the Valcult, so you can just take to the skies if you need to. Oh,
it is
maybe not anymore.
Hold up. If you're getting peppered in the backside, you have to be very careful about when. Oh, there is a full-on chase happening. Good luck. I salute to you, 07, sir, as you're probably going to be eliminated from the lobby very shortly. But you don't want to overextend too much here if you're Kernel Node. You've got to be careful and maybe think about your rotation as well. But thankfully, they were at least transitioning towards the zone.
17 squads remain. A lot of these teams who are in late here are going to have a little bit of a difficult time. Oh, by the way, Weak you. Shout out to you. There's the
Fair
Valcol.
enough.
It's only blue. Baby Valcol. Takes time to get up into the skies, but once you're there, it really is a tremendous scenic view down.
Beautiful as we take to the skies and we look across to Olympus here and see now Alliance cross by the famous team of Alliance. Speaking of Alliance, I mean, with the comp that they currently are running, by the way, they are looking for engagements that you were talking about. If you suddenly see Alliance flying at you, you can have very little time to react here.
Oh, they've also just found out there's a team just portaling underneath them, returning, and they're going to get swung on. They have to be careful they don't get hit by the fences, but Unlucky at the moment is looking so deadly with that wingman in his hand. Kernel Node get turned into pancakes, Dan. That was brutal.
It was, and again, what I was talking about, when they were chasing that kill, they kind of exposed themselves a little bit. They left what was somewhat safe, and they weren't necessarily thinking about their rotation, and it allowed Alliance to get ahead of them. As we check in now with the other side of the map, Team Heretics, who were unable to get any points on Storm Point, but they now do find themselves on the far side of the west here. But it is not going to be within the next zone, but they don't know that yet, so they're currently just locking this one down.
Curse trying to hold and toss off a medkit to his friends. And it is going to be Elite who are on the other side of this building. So, angry neighbors at the moment. The type that you look on your... What's it called? security camera, the ring camera. I don't have
That's
one.
a brand.
You have one. Okay.
Other brands
are available. But you look at that, and there's movement at 2 a.m. and someone's stealing your garden pots. You know what I mean?
I mean, you
Never
joke,
happened
but
to me,
someone,
actually.
yeah, someone stole something from a front porch last year. It was terrifying. Anyway, Heretics, hopefully nothing's going to be stolen from their front porch as they are able to take one, but they have lost one of their own here. Heretics need to make sure they work as a duo here.
Kind of takes damage. Light's going to be last alive here. Nice slide coming in from Jans. It's a 1v2. He's not going to be able to win it, but that fight has just given the trigger for other teams to arrive, and it's going to be Eclipse Neevepro who are now moving in. They're trying to get outside of this building, but they're being hit with the kitchen sink and everything in the cabinets. Team Heretics are eliminated, and the building will now belong to Eclipse and Neevepro. But it won't be safe, Dan. They're clearing their backs. They'll have to move in from here. Oh, the zone's pulled back!
Yeah, I was about to say, when we get a look at the zone, because it wasn't quite touching on that southwest side, I was a little bit worried it wasn't going to pull all that way. And it has moved up towards the likes of HM. You can see there in the top left-hand of your screen. Thank you so much, production. Orgless and Hungry are also going to be in a good position for that one. But all those teams who committed to the far southwest side of this map now, they will eventually learn they're going to have to all move north together.
Well, Alliance have got the first knock here again. AJ's going to be down. The spray is so good from Aku. The follow-up is impressive as well. The breach charge somehow on 10 HP. Alliance keep Aku alive. And when you do that, the man just spits damage. Stay healthy are eliminated.
Is what he said. He was able to take down them very easily indeed. And Alliance continue to look extremely impressive. Even though they didn't get to the true end game of game one, the way they were able to find their way towards like the second to last zone, I think we're in for a good day when we look at the teams and how they are fighting at the moment.
Well, HM just trying to remain anonymous at the moment. They have found themselves a little spot in zone. They are right in the center of it. The Horde are the other team who are in zone at the moment, and we saw Eclipse Neevepro. They're going to be on the outside of it. They'll have to walk their way in, but their back is clear. So those three teams are in really good positions alongside Orgless and Hungry to see out this end game. Another team who's arriving, who've reset, by the way, we saw them a little bit earlier, is going to be the Vicious, but Chaotic, he's going to have to hope that his teammates can do it once more. But in this end game, pretty unlikely they'll be able to get back up to 3.
Yeah, they would have a good spot if they were up to 3 here, because they'd be able to be aggressive onto Horde in the building, or maybe wait for Virtus.pro to engage and then potentially third party. And they could still do that as a duo, so don't get me wrong, it's not like it's all doom and gloom for Vicious. But it is going to get interesting on this northeast side with Horde, Virtus.pro, and now Alliance starting to make their way here, and the duo of Vicious. You have to time this correctly. If you overextend and you get too kind of eager for these kills, you can definitely be punished.
Well, one thing that Alliance aren't lacking right now by the looks of things is confidence, Dan. They are very, very eager to fight. This composition obviously leans into that for them. The fact that they've got two such aggressive characters that can make the difference in those individual moments. Plus, they've got the over armor as well on HUSS, so the M&K player's got a little bit of extra security when it comes to those team fights, which is always a nice thing to have.
Very nice thing to have. Oh, man, Maggie Ball's not a nice thing to be going up against, though, but can you actually capitalize on that damage? Oh, Aku and Unlucky just deleting together.
I mean, Aku's flying it in. He has to be careful here that he doesn't throw the fight. He gets that first knock, pushes up onto the damage, and now HUSS is going to be alongside him, and Unlucky following up. But what do I know? Aku is taking over at the moment. He's still alive inside of this building. Prestis is behind that knockdown shield, and Aku is just waiting, biding his time for the help, but it's turned into a 1v1, and HUSS is nowhere to be seen. Can he get back into a situation where he either resets here for Alliance? But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, because VP are going to be the team to reset.
I mean, it often happens where HUSS just sends the 2 in and he's there as a fallback plan. But had they been a full 3, they probably win that engagement. But I guess you usually trust the duo to get the job done as a 2 after they got the initial knock. Now, Citadel Gaiming on this eastern side, they're being pressured by Blessed here. And they are being surrounded too. But great spray from Zuni. That's the record breaker from back way when.
Oh, I mean, he's following up on the damage as well. I think they're trying to just play for these KP as the zone is closing in behind them. He does climb up. It's going to be a 1v1 Remix Powers. Where are you? He's got to finish this one off, but he's getting shot in the back, and Citadel. Oh dear, that is kind of synonymous of their split so far.
Yeah, for a day where they need to be, you know, pretty much perfect, they need to find a win. 2 games now with not much points to be screaming and shouting about. You're already starting to scratch your head saying, like, you know, are we going to be able to catch the lobby leaders? That being said, it is still relatively early, and hopefully they can find their way. Now, Alliance, we spoke about Hackers. He has been able to get away, but now he's going to be focused. And even though as a Valkyrie, sadly, VP do find that final piece of the puzzle they were looking for, and Alliance get eliminated.
Yeah, that's that horrible moment when you hear of alcohol. You look up, and then you see the missile swarm heading your way, and you're like, well, I'm fodder. It's as simple as that. You die, and you accept it for what it is. Back over at the hydroponic side, though, you're going to see 2 members of GG who are already down, getting launched into the skies. GG, goodbye. That's going to be Make EU Great Again, who just take them apart.
Yeah, the expression is kick them while they're down, but instead it's shoot them while they're up when it comes to
Kickstart them while they're down.
Exactly, and certainly GG, they're in a good spot, but they can't quite convert. But Virtus.pro now with a really good opportunity to take the #1 spot and overtake AURORA here, as they are still alive. Considering the fact that Forfun and AURORA dropped early, VP, the only team that performed well really in that first game, that is still here, still alive, still kicking.
27 points on the board already. They'll be joint first at least after this game. AURORA with that 27-point banger in game #1, of course. And Taskmaster, once again with his longbow, is just harassing everybody who goes into his line of sight. Gotta be careful though. The Horde is having a little poke at them themselves. The Horde and VP both won't be safe in this next zone, nor will HM, the team that initially VP were firing down onto. So somebody has to blink here. The Valkyries are going to be influential towards this endgame. By the way, Prestis, 2.2k damage in this game already. 4 assists and 3 kills. He's doing it again, Dan.
Mad Maggie, that's what happens, and certainly if there's any Watsons in the lobby as well, it helps with the regeneration that's going to happen on the other side. Now, only one of these teams is currently in the zone. Horde and Virtus.pro are going to fight to force their way in as well, as we look on over to Make EU Great Again. They're being held up by HM.
HM take to the skies, though. They're going to hit the Valcol immediately, so Make EU Great Again are going to have to step their way in. VP looking for another fight here. It's going to be the Horde who they take on. This one's kind of been brewing in the background of this game. Prestis with yet more damage, but they have lost Taskmaster here, but they might be able to buy enough time here just to get healthy, as the 2 teams are going to engage. It's HM and the Horde, and VP might be able to wait and see what happens as a Maggie Ball comes in from distance.
Well, that just disrupts everything, doesn't it? As Virtus.pro now going to try and convert as a duo here. Prestis still has so much armor to work with, though, and there is certainly going to be watching on from Eclipse and Make EU Great Again, who are kind of joining in on this engagement, as Horde will eventually be taken down.
Oh, you thought it was bad enough? Well, here's Sheila from Arzus. HM eliminated, the Horde went as well, and VP will win that battle on the northeast side of the zone.
Now, this is where you've got to look towards your Gibby player, right? If you can build up that bubble over and over again, you're going to put yourself in such a good position for the end game. But that being said, excuse me, all the Gibbies just got eliminated. Gibbies are down. We are now looking at compositions. There's a Newcastle on the side of Eclipse. You've got the Mad Maggies on Eclipse and VP as well. You've got the Seer on Make EU Great Again. But that's 3 Newcastles still in the lobby. Only the Catalyst, really, that can be a huge difference maker in terms of splitting up this zone. So Make EU Great Again actually in a really good position to try and force this circle in the way they would like to.
Well, we've already seen one of the best Kraber shots that we've seen in the split so far in game #1. What can Zidane do with 3 bullets in the big gun himself? He's going to have to find some sort of damage, as we have our final 4 teams alive here. Infinite are going to have to move. It's a little bit of a scary spot for them to be in. The north side, Eclipse Neevepro, they're going to be safe for a little bit longer, and here is that move, but it's going to have to be rampart wall after rampart wall, and you can see that just being pressured here consistently by 2 teams in the lobby. Zidane's going to step forward and might be able to hit a big shot here, as VP just kind of overlooking a lot of what's going down.
Oh, Infinite might just jump onto Eclipse here, and actually that is going to change everything for Make EU Great Again, because they can just wall off this map, which they do, and they will take pure control here. They can join in on this fight and dominate this west side.
Yeah, that wall is perfect. That is going to give them all of the control of the space. Nate is going to have to back out, but there is VP, but there is an L-Star, and there is Nate too, from Nate, out of nowhere. Nitrogate, L-Star. All sorts of problems being caused, and Eclipse Neevepro are now going to move in, and they will take game #2. But boy, are we seeing some clips and some highlights here in EMEA to start things off. That is a phenomenal game #2.
I am so surprised that after the cat wall, they engaged in that third party as aggressively as they did. I mean, you've got to give credit to Eclipse for holding off that initial fight and staying at a full 3. I think maybe Make EU Great Again thought that there was going to be a far weaker team. They were going to wall off, finish off the fight after the third party, and then take a 3v3 in a healthy manner. Didn't go that way, though, and that sometimes is just how the cookie crumbles, but Eclipse are going to be kind of rubbing their hands together, saying, oh, okay, so Virtus.pro were able to help us in that final moment as well.
I think one thing that VP probably didn't bank on as they were just sat there waiting was that they would be swung randomly by someone retreating from the fight with an L-star in their hands who wasn't going to miss a single solitary bullet. That really did hurt VP, but not enough to take away the most points in the lobby. Even though it's Eclipse who have that win of 18 points total, it's VP who come out with the most with 22 just in behind them.
And remember, Eclipse are one of those teams that really need the day of all days if they are going to find themselves in Paris at EWC. As it stands, they would be in 12th position, but they would still be quite a ways off that top 8 at the moment. So it's kind of win or don't qualify. It feels like that kind of situation for Eclipse. For Virtus.pro, 13 points on the board will put them up in first place, and they're certainly going to look in good stead going into match 3.
Yeah, Alliance down in 10th, but 9KP means they come out of that game with 11 points. And keep in mind, you know, we talk about 10 points being a good game in Apex Legends. Pretty good game for Alliance, and it sees them up into 3rd position overall at the moment. 50, remember, the magic number for these teams to hit to activate match point where they can close the tournament out. VP, 37 points on the board already, Dan. AURORA with just a 1 point in that previous game after 27 in game number 1.
Yeah, that'll be disappointing for AURORA, especially considering where the zone went. They had a really good opportunity, but in the end, it was Mad Maggie who just forced them out of their comfort zone, and then the engagement thereafter. They just lost the utility battle. Sometimes that happens after the looting phase, sadly, but Virtus.pro, they stand tall.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from them. And Dan, I mean, you look at Make EMEA great again. I think they've had a pretty solid start. And if you want to watch them, of course, you can head over to ALGS.ea.com. You can watch multi-view. You can watch whatever team you want to watch from their POV. You've got comms. You've got everything you could possibly want. Map overhead to have the best Apex Legends Global Series experience you possibly want. And I will say, it's always great to go back and watch some games as well, Dan. I love this tool. Plus, you can draw Nessies. Only Nessies, though. Okay? You've been warned.
Intrusive thoughts, but it's very true. I mean, being able to go look at the VODs is not only important for us as commentators, as viewers, but also for the players to go back and study other teams as well. I think it is a fantastic source and resource, but certainly these teams are going to have to try and move forward into match 3 here with a different kind of style. There's some teams that have been struggling a little bit here, Mark.
We'll have to see how match 3 is going to go, and it's going to happen after this break. The first 2 games certainly were not disappointing. EMEA has started out hot here in regional finals. We'll see you for game 3 just a few moments.
Dude. Professional gaming team, Crazy Raccoon. Yo. Oh my God, that bitch is clean. Shout out Ciara, man. This is tough. Sending that all the way from Japan is nutty, man. Love it, dude. Love it. That makes me so pumped, bro. Fuck yeah. And dude, we're so thankful for Crazy Raccoon, man, overall. Like, let's hope we make land today, but shout out those guys over at the company, man, for just being such good people. Like, they really actively just work with us so much, and they love 100 Thieves as much as everyone in this company does, and we love their company too. Shout out Crazy Raccoon, bro. Goat meal. Insane, unbelievable merger to have, bro, with our Apex team. Let's hope we qualify today, and hopefully that jack gets good luck today, man. I'm going to literally bust on it if it is. That's crazy for saying that. I'm sorry. I'm a little a little unhinged today, to be honest. That first couple games kind of had me scatterbrained, so I'm just saying anything, so I apologize. All right, let's lock on in, man. Game 3 in a little bit. Don't forget the way this map rotation works. I want to point out, man, it goes Storm Point into Olympus, then ED, then Olympus, and then Storm Point. So it's a 1-1-2, 1-2, 1-2 until we are done with the map rotation. All 3 maps being played. The only one that doesn't get back-to-back games is going to be Olympus. Can we get some W's in the chat for that, please? Can we get some W's in the chat, for the love of God? Massive. I mean, thank God, dude. Thank God. Holy shit. So Olympus is the only map not being double played, bro. Back to back on the double.
Senta, fica,
So yes, people always ask me, bro, and I know it's a crazy thing to say. I know it's nuts. You're telling me that someone's land qualification spot could actually end on Olympus? Yeah. Correct, dude. Actually, funny enough, don't forget, champs this year almost ended on Olympus Game 7. You could have a $2 million tournament end on Olympus. So I talked about it yesterday in APAC South or 2 days ago. Yeah, you know how it's crazy when APAC South or like when Olympus is being played for your ranked games and you're like mad you lost 30 RP? Now imagine you miss out on a $2 million land because you had to play Olympus. There you go, brother. It's not a fun time. We really can have games end. And honestly, Olympus is set up in the way that a lot of the times there's a good amount of match point squads and a really good chance for
kind of dwell back on how some of these teams also feel on Stormpoint. And, you know, one thing that I have to know, the fact that nobody else has wanted to contest Alliance over by NorthPad as they get that for free on like a 40 to something pick is just crazy to me. That's just straight aura here, as we're going to be able to see HM now moving forward. I believe we were able to talk to Fuda a little bit here, getting started, and what this means here for Fuda and HM.
As a team, we're confident getting to match point. Like we're not worried at all of getting to match point. So the one worry we might have is actually closing it out on match point. We haven't been the best at closing games. So, I mean, I think the entire pro split we've only won a single game, and that was last week. Yeah, still gonna be the same attitude. Probably still playing like Maggie comps to start like killing people around us.
I love it. Being able to talk about like how confident they are into getting to match point and the different compositions that you may expect here as we do get situated on E-District. Remember, Dino, we've already seen too much of Crypto and Valkyrie. They're back in Legend Band jail, and we get to take a look at where this zone's pulling to, because Eclipse, coming off that dub, they want to get the back-to-back, already making their rotation out of City Hall here and making you great against already trying to engage, while VP take a roundabout rotation here where a lot of these teams are going to collapse coming out of that southern side north of Draft Point.
Yeah, you can see a couple of them already moving through Energy Bank. A lot of people, of course, ending up somewhere at the south of City Hall near Eclipse. Now, we've got 19 alters, Vicky. This is to be expected. If we looked at the bans and how they were going in scrims, the first three brands were always the same, and we've seen that Crypto, then Valkyrie, and now Altar in Game 3. After this, it's going to start getting a little spicy. Mega, we'll notice they were the only team, and here we are right into them, who are not picking that Altar. They've gone for Maggie, Wraith, Caustic, a very interesting composition with a lot of very aggressive options. And frankly, you know, we've been talking about how like the death of Edge, right, as a play style recently, but my lord, it felt like all of the teams who were the most aggressive were using that aggression to get a lot of the points that we saw come out of those first two games. Aurora, Alliance, you know, Forfun, they were really just fragging out and using those aggressive characters like Crypto to enable it.
It's crazy, too, when you have the insurance policy of the Alter TP to reset, while Eclipse, you know, we saw them going in for an early rotate, are going to be able to get the res. Evo Harvester in the pocket of 3 men, but it's going to be non-stop fighting. You talk about the Alter plays here and what that also means looking into game number 4, because it's been quite a mix-up, right? We have the Watson, the Axel, the Wraith here to help try to close in the gap, while Gaiming Gladiators, UTP right through the wall into a Watson fence. Quite unfortunate, and that's going to be the end of Gaiming Gladiators, as they are your first team to go with our Red Bull first strike.
Down and most definitely out already, unfortunately. Orgless and Hungary, they start off in Energy Bank, of course, as the other lads have already talked about. These central POIs have gone up in priority quite a lot with the recent changes we've had, you know, particularly on the maps with Tridents, but even here on E-District, it does feel like we have been seeing perhaps a little bit of a shift towards the center of the map when teams are looking at these picks. Going further to the west here, we've got teams like, I mean, Eclipse have actually moved all the way out, back up to Resort. Bit of a negative rotate for them there. And quite a few on the outskirts still taking their time, realizing they're not going to have priority, so they prefer just to get the purples before moving in.
That's good for Eclipse, at least after they got that reset. Since they are coming for Resort, as you mentioned, they could at least get the information from Boardwalk, since they had rotated earlier from City Hall before they had to get that res. So they could get that ring console. There's no team contesting them on that northwestern side of the zone. So a lot of these teams are already finding that free real estate, just trying to get some poke pressure in to boost up those Evo shields. And if you're really, it's a little scary because you ended up going in for an early rotate. You're still on white Evo shields, while a lot of these other teams are taking advantage of the Evo harvesters on their rotate.
HM, one of the surprise packets of this split, you might say. Not everyone had them on their list to be making it all the way towards LAN, and certainly they haven't been able to secure that just yet. They will need a good placement today to make sure of that. With only 7 points in the bank so far, they have to hope that they can get some back-to-back decent placements here on E-District to boost themselves further up. We have been seeing these match point series go quite a distance in both EMEA and NA so far. Even if we look across the other regions, APAC South and APAC North, you know, we just had APAC North finish with 10 games, right? It is feeling relatively even in these top 20 lobbies. It feels like there's a lot of good teams and it's hard to close the series out.
And I think that goes hand in hand with the flexibility of like the legend bands that you could expect, the rotations of having 3 of our maps being here on regional finals, going back and forth kind of like a snake before you see the double E district into the Olympus play, into the double Storm Point as well. A Zipline Mafia waiting about, trying to see if they could catch a team coming right here alongside them, seeing if they could get the jump here too. Skis is going to be able to just wait alongside, as Babylons and Takio is also going to be able to wait on the other side before they jump. Oh, they got him! They got him!
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Ah, that's unfortunate. And that's Hasta La Vista in a quick 3-2-1 fashion, getting the jump on Takio as well. So ZZZ now having to see if they could get the reset here before AURORA. They heard the fighting and they want an invite to the action. WeQ is going to be able to get right back over to the other side, needs to get some help, and there's the insurance policy with the Ultra Portal actually managing to get away while being one-shot. And AURORA, they understand the situation. They would just rather look behind them, make sure they can try to gatekeep if they have to, and to try to prioritize the rotation into zone.
I mean, the crazy part for 3men is it looks like they were literally on the Void Nexus. As soon as the Maggie got knocked, they were trying to pull them back in the recall, but they were just so quick with the knock and then the finish. AURORA obviously had a little bit of time in the lobby to think about their mistakes last game, so they're going to be a little happier. They start off with a KP or 2 there. Still in second spot overall. Nothing to worry about for them right now, but the thing I liked about that first game, Vicky, was that it was like vintage Oi Raid, right? And it was like, you know, this guy who has been maybe a little bit worried that he's going to be in Effect's shadow, now that Effect is the big name coming into the team and all the talk was about him. And it feels like Oi Raid's, maybe that's lit a fire under him to say, no, I can be the star player here too if I really bring out that full potential.
I love it. Being able to see a lot of our fraggers now stepping up to the plate, especially when it matters. 3men, by the way, they just can't catch a break because now they're facing off against Team Heretics over on the high ground here, or rather the north side here of E-District, where HM taking their time over by Galleria. Also having some information with those Sparrow arrows here before now trying to rotate through Energy Bank, but a lot more of these teams are starting to collapse on one another while other squads are taking their time, like VP, who are controlling the entirety of Neon Square, where there is a ring console that other teams may want to get that information. And another squad's kind of forced to congregate over onto that north side, exiting out of City Hall.
Is Alliance looking for a little bit of damage onto Kashira? Oh my god, there are so many Void passages here. The bullets just seem to be disappearing into the Void.
I'm trying to follow them. It's almost like taking a scene out of the Matrix right now before having to navigate right back over to the portal if you want to get a free reset. Before Alliance now, trying to make sure that they do not get susceptible to getting third party. I do like their positioning because they're making sure their backs are cleared on the edge of this side of zone, where there was also that ring console that we did see Eclipse get the scan on originally over by Boardwalk. Before they're going to be able to try to contest on this, it's going to be Eclipse still over onto the other side after they did get that res. And Alliance holding that northern side to make sure that Elite EU nor Mega can walk up behind them.
Yeah, smart macro play for them. Playing the potential gatekeep there. Zipline Mafia, the zone is chasing them in right now, and it's going to be HM chasing right behind it. Of course, they are going to be taking the zone damage. It'll be a little bit harder for them if they do end up running through... What is this? The big fan? The wind tunnel?
The hurricane fan, I guess? I mean, like, I call it the don't pull up zone because it leads
hurricane fan. That is such a Florida answer, Mickey.
It goes hand in hand when I'm with my favorite Aussie. You know how it goes. We got our own fair share of Jurassic Park creatures there, but you know what?
Right.
We already saw that Jurassic Park end zone in that first game, and right now it's looking like it's going to be a showcase with the way that HM is going to have to force their way out of this zone because Bless are trying to gatekeep them, but one thing that's important, Gino, there is a ring console on the outskirts of Draft Point. So while Bless and HM are taking their time in the zone here, it's going to be even more difficult for HM to make this rotate because not only are they going to get denied that information, they're going to have to take a roundabout rotate out on the outskirts of Street Market to avoid getting gate-kept by Bless. So a lot of these teams just waiting to pounce on a team who is desperately trying to get out of the zone because there's still 19 teams left. Well, we see the Craver in play in the feed. HM's going to be able to pick up some of that KP. Other teams, like Vicious, who have nobody around them. It's really only Kernel who have looked at them from the outskirts of Blossom Drive like we saw in that earlier fight, but no teams are coming out of Neon Square towards them, while HM, once again, having that struggle and dealing with this rotate against Blessed.
I mean, this has just been going on for such a silly amount of time now that, yeah, you turn up and see the other team at the wrong point in time. It's like, oh, I don't even have a time to pop my syringe now. I'm just going to get knocked immediately, right? Like, it's a bit of a weird way to fight this far in the zone. And Zipline Mafia, who were the sort of the smarter ones, made their rotation a little bit quicker. Maybe it was just the POI, who knows. Either way, they're on the right side of things, and they are waiting for this. They can hear the shots in the zone, and surely this is just going to be an easy couple of KP for them.
I mean, that was like Bless who rotated from Uptown, right? Just as Uptown girls making their way through Draft Point, but except they were able to just find some easy KP here, and that's what happens when you're on Match Point. This is what I love about regional finals. Do you know Kashea is going to be able to send out that Wrecking Ball, gets the Beavier, gets the stun, is one shot though, having to be careful as Zuni does need to get res. The reset too, as Remix not popping the medkit, just going to be able to help suppress him. They do not want to allow them to get this free reset too, as they're going to be able to continuously put on this pressure.
I mean, you can just see, you have to be like on a hair trigger with all these void passages around. He pops the shield back, but you can see him just keeping his eyes directly on that because he knows he might have to cancel it at a moment's notice if the team decides to push back out at them.
It's so hard here, and now they're going to get pressured out in the corner of this zone, clinging on for dear life. We went from 19 squads, by the way, to 15 within the last, like, 15 seconds before coming in from the other side of the wall, just for repositioning, playing on top of the parking garage. It's going to be a quick little 3v3, but Zuni still hasn't been able to fully reset here. Zip playing off the fence line. Aurora also going to be able to pick up some KP in the feed before diving down. They drop them from high ground. You get the trade-off, though. Zuni and Remix still struggling here, taking their time before diving down. They do not want to allow this reset, especially against a Watson team, to prevent any sort of entry from these Alter TPs, but great timing on that to get the effort to go around it, to find Zipline Mafia, keep up this pressure, and get the reset off the portal play. Beautiful play here, too, while we take a look at where these teams are going on to, as well as the zone pool.
Yeah, look, we've had so many teams that were actually in this southern part here, and as the zone pulled up towards the north, we've had to see them all think about going through. There's only a couple of chokes that they can go through here, right? It's a little rough for these guys, but we're going to see Orgless and Hungry moving up. You can see they're even split holding that choke right now, going for both of these. So potential for Citadel Gaming and Virtus.pro to push through. You know, I'm trying to work out, are these walls thick enough for Alter? I can't remember now that we've zoomed in this far, because that's going to make a big difference to how easy it is to push into this next zone.
Yeah, there's certain walls here on E-District where you can get cheeky with it on some of these rotations, and it comes in clutch too when obviously Valkyrie's banned. Alliance, by the way, do get eliminated. Love being able to see these examples on the Telestrator, by the way. Shout out to Dia and, of course, Genome here. for being able to bring that to the table here in ALGS. But a lot of these teams with Alter being out and playing so many Alter in general, it's a lot of reset potential, and a lot of these teams also trying to force their way into taking these buildings, as Kernel Node are the next team to get eliminated.
Yep, so they lose that fight to the Vicious, and now the Vicious are actually going to go all the way back around. We're going to have a listen in with Orgless and Hungry as they try and gatekeep these teams.
We're getting shot by two things. Yeah, they can't climb yet, I think. Below? They
we have space now, we have space now, okay? Yes. You play close, just play close, and get ready to...
Yeah, they're going to fight each other now.
Yeah, I'm thinking hard. Two guys.
Okay. I got scanned. My pick here. Can we peek?
Walk up, hold the stairs.
Queue up. I cracked him, guys.
I killed one.
Nice, no, nice.
Kill him. I'm playing slow. Slow.
Yeah, I'm playing slow.
Kill him.
Slow, you can attack,
Whoa, can we go down? Can we push?
Yeah, can we queue down? I'm
okay, queuing. This one.
One bomb.
Yeah, let's go. Kill him. I died in the back. I got craving in the back.
Yeah, guys, I'm dropping flop.
Holding.
We're good. Very good.
Medkitting, full heal, and then queue up.
Very good.
Queue up, okay? Yep. We're gonna have a lot of space we can control in a sec.
Team right side maybe looking at us from the ramp here.
Quick fight, and I love the communication that we hear from Orgless and Hungry right there, where they needed to capitalize off of getting that crack. They had the health advantage, and they move up, and they do not get 3P'd, because I was worried a little bit about Vicious, but based off their composition, they're sitting pretty, and they're looking at Forfun specifically. But this also means, Genome, after you highlighted this choke that Orgless was holding, that they're going to go uncontested on the southern zone, really making you gray again, just holding on for dear life, stacked up one on top of each other on that bottom right side of the map. No, none of these teams minus Horde are in this next zone, and it's going to be chaos from the north side.
Yeah, that was a massive fight win for Orgless and Hungry. This is giving them pretty much the sweet spot in the zone, and everyone else that we're looking at here, Elite EU, make it EU great again. They're all trying to take some really rough rotations in here. Maybe if you get a Void Nexus in the right spot, you can pull your team in that way. Actually, it looks like make EU great again and going for it.
This is actually so smart because they actually set their Wraith player to already set up the portal in advance to make this rotate and to make this fight happen. They take the fight over to Orgless and Hungry because this would be a big deal if they can clear the southern side. But guess what? This is an invite for other teams to show face, and while Mega unfortunately go down, Orgless, they weren't expecting this. They're the next to fall because Vicious get a word of this fight, and Stay Healthy are also looking onto them, but the fight is done, and the victory goes over to Vicious, who get to clear the southern side.
Oh, a pox upon make EU great again. That is what Orgless and Hungry are going to be saying. They have had their god spot absolutely entered away from them, and it's just an easy third party for Vicious to Stay Healthy to get involved there. Meanwhile, everyone else who is fighting down here on the low ground is in such a rough spot, but we do have to watch out for those alter queues up to the high ground.
Good call out here too. While Aurora is the next to fall, 6 squads left here, and this is the chaos that we were expecting in a zone like this. So many of these teams are trying to stay alive. Vicious too, after coming out of that 3P. Talked about the unfortunate int that we saw too from Mega after they paid for it. Elite EU henchman, the last one alive, preventing the rest from coming in. The Newcastle too, but you're dealing with the Watson from the other side, playing ring around the rosy between these fence lines. But the Newcastle has that purple knockdown shield. It's taking so long to try to finish this off, but henchman is so healthy, he's so confident, he comes out on top, and nobody is even on the high ground to stop this reset from coming through.
Yeah, the little GL on the Hemlock goes underrated sometimes when you've got to deal with knockdown shields in weird situations like that. It's just a good way to finish off fights and be able to make sure that you can clear out your knocks. Now we've got 3 squads left. Kraber with infinite ammo on the high ground here from AJ.
Actually crazy to say that. Imagine saying that like 3 years ago. Oh my goodness. Elite EU though have been having one heck of a game. Look at Henchman after coming out in clutch in that 1v1. You talk about the Kraber in hand. By the way, AJ also has that double tap onto the alternator as well as that purple mag. Ready reloaded off of the Kraber, but Stay Healthy are trying to control so much of the space too. Elite EU now forced to back away while Vicious are trying to get a full reset here, and Stay Healthy are looking to wrap around in our last 3 squads.
Vicious do get the respawn onto Hoodie. We saw that notification, little green beam in the sky, but they didn't really want to peek over because they're too worried about the Vicious taking advantage of them coming out of cover. Here we go. They push up a little bit more though, and just as the zone squeezes them in, Stay Healthy surely
come out on top unless maybe Elite EU can find just the right moment to push up with the Void Nexus.
Okay, that was a little overzealous right there, taking the altar portal. But guess what? That allows Elite EU to now just walk up for free. They're taking advantage of the knocks that they see right before their eyes. They're fully up as a 3-man, and it's just a matter of time.
They should have, maybe not been committing quite as hard towards the other side, waiting for that Void passage. I don't know. It was a tough spot either way. A solid top 3 there, and Elite EU do manage to pick up 22 points at the end with that win.
You know how important that is when it comes to regional finals and trying to get the speed run to the 50 points first, as we take a look at not only the 10 KP that they put in their pockets, but the follow-up too from Vicious and Stay Healthy. We saw the Alter TP plays going up onto the high ground, but also that's why, Genome, we're seeing an influx of Watsons when you're expecting so many Alters, just so the way you could prevent any of these teams from being able to fully 3-2-1 you through an Alter TP.
Indeed, and look, Watsons could be in next game, Vicky. We'll have to wait and see what's the next one banned out. Of course, it is Alter here, and this is basically where things get fun, where they get interesting, where we're not exactly sure what's going to happen next as far as the bans go. But what we are sure about is Elite EU have made their way very much up the scoreboard now. I think they're pushing into 4th spot overall, up 8 spots into 27. No one on match point yet. Virtus.pro only managed to scrape together a few points in that game, but they are still on top with 39.
I mean, it helps, right? When game number 2, VP did secure like 13 KP despite not taking the dub. And this is what, regional finals is all about. This is what match point format is all about, where a lot of these early games can get as chaotic as it seems, even as we swap off to these different maps before we do the back-to-back onto E-District. You want to be able to feel comfortable on that back-to-back map. And with VP still leading the charge right now, it's not too much of a lead, Genome. But now the competition is starting to heat up for some of these squads that need to get that momentum rolling.
Yeah, and we should also note that Elite EU are very much on the bubble, and a big result like that pushes them up further is going to go a long way to pushing them above teams like Horde, Gaiming, Gladiators, all that kind of stuff, and get into that top 9.
Yeah, and talking about bubble teams and seeing them actually perform, I want to hear more from Rainday as we bring him back, because now that's 3 games in the books here. We are going to see that back-to-back E-District. And now, Rainday, I want to hear more from you as we dive into this regional finals.
Thank you so much, Vicky and Gino. Welcome back, everybody. It's been some scintillating action to kick things off. Just an amazing game from AURORA in game 1, and I think that set the tone. EU has been feeling themselves lately. I think EMEA's found a way to kind of get this meta under control after introducing Axel and some of the changes, and now it feels like, wow, they are full steam ahead. This is an exciting start, but it's also setting up for an exciting finish with no teams currently on match point, which is 50 points as a threshold, so no worries about us going a few more games at least until this really starts to rise in tension. But of course, as this halftime begins, I want to take a moment to bring back one of our casters of this split, one of the people you know and love here, Graceful, joining us. Grace, I always shout out, what are you wearing? Because you always have the most style coming in to these events, man. And you know what? You actually just kept it cool. So I guess that's the new style nowadays, guys. You heard it from Grace first. Welcome back, brother.
Hey, man. Thank you so much for bringing me back. And hey, it's not work. At this point, I'm home. I'm just chilling with my wife, with my dog. I get to be casual. Okay, that's how it is.
Okay, I understand. He's like, when I step outside, then you'll see my true form. And I can believe it. So make sure you join us at LAN, guys. Tickets just went on for Vegas. So make sure to grab those. Grace, when we started out in this first season, we wanted to bring you back here because we made a big claim. You fought with Dia. Not an actual fight. You can go back and watch. But it was pretty close. And it was about Hierarchy. It was about hotkeys. It was essentially about effect and Aurora. AURORA and Alliance, comparing the trade and the change from one of the most impactful players in the world, but also one of the best and most tested IGLs in the world, and the impact of what an IGL could have on this team. I want you to come back and help your take age gracefully as we explore whether it panned out for Alliance or AURORA. And maybe even before that, talk about why these two teams are so important to look at in terms of how they take fights. Because in terms of excellence, there's pretty much nobody better in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely dive into how the two teams are absolutely amazing and what they do. But one thing I really want to break down here in these clips specifically that we're going to see is how they take fights, right? HUSS here actually says, I'm going to play high ground on the left, as you can see up there on that catwalk, as two of his teammates are going to unlock your swinging right. This way is that you can split the attention that the enemy team is essentially putting on you, so that if they're focusing the duo on the right, HUSS gets a free flank, and if they're focusing HUSS, well, they get to take essentially a 2v2 or a 2v, depending on how many is left on that side, and they clean that up very smoothly. We can see this once again come out from Akko here. Very good on the character altar, where he just phases through and forces the attention to go either onto him, allowing his teammates to walk up, or they're focusing his teammates and allowing him to make plays on their own. This is something that Alliance does really, really well, but AURORA as well, we're going to see that later on do it. But this just keeps coming up on repeat over and over, especially with the likes of the teams that fight really strongly at the higher end.
And Grace, I mean, that's the IGL making these calls, right? As someone watching in, that's somebody who's holding down the strategy for their team. If I'm a new viewer, I'm thinking that's the most important. But what we've seen again and again is Effect sometimes breaks that mold and actually is so good as an individual that he kind of supersedes what an IGL will call for.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, and that's some people that have been looking a long time at old Alliance roster might said that have been the issue as well, because he has so much passion and so much wants to make too many plays at some point. You even hear in some of the calls that Hierarcha says, Effect, calm down, don't go too crazy, because that's just his nature. He's a playmaker. He wants to make huge plays, and he does it like with really good success as well, right? And in this clip, I'm actually going to show you here, he has the patience and the mental awareness as well to make these plays, because there's going to be a moment here where once again he's going to play up, and he's even going to communicate it as well. I'm walking up, and this is a really normal calm that people that play in their front line end up doing. Okay. But then he's going to calm down a little bit later on, and he's going to say, look over me. This is one of the things, if anybody at home watching this wants to get better at the game, it's so good to play off of your teammates' angles. Like I said, like we saw earlier here, somebody takes space on any side. You don't want to stay on the same angle. You want to take an off angle from your team so that they have to decide, am I going to look at you or am I going to look at your team? And whichever side is free, they get to punish the opposite side, essentially, right? So
do you find that this is a maturity that's grown from Effect? Do you think this is just always what he's done? Or, you know, was it kind of a wake-up call as well, going away from Alliance, that he's had to step up in terms of communicating, not necessarily against his team and doing his own thing, but working in tandem with his team here?
I think that it's definitely maturity, because, you know, I've talked to him a lot over time, and I can see how he's matured over time throughout the tournaments over and over. But yeah, just having that trust in your teammates as well. Right here, when Effect sits here, a normal average player would swing this into a 1v2, get absolutely beamed or down, and that would be it. Effect calls look at me, and Oirain here, or OJ, immediately beams the guy above him, allowing Effect to swing and clean up that damage, which is something that you have to trust in your teammate to do that, but the only way for it to even happen at all is for you to rely on your teammates. So I think maybe like, it's not that he didn't trust in his teammates on Alliance. They're both world-class players, unlike in HUSS, but now maybe he has some more confidence in Oirain that he didn't have in his former teammates that he just found now on this team, which is a super good thing. And even here, you know,
didn't you just mention maturity? Did you mention maturity?
I mean, okay, the rivalry is still hot. We talked about this earlier on. You know, he said, I only want to place better than Alliance. He doesn't care about anything else. And obviously, you gotta send it with a few bags on there as well to make it good. One of the things that I want to say here, look at those stats there. He's still absolutely crazy in terms of playmaking. People wouldn't be mad if you called him either the best or absolutely one of the best fraggers in the entire world, and that stays true to today, no matter the roster swap. So he hasn't really been affected by the team swap, because he's still outputting the crazy amount of numbers and results on both teams.
Well, I mean, it certainly has that same effect, even on a different team, as our stats so love, as our graphics so lovely coined here. And I want to talk a little bit about the other side, where who replaced Effect, and those are big shoes to fill. But Aku, in my opinion, has done a really good job of holding down this role. It's kind of like trying to take, maybe like you said, the most impactful player in the world and substitute it for another most impactful player in the world. It's really hard to compare effect stacks. But Grace, how do you feel Aku is fit in with HUSS' style, allowing them in this match day only to be 6 points away from each other?
I think this is one of the biggest, how should I say it, points towards the fact that sometimes you don't, not having too many personalities on the team is a good thing. And I think Aku as a person, super kind, like Effect is also super kind of nice. He's very passionate and hot and wants to do stuff. Aku is more willing to adapt or merge with the team, have input for sure, but I think he's a better fit for HUSS as an individual. And I think it goes to great show that they're on the same page, which I always like to say. You have to be on the same page, whether you're holding hands and swinging a door, triple swinging, or just be on the same timing, as in, I'm about to flank left, make sure you're ready to follow up. And I think it's working.
Well, to close this out, Grace, and kind of to wrap up what we started with the beginning of the season, to see how your take has aged gracefully, I want to know, do we feel that AURORA got the better end of this trade, and that Effect was able to bring really what people cannot replicate, which is his ability as a player, to a team and make them better? Or has HUSS found the right fit in Aku to eventually be consistent and do what he says on the battlefield enough so that they can win another championship?
So, I'm going to be a little bit boring and take the easy way out there, okay? That's just how it is. But let's be honest. HUSS, in my opinion, is probably top 2 IGL in the world at this point, and has been in contest for top 3 throughout his entire career, almost, I would say. He still shows that regardless if you swap out a big playmaker like Effect, he still got what it takes to win it, and has been showing absolute dominance in the region. We'll have to see if that can get replicated onto LAN. That we'll have to see for that. But on the flip side of things, as much as I would like to say that Effect obviously still putting up absolutely insane results, I think people are not looking enough up to Hierka, who some people might have even said, was a fluke when he won champs. Hint, hint. You can't fluke your way through qualing for LAN, through groups, into finals, land on match point, and then close out the tournament. You can't fluke 6. It's not a fluke if you made it 6 times through, right? He has shown absolute dominance, and I think if now than never, you have to absolutely give him his kudos for being able to take his team this far. And Effect probably just helps amplify that, because now you're winning fights that you shouldn't be winning due to the massive effect he has. But the IGLing has been absolutely on top. And let's not even talk about OJ. I can't even leak what I wrote to him.
That's a whole other segment.
After game 1, I DM'd him. I can't even say what I wrote to him in the messages because I would get banned. He was so good.
We don't want that. We don't want that, Grace. But again, we do want you, and we always love having you on the show, man. So great you featured here. Thank you for the updates on EMEA. I love the Alliance AURORA conversation. We're going to continue it. Only 3 games gone, 6 points between them. AURORA with the slight edge now, but you can never count out a guy like HUSS. Vicky, Gino, match 4 on the way.
Thank you so much, Rain Day and Graceful. I mean, talk about a conversation that has actually ended up ironing out the way exactly how we expected it, right, Gino?
Man, that guy loves to talk about Apex, and well, so do we, to be honest.
You know how it is, especially when it comes to Graceful highlighting the amazing plays that HUSS is as an IGL too. I mean, you talk about the way Unlucky's playing today alone with 10 KP in his pocket already over the course of these last 3 games. But game number 4, of course, as we go back over to E District, as we've highlighted so often, guys, it's the back and forth where Elite EU, they just took a dub in game number 3. And Gino, you highlighted it being one of the bubble teams where that bubble gap hasn't really expanded in the way that these edge teams would like it. But this is the time right now to start building up that cushion before we're starting to see these teams soak up more of these points and get to 50 points. Although it's still a little bit of a trek with VP holding the lead with only 39 points. But we are taking a trip down south over to Humbert Labs this time around on E District.
Oh, that's a classic E District zone right there. Teams love this one. Lots of space to play in and around Humbert. I mean, even, you know, I put out a tweet the other day about an APAC South game where we had 19 teams going into Zone 5, which is just almost unheard of, especially down south where people like to get into it. Now, Humbert Labs has certainly got a lot of places to play. You often see this sort of left-right, where a lot of teams will play in the labs themselves. A lot of teams will play past that small wall around like the little, I don't know, what do you call them? Like they look like little fins, I guess. There's like a cylinder in the middle with the little fins on either side. But there's not a lot of teams playing like, you know, Gibraltar, Newcastle yet, because there's so many Maggies. And this is interesting, Vicky, because throughout scrims, all throughout the week, we didn't have a Maggie ban in Game 4. EU has not played like this yet. We're going to see a heretofore, unseen set of permutations as far as the Legend ban goes. These guys need to be able to adapt on the fly right now.
Oh my goodness, presses, by the way, I just have to highlight, because it's a very good point here. While the fact that we highlighted like Watson, Axel, Ray possibly for the rotations, Presses has just been on fire for today. He's been fragging out thus far for VP, and I believe the top 3 right now in terms of kill leaders. He secured already 9 KP over the course of those last 3 games, and he just secures another one here in game number 4. Teleportation now coming in as the Wraith port comes well out, and VP just up to go right behind him because they do not want to get gate kept by any of the other squads that are within the vicinity.
Absolutely not. Not with, people like Forfun roaming around who have been doing a decent job so far. But it was a good first game. Have dropped off a little bit, actually, now that I look at the series standings. Sitting at 10th with 15 points so far. Infinite kind of in a similar spot, I guess. And you can see them just pulling into, this is sort of a little bit maybe north of the area I was talking about. So this is kind of like a secondary gatekeeping position here where they can look at teams like Forfun, Kernel, Node, maybe even Eclipse, who will come through from the west eventually.
I was getting scared though when it comes to like Humbert lab zones of pulling down over to the southeastern side and then having to come at a draft point, but it's also the fight for the Evil Harvester there. There's usually a survey beacon on the right side of, we called it the Hurricane Tunnel, as well as that circle beacon too. Gaiming Gladiators though, a team that has also been able to secure so many dubs within scrims across so many different maps. Literally, we had Storm Point, E-District, Olympus, now looking to try to put a point on the board for themselves. Not trying to overextend. Remember what Graceful was saying when he was highlighting an amazing player here from Aurora, where you have to be careful on how you're trying to swing this. The comms have to be able to flow through so that way you can try to cover Zane's back before he tries to fully swing. You can see Blast right behind him before backing away, and with all the influx of Mad Maggies in the lobby, you could hear that wrecking ball. They're just going to be able to back away, and Blast, as well as the rest of Gaiming Gladiators, are one of those teams rocking the Watson, the Newcastle, and the Wraith for the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, I like the choice of Newcastle over Gibraltar here. If you're going to choose one of those sort of heavy defensive legends, Gibraltar just gets absolutely wrecked by Maggie. There's almost just no point playing him if there's a reasonable number of Maggie teams in the lobby. So, yeah, look, props to Yiku here for going to Newcastle over the Gibby.
Not going to have to worry about that wrecking ball when you have the electrified shield that you just come bursting down. Beamsy is going to get finished off here by Guts before the rotation comes in together with the Wraith portal. Oh, right on time, by the way. And Block Missile just coming out of nowhere. Gonna be able to take this fight because we've also been seeing a lot of Seers as these series have gone on in scrims too. So unfortunately for Kernel Node, well, Beamsy does get finished off. Looks like Orbit is just prowling about to see if they can get the res on the death box.
Try and be sneaky beaky like about it. Orgless and Hungry go down. That's our Red Bull first strike there. CTG also in a spot of bother here. You can see Zane right on top of them here. Does get the double finish there with the wingman. One of the lovely things about it, frankly, is just being able to two-tap a knocked person and get that finish nice and easily.
It's pretty nice when you don't have to deal with helmets, right? I mean, imagine if Skullpiercer was there and no helmets. That would be crying. Citadel, though, with Kashea being the last one alive, trying to find... Oh, no. Speak of the devil, by the way. Wingman is going to unfortunately send Kashea back to the lobby as Citadel is our second team to fall for our game number 4 on E-District. But GG are starting to pick up some of this momentum. You talk about the Watson fences. If it's not through the Altar portals, it's going to be through the Wraith portal instead. Now Zane's going to be able to take up this space because you also talk about Humbert Labs and End Zone and the ability to also coexist here in that low to high ground disparity as well as the outskirts of that rotating wall that you see on the right side of Humbert Labs, where 3 men are actually rotating out of Stadium 4, and Zipline Mafia looking to also gatekeep this team here over by the show.
Yeah, they're really kind of sending it at the Horde here, making full use of the Nitro Gates. Slowed down potentially a little bit by the Stinger. RE shots go wide. Wow, the Horde are really gapping it. If you can get away from Excuse using, you know, Nitro Gate after Nitro Gate, honestly, props to you. And in the end, they'll actually pop the phase bubble there just to get through the Wraith Port. This is a really smart way for them to pull out.
Wait, there's still 1 member of Horde behind Zipline Mafia. They haven't called them out yet, and 2 members of Horde are on the other side of that choke. But while we take a look at Alliance now versus Kernel Node, Alliance get eliminated super early. Very unorthodox here for Alliance to lose that out. Orbit had taken just a little bit of that shield pressure, but that could have been a clutch moment for Alliance and a really good rotation for them, because now it's even better for Kernel Node because nobody here is over by draft point. We talked about the early rotations when you come out of getting that ring console, the Evil Harvester, as well as a survey beacon, and they have time now to fully reset onto what could have been Alliance's rotate after they fell early this game.
I mean, you want to talk about unorthodox, Vicky. We just saw Hackers playing Vantage in match 4. That's unorthodox.
The hell? Yep. Wait, but you know what? We've actually, to be fair to
Mirage too, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mirage and Vantage have not been strangers in scrims either, though. So this could also be a hand-in-hand influence to what the pick and ban phase is looking like as well. When it comes to trying to make sure that if you want the Mad Maggie off the table, you don't add in that extra point, because Wraith is at 11 picks versus Mad Maggie at 12, right? So that tiebreaker could have met everything before we transition over onto Olympus, where some of these teams may struggle on rotating.
Yeah, I mean, if you're scratching your head about it, usually the rationale behind it is that she has access to both survey beacons and the ring consoles as well. So if you're playing Edge like Alliance likes to, you obviously can get those man scans to try and plan your next hunt, you know, get some easy knocks, sometimes some completely free knocks with her ultimate, and then also have the option to get those ring console scans and, you know, find a nice way into the zone later on. So there's definitely some theory behind it. It's just that in practice, I'm not sold on it yet.
Vantage buffs go burr. I know G-Dolphin was pretty happy about that one. As we go over to Kernel Node, the team winner that just took out Alliance out of this lobby with 17 squads left, and they are creeping right behind Horde, by the way, which, remember that their rotation was stalled out just a bit. We saw them having to go in for a slow rotate through Energy Bank, and now are forced to go all the way on the outskirts of Stadium. VP, all the way over to the other side, though, are kind of directly in the middle and on the edge of where this next zone pool is looking like, and Kernel Node and Horde will eventually wrap up from right behind them, while Heretics are looking to take out another one.
Oh, this spot the Team Heretics are playing in is so rough to play in. I mean, yeah, look, honestly, having a caustic to try and, you know, just throw some barrels up might make it a little bit possible to try and just, you know, eke out a tiny bit of space for yourself. But I'm telling you, I've seen people try and play, even with like baby comp, try and play in this situation, and still, especially as we get into later and later zones, it's extremely hard to hold that spot. Thank God they've managed to get up here and push those other teams out and away.
Yeah, there's so many different windows that another team could kind of try to take some sneaky shots on you, and as they are going to be able to bunker down where they just evicted the Watson team originally, it's still 17 squads left in this lobby for it in the next 35 seconds. This ring 3 will start closing in behind a lot of these teams, which Genome, look at the amount of squads that are still outside of the next zone over on the north side.
Yeah, I don't mind Eclipse Neevepro. You can see over here, they've got sight lines to both Zipline, Mafia, and Forfun here. I think that's going to be okay as far as a gatekeeping position goes. Virtus.pro sort of doing the same out here as well, looking for Kernel No, potentially even the Horde having to come through from Stadium. But then as the zone goes down further south there, you are going to see some teams on the north side here probably be a little sad when it shifts away from them and they have to make their way down south. But certainly the teams sitting towards the very southern side here, I think, are going to be quite happy at the end.
That's actually my favorite spot to hold over by Old Town when you see a Humbert lab zone, because you get to guarantee that your backs are cleared and take a lot more of a safer fight. Even if the zone ends up pulling slightly more towards the north side, you could work off of the natural cover of the fence line. But it is going to be difficult if more teams are pretty safe over on the northeastern side of Humbert. But I'm not expecting that with the amount of squads that still have to rotate outside of zone while staying healthy. Aren't really staying healthy here, because Synetic is going to be able to find that one player and now already break down the shield of AJ.
Yep, Heretics looking directly at them here. Stay healthy. These are the things I was talking about. I would call them like rocket fins. You know, it looks like the bottom stage of a rocket. If you plop something on top of it, I feel like you could fire it off into space.
You know, that's a lot better than what I just say in my comment. I'm like the middle console. It's like that could be anything, honestly, when you try to deal with that here. But while VP are holding first place right now and still finding even more KP, let's jump into a listen-in with VP to see how they rotate into the next zone.
Мы по правой части играем, пацаны.
Подними еще спад, если что, аккуратней.
Еще убил. Горит еще. Подними склад тут играет, да?
3 одна осталась, да. И Ватса внутри одна осталась.
Ага, убьем Ватса быстренько, 10 секунд. А там не один, походу.
Вот тут другой, один. Ватса внутри.
Не тиком, 3 секунды, мы... Да. Сейчас дам дрил, пацаны. Убивать надо его. И подо мной склад играет еще.
Да, вот тут. А ты как
100. Ага. Под нами склад, пацаны, никто не надо.
Я убил его, 1 хп. А ты где?
Где?
Ты не подошел?
Нет, где он?
1 хп у него. Внутри так же стоит.
Убил.
Я буду.
Я пусто.
Да.
Саня!
Ты один.
Держу.
Нашел, чел.
Найс.
Нок. Живи. Я получил что там. Я дал пола. Я думал, ты 3 фуры дал, раздрила, подошел.
А чё, парни?
Вован, помолчи.
I don't know what they were saying, but it was a lot of passion and very calm, honestly, with the way they took that fight. But that was so unfortunate to lose out on that player. Literally one shot here, and that was just the open invite for these teams to come in for the 3P over on the Bridge of Death, it looks like, because Team Heretics are looking to clean up Kernel Node, kind of stuck in the chaos, while Team Heretics try to sneak up to sandwich Kernel Node, now leaving them down as a solo. But the fighting has not stopped, as Elite EU are looking to get another dub on the board.
And another one, sitting at 31 points right now. There you go. They'll take out Infinite there. I think the comms was something like, I don't want to take the bus to work today. Can we please get an Uber next time?
5-star rating to whoever manages to get me there to work, because right now it looks like I'm going to have to call it in. My dog's sick. Back in the lobby they go. But nothing could be said for Team Heretics, because they're still here, putting up a showcase and holding on to their presence now. Synetic literally on the low ground, stuck in the middle of 2 different teams and their line of sight. As Yaz unfortunately couldn't pick that up, but Vicious do get eliminated. 10 spots left, as this next zone is going to start closing in behind them in the next minute.
It's quite a few teams they've got to get through first, and Koost is also going to have to get a revive as well. Maybe a well-thrown Nitro Gate can get him to his teammates. Sometimes you actually see them get them to their enemies as well, though. You hit that just a tiny bit, a wrong angle when you are down, and it can send you just scooting straight to your death sometimes.
Yeah, and the amount of times that you try to calculate to try to use like the terrain to try to stop that momentum, it's scary. But now you have it also as an insurance policy as you get the jump up back into the safe building that Eclipse is holding. But they're not in that next zone, and Stay Healthy are holding what you were calling it the rocket middle console here with the 3 fins. But no team is in that final zone because there's little to no cover to play off of. It's incredibly scary. That's why Elite EU are trying to clear their backs against any team that is forced to rotate out of Humbert Labs.
Yeah, 0 teams in the zone right now. Very well called out. Everyone is essentially going to have to collapse in upon it very soon. All those teams stuck within Humbert Labs are going to be you know, just in a mad rush to try and find somewhere, because you got to remember, very few of them have, you know, there's I think 0 Gibraltars. There's I think only 1 Newcastle actually on the side of Gaiming Gladiators left in the lobby.
That's actually crazy. So good luck making your own cover right there when it's going to be chaotic. The amount of hemlocks that we're hearing here too. Longzy taking a good chunk of that damage. I mean, also imagine the influx of Seer too, being able to have that information. But Gans is going to be able to find that follow-up here. He goes in, gets the 2-piece. But for following up Team Heretics, they do lose out on Longzy while he was trying to fully slide in, but you take up that Nitro boost. You're going to be able to try to get the follow-up here. Jans, now it's only up to him, but he's in the line of sight of 2 players. Can he get the finishing blow? He gets the jump. He plays ring around the Rosie, around the cart. He needs to use this knockdown as some extra cover, but even with Kashale up on the high ground, it was just too much to ask for. Now, this is the zone that we're expecting. The Catalyst too, by the way. The wall was used up. That's some extra makeshift cover for one of our squads here. Now, it's up to Elite EU, who wanted to clear their backs, looking to get this res.
Zipline Mafia, the only team from the south, they were really trying to push everyone away into the zone. They weren't particularly successful. AURORA, if they had a massive game here, maybe took out the dub, they had a chance of getting to being the first team to match point, but they don't quite make it. Now that Elite EU have solidified their position on the high ground now, they're looking to take even more space and bully Horde, who sit in the middle. If another team stay healthy to the north, Zipline to the west, even get a bead on this, and here you go, Maggie Drills start just railing Horde here in the middle. I doubt they'll stay alive for much longer.
Yeah, it's tough too, right? Because you're trying to hold and bunker down with that caustic, and 3 of our teams here in the final 4 do have a Seer. Wikyu, I'm surprised he stays alive. He's starting to dance on them, a little bit of movement before popping that shield battery, playing off that low ground. You talked about it. Zipline Mafia, though, are also in a good spot. While they're going to take this slowly, they're continuously peppering a damage and trying to oppress, stay healthy, but they're trying to get the death box res, as you mentioned, and they pull it off. The fact that they get this off, you even see the missile from one side. The caustic barrels are helping them out.
Come on, surely just a few Hemlock breach charges can deal with the Horde. There we go. If they had to live past 4th there, I would have been incredibly surprised and impressed as well. But no, they don't. So now we have some exhibits going down the Seers. 1 for each team still alive, trying to give each other the information of how they can deal with pushing one team into the other. Now we're just down to Zipline and stay healthy.
And that's why it's so scary to go in for an early rotate when there's little to no cover. You're literally just hogging these crates, wishing that you could come out in clutch. But you talked about the Catalyst before, you put the cat wall from stay healthy. Now you move up. No way, the Kickstart brings everybody up. It's a buffet for everybody to feast on. A Zipline Mafia. They clean up the scraps and the team that's holding the bridge wasn't going to try to counter-rotate on their end, and with so many other teams collapsing on the other side of that wall, on the east side specifically, they knew with so much pressure being focused on the crates in the middle of the water that they were just there to clean everything up and rotate from the other side of that cat wall that was put down, not at their own hands, as they were able to move up, take that dub, and as you mentioned already too, with 8 KP, but this is how you get started if you're Zipline Mafia.
Yep, solid for them. That'll move them up the standings, of course. Stay healthy. You know, they were within sniffing distance of match point after that dub. It was a Sia Watson Axel composition, of course, but now that Mad Maggie is banned, I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing some more Gibraltar creep into the lobby. 0% pick rate there in game 4, but now he is he's pretty much good to go. He's pretty much in hiding as soon as Maggie's in the lobby, and then when we send her packing, we do see the big man come back.
You know, it's also really important to talk about like how these different competitions, LGS website, or visit our socials to enter and win tickets for you and your squad. That's up to 3 event tickets up for grabs for your friends that you may play ranked with, that you've met through Apex. This is a perfect opportunity to now gather up the troops and have some fun in watching our Vegas land. But of course, this does not include travel and lodging. All you just need is you enter your EA email and go for your chance to win our Split 2 Playoffs Vegas LAN. Whew. Genome, the competition's only heating up. That is 4 games already done and dusted. And you know what my favorite game coming up among us is game number 5. And the reason why that is because at this point, Genome, a lot of these teams have figured out where they stand, and none of these teams have been able to achieve that match point, which means the competition's only gonna get even hotter. Don't go anywhere, guys. We got game number 5 right after this break.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Like Olympus for this game number 5. A lot got in. We'll see. Thank y'all again for being here, man. Thanks for all the subs today. I'm sorry I'm not reading them right now. Again, was very overwhelmed at the beginning of the stream, but thank y'all for being here, man. From the bottom of my heart, I love you guys, chat. Y'all fucking rock. You were amazing. And I appreciate y'all for hanging out with the kid. Thank you, guys. What up, Knock? How you doing, buddy? What did Knock say? Sometimes I fantasize.
Senta, fica. Bom, garoto, tudo que os
A world-winning LAN IGL. I mean, he won champs. Hierarcha literally won match point. He really does this shit. Like, he's not new to this, bro. He's true to it. And now he's only 10 points off. Same thing with Light, dude. Light has done a phenomenal job, bro, in match point finals. He's never closed one out, but he's been close many times, hitting match point with the boys at GG, Blast, and Lufka. Like, there's a lot of squads inching towards match point eligibility that you don't want to see. So right now, if you need to fucking perform, it's time to do so, because we're closing on into some great squads, maybe having a chance to end your regional finals. We'll lock in game 5, chat. Get a spam going right now. Which team wins, and where do you think the end game is going? What POI do we end on here, man, for this game number 5? I'm saying Somers University. I'm going Somers, brother. That's what I always say. I feel like it's always Somers. It's either Somers or Grow. I'm going Somers this time around. I've low-key the only POI I really fuck with, bro, for an end game on Olympus. So I'm rooting for it, dude. I'm giving the caster blessing out there, bro, instead of the caster curse. Ooh, Bonsai would be tough, actually, man. I fuck with Bonsai. Bonsai's really rough, though, dude, because all those rotations, man, from terminal side up into Bonsai's a shit show. But I do like it when there's a lot of squads alive. So as long as we get a good amount of teams up and active on the scene in that late game, count me in. If not, though, I'm good. Let's ditch it.
I can't, bro. It's too fast.
Chat, also, man, we're good on the 1080p, right? Hasn't switched up back to 720p at all. Want to double check real quick?
What? friend wants.
We good? Fuck yeah, man. That was such a weird bug, bro. That stressed me out so bad. I'm glad it's all good now, though, man. Fuck yeah.
Down the back-to-back ED threw up a couple of surprises in our winners.
It definitely did. I think that that's what's going to happen. With how the POI draft works in general, there's going to be some teams who are going to be better on other maps because they're going to have statistically better POIs to work with. And of course, depending on where that zone goes, which always adds a little sprinkle of flavor into it, it changes how things are going to be locked down as well. But Zipline Mafia were the team who capitalized with a win, and now they find themselves on 26 points, just over halfway towards match point. And whilst it might seem like they are quite a way away, that's difficult to say.
That works.
It is certainly not the worst situation to find yourself in, right? You are still in a position where you are chasing those lobby leaders. You're not too far behind, and one more win like that, you're right up there.
Well, the zone itself is an interesting one. It is south of Terminal, kind of in the open fields by the looks of things. And for AURORA, pretty good zone, you would have to say. The only issue for them is they don't have a ring console, so they're going to have to head over to the middle map to find a ring console to get that zone information, and might be giving up a little bit of a prio position that Orgless and Hungry may have found themselves in. That little compound just on the eastern side of the zone that you can see, that secondary zone, that's where Orgless and Hungry are sat up right now, and that's where we see quite a lot of end games taking place, and also where there's some of the only buildings that are actually within where this zone is going to be pulling.
This is why the teams like Orgless and Hungry and AURORA focused on the likes of Hammond Labs and Terminal, so that when you do get more of a central zone, you can really capitalize on it as well. So Orgless and Hungry, even though they've had good rotations throughout a lot of these zones, they're maybe not as high as I would have thought they could be, so they really need to make this one count.
Well, for Fun Esports are having a little bit of a battle at the moment early on. Nice shots coming out of the 30-30. Beautiful shots coming out of the 30-30 from Tyler. I stand corrected. Doing a great job to take down Taskmaster and VP, who are one of the teams who have accumulated a fair amount of points in this lobby, are finding themselves a little bit down on their luck at the start of this game. Should be able to reset in this corner, though.
Almost identical to what we saw happen the first time on Olympus, where, you know, we saw some of these big teams move very early, trying to get into position for the end game, but then being contested by other big teams as well for these very difficult engagements in the early stages when you haven't been able to loot up as much. You're just trying to capitalize on some of these rotations, and maybe Elite can capitalize on a little bit of a positional error here from Forfun as they start to retreat.
Oh, there's the Nitro Gate on the slide with the RE45. It was almost as if it was designed with the RE in mind. Such a big damage dealer when it comes to the Axel, when it comes to sliding. And Tyler, for fun, is the team name. Not having much fun here, though. It looks like it's going to be Elite EU. She should take them down, but Nags, he's having a little bit of a struggle here. Senetic, he's having a little bit of a struggle here, and it looks like all of a sudden this is becoming ugly.
Yeah, Henchman, we know what Henchman can do as well. Like, Henchman's one of these players that can always find something, but now alongside Kinda, they should be able to at least secure these couple of KPs, whilst the last remaining player is just going to get out of dodge here for Senetic. They made a good go of it, did Forfun. It was like a last stand kind of situation, but this now completely throws their game plan and rotation through a loop, and they're going to have to reassess, see if they can get back up to a full 3. Of course, they do have the ability to craft here, and maybe they will not be too far behind.
Yeah, it's a good job to actually escape from that situation for Senetic with the amount of damage that was initially done off of that knee slide off the Nitro Gate. It felt like that fight was done before it even started, but Feuda, he's going to be taken down as well. Elite EU, they're going to have to retreat as well, as all of a sudden the gateway between the portals is really becoming busy as teams just run into each other. H&M, they're trying to escape themselves at the moment, as Unlucky is going to be able to pick up a kill for Alliance, who had a pretty good start, I will say, Alliance, but just had a few quiet games in the last few. Alliance are chasing them. That is, and they'll chase them back now.
This is going to bring a lot of attention, though, because everyone's going to hear this rift going back and forth as HM are just trying to survive. Alliance actually reluctant to push through just yet because they're trying to convert at least one of those KPs. And they know it's a little bit of a risk to go right back through this rift, so they might just go for the long rotation here.
That was an interesting start to the game. This has been an interesting start to the game, full stop. And I think AURORA are one of those teams who are probably a little bit frustrated with how this game has started. The one thing about having a central POI is that you sometimes be a little bit reliant on a ring console to give you information so that your rotate that you essentially pick the POI for is going to be the right one. It didn't happen for them at Terminal. They had to leave, and now having gone to the north, it looks like they're going to have to try and reset here as they are being pressurized by a combination of Stay Healthy and 3 men, so they've got to be careful.
Rain running the Gibby, as are 12 people in this lobby, so Gibby is going to be the one banned going into next, which I think makes Stormpoint very interesting going into 6 and 7, because without that Gibby bubble and the constant Gibby bubble, some of those final circles are going to be a lot more difficult to navigate. Certainly when you get to those match point situations where you finally have crossed the threshold, you're trying to convert, having a Gibby can be so good at securing your rotation at times, but that has been negated here with the elimination and the ban coming through in match 5.
Yeah, I think one thing is maybe just having Gibby for this zone in this game is a good thing for all of these teams because there is such little playable space. So at least Gibby is going to have value in this game. HUSS is portaling down, by the way, to see if he can have a little bit of a go here at the final remaining members of HM. There's a secondary bowl. They tank the stun and no. HM are eliminated. A rough one for them. They're the first team out of the lobby. That'll be your Red Bull first strike.
Those buildings are some of my least favorite to fight, by the way. When you are trying to hold them down, very difficult. You get surrounded, but Alliance will capitalize, and they did make that long rotation. They didn't go through the Rift portal, and now they are taking advantage of some other late rotators here as Alliance look to try and put more points on the board. That being said, it's VP they're going up against, so this is a huge fight for the grand scheme of things as VP trying to close in on the match point threshold.
This is difficult as well because this is a fight inside of a zone. So, I mean, you've got to be careful because the zone is going to be chipping away at health, and that is going to be an example of it. It's a 1v1 trade. Taskmaster up on this high ground on the Gibraltar, trying to flush the remaining members of Alliance out. Prestis is going to go in with that Prowler. He's going to take down Aku, so unlucky the last remaining member trying to pull out, trying to survive. As it seems like Taskmaster, he's going to go down. VP are done. HUSS comes out of nowhere.
This upgrade should help.
HUSS was the first to go down, but of course having the Newcastle being able to get picked back up was massive, not only for getting a third person back on their feet, but of course with the support perk being able to give the extra health to heal through what was happening in the zone there. That is a huge whiff and a massive opportunity for VP that goes amiss, and they will not be reaching that match point threshold here in match 5. They'll have to look towards to match 6. For Alliance though, their chances of reaching it here still very much alive.
A team who has a win on the board already today is going to be Zipline Mafia. So they are currently on the complete opposite side of Olympus here, over by Dockyard. They're going to be just hitting a UAV to see where the lay of the land is, where the teams are going to be laying themselves, and looking at where the zone is going to be pulling as well, Dan. It is going to be to that open area. The one team at the moment to keep your eyes on for that end game is going to be GG. Not surprising to see them set up bang center of zone, Dan, on that bike shed. Going to be a very, very difficult spot to hold, but one of the only surviving buildings that is going to be playable.
Also for GG, one of the few ramparts in the lobby, so they can build that deployable cover. They can almost build their own base. So they have a Newcastle plus a rampart. This is a really good opportunity for GG to put some big points on the board with the position that they find themselves in.
Yeah, plus no Maggie. Maggie's banned now, so it becomes a little bit easier having to navigate around those riot drills that have been fired onto those small spaces. So all of a sudden that composition, the strength increases, like you quite rightly says, in holding some of those spots. Heretics finding out there's a seer near them somewhere, and they're going to have to hit the Nitro Gate to get away. It's going to be Zipline Mafia who are moving from Dockyard, we saw a few seconds ago, but they're actually trapped and a little bit pinched here on the low ground.
Yeah, Zipline Mafia have the chance to cause a little bit of havoc from up above. Thankfully, Team Heretics will at least have the Gibraltar bubble to be able to work with. They're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment, and they are now realizing it. The seer they were previously running away from is getting a lot of information, and this is the main use of Axel, right? Now that we've lost Tridents on the maps, having Axel to be able to move from point A to point B very quickly and get out of dodge can be very helpful indeed.
Alliance still inside the zone, and they're being held out at the moment still by those huge portals that are right in the center of Olympus. It looks like HUSS is going to have to go to plan B here. As they do retreat to be safe, they're just going to wait this one out by the looks of things. Get a wall down and take a little bit of time to think about either taking this fight if they get some good entry damage, or just rotating in towards where that zone is going to be going. Elite EU, by the way, who are on that high ground, are going to be out of zones. That zone is starting to chip away at them, and Alliance have actually turned this situation into a positive one, as now they will be able to just sit here with the zone not burning away at them and trying to hold out the team who's going to have to take damage on their way down that hill.
I think this was really important from Alliance. Some teams might be reluctant to pop the wall down because they're like, well, what if we need it later? But this is why building up on those ultimate accelerants, very important indeed. And it looks like Alliance have got a boatload of them at the moment. They're all rebuilding those ultimates, not only so you get the Newcastle wall back, but also Alliance are going to have the Wraith portal to be able to get out of that position. So good work from Alliance at the moment, but it's about whether they can actually convert it, because there are teams that are going to be waiting to potentially stop them.
Well, Elite EU, they've got to take this fight, essentially, by the looks of things. They're going to be running out of meds. They do have an evac that they can play with. You can see that in the backpack of Kinda here, but when you've got Aku unlucky and Hack is staring at you, going up an evac feels like a death sentence at this point, and they're going to have to retreat and think about a different rotation around the Hammond's Labs side of the map here. So Alliance, having cleared their back, can now look to focus onto Orgless and Hungry. The zone is pulled towards that building that we talked about earlier, that Orgless and Hungry did manage to get into, and maybe at the detriment of AURORA not having that ring console, who certainly were the closest to it off drop. But Alliance now can just focus forward, and if they can win this fight down, they will be in god spot.
And they will be in such a good position, but it is about winning this fight first. Elsewhere, you're going to see Elite EU more than happy to take this engagement against Forfun. Drone goes out, does its job, and Forfun, it's not going to be much fun after this one, because they will be wiped quite comfortably here by Elite EU, who now move up to 46 points. First place right now, and the closest team to crossing that match point threshold.
Well, the Horde are right behind them as well. This is the issue. They're probably thinking, we've cleared our backs now, we can hit this big balloon, we can get up the map. But look at the position of the Horde. They might be able to take one out and take one down if they can see and time this perfectly. Keep an eye on those shields. Henchman is the last to go up, and look at this. It's zipline after zipline. The Pathfinder zip up to the balloon. No bullets are going to be fired. Both teams have a little bit of a neutral standoff and decide we've both got to rotate. We might as well make it work.
Have to get these barrels out very quickly. There's a lot of responsibility as a Caustic player to just try and create as much space as possible. 3 men get eliminated as well in the kill feed. 15 squads now remain. Make it 14, excuse me. As Alliance will go down, so they will not have the chance to get into that spot we were talking about. Orgless and Hungry now find themselves in prime position as AURORA push it.
Oh, they have to fight here. The bubble will go down. They should be just about safe on the very edge of this bubble, but no, they won't be safe on the edge of this bubble. It's going to be up to Oirain to do something massive, but it's now just Hiaka left on his own trying to survive, and AURORA will look back at this game, think about the fact they didn't have console, and will be extremely frustrated. They may have let a big opportunity slip through their fingers. Hiaka's doing what he can, but 2 knockdowns is only going to last so long. AURORA, unfortunately for you, your time is up. And Hiaka just a bullet away from sending his team to the lobby.
Did he manage to queue out?
He's still alive somewhere.
He definitely queued out on the Wraith, but...
What? There he is.
Do they know he's there? I mean, it's not really going to be a Cinderella story from this point. Even if Hiaka was able to get alive, he's going to be spotted eventually. But, you know, any extra couple of points you might be able to find from placement could be huge for their chances, and certainly has done his job. Great effort, to be honest. These are the kind of plays that can make the difference.
Is it like Mafia have a seer?
Oh.
They should be able to find where he is, but they're too involved at the moment with Team Heretics and Infinite overlooking it. So Hiaka is just going, you know, weak Q, just keep looking forward, keep looking at that team. They are a massive threat to your game. You're the most important one. Don't worry about me. I'm waiting for my Q to come back. And if I can, I'm just going to skip past you. AURORA have finally been eliminated, so it seems like they did sniff out Hiaka, as Elite EU, having won that fight and rotated all the way over from that huge balloon at Hammond, and now moving in towards where this end zone is going to be. And an L-Star in the hands of your Axel is usually a good sign for you winning fights.
And remember, Elite EU are one of those teams who are on the bubble. They were around 10th position. As it stands, if it ended like this, of course, they would win because they're in first place. But even if they finish second place, they would be comfortably moving through to EWC. This has been a really solid performance from them so far, and they might just be our first team to cross the threshold, especially when you look in the position they find themselves in right now. A lot of teams outside this circle are naturally going to fall as they make their way in. Elite EU just need to make sure they survive at this point.
A little bit of path action here as Stay Healthy trying to find a corner to play. They're not going to be safe, but they're going to be safer. Team Heretics will be the next team out of the lobby. They just died trying to fight through that commotion that was happening in the center of Terminal. Infinite are now closing in behind Zipline. Mafia on that side. As Stay Healthy keep trying to walk up, keep trying to inch up a little bit closer towards that zone.
Yeah, inching is all you can kind of do at this point. Otherwise, if you overcommit, you might just find yourself too exposed. As Infinite, sadly, they go down and Stay Healthy are going to be able to take this position. Look at them. They're on 43 points. Another team who might be able to cross that threshold. I said at least 1, maybe 2. Well, we're certainly heading that way with how everyone's playing at the moment, but still points to be gathered.
Vicious eliminated as well. Orgless and Hungry onto 22 points. They were the team who made the quick rotate to what was essentially God spot early on when this zone popped. But look at Elite EU. The bubble is going to be forced here as the Gen will work at getting those shields back here for Kinder as he pops the med kit. The time has been bought, but can they find an opening here? Because everybody is staring at them. They will have to make a play in the next few moments.
They just need the 2 points as well. This is such a frustrating position for them to find themselves in. It was all about survival previously, and here is the risk. Can you get the reward? And that is perfect. From point A to point B flawlessly. No one was even looking at them. They timed it correctly, and now they are going to be able to wait, potentially pick up KP, and surely get across the 50 here.
Yeah, like with a good defensive bombardment as well. The ultimate from Gibraltar being thrown out to try and make sure that the one area that they can be angled out from is he's kind of just preoccupied with that ultimate going down. Also, he has the power booster on Gibraltar as well. The Gen also goes down. That's going to protect them from the Gibby ults. So all of a sudden, Elite and the Gibraltar on Light have played this one perfectly. The rotate was beautiful, and now they're going to have that bubble back every 8 seconds.
And you think back to the aggression we saw earlier on as Citadel do get eliminated. Elite were pushing for KP. They weren't scared. They weren't just trying to only play rotation. They also capitalized on other people making a few small mistakes here or there. Now, Eclipse, they're on 37 points as well as Blessed do get eliminated, but Eclipse have to move from the south here. They are the furthest point away from this zone.
37 points here for Eclipse. Top 7. As Elite EU hit match point, 51 points on the board. They are the first team to cross that threshold and could win regional finals in this next game. A massive moment for a team who, coming into it, were right on the precipice of not making it to Paris. The Horde eliminated next, 6 squads remain.
And for a team that needs it even more, stay healthy. 44 points. They really need to find a win today if they're going to go to EWC. And in the moment, they are putting themselves in contention as they're only 5 points away from match point. A big fight here, though. You need to rely on that Gibby to get the bubble down, which they do.
Holds the bubble for as long as possible and just about does it well enough for them to get healthy and then re-engage with that team up on the high ground. 5 squads now remain, and Stay Healthy would do anything for 5 more points here to get onto match point. They have GG below them. They also have Elite EU in front of them. It's a really tight spot for them, but they are surviving and they are making it work.
Stay healthy by name, stay healthy by nature, but keeping an eye on Elite, their position they found themselves in, not only is it a great cubby in general, but the protection on the pylon is so big here because it negates any of those ultimates that might come through a little bit later. So they can just hold this spot, they can play it patient, and they are pretty close to where the zone is going to be as Stay Healthy look down towards GG, again trying to engage.
Zane's gonna get the clear. Stay Healthy with just 1 alive. It's the Newcastle, does have the support perk and is going to be able to queue. Tries to drag the second player as well, and Stay Healthy relying on the Newcastle to get them healthy, and they're still in this game. AJ down again. Newcastle Res comes in once more. Can they survive long enough here after getting hit by a barrage of Syracuse to walk their way towards zone with this queue?
Doing such a good job, and now the bubble's back up as well, and you get the wall down, but the big push from GG. Drone comes out and blows everyone up into the air, but Stay Healthy are still surviving.
What?
And Newcastle gets the job done, and GG go down.
2 points is all they need. GG will be out next. AJ with the defensive bombardment, hoping that maybe it can do enough to get the points, but Stay Healthy come up too short as Elite, Orgless and Hungry, and Zipline Mafia will be your final 3 teams. Stay Healthy are so close, but yet so far.
Orgless and Hungry in a great position. They've been able to segregate themselves from the rest of the lobby at the moment, and they might be able to force this engagement between Elite and Zipline Mafia, potentially taking a win. Zipline Mafia 10 points away, by the way, from that match point threshold. If they were to get all of these kills, still a chance they could cross it, as Elite EU now looking to see if they can capitalize on the damage that was done onto Zipline.
Hellstar still in the hands of Kinda here. Zipline Mafia just down to a 2. Zone is going to be closing. WinQ trying to play this one quiet, pretending that he is not there. But his teammate has gone down to that Hellstar from Kinda. WinQ, though, he's going to influence this endgame. Freaks is going to go down. From top 3, they can't improve upon that, and Elite EU now move in. Damage has been done in that scuffle, and Elite EU not only win the game, they cross match point, and they can win the whole damn thing next game.
And they will be the only team on match point going into match 6 as well. The confidence going into that 6th game, not only crossing the threshold, but getting the win, that is huge for them. But now can they go back to back here to try and win the EMEA regional finals? A team that was on the bubble, a team that may have struggled to even get to EWC if they did not have a good day today. Well, boy, are they having a good day. They may not even need to win the whole thing to get there, but that certainly is the easiest route to do so.
Yeah, that's the route that you probably would say will do that one, because we guarantee it. We don't rely on anyone else. We have our own fate in our own hands. Elite EU, 13 KP, 25 point total. That takes them past match point. Gibraltar will be banned for our next game. But Dan, I mean, there's a moment in that game that you think about, and it was that rotate, the power booster on the Gibby, being able to get that bubble back from the bins to that wall in center zone, and then just rotating in the bubble, using that gen. They did a great job to exist in that corner before just closing out in those final moments.
So we move over to Storm Point for Elite EU to have the chance to try and close this out in 6. They are dropping at Launchpad, and we've not seen a win at Launchpad since we had the Trident removals, so we'll have to see whether they can go against the stats in that way. But that was a beautiful gameplay from Elite EU. As I said, the aggression at the start, Rain Day, to be able to convert some KP, but then also being brave enough to put themselves in that corner, hunkering down and getting that gen out.
Yeah, they might have had a chip on our shoulder as well if they paid attention to the top of the show, guys. We were talking about how they may not make it, and look at them now leading the pack, but also having a chance to close it out. I love the way that they've showed up today, and that's the difference. You never know until the lights are on who's going to be able to, deal with the pressure. And Elite EU, well, they've emphatically answered, yes, we can deal with it. 66 points, only team on match point. Man, you got to be feeling for Stay Healthy, though. They're probably the team, Mark, that really need it, because that win for them, if they had a chance to close it out now, they would be going from potentially 58 points, kind of looking at a shot in the dark to have enough points to qualify just off points, to, hey, we're here. We win one game and we actually make it. And that would have thrown this leaderboard out of whack.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been quite the story for Stay Healthy. And as strange as it sounds, I think Elite EU wouldn't have been mad if Stay Healthy made it to match point as well, because now every single team who is in this lobby is going to be going, is that Elite EU? We cannot let them win. If it's 2 teams, it becomes a little bit more difficult to manage for the rest of the lobby, but only one team being on match point. I don't think we've seen it before. I could be completely wrong in this, but first team that hits match point to win it next game would be a surprise for many who have watched Apex for quite a number of years now. So Elite EU, they're up against it, but they've got across that threshold first.
It's like splitting the pressure, you know what I mean? I mean, the fact is it goes from 100% eyes on you to half. That is a big deal. Virtus.pro staying in the lead of top 5 with how well they've performed. They're staying in the lead if it stands the way it is ending right now, Dan. These are basically predictive stats. So if it were to end right here, we'd see AURORA take the top spot in the league, Virtus.pro for fun right afterwards, and the Horde would just make it over Team Heretics and Stay Healthy, which, Dan, to me, I mean, also just emphasizes the point that Stay Healthy, even in a second place position, they need a win if they're going to qualify.
Yeah, the important thing being as well for some of these teams is a team within that top 8 also finding the win and taking that spot, which would be Elite EU as it stands. And also a big takeaway, yes, this is how it stands, but for Elite EU, the amount of points they've been able to put on the board already, it is very unlikely they would now drop down low enough in these leaderboards that they wouldn't qualify natural just through points, even if they didn't win the thing. We would have to go, I'm talking probably like 13, 14 matches for teams to try and surpass them, like enough teams to try and surpass them. So they're in such a good position. They're going to be very confident going into the rest of these matches now.
Yeah, well, that's an amazing, kind of wrap up on where we're at. Game 5, we've got one team on match point. Gibby banned this time around. It's no Rampart, as I mentioned last time, but it's really fun to have a laugh here in the Apex community. This season, we've done something different, and a big shout out to our production team and everyone behind the scenes who's been coordinating these amazing guests that have been able to join us. This has been the split that we've highlighted the community more than ever, Mark and Dan, and just a little glimpse back, and a big thank you to everyone who's been involved. What a time it has been, guys. It brought some electricity here into our halftime shows and just the shows in general.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think anyone who's attended a LAN event will come out of it at the end of it was saying, like, amazing community, great people. I had a great time meeting so many creators, so many fans, so many people who, maybe are sharing a love for a game that I didn't realize people loved as much as I do. And I think This has been a great example of it. You know, great creators, very unique ones. Dan actually casts like that. In real life, by the way. Like that's another reason that you should come to LAN. Dan actually does handstands. It's pretty cool.
Note it, Dan. You are standing, so he might be right. You have a unicycle.
I might be on a unicycle. You never really. Wait, hold up. Here we go. There we are.
There it is. I'm on one too, guys, by the way. Mavs and Jacob Kaplan, they were awesome. Got a little bit of a chance to TriCast as well, Dan, and that was pretty cool. You guys have brought a couple people into TriCast and try their hand here in the Pro League. That's also a fun opportunity for people.
Yeah, it is. It's been just so nice to just share the love around the community, not just competitive as well. Even though we as ALGS commentators and casters are like, we love the competitive community, we've also seen the casual community get involved and find a new love for the competitive community.
Why did you have to...
Oh, now it's not happening?
If anyone knows anything about Wyatt, you always know that his predictions are incorrect.
Really?
To put it a very simple way. So unfortunately for Aurora, it's going to be some turnaround in this next few matches.
They're working twice as hard now with Dan having said that they're going to win in like 2 games. So they've got Wyatt and Dan against them. This is looking tough, guys. We're going to need some of that love from Arsenal's victory this season in the Premier League.
Say again. Sorry, I didn't hear that range.
Sorry.
One more time.
I was saying we're going to need some of the luck that Arsenal had because of winning the Premier League after 22 years.
Winning it by 7 points.
Well, you know, sometimes the ball bounced the right way. I mean, we don't need to get into this. The World Cup is on the way, and we're going to be talking lots of sports as well. But it's you know, just saying, we need some favorable bounces. We need a good corner kick here and there.
Luck. I'm not hearing.
Clearly, I have touched a sore point. Let's see if Mark and Dan can recover, and also if Stay Healthy can finally join Elite EU on match point. One team can close it out here in Game 6, so do not leave. It could all end here.
Well, enough talk about the margin of victory for Arsenal in the Premier League, Dan. Let's talk about the margin of victory for our teams in this game, because we are moving now over to a different map. We are changing things up. We are heading over to Storm Point. No Gibraltar available for our teams now as the most recent legend to be banned. And all eyes, understandably for everybody, are going to be on Elite, the only team who can win it if they win this match.
And as I said, they're going to be dropping over towards Launchpad. We have not seen a win so far since we had the Trident removals here on this map, across any region, by the way, in regular Pro League before these regional finals started. So it is a tall task to try and break against those statistics. But of course, you've got to bear in mind that when you're playing in Pro League, you're not always looking for the win. Sometimes you're just looking to try and put points on the board. Sure, a win would be nice, but now going into match 6, you are playing only to win the game. It doesn't matter if you get 0 kills here. If you can finally get there to that final circle, you give yourself the chance to call yourself the EMEA regional champions and guarantee your ticket to EWC 2026 in Paris.
Well, the pressure on the shoulders of Elite EU, the only team who can do it right here, right now. Well, I also need to make a little bit of a correction. I was completely incorrect when I said I don't think a team has won it back-to-back, because Dan, we casted one. Yes, Em have done it. Moist have done it. You know, it's a long time ago now, though, to be fair. It's a long time ago, and I am not a smart man a lot of the time. So I apologize to both the TSM rosters and the Moist rosters, and I thank you to Genome for reminding me that I am dumb. So, yeah.
But they are two pretty impressive rosters when you look back at the history of Apex Legends, right? Some of the best, actually, if you look back across them. And that's no disrespect to Elite EU, but if they were able to replicate that, it really would put them down in their own history books, really, to be up there with those giant names. But it is going to be a tall task. This is a long game, and first of all, you've got to first get that ring information, try and work out where we're going to go.
Well, they've got a ring console, and look at that zone. It is going over towards Pylon, so they are going to have great priority to this zone, Elite EU, and it's about where they want to play, right? You're looking at Forfun. They're the team who are dropping over at Pylon. They don't have a huge amount of points at the moment. Looking at everybody else who's chasing at the moment, you've got Stay Healthy on 48 points. They're over at Barometer. They don't have a ring console, I don't think, by the looks of things. They do have a survey beacon, but no console, so they're not going to have good prio. You have Alliance, who of course are quite a way off at the moment. They still need a fair few points. They're going to have to fight their way all the way across map here. But, I mean, you're looking for opportunity here. It doesn't get much better, to be honest with you, for Elite. That's a huge, huge chance for them to close it out here.
Well, as we take a look across at Citadel at the start of the show, you mentioned, you see this being a tough time for Citadel. It's a very tall order. They would have to really win today, and they are quite a ways off at the moment. They would need to find a huge game here just to even get close to the match point threshold. That being said, we could go further. We could go to like 10 matches, and they might still get that opportunity. That's all you can do, is put your best foot forward here, try and claw your way back up those standings, and maybe the teams who have crossed the threshold do not convert, which typically happens quite a lot in Apex Legends, where the conversion doesn't happen.
Well, you did see the Giga speed rotate, which is a technical term. Ooh, Kaisha's going down. Citadel Gaming's bad split and bad luck continues. Good shots coming in from Effect to take him down with the Hemlock, but just want to go back and touch upon the position from Elite EU. Turbo rotating to zone, understandably so. They have white shields only, but Catalyst is going to be a legend that is going to be very, very useful for them in holding down those buildings, especially the pixel building. You can reinforce the doors, you can get those cat spikes down, and with no Maggies available for the rest of the lobby, it becomes a little bit of a stronger legend in those defensive situations, as Light is going to find a couple of knocks onto GG as well. So Elite EU, they Giga rotated here on white shields, but they're already up to blue from the damage they've done.
It is such a spread out difference in terms of legends as well. There is not really one legend that's dominating the pick rate here. We've got 9 Axles, 9 Newcastles, 8 Catalysts, 7 Seers, Wraiths, 6 Ramparts. Like, people are going everywhere in terms of their legend composition at this point. It does mean we'll have a tiebreaker difference between Axel and Newcastle to not be in the next match, which definitely can impact how that 7th match on Stormpoint will go. If we get there, of course, Elite EU are certainly going to try and get it done here at 6.
Some really interesting compositions I'm seeing here. I mean, Alliance are running the Vantage again, something they've been doing in scrims. You're looking AURORA running Bangalore, Sparrow, and Watson. Only 1 Caustic in the lobby as well. Fair amount in Newcastle still being sprinkled about, like you say, but really is interesting to see how some of these compositions are going to interact with each other depending on who's taking the fights. But for fun, they dropped over here at Pylon. They're going to be understandably playing the height and just trying to zone in on any teams who are moving in for that free damage to get those evos up. But I mean, for Elite, I think you couldn't ask for more here. This is an opportunity that doesn't come very often. Zone near you, priority position, already managed to get yourself up to blues. It is a great opportunity to close out here.
I wonder where that ending is going to be as well. Could it be somewhere close to where the World Championship was won for Sentinels? There's certainly a lot of teams hovering around that area at the moment on the northern side of Pylon as we check in with Alliance. 31 points right now. They're definitely one of these teams. When you look, basically when a team reaches match point threshold, you have to start looking at the teams who can stop them from winning. Alliance certainly are one of those teams at the moment, as you are removed from the balloon.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Vantage, you're going to be able to mark all of those players. They saw them go without the evac thanks to Vantage, and then the sniper's mark comes in. The ultimate from Hackis hitting the big shot, which means they get that knock. But are they going to be able to close the gap here and make the most of this? Unlucky to take a little bit of damage. They're trying to stop this Reds coming in, and they're trying to collapse onto these KP. Remember, Alliance need points here. They not only need to get good placement, but they need to pick up some KP as well.
That being said, there is going to be a third team potentially in this fight. Kernel Node are in the area. Alliance won't be aware of that right now. And because this fight has been delayed long enough, it is given time for Kernel to get very close indeed. And Alliance will be aware of that very shortly when Kernel start to engage. Sadly, they just haven't been able to convert these final bits of KP as 3 men are looking to try and get out of this fight now.
Well, Lucky just gets ticked by a bang ult there. Just a smoke. And now, having seen the knock actually coming from elsewhere, they might be able to turn a 3v2 into more KP. This is a perfect situation developing here for Alliance, but with Aku down, they have to be careful here not to throw this opportunity away. Hackis will be taken down, and now it's all on Lucky.
Yeah, 3 men, they disappeared, but then they came back and re-engaged. It was the worst thing that could have happened for Alliance. They got collapsed upon, and how many times does that happen in your ranked games where you think you are in a comfortable fight and the third party will happen? Well, now that third party turns into a fourth party as Eclipse have arrived here as well to try and pick up the scraps here at this place.
Well, 3 men somehow coming out of this still alive. Tamuchi, who was down a few moments ago, didn't get finished off and is able to get back to his feet, and 3 men will survive. A lot of activity in and around Cascade at the moment. It's like 3 men, Kernel Node, Eclipse, all there. The Horde now coming down to the hillside to get involved in this around the green and white buildings that you're seeing in front of you. At the zone, well, everyone is busy at the moment. Aurora are the only team kind of playing on the edge of it for now, but Eclipse, some beautiful shots coming in for that longbow of Xako. Should be able to keep moving forward here towards the zone.
The Horde are now arriving as well. Everyone who hasn't rotated early, basically trying to capitalize on potential easy KP, as Xako should be able to get around the corner by the skin of his teeth. It's going to be Hardeki just from up above at the moment, just raining down hell. 29 points for the Horde, so they're still a little ways off match point threshold, but again, another team that did have some quite advantageous POI situations across the three, so if they can slowly find themselves there and get onto that threshold, they do have some POIs that could certainly convert into wins.
Also want to give congratulations to Kings as well. Every time I read his name, it tilts me. Just going to say that out loud. Varashgalia, poor man's Reece Nelson, in my personal opinion, but Iaka and Aurora just playing the edge of zone like we kind of highlighted a little bit earlier. Seeing if they can find the damage onto the players trying to respawn here. It's going to be Citadel who are looking for that respawn. I will say the sniper play has been very impressive today from some of the M&K players that we've seen on our screens here in EMEA. Not a lot of shots being misplaced with that longbow or the Sentinel.
And the other thing, I mean, with now one team on match point, those who are around the bubble, you start to panic a little bit. Have we done enough? Are we close enough? They'll be looking at those overall live standings saying, okay, we need to be doing a little bit more. Perhaps we have to deny this team, or maybe it's a good thing if this team wins regional finals because then we get our LAN placement as well. It's a very difficult mentality to be in as a player because you want to be the very best. You want to be the one that's winning the thing. But you also have your goals set on LAN. I mean, we've seen it historically throughout Apex Legends history, the very famous jump off the building on World's Edge when we saw a team just committing to try and secure their spot at LAN, essentially. We'll have to see whether we see any sort of crazy plays that happen like this.
Well, Stay Healthy only need 2 points to hit match point. That's their only job in this game. But with 18 squads remaining, a long way to go to do it through placement for now. Citadel do get the respawn. But a long way and a very treacherous route for them to go towards this zone for now. Zuni's going to have to make some very strong calls for his team to get anywhere near where this zone is going to be going. Kernel Node have also managed to get the respawn onto orbit, so they'll be back up to a stronger complement of players as the Horde take to the skies themselves. 9 Impulse trying to get a little bit of info, and he's going to find out there is a team in front of them.
Yeah, you've mentioned like 4 teams that are outside of this zone, by the way. And it is not going to be easy getting into said zone as well. This is where you really have to rely on your IGL to be able to spot from the sky, gain information, and try and work out if you can play anywhere, or if you're just going to be falling victim to everyone who's already found themselves in a spot.
There was 4% left on that evac, by the way, so I think that's why some players maybe haven't been able to get on it, and that's, you heard it explode in the background, so the Horde maybe just trying to drive a bit of attention away before they take this fight, and it is going to be a fight that they look like they have a huge amount of the advantage in. The Horde find 2. Everybody's still healthy. Even though there's one player alive and they don't have the read on exactly where he is, that's free KP for them.
I do think the Horde's probably best POI is here on Storm Point, and it's probably going to be a bit frustrating for them if they are able to pick up points, because when they get to match point, or if they get to match point, we move over away from Storm Point for quite a little while now, but their focus is just going to be putting points on the board to try and reach said threshold themselves, and holding this western side certainly can result in a little bit of KP with the likes of Citadel, Eclipse, and Aurora all behind them, and probably going to try and take the same gate.
The Horde not safe. 1 minute 25 to decide what the next plan is going to be. Dan, tell me what you're seeing.
Well, this is the gate that I was talking about, right? You've got HM and 3 men that are holding it at the moment. Horde either have to just try and pick up KP on these 3 teams, or they need to just try and make some sort of conversion themselves where they can go all the way over, which is not going to be easy, or you go through using the portal, and you've seen that. They've just dropped a Wraith portal just outside the compound that Virtus.pro find themselves in now. So Horde are probably going to hold out the likes of Citadel here, Eclipse, and then they'll take one big fight against Virtus.pro.
We'll have to see if that's going to pay off, I should say. The play will pay off. There was a sentence in there somewhere as they make their way in, but you can see how busy it is on that side as we jump over to the POV now of the Horde. Triple take in the hands. Eclipse do get a respawn onto Kashera. That's going to at least be 1 player back in the lobby, which is probably just going to add to the traffic that's going to be behind the Horde. Now, a massive moment in this game, a massive moment for Elite EU. They are under siege here on the outside of their building, and this is the only team on match point right now, and they're taking a lot of damage.
Do have the Kraber in your back pocket, though. Can you just pull off a madness? Maybe hit one of those wonder shots to keep your team in it, but they have been able to get back inside the building and stabilize a little bit. They're all healing, and it looks like they might just be okay, but they are going to be very much pushed upon by the likes of GG and Kernel here. It's not looking comfortable. One's gone down.
But do GG want to play off of this? You can see there's 3 teams in the vicinity. Light may be able to just about crawl inside if they can allow him to come in here. They're going to go for the res. That's going to give the audio cue, and there's teams arriving from elsewhere. Blessed are now having a look at this as well. Elite EU down, but not out.
I definitely have the chance to get the pickup here as well, but Node starting to now take advantage of their positioning, and this is not looking good for Elite EU. This is one of the most difficult spots to try and get out of.
Orbit is playing this one very well. Just not playing his life, but kinda might have just saved the entire match day here for Elite. 1 player still alive. Henchman, now you have to do something special.
Yeah, Node reluctant to push in purely because of that knock. And remember, Node also want to be putting their best foot forward. They don't know it's Elite EU, so they're not going to overcommit onto the fight. And now Elite EU going to get the reset here, but they still have to move in. Even though if they stay alive here right now, they're not within the next zone, and they are certainly going to struggle to get there.
The Vicious eliminated. Kinda might have just made the play of the day as the Aurora train keeps on rolling. Eclipse will be out of the lobby. Aurora on 45 points. They have to get Oirein back onto his feet though. OJ still not healthy. As Elite still under pressure here continually from the team across from them. Kernel Node will not let Elite EU rest for a second here, and maybe this is one step too far. Aurora have been eliminated in the meantime. Orbi goes down. It's a 2v2. Henchman now left on his own. 1v1.
Henchman with a lot to do, and the zone's coming in as well. I mean, you can stay alive, but where do you go afterwards? Great spike!
Do you have the time? 45 seconds. I think they have the time to get the res here. Nobody is looking at this. Elite EU are making clutch play after clutch play.
By the way, all the meantime, stay healthy, have been able to cross that match point threshold. They're at 52 points, so they will have the opportunity, but VP will not. They go out at 45, so that's Aurora and VP down. So it's only going to be 2 teams on match point going into the next, unless a team like Gaiming Gladiators can find a win and convert here. 12 squads left, Elite EU still alive, still kicking, but now, Mark, they have the journey from the east. Can they get from that compound towards the west side of Pylon here, the southwest side of Pylon, should I say?
Well, they do have the catalyst, and that is essentially the legend that has kept them alive in this game. Light goes down, though. That scout certainly does hurt. Doesn't help. When there's a team staring at you from height. Let's see what the plan is here. 70 points on the board, but a win is all they need. The comms are going to be vital. Let's jump into a listening with Elite.
Okay, that's good. Go low. Chill here. I think we have to commit to low ground.
Yeah, I think you have to
kill anyone there?
Hold on, in a second.
Wait, I'm selling one and we go.
There is, I think.
Okay, we have to go to the small room then.
They don't.
Okay. Come. Breathe.
I can't. I'm breaching. I'm dead, bro.
Okay, chill.
Yeah.
They're gonna swing room. Oh.
2 of them got drone.
Well, the catwall got them somewhere, Dan, but the reinforced door did not allow them to enter. They couldn't take that fight, and Light, even though he has escaped, might be thinking about the next game being the one for Elite, because this is a tough situation.
Or we were there in the 1 versus 33 when Light was able to convert as a solo rat and win regional finals. It's certainly going to be difficult, but we will certainly keep tabs on it as well. He is within the next zone in the position he's found himself in, but I'm sure that once enough teams spot a solo rat as there, it is free KP for them essentially. But look where that zone's going to be moving. Stay healthy, have found themselves in one of the best positions you can be, and they've already crossed match point. But that is in this game. They cannot win it here. They would have to win in the next.
All they have to do is find Light. Just kill Light. Job done. Have a little bit of fun. Of course, the overall standings are still going to be the most important thing for them. A little bit more prize money every step that you take up that ladder when it comes to the ending as well. So got that to play for. GG, 8 points required for them. They aren't safe and will have to move. The Horde have been eliminated in the meantime. Top 11. The math's starting to fall in the favor of Elite EU a little bit more.
I mean, Gaiming Gladiators 8 points away from crossing that threshold as well, Mark. But at the moment, they're on the north side of Pylon, and 3 men are kind of holding them out here, so they're going to have to bully their way through, and Sheila certainly helps do that.
25 seconds until zone closes. They're going to look for some KP here. Zayn going to have to probably look for a portal in this situation, and yeah, he jumps into the void to try and get that portal down. We'll be safe in this corner. There is a fight happening next to them, so GG. It wasn't a long rotate for them to make, but it's an effective one. They are set up here.
Yeah, this has worked out. They've just been able to get far enough in so they're not going to be eaten away by that zone. But oh my god, if you look at what's happening on the east side, Blessed will go down, but there's about 4 or 5 teams that are all just culminating in the same place. As No will go down. HM eliminated.
Oh my god, Zayn! The damage output unmatched. But he does go down. He's going to have to be dragged to his feet here by Lufka, who jumps out behind that Newcastle wall to stick the res. Blast trying to chip away, looks to convert some KP. That'll do. There's another one for him. That's 2 dead. And they inch closer and closer to match point. 3 points is all they need now.
It should be achievable, especially with how they're fighting at the moment. They're working well together. By the way, though, yeah, you have to keep eyes on Elite EU here, because Light, he could go through the tunnel, but it's just about avoiding everyone as much as you can. If you can somehow, some way, find yourself into a position where it's like 3 or 4 teams alive, it's still achievable, even if unlikely.
Especially with the Kraber, you never know. Couple of teams fight. Kraber 1, comes to 2v2v2. Everything starts to add up. The math will be mathing. GG still need those 3 points though. How do they want to get them? Do they want to try and push for the KP? Do they want to try and work their way towards zone and think about the placement points doing the work for them? Light's been spotted out. Zayn might think about taking the challenge here.
God, can you imagine what's going through Light's mind and the rest of the squad? You heard how silent it got, by the way, when they died. As now the Brave move on through, as again he finds somewhere to play.
GG are down to just 2. The kickstart is going to hurt as well. Blast has to hit some big shots, and he manages to do so himself to make him EU great again. Light's still alive, by the way. He's still doing work. Making EU great again and dead. Elite EU are dead. Amazing effort coming in from Light, though, as the attention turns to GG, who now hit match point.
And GG, remember, they are the match point team. Think about what happened in scrims. They were finding wins left, right, and center, and they'll get the chance in the next. And maybe, who knows, they might even win this game. They win that engagement. They've got 8 KP on 1 single player, 11 across the team. They're having one heck of a game right now as Team Heretics also trying to put more points on the board.
Yeah, Heretics need these for the overall standings as well. Just remember, at the start of the day, they were in one of the qualification spots, but as it stands, they would be outside of them. So Heretics desperate for a good game here, and Alonzi and crew are going to have to find their way to some KP and some good placements to give themselves the confidence for this game and this series to continue going a little bit longer.
Where do you go with that bubble? Are you able to find it anywhere with the portal? Excuse me, the bubble portal. It doesn't really matter as GG are going back and forth, but now they are being very much aggressed upon as Forfun get eliminated.
Heretics need this, and they have the high ground. GG are gone, Forfun are gone. 2 squads now remain. Down on the low ground, it's Stay Healthy, who have been in the middle of the zone, and Heretics, oh my god, they get queued out into the zone. Stay Healthy, hit match point, win the game as well, and they will be a team alongside GG and Elite in the next game who could win the whole thing.
Wow, we have 3 teams on match point going into match 7, which statistically is where it has ended across the board if you look back at a lot of the history throughout Apex Legends. But Stay Healthy in a game where they only needed a few points to be able to convert, Mark. Similarly to what happened in the previous game for Elite EU, they still find the win on the board. And again, it gives them so much confidence and that chance to maybe, just maybe, get that win on the board to push themselves towards EWC.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge story, right? Outside of the qualification spots coming into today, but now they have their fate in their own hands. They could do it here with 1 win, but I think GG is the the monster in the cupboard, so to speak, at the moment that everybody's probably looking at going, this team can convert. This team is very, very good at closing games out if they get a good spot. And for GG, now having hit match point, the rest of the lobby will be very wary of this tournament finishing now.
Certainly after the scrims as well, right? I mean, 3 wins in a row. It's not something that can really be ignored from this team. So GG will be very confident to go into this. They are dropping at Cascade Falls going into match 7 on Storm Point. Pretty central POI to work with as well. So excited to see how GG do. But it's not just GG. Stay healthy. After their win, they're also going to have eyes on them. And for Elite EU, a bloody good effort. It has to be said. They stayed alive. They won those engagements. Sure, when you're a solo, you're very unlikely to be able to win from that point. But if all 3 of them had survived, got onto those Nitro gates, been able to get in the same position, who knows?
I mean, look at the standings now as we see Axel being the legend to be banned next. If Elite stay healthy or GG do not win this next game, AURORA on Virtus.pro just 5 points. Zipline Mafia just need 9. Eclipse only need 10. And I mean, you can go down to Heretics and Orgless and Hungary. A good game for them. Even Alliance, they can drop an 18-pointer, no problem. So everybody is going to be on standby. A lot of teams you would expect to be joining those 3 if we don't close out in our next match. Dan, it is set up beautifully here as we change things up once again. I mean, this has been one of my favorite days of EMEA in quite some time. I have to say, quality of Apex has been really, really good.
It has, very competitive. Sometimes in this region, it has been fairly one-sided. A big thing to point out with Stay Healthy now getting onto match point, as they are outside of said top 8. If they were to win, that would mean they plus 8 other teams would go through to EWC. So suddenly that cutoff point, being in that position, it makes the Horde and make EU great again suddenly very nervy going into this one, and they'll be wanting to put points on the board to keep that position in the top 8.
3 teams on match point. Match number 7 coming up just after this break. Don't go anywhere. We might be closing this thing down if one of those teams can take it home.
Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Time right here with a 7-minute break moving forward into game number 7. I love you guys, man. Thank y'all for being here. Don't forget, dude, ads only come in between the games, so you never miss any of the action. I will be live all the way through to the Americas. I am not getting off. We'll be watching the APAC North Regional Finals VOD in between EMEA and the Americas while I eat some lunch and chill with y'all. So don't go anywhere, bro. We're nowhere near done on the day. Again, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. You guys fucking rock, and we'll go from there. You guys are amazing. Let's do this shit. Let's do it, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Dude, what a vibe. Unfucking believable. Holy shit. Unreal. We chilling? Nah, you guys rock, bro. I appreciate y'all for being here, dude. Genuinely.
Senta, fica.
Did Gary get dropped? Gary just couldn't play. That's all it is.
Low-key tilting.
Cliff diving was crazy good vibes. Shout out to y'all that came through for the cliff jumping streams this weekend, man. All right, what's the situation though, bro? Get some ones in the chat if you think it ends here, man. Press 2 if you think it does not. Again, I'm sticking to my guns, bro. I think we go 10 games. I will let you guys change your opinion now. Like, obviously, with 3 squads at match point in game 7, what are we thinking? I'm sticking to 10, dude. I think we go 10. I don't think right now anyone at that top spot is really a guaranteed clutch out, bro, to take W's. GG's not known for winning games. Elite's not really known for winning games. They have also won a bunch of games already today. So it's like in this situation, I kind of expected fully for them to maybe just not win another one for a while, right? You used up all your points, bro, to take the W's here. So it'd be pretty impressive if they actually clutch up another time. Statistically, it's not that easy to do so. Genuinely, it's just not. And then what? Aurora, 5 points off VP. I mean, I think after this game, my safe bet is saying 5 teams at match point eligibility going into after game 7 if we go another one to game 8. So we might have 5 to maybe, it depends, dude. I mean, even if Team Heretics is a good W, man, in this 8th place, they could still clutch up, bro, and get there too. So it just really depends. We could actually have like massive amounts of teams, bro, in that game 9 or 10 with like 10 squads match point eligibility. But right now, bro, it's still a top heavy lobby, like these top 3 teams. And it's such a shame, bro, because VP and Aurora started out so good. And even Alliance that had the hardest fall off by far. These guys literally fried that first game, fried the second game. And at this moment moving forward, they're still at 32 points. And I honestly, man, can say confidently now that I hate the Vantage more than ever. I really am going to say that on my full ass chest, bro. I hate the Vantage more than ever before now. This is like making me hate Vantage to a new level for Alliance. They've had 0 success with it. Fights look sloppy. Things just in general look sloppy with that Vantage gameplay. I'm not a fan. I think it's low-key a troll pick when you're in the situation that we're doing with frying and shit like that, and you go to Vantage. I'm a full-blown hater now. If I hated it more before, a lot before, I hate it even more now, dude. Got to keep it a stack. Until they win, and then I'm going to completely switch up and tell y'all Vantage was good, so I look good in the public eye. Like I'm always correct. Type shit. You know me. Hey, if they win, though, I knew it was good. That's all I'm saying. If they keep doing bad, though, I knew it was bad. That's all I'm saying, baby. Why is no one using Sparrow? We might see a little bit of a Sparrow and Seer increase now with the Game 6 Axel ban. We'll see. I mean, I'm thinking definitely a Sparrow increase for sure. Axel gone, Mad Maggie gone, Alter gone, Valk gone, Crypto gone. You need a little bit of recon here, bro, to actually move a little bit deeper for these fights if you're trying to get active on the scene. But a lot of these guys have completely transitioned now to just rotating the zone. Again, once Mad Maggie's out of the mix, it's just so hard to take down squads without that Mad Maggie Q and that Mad Maggie damage that she brings just naturally with her kit. So a lot of these guys now transition to more zone gameplay. So Seer and Sparrow are not really good inside a zone, right? I would just say if you're not playing Edge, there's no reason to play those 2 characters. The really, really crazy one that has hurt, honestly, majority of squads after their ban has been Valk. Valk being gone for now the rest of the set after game 2 has been devastating for so many teams. So many teams, bro, in EMEA, again, depend on that Valk, Newcastle, and Gibby for rotations. Gibby gone game 5 makes sense, right? But that means 5 games of Valk, Gibby, Newcastle if Valk wasn't banned game 2. That game 2 ban on Olympus, bro, for Valk has completely shook up so many squads' playstyle for EMEA moving forward. And I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, but it looks like it's pretty bad for a lot of these guys that were maybe depending on that Valk for these rotations in the late game and early game to get the zone deeper.
Yeah, same thing with Rampa.
Tab, let me know if that worked. It should have. I don't know how more people don't realize Valk is so OP and a complete crutch. I don't think Valk is OP and a clutch, brother. Or a crutch. I think definitely Valk is more so a necessary evil. And not even a necessary evil, a necessary good in the game of Apex. A lot of motherfuckers, bro, just don't rotate. Like, people don't realize that in these situations, you think it's a crutch because you're rotating the zone so fast and avoiding conflict. But, dude, there's so many squads that are so bad in, like, Pro League at rotating, and you can't fight through those guys. Like, you can't fight through 4 teams that are just on edge, that have terrible rotations and terrible micro and macro. You just can't do it. So you take that Valk ulti, you dip out, and you just avoid all conflict, which is nice. It's a fucking necessary thing to have in the world of Apex Legends with this character like Valk. It's really, really important, dude. Actually, so important. Make you great again, Dad. Everyone is dude, the British accents are fire, bro, for saying that. I put the POV in, too, so let's get a Stay Healthy POV in the mix immediately. Honestly, respectable. Stay Healthy, too, man. Again, a squad that I didn't really expect to do too good today, and they're fucking popping off right now. Again, Stay Healthy, man. I don't even know where they were on the overall leaderboard. I don't think it was doing too good. I'm pretty sure Stay Healthy was definitely outside that top 9, so we'll see what they do moving forward. As of right now, I'm going to take Forfun out. I'm going to put Stay Healthy in. Does Stay Healthy have the individual POVs, or is it only the ALGS ones? Because those things are terrible for audio. It is just the only one for ALGS. It's fine. We'll keep that. It's all good. No worries. All right, well, here we go, man. Game 7 starting up here in 60 seconds, actually right now. We get some W's in the chat, baby. Lock on in. Team 17 is looking like a duo for Kernel Node. Got a duo in the mix? What the fuck is happening? Kuro rage quit? No way.
Kernel.
No way. No, he didn't rage quit. Okay, good. Thank God. He's coming. All right, thank fuck. Holy shit. I'm about to say, man, someone rage quitting in regional finals is wicked work. Literally wicked work. Touch grass, bro, and right straight to grass. I want to check out my bed.
Ça arrive à faire attendre la Pro League quand même, c'est des monstres.
Drops bug again or what? No, I think you only get 2 packs, bro, for your drops, so don't feel too active. The drops are active, I believe. People said they got an heirloom out of them. I don't know if that's true. That guy's definitely capping. I haven't seen a Discord message since I asked him to, so that's all I'm saying right now, bro. That's all I'm saying, dude. Who's that capper who said he got an heirloom off the pack he got from my Twitch stream? You're a fucking liar, bro. Send the proof. Send whole.
Let's go, guys. He's gonna. Yeah.
Also, which one did you get? Because I'm going to judge you thoroughly if you got a pack from my stream, bro, and got like some dog shit heirloom. Better not be like no bloodhound heirloom. You better have gotten something good, dude. Better been solid.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go. Come on. Come on. Don't let you.
Clipper didn't happen. It didn't, dude. He's a capper. That guy's lying. I low-key think it did. I just really wanted to show it to me because that's so sick. But nah, he's fucking lying. That guy's a fucking liar. Why don't heirloom is fire? Take it back.
Brings up HM2 because, you know, when we talk about the stay healthy conversation, can we talk about the fact that they were sitting at 58 points in 13th place tied with 3 men before going into today, and here they are at match points. That's why they desperately have to win. And also, just to retract back to your statement, you know, we have been doing this for quite some time, man. Isn't that crazy? The history of the ALGS going way back and talking about the accolades for so many of our teams here, and very similar Cinderella stories that we may have on our plate within EMEA. Strap in, everybody. We got game number 7 moving right back over to Storm Point, where Stay Healthy just won with 7 KP. I saw, you know, one of those players that they were fighting off against zoom off into the zone off of their own Axel pad. So that was just quite unfortunate. But you know what? That's something to Stay Healthy will absolutely take those to win. And now we're going to take a look at what they're going to be able to do and to convert this match point sitting that their situation that they're sitting in into a win.
Yeah, look, I hope for their sake that they can, but as we've mentioned, there is no path. I think it's like literally no path to get through to LAN unless they take out the dub. Even second place where they are, as it stands right now, they would not make it through. They'd be in 10th spot, and that's not good enough. So, yeah, really need to just have that big win here and take out the whole match point series. HM sitting up there at the wall. We were talking about them a little bit, and you know, I was thinking about it earlier in the series, Vicky. Honestly, they've had a rough go of it. I mean, look, you can see they've got the ring console right now, but again, for maybe the 6th time out of 7 matches, it's a hike. It's a real hike for them to zone. And you know, I was going through looking at the ring damage that they were taking. At one point, they were the second highest in that stat throughout the entire lobby, because they have just been so far away from it. They've had teams in front of them blocking them from getting in, and it's been a tough day for them, and the ring RNG certainly has not helped them.
And we've seen that a lot of times for a lot of teams that usually have a standout performance kind of falling lackluster in that day because of a lot of these ring pools, even some repetitive ring pools too, as we see a lot of teams wasting no time. Pride Rock going in favor for Kashira and company here. They're going to be able to hold this alongside EQ, who's going to be playing off the low ground, because taking a look at where this zone is going to be pulling over to the north side on the outskirts of checkpoint, some of these teams don't want to get caught slipping on these rotates to prevent themselves from getting gatekept in a very similar way that you had mentioned, Gino.
Absolutely. You know, Cedo Station now without Tridents here. It's very much shaken up how teams draft. Cedo Station, was it number 1, I think? If we go and look at the POI draft. Yeah, AURORA took that out at the very first pick, and this is exactly why, because there's so many quick rotation paths to a lot of the hot zone spots in Storm Point right now, one of them being Bean.
That's why I like the trade-off of seeing some teams, Prio, E-District, just looking at the map rotation on regional finals. AURORA, Forfun, I mean, the majority of the lobby wanted to try to Prio Storm Point here. Kernel Node falling behind where we've been seeing them trying to clutch out some of these fights, but positioning-wise and timing for some of these fights have just gone on for so long that has invited the third party here, slowing things down just a bit over at their POI of Downed Beast. They wanted to get that information. They know there's a team that's playing right underneath them, and so they're going to start moving up as well through the choke that leads into Mill.
Fascinated that Newcastle still has not been banned at this point.
Facts.
It's sitting at the second highest right now. 45%, 9 teams have picked it this round. I believe in the previous game it was actually tied top. Yeah, 9 picks for Newcastle, 9 also with Axel, but Axel wins out in the tiebreaker and therefore gets banned. So, yeah, look, honestly, you know, maybe we were talking before about teams like GG who like to run it, and as well as a bunch of others who like that defensive style, and they'll marry it up with, you know, perhaps a Rampart or a Gibraltar and get that kind of just like shields on shields meta. And yeah, it's a very good thing for them that they've managed to be able to run it all the way here into game 8 potentially.
And the fact that Wraith is going to get banned next because we have more Wraiths in this lobby and Newcastle still gets to go by, that means that we'll be seeing that going into Olympus, where maybe some little to no room for cover in some of those end zones here too, and it could come in clutch with some rotates as well. You have to really highlight the importance of the lack of Trident rotations that are on the table, especially with Axel getting banned already previously and now Wraith this time around. Looking to see if we could make a rotation move right now with the Wraith is going to be Kernel Node wrapping on the other side of Eclipse. They're holding onto the ring console too, trying to prevent other teams from getting that ring console information, because over by their respective POI of Down Beast, there wasn't a ring console. Sure, they got the survey beacon, so that's why they ended up rotating quickly, because they saw so many teams already congregating over here by Mill.
Yeah, it feels like there's a good split, doesn't it? There's quite a few over at Mill, and then also quite a few over towards Bean. It's one of those circles where teams haven't necessarily called it one way or the other. Or is it just that there's not enough spots to play and they have to go for something that's, you know, just hope it's an odd ring pull out towards them and they can, you know, maybe find a portal to get their way in afterwards.
Way that Team Heretics too. Wanting to step up. You see the pings coming in. Just trying to see if they could get some information themselves. I do know there is going to be the Horde on the outskirts here, as Make EU Great Again are going to be able to get that follow-up and get that first knock. It's going to be the fight over in Jurassic that's slightly isolated, but it won't be for long, Dino, because there is a 3P coming up between Elite EU. They're going to come out of the choke that's right behind Mega right here, as Penner just trying to get the finishing blow, but taking some time, playing Ring Around the Rosie with a knockdown shield. It's just going to be the invitation for that third party.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I mean, Elite EU, they spawn over at launch pad, so not amazing priority here. Virtus.pro, oh no. 45 points, come on, they need another 5. Going out here would be such a disaster after such a great start to the day. They've really just gone off the pace a bit. And GG would be very happy to take this away from them as the ring does pull towards Mill.
Right, like highlighting the fact that VP are tied with Aurora right now, and now they're down to the solo. ALGS is trying to keep the dreams alive here. Gets the beam with the RE45. No extended mag necessary, by the way. I love the RE45, but they hear the res, and I'm sorry, at this point too, I mean, you are on the catalyst, and they burst out the door with the Sheila. He's got a family. Unfortunately, they don't have match point either, so they cannot secure sitting at match points as we see our first Red Bull first strike onto VP, our first squad out of the lobby.
Oh, I'm sad about it, to be honest. They've been playing such a fantastic entire split, honestly. And it was, I mean, Oz just broke his ankles there, but then unfortunately they broke his neck later. Dropped him. Oh, well, as you can see, Matt moving a little bit up towards the mill. Can anyone... What are the chances anyone manages to grab that ring console right outside the building? Do you reckon anyone can... I mean, you know, there's a couple of Newcastles around. Maybe you could put a mobile shield down. I don't know.
Yeah, no, good luck with that. You're gonna get absolutely destroyed. It's hard though, like, and that's why, like, although GG didn't really have to deal with it, now after they clear up that building, wait until they see where that next zone's gonna go. And Gino, you can even see a lot of these other teams that are still making the rotate on the outskirts of zone.
Yeah, still quite a few on the outside there. Horde Alliance, Heretics coming in, even make EU great again, just taking the evac down from Jurassic. Elite EU was wondering if they really wanted to take too many of those fights down near Jurassic. Obviously, sitting in the #1 spot on match point. You know, you want to take important fights, fights that will get you game-winning positions. You don't want to take fights that are just like, here's some KP.
Yeah, especially when it comes to some of these teams already sitting at match point and having to predict, like, based off their POI, how are they going to try to utilize their rotation? What do they want to prioritize in terms of information? Obviously, teams already at match point want to secure a final end zone safe building where they can clear their backs. But in a zone like this, man, like you mentioned about the Newcastles, imagine how great the Newcastle teams are going to feel, especially since he's not banned, you know, going into the next game, looking at a zone like this, trying to bunker down. And now looking at some of the teams already making their rotate, coming in from the skies. It's going to be Hardeki and company now just trying to find their spot to land. Obviously, we already said goodbye to Valkyrie very early in this regional final series. So they're just going to go in for the Hail Mary land over onto the rock that they see is cleared up. But I'm not a big fan of this because when you go for a rotate like this, especially with round 2 closing in, you could be in the line of sight of so many teams.
So many, because there's a bunch in mill, but there's also people chasing you from behind, like Zipline Mafia, Citadel sitting in the buildings right there, or also pinging out shots at them right now. So you can see even Citadel, another team currently in 16th, who need that dub to get to Paris. There is no other opportunity. There is no other pathway. They must get the #1 and the win if they want to make their way on the plane.
Want to be able to make their way to the city of love for the competition. Alliance having a rather slow start for today. Sure, they're comfortable, but that gap is closing up behind them where they want to make sure that they could build up that cushion even more, especially with how great they looked in scrims, honestly. You know how I am, Gino. I always take scrims, you know, with a grain of salt, but going with 2 scrim wins leading up to this regional final and then having a troublesome time in rotating into these end zones, it kind of goes hand in hand with what you were mentioning before with the way that these zones have been pooling for some of these teams that have had to make a trek to get into that next zone. Making you great again now, looking to take a fight though, already busting down the door like the Kool-Aid Man as Nate is gonna be able to find that knock. And oh my god, talk about the turnaround shoot down onto that Sparrow ultimate. That is absolutely not gonna see the light of day. Even bunkered down with the Watson fence, they just wanted to evict them so that way they could control this building.
God, some good shots there coming out from Nate. Got a little bit of the zone to help guard them as well. Anyone who's pushing into them right now is going to have to take damage just to get an audience with them. You can see Guts does manage to make his way out though.
I like the fact that they could hold this building because seeing as where the zone is pooling, if they were one of the teams that had been able to get the ring console information, so we did see them come out of Jurassic, stay healthy. Whatever match point teams lost out on AJ and Guts is one shot. This alliance also in the feed lighting it up here, and it's just a fight for the edge of this zone on the outskirts of Mill, where there are so many teams here that could show face. The Catalyst wall called in too, but on the other receiving ends of the Prowler Den, you get the scan, and there is nowhere safe. You're just playing around the terrain, hoping that you could pull off this res for Stay Healthy.
Oh, they're coming through. They're going straight through that cat wall, and Stay Healthy go down. I saw the rig pull, and I was like, oh my god, Stay Healthy may have actually just got the best spot in the game, but Make EU great again are not going to let that stand. They get through them, they take it away from them, and as you can see, there's some nice little, you know, cliffs. It's almost like the southern end of Dome on World's Edge in that way, where you're right on the edge of the map, and if the zone does pull to you, you can really play those shelves and cliffs you know, in a way that will allow you to just stay there for a very long amount of time, even if you don't have Newcastle, which they didn't, right? And this is where I'm surprised that a match point team might opt to go for that versus someone, you know, like GG, who are playing the more defensive legends.
He had to reload because now we have another match point team in trouble, Gino. You talk about playing with your back against the wall, and if it's not going to be the show from Dome over on World's Edge, it's going to be at least holding onto the rocks for dear life. Looking to see if they can get the res. Vushi taking that portal, now looking at Henchman who beams him. The RE45 are ringing in my ears. Light is still alive. He tried to make the magic happen. They got to match point first, and they want to extend on this opportunity. But with other teams still beaming at them from afar, you saw that Hemlock nade over in the distance. Nobody's really trying to overextend here at the same time. They don't want to let them reset for free, as Kinda is now holding the high ground and also trying to cover them while they're trying to get the reset. Beautiful.
Oh my god. Take it out. But AURORA now on the hunt as well. Hopefully they've got just enough height here to try and get away. But with the Bangalore, Rolling Thunder comes in and Elite have to take cover.
I love the communication that we're seeing right now from Elite. Elite are on another level. Like, the fact that they were able to kite away right on time, the moment that AURORA showed face, Kinda is still holding an amazing angle, trying to give suppressed fire over to AURORA, who's playing that low ground, while the other two members of Elite are now trying to go for a full string after getting this reset. Amazing opportunity here. They're holding a split angle. They find the next knock. Lights has been playing amazingly alongside Henchman, but Henchman does go down first. There goes the second one. This Sparrow slowing things down. Can the clutch happen from Light to keep the dreams alive with the Watson fence being the nail in the coffin? Elite, our other match point team is gone, and hello, Kashera dropping down from the skies. They have something else to say, as AURORA are the next to fall.
From the heavens? Oh, he's on the other side of it this time, though. Eclipse came out of nowhere, and it makes me feel less bad that Elite lost that fight, I guess, because it was like, even if they had have taken care of AURORA, they were going to get cleaned up by Eclipse no matter what. There's the map on your screen right now. Make EU great again. I mean, look at that spot that they are holding. Again, if Stay Healthy had have managed to hang on to that, this could have been the end of it right here, but as it is, it's only Gaiming Gladiators who have made their way not all the way into Mill yet. We're watching them just try and deal with some of the other teams who are still coming in towards the zone, but they will have to go through something like maybe Blessed and the Horde to make it in the next 20 seconds. The only match point team left alive right now.
And I love how we highlighted Zane, too, being the addition to this squad, who is the actual kill leader in the entire lobby with 21 kills. I'm hearing that. Sheila Singh, as Zane makes the next move to help them rotate with the portal plays to bring the rest of Gaming Gladiators from the inside of Mill. Gets it successfully here, but in the line of sight of so many other teams, they immediately jump him. You have the Newcastle wall, the drop down, Mr. President, to try to get the res. They do so successfully from Lufka, and they're still looking at the door because they don't know if there's another team in there or not. They don't know if it's free real estate. We could see it. There is a team coexisting up on the high ground, and Alliance now are looking at them from the mouth of the door. They've already secured the building, bunkered down together with the Catalyst, but Gaming Gladiators, I have to emphasize, have only been ramping up even in the final scrims that they had leading into regional finals. They won scrims, and as Onset said, they won first on E-District, Olympus, and Stormpoint. They even got a back-to-back on second on Stormpoint, and they look to be in trouble while Alliance are looking to take control over the space.
I love that rotation by GG, and now they are right next to the zone. If they've got a power ramp, if they've got the ability to get
their ultimates back online by the time this next zone closes, it'll be a super easy walkout and actually a really good spot for a team that has both Newcastle and Rampart.
It's actually crazy. Meanwhile, Zipline Mafia praying that we see another game. Gaiming Gladiators having other plans, but the biggest threat really is going to be make EU great again. This is another team that has success over on Stormpoint, but nobody's going to contest make EU great again because their backs are completely cleared. They're surely out in the open, but so many of these other teams are fixated on one another. As Zane gets another knock, Gaiming Gladiators take control over the rooftops of the high ground, but want to try to take this slowly so that way these other teams do not take the opportunity to just fully collapse on them.
Okay, clear your back. They've done it. Eclipse not going to be the thorn in another match point team's side. They're taken down, and GG are doing this one the hard way. You can see already, what was that, 10 plus kills for this team? 10 kills so far, and we're only halfway through the lobby.
That is actually insane. This is the momentum that we need to see right now. This is insane, some would say. The way that they're going to be able to try to play around this, the fact that they have 10 KP in their pocket, looking to keep this going, but now with GG trying to extend on this, they get eliminated! We go next! No! We get more Apex in this lobby, making you great again with the back-to-back. They've taken out 2 of our match point teams, and they're looking to take another dub.
Oh, the Reapers over here on our bottom side of the map here. Everyone else is just scrunched together within these buildings, or perhaps on top of them. Alliance, as you can see, are desperately trying to live within the Catalyst spikes here, hoping that'll be enough to deter the other teams around them. And now the Unlucky's back up. He can start reinforcing the door. The REs come out, but 3 men in HM are just too much for Alliance to handle, and they will further slip down the standings, still 13 points away from match point.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the chaos that's happening all in Mill and you're making you great again, you're just like, yeah, take a load of this. Look at everything happening over here. I don't want any business of this, but they do need to get some KP still to be comfortable here as they're looking for the dub. They're sitting at 38 total points. The closest team really is going to be Zipline Mafia to getting at match point, which they haven't secured yet because they were down that 1 member. And I believe the Catalyst is knocked earlier too. So with 46 points, they just desperately are trying to cling on for the opportunity to get those 50 points over to that finish line. As you see more teams now moving up, the Catalyst coming in clutch in a final zone like this. Love this, having the series standings right here to highlight what's at stake. The fact that Aurora missed out, by the way, by a single point in that building is next level. But that's why, Genome, you talked about Mega being the Grim Reapers.
Zipline Mafia just went out as well. They were on 46. Another team fails to clinch match point, and now it's really looking at make EU great again. They've been picking up so many kills, and a win, I think that actually could get them across the line here.
Yeah, I believe so here, Genome. It's just looking at everybody in front of them, and it's like shooting ducks as they're all forced in their line of sight in practice for the rest of this squad. And as everybody is forced to collapse to one another, they're gonna just strive in this chaos. They're looking at Hardeki, though, who wants to take a full swing on them. They were playing with the Rampart. They're trying to play around the Rampart barrier, but the Hemlock breaks right through it. They swing on Zidane, who is out in the open, playing incredibly wide, and this actually could put a dent as Mega do not get match point. Citadel Gaming, when we asked where they were at, they came in to shine and take game number 7.
Killer stuff there from Citadel. Only 6 kills. They really bided their time. They let a lot of the other teams do the work there. You know, we saw so many other teams. We saw make EU great again. We saw Gaiming Gladiators also racking up quite a few of those kills. And for Citadel, it was really just a matter of cleaning up at the end.
Yeah, honestly, for Mega right there, that was all for them to win, right? But understanding the situation, the team on the opposing side, Hardeki also swinging over to the other side, trying to harass them. You're holding a wide angle, you're not hugging the fence, and it was just easy pickings for them. But that honestly costed them the opportunity for being one of the teams to hit match point club, as I like to call it. And now we welcome Citadel to the plate. 6KP, you know, but at least you get the dub here. You prevent our match point teams from ending it right here for our regionals finals, and we get some more Apex.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to see where they used their catalyst wall at the end, but that really was probably the difference between them being able to win that game or not. Make it EU great again, that is, of course. You know, they had so much of the zone to themselves. They really just needed to hold on to that until a time at which the other teams had no option but to fight each other without being able to see through it.
Yeah, it's really hard too, and that's why I was talking about how crazy a Catalyst would go into a zone like this as we welcome back Rain Day in a very intense final zone. We saw Mega being the Grim Reapers against our match point teams, Rain Day, and we don't really welcome any other team into the famous 50-point club.
Yeah, it's interesting to see it kind of stall out there. And AURORA, maybe the biggest name that still hasn't reached match point, the leader in this league, and suddenly finding themselves at the doorstep and then just stumbling a little bit. So they'll get themselves back up. I'm sure next game you would expect it, but you have a couple of those and it really starts to feel like wasted effort because my goodness, 49 and 50, that's all the difference in the world. But another game where you sit back, watch the lobby and you can't get it done, that will sting. In the same way though, we've got Elite EU, Gaiming Gladiators and Stay Healthy extending their lead in a big way. Gaiming Gladiators, Elite EU, the teams that can benefit from that, Stay Healthy, still have to get a win if they are going to qualify. Make EU great again, a team that is in 6th place but jumped 7 points, 7 positions in that final game. They played spoiler to AURORA, and they're also allowing teams like the Horde to move up slightly. And this is also balancing things out, guys, because Eclipse, Neevepro, who have jumped up really high, they're in the same position as Stay Healthy. They've got to win. They started out really high, but as they've slowed down later on in this afternoon as it's extended, they've dropped positions. Now they're in 9th place. So again, a lot of teams that are very, very close. But Vicky, maybe let's circle back here onto Citadel Gaming because they're 11th. They've jumped up 5th. This is the team we highlighted originally that need that kind of Hail Mary win. They've got to do it just like Stay Healthy with a victory. Are you seeing a promising sign of hope with the fact that they've just won this one and now, you know, going to new legend bands, new rotation? Maybe they're starting to pick it up.
I want to be positive. You know how I am, Randy. When it comes to seeing a team now start to ramp up, but like realistically, this is. I mean, at least there isn't an extra team in the match point club, but they're gonna have to go even harder than just taking that dub with the 6KP because they were evened with Stay Healthy with 58 points before going into today. So yeah, they are another team that absolutely needs to win this regional finals if they want to have their opportunity to get a plane ticket to fly over to Paris and compete in the playoffs.
And Rain Day, just like quickly looking at Citadel's performance over the entire split, they were the only one basically in the bottom half who won a match day. So we know they've got those high highs.
Right. And what triggers them is the question, because we've seen so much of these regions going back and forth, getting comfortable with the A versus B and those 20 teams, and then B versus C, A versus C. But now we've got the top 20. And so Citadel Gaming kind of finding that rhythm. Can they somehow take this to the next level? It's a good sign, but we're going to need to see more from there. The Horde, make EU great again. 2nd and 3rd place. They've got a great showcase here. But like I said, it's gonna need a little bit more than that. And Gino, I think for me, disappointment, is it too early to call? Do we still have enough game to go here? Because when I'm looking at these series results, you know, if it stands the way that it is, I mean, are you disappointed in a couple of these teams? I mean, Forfun Esports, you know, coming in so strong into this alliance, what's kind of caught your eye on that side that needs to be better in your eyes?
Yeah, I guess what I think about when I look at those teams is that they are all but qualified already, right? So Forfun is mathematically impossible. They can't drop out. Alliance it's not actually, like, if they got 20th or some crazy stuff happen, I think it's possible, but almost certain that they're going to get in. So maybe they're just like, I don't know, then they don't care enough today, right? Whereas with AURORA, who also are qualified, I think they're playing for first because they've got something to prove. The entire time throughout this split, it's felt like Hiaka is sitting here being like, I want to win this pro league and get people to believe in me again.
I completely agree with you. Vicky, you echo those same sentiments. I mean, you look at it here, Alliance, if they were to finish where they are now, they'd be 6th in Pro League. AURORA would be 1st of the table.
I'm scared, and I say I'm scared because like look how close when you see Team Heretics and Horde and the way that HM and Stay Healthy are playing right now. Let's not forget that the points are a little bit more sponged up when you go into a regional finals, and with Alliance taking their time to try to ramp up very similarly to what we've seen from Aurora. The only difference is Aurora has already built such a gap over the course of Pro League where, let's say they don't end up winning, right? But they at least are guaranteed to be in that first place spot, just looking at how well they've done throughout the course of Pro League. You're looking at Alliance, who are still waking up a little bit, making you great again, still racking up points. Like, they're at 105. They 5 points away from overtaking Alliance. They'll drop down to the 7th place spot. We welcome 8 teams here in EMEA into our playoffs, including the regional final winner. And I don't know, it's just a little too tight for my liking, Rain Day, but with the way that the second half of this lobby has been doing, waking up where it matters, that could shake things up looking at the top later half.
It's kind of like when you're tired, you're staying up, and you guys are like, should we just go to bed? But then you get your second wind, and something happens, and you're like, you know what, I'm back. Like, I've got a few more hours in me. That is what we could be seeing in this match point. 3 of the same teams who have made it on match point still remain as we head into game 8. And will it finally be the end of our EMEA match point finals? Or will we go again and see some new narratives start to pop up?
I guess we're going to find out, Rain Day. Let's get this going, Genome. Game number 8. We're going the distance, my friend, and I wouldn't have it any other way, as now we take a nice little flyby of Fight Night with my favorite Pathy going through as well, and it's going to be the winners of game number 7 from Citadel, who once again have to make quite a miracle run if they also want to qualify.
Be the last game Citadel get to run that Newcastle in conjunction with the Rampart. That's right, finally we've got rid of him. 70% of teams have picked him here, especially on Olympus with all of your long sight lines, open spaces. You really need him more than ever, and that's partly why we've seen an uptick here to finally get him out of the lobby. But who knows, maybe that one last chance is the opportunity that Elite, the GG, that Stay Healthy need to take out the dub. Still only 3 teams on match point, and as opposed to on Storm Point, more of them have picked up that defensive support legend here, as Orgless and Hungry is going down to affect Aurora. Interesting.
Okay, we're speedrunning our way to trying to get some points here, but this is also where some teams start playing desperate, though, Gino. The teams that are at match point are going to play a lot more slower and to play around objectives, so that way they could get the information that they need, so that way they could sit comfortably in a very good spot in those end zones. It's even scarier, though, when you're a team that has nothing to lose, who wants to be able to start sponging up even more KP, who wants to run it down in the lobby here, as we see 3 men already taking evac tower to rotate over to the north side of Summers. But I love zones like this. I've seen this end zone so many times in my own game, but I say I love it because there's so much space to play in a zone like this. The bottom basement side of University in those 3 triangular buildings, it may not look like the bottom end of the rocket that you were mentioning over by Hammond Labs, but it's going to be just insane at how many squads could actually coexist here.
Yeah, I quite enjoy the ones that end down near some of like the smaller bike sheds, and that like sort of the rock arch is kind of fun as well. And of course, we would be remiss not to mention there that one kill has actually got Aurora 2 match points. So a smart little incursion into Hammond Labs from Terminal does put them on 50, as Elite EU are trying to clean up some kills over here in Gravity Engine.
And that's the importance, too, when a team understands what's at stake here and knows that they need to be able to scoop up anything that they need to at least secure them in that match point format. Well, Aurora have been able to do just that. The EU were able to pick up that KP, as you had mentioned already, gets the death and just as quickly as he may have seen the light of day, he is absolutely taken out. Now it's up to Tackington to keep the dream alive, as Orgless and Hungry, with only 34 points, are looking to take the fight before they are wiped out of this lobby. That's going to be one of our teams out first, and now it's going to be 19 squads still left here. The catwalk called in as a third party comes in.
Yeah, it'll be Team Heretics, I think it was. Moving back up now, though, we've got HM sitting right at the bottom of the standings here. Very close to it anyway, and they're the ones looking to take out one of the match point teams in Elite EU. That'll be a big scalp for them and put them one step closer to moving their way back up, though. My lord, if it's a mountain that they need to climb, it's Everest this time.
That's a rough one here. But Elite EU are looking to keep the dreams alive after making this rotate, just getting the scans here too. Heretics Company already making this rotate as well over out of Gravity Engine, where there is a ring console, but in the outskirts is going to be Alliance looking at the Horde, being one of the teams with the Newcastle as well, but they're just going to try to harass Alliance. And what the? Oh my goodness, Aku with the hemlock shots, get the knock onto 9. Now you got to get a full reset. At least you get the res here with the Newcastle, so you get the passive healing here. And you also have the overhealth, but look how quickly they're literally going right after 9 Impulse. He said, I'm not going to pop another shield, so even if it's going to passively heal me over time.
Oh my god, looking like a controller player there with how he kind of missed that mantle. Almost going down. Look, even after the recoil nerf there on the hemlock, it's still pretty good, right? Like, even those long range shots, you can really line a couple of them up and take someone down, as you see there. But look, the Horde, they make it, and they're happy about that, because again, on 45 points, you really don't want an early exit to the game when you can just play safe and eke out a couple to grab that match point eligibility.
You know what, Genome? If you told me like 4 years ago that the hemlock was going to be automatic, I would not have believed you. I used to say that as a joke, and like now it's come true. And you know what they say, be careful what you wish for out here, because now I hear the hemlock in my nightmares. Now we're seeing even more teams now scoot on by, going through out of Turbine. It's going to be stay healthy. Ooh, some sniper shots onto Guts. It's going to force him to pop that shield cell. He's not the one. The overhealth, though, unfortunately for him, so he's gonna have to pop each shield cell individually from Stay Healthy, and they want to stay healthy. Sitting at 67 points, victory was in sight a few times here, but they haven't been able to clutch out the win, so they're just trying to prioritize this rotate, and I think Eclipse have them marked down. They're trying to gatekeep them on this rotate, and they're playing extremely aggressive, because they're also trying to gatekeep the jump tower that would lead to the other side of Olympus.
And you can see a lot of people are going with the Pathfinder now. Yep, look, jump towers are an option. Valk obviously gone long ago. Wraith banned out. Was that last game? So a lot of those rotation options go by the wayside, and Pathfinder comes in. EU, I think actually out of all the regions, have been the most partial to Pathfinder. We've seen some earlier bans than even, you know, what is this, like match 8? Not that he's getting banned out this game. So, you know, quite a few players on this server, very familiar and happy to be running that legend.
Yeah, and the different iterations of scrims, we've even seen game number 8 be like Mad Maggie, Newcastle, of course, kind of going hand in hand. And now being able to see that play out with Newcastle being the most picked legend, with more teams now making this rotate. It's interesting to see how that's shaken up here. Even if we do go to a game number 9, Gibby being another one of those legends that have gotten banned out in scrims. And seeing how they've been able to make those adjustments. Alliance still taking the fight, by the way, over the Horde. They cannot shake them off, but around the horizon is going to be HM, who are creeping up on their rotate right behind Alliance. So that's a third party that is just waiting to happen once these teams congregate over to the north side by Grow Towers. You see already Aku taking a huge chunk of that damage, but at least for Alliance, they're closer to the choke that leads into Grow Towers. That Horde is not in. They could take a round by rotation, but let's jump into a listen-in with Alliance to see how they take this fight.
You guys almost got 51. Did you want me now? No. Okay, I want on. You can pull me down. Pull me off.
You got she's gonna jump on him as well, okay?
Yeah, he's jumping on him.
Okay, she let it scan. Oh no, I didn't see. Pro.
Chill, distract.
Yeah, chill.
I'm on left side, I'm on left side.
He's gonna shoot.
Minus, I'm dead.
Okay. You're dead?
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm 100% dead. Kill one.
Nice.
Bad team behind. No, the fuck out, bro. So the team wiped him.
You rest me quick and never go back for him.
I don't think you do. They wiped him already.
Sure?
Pathfinder, Bangalore. Seer. Bangalore or Pathfinder Seer?
And we talked about the third party coming in from right behind them. They pick up one of the banners at the very least from Hockey's, but they have to play this out as a duo. Unfortunately for Alliance, they wanted to scoop up that KP, and HM, right on cue, we mentioned they were creeping up on their rotate, and they go in for the perfect timing. Cleaning up one team and now looking to see if they can clean up the rest of Alliance before rotating into Grow Towers. And now we take a look at Stay Healthy. A little bit more isolated on this side before trying to see if they can find an opportunity to get to Solar, because Mega are looking at them currently, but they're not the only ones. The Team Heretics is on the southern side choke that would lead you into Sommers out of Icarus, and now they're gonna just force their way through Stasis, where they do have a ring console too if they could safely scan this.
Yeah, Team Heretics right on the bubble now. Them and Horde are desperately hoping that a team lower than them doesn't win match finals, because it could push one, maybe even both of them out, depending on how they slip down the standings. They're kind of the two teams, you know, the least locked in to land right now. They're currently making it, but it definitely could go the other way, depending on how many games we see play out here. Nice little mythic pickup for Stay Healthy. And they also get the beacon scan as well on Solar Array. So nice little double pickup, double, you know, buffer to their chances of winning this game right now. But that said, Vicky, they're very far away. They've got to run the gauntlet to make this one.
Somebody who's got to run the gauntlet out of zone 2 is Alliance, because they actually end up picking up Aku into the zone and wrapped on the back end of HM, taking that southern choke rotation from the clinic side just to pick up that banner and probably get the death box res. So now they're going to be rotating on the outskirts through Grow Towers right behind HM. Maybe get a little bit of revenge here if they have the opportunity, because Forfun are looking to engage on the collapse of teams that have predicted this zone to commit over to Sommers. Whereas it's actually pulling down to the south side, where we sometimes see those raw buildings that are kind of left out in the open, where Bless and Kernel Node predicted that rotation perfectly.
Yeah, I think there have been recent movers there. Upon seeing this next zone pull, they seem to have made that distinction, yes. But not really. I don't think there was pretty much anyone playing down this side earlier on. Team Heretics have swung around, actually, from up on Icarus, where we saw them a little bit earlier. And if they can take down Blessed and or Kernel Node, all of a sudden it's a great spot for them. And again, we mentioned this is actually quite important. Any points for them going up the leaderboard here, incredibly important if they want a little overseas trip for themselves.
Yeah, it is. And now with Max Strafen now being able to pick up that next KP, Heretics, who had made that move, looking like they're in some trouble. I like the fact that they get the trade-off, though, so it's going to be an even fight for both of them. Man, these RE45 shots have just been crazy all day long in this entire lobby. Looking to be able to get that ultimate quickly, though, and it's going to be necessary. This round 3 is closing in. They are safely in the next zone, but they want to be able to have that wall just so they could be ready for a third party or to help them rotate outside when they have little to no cover.
Oh, there's that rock arch I was talking about before. I love how this plays in endgames, honestly. It's a nice little feature to work around, especially if you've got Pathfinders involved, and you can set up zips, as you can see has already happened. Maybe a little Pathfinder rat will be able to grapple up there later. Either way, none of these teams making headway. All of them still just pick it at each other on the southern side of the zone, as the ones on the north. Here's that revenge match we were talking about with Alliance versus HM, but now Stay Healthy is getting involved in it. Again, you gotta remember, match point team, can they resist all of this pressure?
They're dancing a little bit. They cannot. And Alliance wanted to capitalize, maybe get some revenge, but HM barely took any damage here. You can already see the medkit getting popped, the seer that they have getting information, and they get sandwiched because VP are right behind them. Alliance got booted out in 16th place. Unfortunate for Hockey's. He couldn't catch a break, but that's what happens in a regional final lobby like this, while VP wanting to scoop up extra points to set themselves up.
HM right on
51.
The edge of this zone. I don't think they're gonna survive it any longer here. VP, yep, okay. Nice little pick up for them. They grab the KP, and that moves VP up to 54. They're in 4th place right now. Oh my god, look at this
cheeky little angle with the Kraber that Blast is trying to find here. I mean, look, with Alliance going down there, Vicky, that's moved them down into like 6th spot in the Pro League overall.
Yeah.
How long has it been since Hackers even lost a Pro League, let alone didn't make the top 5?
Genome, how could you say something like this? It's like cursing them. I mean,
blasphemy.
literally blasphemy. That's like that. You just can't. You just can't even. I mean, I can't imagine a world where that could even happen. And that's why I was worried when we brought Randy in. We had this discussion. Oh my gosh. Okay, Sky Nades. Oh my nade. Lufka. He said eviction. I am serving you a notice today, and he's holding it down. Booted them off the high ground. Nade after nade. He is suppressing them. Look how much they had to build just so that way they can reset. And now you see the rest of GG. They're trying to break down the window. All right, get back over here, Lufka. Got to recall a Pokemon before he gets overzealous. But this is a great position because he forces this team to not only drop down, but also pressure them from the team that's also holding the northern side of this lot. It is crazy to think as VP finally get eliminated, but the job is done for VP Genome. As you've already mentioned how many points they have, they joined the match point club, getting ready if we go to a game 9.
If Vicky, there's only 2 teams left alive. It's still Elite EU and Gaiming Gladiators on match point here. And as you can see, Kernel, Node, and Blessed, they've signed a truce. It's a treaty between the teams down the bottom. Not willing to take each other on, but also, you know, there's enough, variation in the geography here that they are able to stay alive without having to fight each other. Team Heretics, unfortunately, the zone doesn't favor them. They will have to fight in if they want. Meanwhile, there is 5, maybe 6 teams in just that tiny corner of Summer's main building.
It's pretty rough here in a zone like this. Now, pulling over to the south side, Kernel holding it down. A little scary being up on this high ground here, but at least you got the Watson Gen to help you out with any sort of nature gains, but call him Legolas. Because you get the bow check shots, you get the follow-up with the Hemlock. That's going to get the knock in the finishing blow onto Kizaron as well. And they're just trying to desperately move into that next zone. But does he even miss? Okay, following up. 1 by 1, he wants to get the finisher onto Light, who didn't even know what hit him from behind with these arrows. For moving up, Zipline Mafia are now a single point away from getting a match point. That's why they wanted to finish Light in the feed, and Gaiming Gladiators are holding on to Pride Rock.
I mean, yeah, look, it's so tempting to get carried away with the infinite ammo bow, and especially when you are that close to match point. But you've got to think about the rotation. You see him looking at his feet, being like, "Oh yeah, there's like 5 teams underneath me. I better watch where I step."
Or else will make a mess all over the place here, because now Forfun get eliminated. 10 squads left. Gaiming Gladiators now, Kraber in hand. Blast looking to see if they can complete this dub with 7 squads left. They're holding one angle here, but they're trying to harass Elite EU with the Kraber shot. The follow-up. They're trying to fully dive on them. They do not want to allow another team to just grief them. And that was the creep that I was worrying about. That's going to be chaotic to follow up. Light actually gets res, and he gets the finishing blow here. It's only up to Zane. There's only so much you could do. Do you try to finish them off, but you can't even grapple right over them. They get the res, and then Newcastle once again. Hail Supreme.
Gaiming Gladiators, 2nd place. They go down. Elite EU move up into 82 points in 1st place with the only match point eligible team alive. They also are very much on the edge of the zone, Vicky, but pretty much everyone is at this point. There's not a lot of space in the middle to play. Teams don't really want to get themselves worried about that just yet. You can see that's why these teams are literally just hugging the walls next to each other. You could you probably tap and get a Morse code message to them if you really needed to.
Do they get the memo? As they're trying to swing onto this Team Heretics. They don't know what's waiting for them on the other side. 6 squads left in Elite EU. With victory in sight, being the only match point team left in this lobby, or will we see more Apex? Team Heretics with a mass ping gonna be able to send that nade up inside the door. Final zone closing in behind everybody's backs. Elite EU, though, are trying to control so much of this space. Blessed are the next to get eliminated. And alongside Elite EU, the one team that they have to make sure that doesn't grief them is Team Heretics, who are gonna wrap behind them.
Yeah, and they don't have the setup this way. You can see the Newcastle wall was, it was worried about the other side, but all of a sudden,
they know.
They've got it ready. What? What, Vicky?
They know, but Henchman, can he clutch a nice wrap up behind him? No, we get more Apex. I was gonna say, they knew who that was. Elite EU got pinpointed, and Team Heretics keeps this going. We get to see more, but can they also hit match point? That is the question. They have 49 points right now, and Vicious, they're starting to clean things up. Our final 3 squads left, and TH only have 1 member alive.
1 member, 1 point. That's what stands between them and match point eligibility. Honestly, this is too close, but not close enough. It now comes down to Node and Team Vicious.
Just a matter of time. Vicious looking vicious in this lobby on how they held their ground. They take the dub, and I believe with that win too, Genome, that probably set them up with 50 points and also have made them match point eligible.
Vicious. It's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy split for these guys so far, but in match 8, in regional finals, the most dicey of all of the online competitions, they show up when it matters.
It's crazy too, because you're talking about a team, Genome, that before today is sitting in 18th overall with only 53 total points. And now they're another team that has the opportunity to qualify for Split 1 playoffs. What a Cinderella story that would be, especially when you start kicking things up in game number 8. And you know what, Gino? I'm not so surprised, because you know what it means when we come up to the plane, and then of course we get an excellent game number 9 where Onset and Gaskin will take us through the action. But first, we gotta break down what the action looked like for match number 8. Alliance got griefed a few amount of times, honestly, and unfortunately this is another one of those rough games where it's very unorthodox of Alliance to fall short in that back-to-back. But we will be seeing a different change of scenery going into game number 9. I do believe it would be E-District, but Kernel Node, I do want to highlight, I've been one of those teams to call out these final zones rather early.
Absolutely, yeah. As you said, they really made that swift move. They were in the vicinity, but the fact that they got there so quickly was good spotting by them. Now, we've got an explosion of teams making match point here. We had 3 for the last couple of games. We've had 5 new teams join them. Wow. Zipline Mafia get there. Virtus.pro, Eclipse get there. AURORA with that early rat from Terminal over to Hammond Labs get there. And the Vicious just in the nick of time. So that was, wow, it was literally a victory or nothing in terms of getting match point right then.
Oh man, it's just been nonstop action. And for those of you guys watching at home, welcome first off, and don't forget to collect your ALGS Twitch shops. If you guys didn't hear, we've got Apex packs available just by watching. So make sure your account is linked. Go to algs.ea.com/news Apex packs and scroll down and click earning drops. That way you can link your EA account to Twitch. And then that's it. That's all you need to do. You're good to go. It took 21 seconds exactly, as you can see right there. So make sure you can be faster than him and let us know. Add us and at Play Apex Esports. It's been fantastic to watch all of the action break down here, Genome. But now we have to welcome 8 teams here onto the Match Point Club, as well as welcoming Onset and Gaskin for game number 9, because don't go anywhere. We got some more ALGS action for you on the other side of this break.
Dude.
Senta,
Unreal. Let's do this shit. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck.
Let's just do
All right, let's get the numbers in the chat. 1 if you think it ends here in this game 9. 2 if you think we go one more. What are we thinking? What are we thinking, chat? Does it end here? Are we done game 9 for EMEA? Does an underdog take the win? And then, or do we go game 10 and we have more teams at match point? I think a lot of y'all are going to say 2 because you want it to happen. But I'm gonna say 2 because I think it's really gonna happen. Not that I want it, but I think it's gonna happen for sure. My main thing too, I want to ask y'all: do you think? Press 1 if you think a underdog team wins. Press 2 if you think a team that's already dominating in Pro League or in that top 9 take a W today. What do you think? Is it an underdog story with 1, or is it just a standard squad that we expect to win take a W, bro? In this one, what are you thinking? We're going underdogs. We going not top dogs. We going underdogs, baby. I low-key am on the same boat, bro. I think it's 100% underdog story today. I hope, man. Like, truly, bro, I hope, dude. I'll be so geeked up, bro, if we have an underdog story for fucking every single region. Like, I will be tweaking, bro. I will actually be tweaking. It would be such a fucking blessing. Such a fucking blessing, dude. Holy shit. Chat, again, I appreciate y'all being here. Let's lock on in. It's going to be game number motherfucking 9. I love you. I appreciate you. It's about that time, about that action. We should be starting this up anytime moving forward right now in the next like 60 seconds to 2 minutes, honestly. NA is going to be delayed by at least 20 minutes, yes. NA should be delayed by 20 minutes. Is Alliance qualified? I actually don't know. I don't want to do spoilers, man, in the overall live leaderboard. What up, Kiwi? You, Jesse, love you.
I would imagine.
Thanks for all the subs today, chat. I love you guys, man. I appreciate y'all, bro. If you guys got any Prime subs, anything you're not using it on, bro, feel free to toss them my way or on Greek. If you like what we do for ALGS and the B stream, man. Don't forget, Greek is a real one. He's literally popping out, and he's going to get here, bro, in just a little bit. And we're going to start the America's Watch Party up with Greek together, man. Together, which is actually low-key sick fucking nasty. Shama Boy Greek, it's my fucking mans. He's going to be here, bro, side by side with me to commentate over the America's Pro League like we do at LAN. We won't be in the observer slot, but we can definitely still navigate it the same way. So you're getting the full B stream experience. If you never had one, yeah, you're going to have a good time today. I'll tell you right now, man. You're going to fucking enjoy yourself. All right? Let's lock on in. Match now starting. Can we get some W's in the chat? Can we get some W's in the chat? W's in the chat, and also where you think game number 9 is going to end on E-District. I'm saying personally, I don't know, bro. Where the fuck are we ending? I'm going to say E-District, Humber Labs. Energy Bank, Vida.
Throughout the entire season in this region has been Gaiming Gladiators. 3 of their wins that they have found, they have been able to secure. They're dropping over towards Settlement, which isn't necessarily the best POI when we look at E-District. That being said, they are just comfortable on this map because they're one of the teams who likes to rotate quickly, kind of bunker down, find a spot, and secure a victory.
It's going to be interesting to see how these teams now play. It's a little bit different to isolate match point teams with so many in the lobby now being over that threshold and having crossed that 50 points that they require to win regional finals. And I think you're looking at the teams on the outside, like you mentioned, Alliance, Citadel still have a chance, you know, to really show that this can go the distance here. But as we head into E-District, I'm seeing a little bit of Corsic and Catalyst come in to replace that Newcastle who has now been banned. Also seeing a little bit of Fusey for the first time. Mirage is in here. We're getting a little bit wacky.
Everyone's starting to change things up with their composition. Can it be that one legend that just pushes you over the finish line here to be the regional final champions? Another team I'd like to talk about, AURORA. Remember, they started the day so successfully. They got the 27 points, but then they've slowed down. Now they have crossed that match point threshold and going into E-District. They are dropping over towards Humbert Labs. It is arguably one of the best POIs on this map, has seen the most wins as well.
Oh, the reason that I'm saying that, Dan, is because you have set AURORA up perfectly. The zone is going to Humber Labs. You're going to see that from the POV of the Vicious right now as well as they hit the ring console here down at Old Town. That's where they've got to go for AURORA. The chance is here for you. The chance is here to close it out as it is pulling right towards your POI where you have ring console and you know that teams are going to be arriving.
Yeah, we've seen 7 wins from Humbert Lambs so far across all of the regions in the ALGS. It is a fantastic POI for many a reason, but even better when it comes your way. That being said, the Vicious also on match point. Gaming Gladiators also on match point, and they've already found their way to the little compound where AURORA are currently surrounding at the moment as well. Though the Horde are also nearby, and remember the Horde are one of those teams that could play spoiler here and potentially win this one to keep us going into match 10.
Keeping our eyes on the Reapers of the lobby as well. Make EU great again, who are about to hit an evac into Humber. They have taken out match point team after match point team in the previous couple of games, and they would, I'm sure, be fan favorites at home if you want this to continue, if they can continue on that path of just eliminating teams who are on match point. They only need the 3 points at the moment, and speaking of which, they've just landed into the bottom tunnel here, right in the center of Humbert Labs.
And it's starting to get very nervy for a team like the Horde as well, because at the moment they sit in 9th spot in the overalls. And again, if someone from outside of the top 8 were to win, it would force them out of an EWC qualification spot. So they certainly need to put their best foot forward here and try and keep this one going. Oh, dear.
That is a rough landing, to say the least. That is how you get to blue armor. That is how you secure the 3 points that you need. Blessed have just blessed to make EU great again. That is the most gifted 3 KP you'll ever see in your life, is the Red Bull first strike, but most importantly, it's make EU great again. On to match point. The Reapers start off well.
Perfect timing as well, because they are the team that are just ahead of the Horde when it comes to those overalls. And actually, just with that KP alone, it technically pushes Make EU Great Again above Heretics now. That is how tight it is, around 7, 8, 9 at the moment. But of course, we'll revisit that when things actually fully conclude with our match point winner here in regional finals. It's going to start to get nervy now. There is very little way to track who is on match point, and actually you waste a lot of energy even trying to do so at this point. You just have to focus on winning it if you are not one of those 8 teams.
It's even more difficult now with legend bans as well, especially deep into a series. Previously, you know, many moons ago, it feels that like previously, you'd be like, this is the comp they're running, this is the skins they're running. Now we're into a territory of nobody even knows what comps they're going to play themselves, let alone what other teams are playing and what skins they're going to be wearing. So anonymity is at a premium for the first time here in the ALGS when it comes to match point. And for Fun Esports, they are one of the teams who needs a lot of points in this game if they want to keep this one going, but they are a team who can play spoiler.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, even though they've already secured their spot at EWC, before even regional finals started here today, they were so excellent throughout the regular season that they'll be kind of left scratching their heads a little bit saying, why are we struggling so much? We just need one to get us going and get us right back into this thing. It's never over until it is over here. Now, Team Heretics, they are 1 point away from reaching the match point threshold themselves. So close from securing it in the previous. Can they get a win on the board to keep it going?
Now, sometimes 1 point feels like 20 points in these situations as well. We've seen it so many times. I mean, I think back to Oblivion, you know, at Champs in Japan, but they only needed that 1 point to hit match point. Now, they didn't get it in that game, and it worked out all right for them in the end, as they managed to take it home the entire tournament. But it just feels so nervy. You're just like, we just need 1 kill. But with so many teams on match point now, you can't just play for that 1 kill. You have to play for the win.
And with so many Seers in the lobby now, if you do lose a player or two and you're trying to rat out, very unlikely you're going to be able to escape. There's 15 Seers here. Seer will be banned going into the next if we even get there. But for now, everyone is just avoiding gunfights as best as they can, trying to get as close as they can to the southeast side of this map right now. No one taking too many risks, because at this point, you can't really afford to, unless you are one of those teams where it's kind of do or die, right? If you are down in the very bottom of the leaderboard and you absolutely need a huge win, maybe now is the time that you start taking those risks.
Yeah, looking at you, HM, who at the start of the day were in LAN qualification positions, but right now are second, I think, joint second bottom when it comes to total points that have accumulated throughout the day. So, speaking of which, it's not looking good because No-No's down. Zodi's down. Feud up. might be out himself in a few moments' time as well. He's trying to secure a KP, but it's just not looking good for them at the moment.
Worth noting, Make EU Great Again did cross that threshold as well just now, but they will not be match point eligible in this game. Team Heretics are now also there and crossing. So, you know, if we get to a match 10, over half the teams in the lobby will be match point eligible.
What about you, Dan? I came in today feeling like there might be a double-digit game.
I thought it would be in Americas, though. I'm going to be honest.
I thought it was. I'm going to be honest. I thought it'd be APAC North, and it was. But still, what we love to see, HM will not like to see that, though. It's Team Heretics who come in and do finish that off. So HM eliminated once again, and this could be a really difficult, heartbreaking day for them. I had a lot of hope for them as well. I know that, you know, in the build-up to the season, they had some really good scrim results. They had a really good previous match day as well, and, you know, young IGL in no-no as well. Just in these situations, it's something that you have to learn, I think, through experiences. Match point plays very different. I think teams will play very differently, and I think the pressure is something you have to get used to as well.
Yeah, and it's so different going from scrims to actual tournament lobbies as well, because people play in a very different way in scrims. We always highlight that. It's very evident, especially with match point replication. It is almost impossible to try and replicate the feeling of playing in match point and the pressure that it puts on you to try and qualify, especially when you're trying to qualify for a LAN as well. But Elite EU, they have had the most chances. They've been match point eligible for now 3 matches in a row. Can they do it? Full time of asking.
Had some moments, had some opportunities, but it never felt like they were in a position to win a game. Previous one, probably an opportunity they look back on where it was just a moment of indecision on a fight, what direction they wanted to take the fight. Ended up getting pinched themselves just on the edge of zone. But for now, they're playing top of Humbert and probably hoping for a little bit of a pullback here. A lot of teams are situated here, and where this next zone actually goes, there's so many end zones in and around Humbert Labs that it's difficult to actually judge which side it's going to pull to. It could pull hard to the north, it could pull hard to the south, and I think if you're someone like Alliance, you're probably looking for a late ring console here, maybe over at Settlement outside or Stadium for Team Heretics, where you're going to get that information and hopefully get the map overlay as well and be able to see where teams are set up.
It's going to be a brutal kind of zone 3 into 4 as well, as those teams, when they get that eventual realization of which way it's going to be pulling, because there's just so much teams that are going to be in your surrounding area that, with the lack of legends that are available to try and move from point A to point B, like, what are you relying on here? You've got Bangalore with smokes, you've got a few Ashes in the lobby as well. Catalyst is going to be very prominent. Yeah, you've got all these different tools, but again, everyone's going to be doing it in a different way, and you've just got to try and do it better. Whether that is faster, whether that is safer, sometimes whether that is just a little bit more patient, you can only make that decision in that moment, depending on what the situation is.
One thing Alliance do have is Sparrow, so they can hit a survey beacon from some distance if they need to. They don't have to physically walk up to it and take that second of potential vulnerability to teams on the outside looking in at you as you do try and hit that beacon, so they can collect that on their way forward. But at the moment, they've got some good damage, and it looks like Unlucky wants to try and force this fight to get them inside a zone. A good opportunity to do so, and they're trying to seize the moment here.
Yeah, Kashira's going to get taken down. A couple of caustic barrels just going down for good measure, as well as Alliance looking to be aggressive and take advantage of this isolated fight on the southwest side of the map right now. Alliance need some points to get up to match point eligibility themselves, and it looks like they've at least found 1, if not 2 KP here.
Well, good news for them is they do have Caustic in the composition as well as Catalyst, so when they get a place to play, they will be able to bunker down extremely effectively. A complete change around from compositions we saw a little bit earlier. We saw them running Axel and Altar in a composition. Very, very aggressive. But for now, they're just relying on what would be a far more defensive-looking composition as Hackers goes for the lineup here to try and hit the survey beacon, and will be able to do so. So there's an example of what we were talking about. Finding that information from distance, not having to commit in order to do so.
You do say when, though. You say when Alliance get into position. I think it might be an if. That's the only issue with this comp, right? They're going to struggle to maybe get from point A to point B. They're on this western side at the moment. There's going to be a lot of eyes.
Oh, the pullback.
Okay, that does help Alliance a little bit, but Heretics have just beaten them to the pulp here. So Heretics are now going to be able to set up this western side of the wall. It's actually massive for Heretics because they are so isolated on this side, away from a lot of these other teams that are over here, like Make EU Great Again, Gaming Gladiators, for example. They're all going to be focusing that gunfire. For Alliance, they were originally going to have to travel all the way through here if we have moved to a central kind of zone and area. But now with this shift, it opens up and makes this fight one of the most important fights in the lobby right now. Winner of it could actually convert a W.
Yeah, this is really, really important for both the teams and beautifully demonstrated here. Heretics versus Alliance. They'll both be safe for quite some time here, so it's going to be a little bit of a poke battle until that initial damage is going to be done. Just trying to look at the compositions here for Heretics, trying to find where their composition is on my screen. Can you see it? I can't see it right now. Where are Team
It is
Heretics?
Rampart, Bangalore, and Seer.
Okay, so Rampart versus Sparrow could be interesting. Alliance have the advantage if they can get that arrow, that Stinger Bolt in behind the setup of Team Heretics on those Rampart walls. That could be a difference maker in this fight.
And the only reason why I think this is such an important position is the amount of cover it gives you going into the latter circle and away from everyone else. But Alliance, oh, HUSS!
Oh no. Oh, you just felt that the opportunities were, but Jans will be taken down, so it's a 2v2 all of a sudden. This becomes very interesting. You thought for a second that maybe HUSS had overextended in that situation. Jans is going to be stuck here, and they're looking for the res. Nades are going to be flying in for the rest of Alliance. Unlucky and Aku looking to close that gap. The catwall will also go down. But do Heretics want to try and commit to this, or will they just play for this res?
Oh, now with the reses happening, 3 men in Zipline Mafia are arriving from the west here. So with a delayed fight, it opens up other teams to join this western side. Great utility from Alliance, by the way, to make sure they stayed alive in that fight. Whether it was nades, whether it was breach charges, they kept HUSS in the game.
Well, Alliance has survived. I think that's the only way you can really put it. They survived what was a very terrifying moment for them. As the other teams that you mentioned arrive here, 3 men and Orgless and Hungry, this is now going to become a real bottleneck for these teams to fight through. There is not enough space for everybody to survive, and all of a sudden Orgless and Hungry, who are down on that low ground, are getting pummeled by Zipline Mafia. The gen has been destroyed, and now they are just sitting ducks in this corner. The 2 will go down. Surely Tax will go down next, and that's going to be it for them. Orgless and Hungry, the first team to fall. Zipline Mafia up on the high ground, and now they're dropping down to the low ground because they want to try and take this fight here on the low and try and clean up 3 men. They win 2 fights.
All the meanwhile, Alliance and Team Heretics are still going at it, by the way, in what I will still continue to say, one of the most important fights on the map. Elsewhere, Stay Healthy are now arriving from the north to try and clean up what's happened between Zipline Mafia. And actually, Heretics are down to just 1. Alliance have won that fight. Zone pulling towards them. Alliance in prime position for this game.
Stay Healthy. Guts is going to get pushed here. Has to chase the R9. Took a lot of damage before getting into that engagement. Stay Healthy, who are on match point. It's all down to AJ now on the Seer. Takes a second just to compose himself. Has to take this fight. Here's the res coming in. CQ's going to come through. 2 players now up. He's getting shot in the back end for Stay Healthy. This could be the end of their game. They are out. Our first match point team will fall. And it gives us a chance to talk about this zone down, because AURORA, who dropped over a hammer, walked all the way up to the north side of the zone, now have to go all the way back down to the south.
Yeah, it is a disgusting pull for a lot of these teams. Sadly, they would not have really seen this one coming. The one team that potentially did see it coming, and you said it, you said when Alliance get to this position, they can set up. I said maybe if, and then suddenly the zone shifts far in Alliance's favor here. If they can hold, it's a really good opportunity because it is continuing to move further west. That being said, it's starting to get a little bit more compressed over in this area. Heretics still have 1 over there. Zipline Mafia are now arriving. Eclipse also in the area as well.
Heretics eliminated. The final player was not able to survive, so another team will fall in this game number 9. Zipline Mafia now trying to move up onto the position of Alliance. AURORA will be safe, by the way. They have managed to transition. You can see them just to the left-hand side of Zipline Mafia here. And also someone to talk about is Elite EU, who are up on that high ground. They will be safe in this next zone as well, on the top of the shell of Hammond.
Big decision for Zipline Mafia here. They wanted to try and capitalize, I think, on damage that was happening elsewhere, but they've realized that maybe holding front might be good, as Elite EU do lose 1. And you need to be finding the assistance there. Forfun trying to play spoiler to Elite EU's chances.
Looking for the res here, we'll be able to get it. So Elite EU up and healthy once more. But a scary, scary moment for them. Now the zone starts to pull away from Elite EU. They will not be safe. Eclipse have just been eliminated themselves as the lobby really is thinning out extremely quickly here. 12 teams remain, 8 already gone.
It happened off screen, but Alliance pushed Eclipse on that southern side to secure pretty much the entire side of the south now. And they'll be able to get back up into a really good position. So great work from Alliance. As Elite EU, however, they're going to be on this southeast side. And depending on their rotation, they may run into Alliance, depending on which way they go. At the moment, they are shadowing Forfun, who were below them, of course.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Elite EU, if this is a normal game of Apex, are probably thinking we can have a good game here because of the amount of KP we can pick up on teams leaving below us. But it's not about KP. It's about winning. It's all they need to do. They just need to see that champion banner, and they will be your regional finals winners. A very difficult decision for them to have to make as GG find themselves in a similar spot here down on the low ground.
These next 5 seconds are massive. Look at how many teams have to move over from east to west. There's only 3 teams in the zone right now, 11 squads remaining, and only 6 of those are on match point. There's definitely still teams that can keep this going a little bit further, but now with zone closing, the kill feed is about to light up.
Oh, great shots coming in from Zane with that wingman. As GG, who sit on match point, 77 points, second place overall in the lobby, will have to make their play. Lufka's got himself a Kraber, and that could be a difference maker. One shot, an Ash portal down, and you can get that spot immediately. In fact, they don't have Ash, they have Pathfinder, excuse me, and they are going to go up to that high ground. They get the gen down as well, but they've got Aurora to contend with, and they've got bang ults coming down and raining from the heavens. GG are in a trouble.
Sometimes it's good to move first, but sometimes it's not because there's so much focus on them. Kill feed is absolutely blowing up. Horde go down, Elite EU go down as well as Alliance still finding kills on this southern side.
Zane is last hope. The Gaming Gladiators, he's down as well. The Fishes will also be eliminated. Match point team after match point team will fall. As now we are left with the lobby of 5 teams remaining. Zipline Mafia make EU Great Again a solo. VP, Aurora, and Alliance.
3 of them are on match point, so it's make EU Great Again or Alliance to try and keep us going here. Alliance hold the southern side, whereas everyone else is closer towards the north, which again, I would still say advantage Alliance in this moment, unless all these northern teams kind of group up to watch over them. But make EU Great Again, of course, being the solo, it really does rely on Alliance to keep us going. Otherwise, we're looking at VP, Aurora, or Zipline Mafia to be our regional finals winners.
A moment of calm here as the zone will close in 10 seconds. Make EU Great Again will be eliminated, so it's all up to you, Alliance. If you want to give us some more Apex and you want to keep this tournament going. Zone will start to close now as VP on this low ground will have to move pretty soon with Aurora in front of them.
It's going to force Zipline Mafia in first. Alliance might have to move second, but they do have the low ground to work with. It's just whether Virtus.pro will take their angle around them. You can see Alliance are hovering at the moment, trying to find a little bit of a nook and a cranny to work with near the center of the zone. But also, you have to create your own space as a team here. You have to look big. As Virtus.pro, they take a couple of shots, and that might create an engagement.
Pressus is going to get sent as well. Ozus and Pressus, the last 2 alive here for VP. Alliance are trying to take them down. Pressus does get the shield swap. Unlucky gets absolutely beamed himself. Alliance, they will keep themselves alive. Aku gets the shield swap, but now Aurora on the high ground. Have to deal with Aku. That beam will be remembered.
That could be massive for their chances, but Zipline Mafia have taken control of the high ground. Can Alliance reset at all here? No, they're eliminated.
Zipline Mafia might be about to close this one out. Aurora down on the low ground. Oirain, the final victim, and Zipline Mafia will be your champions.
I mean, unbelievable that we've just seen this. Zipline Mafia, they take full advantage of Aurora getting distracted by the play from Alliance. And even though a valiant effort from Alliance to try and keep us going here, Mark, Zipline Mafia. Who would have called that one coming into today?
Yeah, certainly not me. I'll be honest with you. And if you did, you're a better man for sure. And that is an incredible performance from them to qualify for Split 1 playoffs at the Esports World Cup in Paris. I think for Zipline Mafia, it's a dream day, an absolute dream day. They will be in Paris. They will be one of the EMEA representatives. And now we have to start looking at what happens elsewhere. Who is going to be joining them? A 12 a 9-kill win with 21 points. An incredible performance from them. Alliance tried to keep it going with a 20-point game. AURORA was 16 just in behind them. But it's Zipline Mafia who will claim the title of the EMEA regional champions.
They came into this in 20th place, Mark, and they have just pulled off an absolute madness to push themselves into the EWC. But of course, with them gaining first place, it now technically removes a spot away from a team who may have got there had one of the top 8 previously qualified. That team, we will get confirmation shortly, but it was very closely contested down in 8th and 9th there, Reindeer.
I mean, it must have just struck midnight, because this is a Cinderella story if I've ever seen one. What a performance. And this is history in Apex. We've seen people, at least today, come in from 10th in APAC North all the way to qualifying a little bit out of their region. Never have we seen a 20th place team come in and take a first place win in regional finals. I'm willing to be corrected on that. I'm standing on that side. I don't believe there has ever been this big of a jump in terms of making it to land. What a moment. And we said the Hail Mary was still in motion. It looked possible. We just didn't know which team it was for. All day we were talking about stay healthy. A lot of us started switching to, well, the Vicious, can they make it? Eclipse Neevepro got that early win as well. And we kept battling between Heretics and Horde. Can they get past the bump? Citadel fell out early, but it would turn out to be all Zipline Mafia, as they will take the first place position with a win here. Mark, it doesn't get better than this.
I mean, there's a lot of irony in the name, right? I mean, the Mafia, they've come in and they've stolen the show. And then you look at Zipline, there was a lot of Pathfinders in that lobby, and I wonder if they were running it themselves. So maybe it was the Pathfinder heist of the century from Zipline Mafia to come out on top here as your regional finals champions. What a performance. And I think it's, again, a testament to staying in it, right? You're looking at the teams who maybe have more points than them, only 2 in the lobby, but when it matters, that's when you have to perform. And Zipline Mafia in those final moments controlled the game as well as they could. I think huge congratulations to all of them, and see you in Paris.
It's chills, Dan. I mean, when you think about how they must be reacting right now, they've said, we've got to come into this not having performed all split long. 49 points only, when the top team coming into this had 119 points, nearly 3 times the amount of points that they had across the entire season. And yet they still best AURORA. They best everyone else, and they are going to Paris. It has got to feel like a dream.
And when you look across their season, they didn't have too many wins. They weren't a super standout team. But where they did find a win was E-District throughout the season, and they've replicated it here. They prioritized E-District with their POI draft. They trusted in it getting this far so that they could maybe get E-District. But to be honest, at this point, it could have been anyone, and it's whoever takes that moment. And when you watch that final circle unravel, there was a lot that was happening. Alliance took that fight. They had maybe done enough. But AURORA, just for a second, took their eyes off of Zipline Mafia, tried to finish up the pieces, and it allowed Zipline Mafia to capitalize. But it was a very planned situation from them. They were constantly aware of their surroundings. A very impressive game.
And isn't this the perfect kind of metaphor for what we've seen this season in EMEA, where Alliance and AURORA split, and they take some of the best and some of the worst pieces about the split, and they make it an even battle, which allows teams to kind of seep through the cracks and find new narratives that weren't available when one of these teams, the top dogs in Europe, were just clearly dominating everyone. It's that split of the dominant powers, so to speak, that has given Zipline a chance. And even in this final game, Alliance and AURORA are fighting each other just so Zipline can sneak through and grab the win.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, you're looking at the compositions as well in that endgame, and I think if that's a couple of games ago, Alliance might be able to get a player up, you know, a Newcastle res here and there, a Q down that keeps them safe, but it's different. There's no ability to do that. It's knockdowns that you've got to play behind, and even though Aku hit one of the greatest beams onto a player up on that high ground from AURORA, it wasn't enough just because they aren't able to reset in the time that they have before Zipline Mafia are able to approach onto them. And this is the scuffle, I think, that won the game. This is the game-winning moment for them. They win 2 fights on that bridge. They rotate in late from that north side, and then they just control where the zone is going to be going. The final moments for them are very simple. Alliance eliminated, 1 or 2 players still alive on that low ground, and then as a 3-man, you're going to swing. It's only Oirain, even though he's had some hero moments today. Not even he can stop that swing, and it's just a fantastic performance. There's nothing else to say about it.
Dan, look at these numbers here. Kill differential Anything, I mean, everything is just basically positive for them. It's not just this final game. This entire series, they really did a great job to stay in it and give themselves a chance to be here.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of moments when we would check in with Zipline Mafia where like WeQ was doing unbelievable things to stay alive for the rest of the team. Like they were all playing their part, and at the end of the day, they kept up with the pace, and that's all you can do. When you see some of these huge teams that are finding massive wins, and you think, oh, you know, how are we going to catch up with the likes of AURORA after that first 27? You just have to stay with a level head, focus on the task at hand, slowly put those points together, make sure you get match point eligible, and you will always have a chance. Like you said, it's the Cinderella story here for Zipline Mafia, and I couldn't be more happy for them to find their spot at EWC.
And to do it with a Bangalore, you know, Shiv FPS, one of our guests, is the Warlord. He's happy. He's been rocking Bangalore from the beginning. Maybe even in his time playing in EMEA Pro League, kind of really started the Bangalore that we saw. And then eventually she's gone in and out. Lots of changes to the smoke. But here it is, our Pro League standings. Guys, reactions, obviously, AURORA, VP, Forfun, Esports, Alliance, Elite EU, GG, Mega, the Horde, they make it. And Zipline Mafia as well, but everyone else will not be attending Paris.
I mean, you're looking at the representatives, Dan, and I have to say, it's a pretty strong representation, I think, for EMEA. The best teams, I think, are pretty much there. I think consistency throughout the split, all of these teams have won big games. I think it's probably what you would expect to see outside of the Cinderella story of Zipline Mafia. But would you agree?
I'm heartbroken for the Horde. You know, in 9th place, 93 points. If anyone above them had won today, they would be going to Paris. And it just gets snatched away in that final moment. But their task was to try and do more than Team Heretics, to try and do more than make EU great again. They were the bubble teams we were talking about coming into this. Sadly, they didn't quite do enough. And even though they were just behind Team Heretics here, with that place being removed by Zipline Mafia, I'm sure it's going to be heartbreaking for them, but that is how things go down here. When there is a limited amount of spots, we have to say goodbye to some teams, and even though they are some historic names in Apex Legends, they won't be at EWC.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that correction. Team Heretics stands for TH, which you would think is the Horde, but Orda is actually how we are saying the Horde in terms of those standings. So Team Heretics make it, guys. That is again, you know, what I would love to see if you were watching any of their streams or if you had a chance to speak with them. I got to, and maybe we'll have to do it at LAN. I'm sure we'll be able to talk to them at LAN. But these guys, man, what a moment! And they get themselves on, I believe, to the Sony in-zone kill leaderboard. There's Weak right there, number 4. But still wrapping it up, it's Zane, Nate, Unlucky, Weak, and Henchman with the top 5. Mark, I mean, going from, you know, this top 10 and looking at everybody in Europe, you said we had the right representatives. These are 10 players who have proven that they can change games. They can make a major impact. And Zane, you know, again, he's in that conversation against Effect as one of the most influential damage dealers in all of Europe, maybe even all of the world. He's certainly having a good chance to prove that himself here. The Gaiming Gladiators also having a great day.
Yeah, I mean, just consistent damage output from him. Interesting to see, actually. You know, the most deadly weapon today was the Hemlock. I mean, it's obviously usually up there, but you would expect the likes of the RE45 and the R99 to be the difference makers. But imagine a lot of breach charges, just dealing with people down behind knockdowns and, you know, causing those kills to be picked up, and just showing, you know, the Hemlock still has a huge amount of value in this meta, even with the likes of Axel, Wingman, those kind of things being around. The Hemlock just has so much utility to it.
Look at that final game too. 8 kills. Boy, oh boy. Man, was popping off. Sony in zone kill leader Zane from Gaiming Gladiators obviously still has the FaZe jersey. We're gonna have to get some new photos of him heading into LAN, which Gaiming Gladiators will be in. Mark, Dan, to wrap up today, it's been a great one. We still have so much more action. Vicky, Kitty, and Genome were here with us as well, so a big shout out to them. But final thoughts before we wrap up EMEA and we head into a break before we head to North America. Mark?
Very exciting. I'm just looking forward. I keep thinking about Paris. I keep thinking about, you know, the LAN itself. I keep thinking about who is going to be making that finals lobby. And I think for EMEA, the good news for them is it seems like there is a strong representation at the top there. All teams who I think individually can hang with some of the best in the world in those team fights. I think it's going to be interesting to see how AURORA obviously are going to play. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on them. But then you look at the likes of VP, Forfun, Elite, very, very strong teams. GG have done it on LAN. Mega, I think, are going to be one one of those teams as well, who I think could cause some upsets on LAN. So keep your eyes on them as well. But I think it's set us up great. 10 games. Again, we get into double digits. We've had 10 games in APAC North. What has America's got for us? That's what I'm wondering. Surely we've got to have double digits again, right?
Dan, at this point, America just has to keep pace. Everybody's popping off here.
Yeah, I think, for a while we've been saying the average of match point finishes around 7 for a while, but I think we're starting to get to the point where that is getting even higher every single time. Like, how many times now have we gone to 8, 9, 10, if not even further? These teams are getting far more competitive. People are learning how difficult match point is, how you have to play it safe sometimes, take risks sometimes, and we get games like that with 8 teams on match point. You don't know who's going to win, and it could have been more. We could have very easily gone into the situation where we had 10 or 11 going into the next one, but EMEA, they really proved that they are a very competitive region here today. It was brilliant to watch.
It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the neighborhood, as Mr. Rogers would have said. Well, I'm certainly sure that some people are going to be relaxing and enjoying the rest of their afternoon or evening, and that's the team members of Zipline Mafia, Week Q, Excuse, and SS11. All right, Mark, Dan, Vicky, Genome, thanks, guys. I'll take it over from here. Everybody who has been joining us for EMEA, don't worry, we've still got more match point finals coming up. Everybody I just mentioned is going to take a break alongside myself and our lovely production crew, and we will be back at 3 p.m. Pacific time. According to my clock, that's about 35 minutes from now. We may adjust it, we may not, I don't know, but we are going to be having a lot of fun. North America right around the corner. It's match point finals. It's Sunday. What else do you have to do but enjoy some time with some Play Apex Esports on your screen? So sit back, relax, enjoy, go grab some food, maybe a little bit of water, and remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all in just a few for North America.
Be here. We have his own stream over here. So look at this real quick. Watch this real fast. Bang, Greeks PC. Bang, my PC. Bang, Greeks PC, my PC. We're actually active. The same exact setup we have at LAN, we actually have here at the compound. So shout out our tech team over at 100 Thieves, man, for getting this shit straight. We'll wait a little bit longer, man, to get more people in the mix, and then we'll go over everything. I want to see where Greek's at. I want to start this up without him. I just feel like an asshole if we do that. Pulling up right now, 30 seconds. All right, cool. Greek's going to be here in 30 seconds. Fuck yeah, bud. That boy pulling up big time, man. Let's go, dude. Professionals. I wouldn't say professionals. It's going to get real hot in this room now, bro. So all the people outside right now, I know you guys are listening to me. When you guys get to meet me afterwards and hang out, I probably met y'all a bunch before. I apologize. I'm not going to smell good. That one's on me. And I did bring deodorant just in case, but I don't think that's going to be good for my whole body. I probably won't just be rubbing fucking Gillette all over myself. So I apologize in advance. My goat, what's good? What's good, Cash? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. Who fucking won EMEA? Hey, bro. Chill. Why are you so aggressive? EMEA winners were Zipline Mafia, brother. They took that W big time. They're the 20th place squad before regionals kicked up. Again, man, right now we're just straight underdogs. I can't wait for Greek's reaction. Unless Greek saw it already, no one tell Greek that Zipline Mafia won. I have to see his reaction on stream when I tell him Zipline Mafia won EMEA. It's going to be disgusting. Insane. First place overall in Pro League, though, was AURORA. That's what goes on. So AURORA wins the money. They obviously qualify for LAN. But Zipline Mafia won regionals, which is instant LAN qualification, which is fire. Waiting on a few things, then I will publish the event. You're good. No worries. Love you so much, Kenji. You're the GOAT. For real, for real. Love you a ton. Yeah, I'm waiting a little bit. Tier 2 Finn's not messaging me back. I need the graphics, but I don't think he sent anything to me, man, for AT&T. Shout out AT&T, the GOAT, though, bro. Actual GOAT meal. Oh, no, we don't got any fans in here, I don't think. We got a bunch of supporters out there, but no fans. Have you seen Roy's pop off after winning Apex South? I did not, Zaints. You want to send him on the mod so I can see it? That boy's Roy probably went crazy. It's been a minute since he was at LAN, too. Pretty nuts. Fortunately, Luis Hardecki, but 20th place win is awesome. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, bro. Like, watching a team just get sent out blows ass. Like, it definitely sucks to see, like, the 9th place squad just not do good. No one wants that. It's just not a good time. But at the same time, when we have 3 underdog stories all coming up big, taking W's today and this weekend in general, how do you not support that, dude? I'm, like, a full-blown supporter of that happening. I love seeing underdogs perform. I love seeing underdogs do well. I love seeing those guys qualify for something that they were completely out of the race for, and they had one win condition, and it was to win, and they did it. Like, if your one win condition is to win, and then you win, brother, you deserve that. Like, that's literally all you, man. You deserve to be there. It's literally the only option you had today, and you did your only option. We'll go over everything in a little bit, bro, for the regionals in just a little bit. We're waiting for Greek to get here, man, and we're going to vibe on out and get some recon and get Greek's top 3 on the day. We'll get some predictions. I need to start up Greek's stream here, too, so I think we're going to have to sign into another browser and get his stream started up, because I want to make sure Greek's also live. I have a multi-stream tool, so hopefully his shit doesn't get bugged at 720p today. I still can't believe my shit got torched by Twitch for 720p. I low-key feel bad because I told Twitch to lick my balls in the heat of a moment, which I was angry. And that's pretty immature, but I stand by it. What the fuck? That made me so mad. That was insane. That made me so upset. Probably shouldn't have said lick my balls, but at the end of the day, I was upset, and I think it's rational to say that, bro, when you're angry. You know what I mean? Oh, I think Greek's here. Let's go. Let's fucking go, baby. Yo, Flom, yo, any of Greek's mods? I know Greek is like Unk low-key, so can you guys, one of your mods, bro, for Greek, just go change his title for him? Please, because I know once he gets here, man. Ah, fool. What's up with the glass? Yo, with the glasses? Come on, dude. What's up, buddy? What? Oh, what the fuck? It's you too? What's up? I love you. Did you come with Greek? Nice, I love you. You're the best, okay? Everything good? Yeah, okay, good. It's a little hot here, right? What is that? Oh my God, you bought, dude, Tina bought cologne. Dude, do I smell crazy in here?
Chicken nuggets.
I smell like chicken nuggets. That's low-key fire. Which ones though? You'd say Chick-fil-A, you're dead to me.
Happy birthday, Kirsty, if you're here.
Yeah, Kirsty, happy birthday, dude. That Tina's the goat, man. Hell yeah. Actually, it's oil-based too, so I won't reek. That's nice. She bought a good one. What'd you say? That's mine, but I mean, you'll probably get one too. Oh, that's probably it. Yeah, they shipped that shit from Japan, bro. All right, I need your stream key, Greek, immediately. You put your stream on if you want, obviously. All right, baby, I love you. You're the best. Dude, you're embarrassed. All these people out there are going to see that. You? Dude, I mean, you're not actually. Oh, you're mad about the embarrassment? What pants are those? You wear my pants? How are my pants fitting you?
I don't know, you're short.
Yeah, that's your mic, that's your headphone, everything's set up already. How the fuck? Tina is like 4 or 5, bro. How are you wearing my pants? Yeah, they can see. It looks fire on you. I'm kind of mad how good they look on you compared to what they look on me. That's fucking tough. Bro, yeah, you're low-key not helping my fucking short allegations. All right, I'll sign in. I can sign in your Twitch right now. You just have to sign in on my PC. Or on yours.
Doing it right now on my phone for the
All right.
stream key.
All right, cool.
Can you? I should do it here because then we can copy and paste the stream key.
No, because it's two different PCs anyway, so I can't right now. So what I need you to do is probably just sign in on this one. Now just copy and paste it. Just sign in on this one. NA in 17 minutes. NA is delayed by only 10 minutes, bro, which is great. They usually would delay this much longer. What?
Who won?
Zipline Mafia. 20th place.
What? Oh my God, no way.
Swear to God, Zipline Mafia won game 9. Told you, bro, that motherfucker. I wanted you to be in camera for that one, bro. I wish you guys saw his fucking face. His eyes widened by like literally 14 inches. I mean, bro, it's just unexpected. Like, it's no shade to Zipline. It's just like you don't expect them to do that, bro. Like, it's just crazy. All right, sign in real quick, and then I have it on my main broadcast so they can't see anyway. Yeah, his keyboard. Yeah. Just sign in. No, I'm okay, baby. Thank you.
Senta, fica.
What the fuck does that mean? Encoder doesn't start. Anyone know fucking what the hell that means? What the fuck is that about? The hell is even that, dude? What is an encoder that doesn't start? You don't know what that means. You don't know what that means, dude. Nerds? Yeah, low-key nerds, dude. That's low-key kind of some nerd shit. That's not me, never me. What are they watching in the other room? They're watching my stream, dude. We're here for the fucking broadcast, man. Shout out to the people that came through, man, at the compound. Actual goat meal. Literally insane. Those guys are hopefully going to win a lot of stuff today, dude. We have a bunch of giveaways to give away, too, which is fantastic. Who's that baddie? Watch yourself. That's my girlfriend. Someone said, who's that baddie? It's not working. I'm trying to figure it out right now. How do I give like a URL to the stream? How do I do that? No, I want to make it work. I just wish, I wish fucking Nathan was here. He usually knows everything. Marty is here. Yeah, he's the GOAT. Marty is indeed here. All right, chat. I'm going to try to start this up real fast. And also, Greek, make sure your headset and stuff works. Connecting. Chat, is he live yet on Greek stream? It says connecting right now. Let me know if it goes live, please. Let me know. I don't know if it's going to go live yet. If not, bro, you can just probably go live on your PC if you want and just close it out. No, he's not live. No, I know, but we're not there. You go live. What the fuck? No, failed to connect the server. That's low-key sick. That's goat meal. That's legit myth. No, he's not live. All right, yeah, I hate myself. One sec. Yeah, maybe just sign in on that one, too, if you wanted to. All right, one sec, chat. We're making this work. I'm trying here, buddy. Oh, shit, we're duocasting. We are duocasting all day today. We have a B-stream duocast, man. Yes, sir.
Hello, can you guys hear me, chat?
Yes, sir.
How's the mic sound?
Dude, you actually sound crisp as fuck. I can't lie, dude. You actually sound fantastic. Holy fuck.
Can they hear me?
What's that?
Can they hear me?
Yeah, they can. Yep. It says new target start failed to connect the server. One sec. All right. Talk to our chat a little bit, bro. I just discussed things with them, and I'll just do this real fast. You can see chat right here, too, on mine.
I wouldn't know where it was.
You have YouTube chat and Twitch chat on my channel right here.
Am I making a VOD review on this one?
Yeah, if you want to, that'd be great. 100%.
All right. Tell me which POVs you have so I can get the same ones.
Move the mic a little closer to your mouth. They're saying it's a little bit quiet.
Okay. How about now?
What about now, chat? Wait, now? Go
Is
for
it better?
Should be better now. Should be better now?
Low.
No, it should be
Low.
good. Should be good. You're chilling now. 100%. It was off. I'm pretty sure they were hearing you through mine. So that's why it was so fucking low, bro.
So now is it too close?
No, it should be good now. Yeah, better, much better. God damn, how many motherfuckers we got in the mix right now on this channel, bro? What the hell is going on? What type of shit is that?
Too much now? All right.
Too much? No, it's okay, bro. Don't trust it. It'll be fine. Yeah, don't do that, my boy. All right. Reuse same encoder. Yeah, this should work, bro. Why is it
Speaking the mic, bro, I'm eating it.
That boy's swallowing, dude. Yo, is he live yet? Fuck! Ah!
All right, well, I guess I got one of my questions answered just now.
What was it?
Are we allowed to curse?
I mean, yeah, we can curse. We just, we can't we can't go nuclear today. It's sponsored by AT&T today, so we can't go too nuts.
Shout out AT&T, man.
Shout out AT&T for real.
It's been a minute since we've done this, dude.
He's not live.
How long has it been? What, 5 months? 4 months?
Dude, yeah. Literally insane. Kind of nuts, brother. Oh, I think OBS just crashed. Oh, yeah. Pretty sure all my OBS just crashed. That's legitness. I try to put,
I got to log in here now, too.
All good. All right, chat. Are we live still? Are we still live? We're going to make sure. We're going to start the watch party up now, bro, because honestly, it's 2:50. We got to get going.
Yeah.
Are we still live? Want to make sure everything's all good? Correct? All good, Chatty Poo? Yes. Okay. All right, cool. Hell yeah, man. VOD, what are you saying, Kenji? I can't see it. What did you say? VOD review is, what? VOD review is now published. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Kenji. You're the GOAT. Love you so much. I didn't know what you were saying, my fault. Scared me a little bit. All right, let's lock on in, man. We'll start the official ALGS watch party up today, bro. We're going to be watching the Americas Regional Finals happening right now, brother, in about, well, not right now, probably 20 minutes, dude. We'll actually start this up, the official watch party. But we'll give a breakdown of everything going on, because I think there's something Greek don't even know about, too, because obviously you left. You didn't know Zipline Mafia won, which is, again, fucking insane. I have Zipline Mafia take a W is pretty wicked. Also, chat, Greek is not live right now, and it might not be able to go live. So please go show love to that boy Greek on his channel, twitch.tv/Greek. Please follow him. He's literally here today to help us out, bro, and be a part of our stream, and we're having an IRLB stream. Shout out all the people behind us, bro. Shout out AT&T, the absolute GOAT meals of the sponsor today, and they have brought us together.
Sold out, dude. A lot of people here.
A lot of people here. I also want to point out, this is the first time that we've ever done a regional finals together.
We've
never done this with a actual B stream setup ever before. This is the first time the B stream is doing this live.
It's always just been in Discord.
Or LAN. It's only at LAN this has happened. So, dude, can we get some W's in the chat, man, for AT&T bringing us together to do this regional final stuff, which is sick. Now, if you guys were not here earlier, bro, one of the main things I got to talk about or just go over, I want to go over everything, dude. I mean this. I want to go over everything that maybe you guys missed in these situations for APAC South, APAC North, and EMEA. And Greek, I think you're going to really like this one too, because I know you didn't get to watch APAC South or North. I didn't get to watch North, but I found some stuff out. Now, for APAC South, I want to point out something. For APAC South, we had a so far massive underdog stories through 3 lands, Greek. For all 3 regional finals, we had an underdog team win. For APAC South, the 16th place squad DCG won, which is Roy. So Roy is finally returning to LAN. And then Dog Red, who is 18th place, got second. And with a 5% chance to make LAN off second place, they win a 3-way tiebreaker, kicking out Victory and Orchid. So Dog Red and DCG, 16th place, 18th place before regional finals.
What was the tiebreaker?
The tiebreaker, I don't even know what it is. I think it's kills. So 157 or something like that. I don't know what it is.
I don't know why, but I thought it was best day.
It could be that too. It might be best day. I think Dog Red out of those squads probably did have the best day, which might have been their regional finals best day.
I think
which
so.
is crazy.
I could be wrong.
Now we go to APAC North, and you're gonna like this one, bro. For APAC North, it's gonna be Ty Fchan, the 20th place squad. Oh, sorry. For Fchan, man, the 20th place squad win regional finals in 10 games.
Fchan won?
Fchan won in 20th. So Fchan wins. Ty, the 20th place team going into regionals. They got 35 points added to their overall score, and they still weren't even top 9. So their only win condition was to win regionals. Fchan is now back at LAN. And with that, since they're in 10th place, they kick out Reignite, which is Tyda's squad. So Tyda doesn't make LAN. Ty Fchan does. And that is now the 16th, 18th place teams winning in second place in APAC South. The 20th place team before regional finals winning regional finals for APAC North. And then today, we go to EMEA, and we have EMEA with literally the 20th place squad before regional finals, Zipline Mafia, kicking out the Horde. So Kazik, Hardeki, and Impulse are not making LAN. Zipline Mafia wins in 9, and the 20th place team literally qualifies. So far, the teams that have
Has that
won,
happened before?
With all
in
this,
regional finals that a
hell no.
20th place team won?
I think so, but I don't think this consistently. So far, the 16th, 18th, 20th throughout 3 regions have qualified for LAN so far at the
That's
regional
pretty
finals.
nutty.
Bro,
and that
is
means
fucking
also
insane.
CTG, I don't think qualifies, right?
No.
They needed to win.
They needed to win. So Eclipse needed to win.
Wow.
So Kashera doesn't make it.
Wow.
CTG doesn't make it. Bless doesn't make it, right? And then Alliance obviously get 4th place, but the winner is actually Aurora. So Aurora actually played pretty, and today not too good. Neither did VP. They didn't play great. And they win out Pro League. So Aurora wins Pro League for EMEA. I believe Zeta Division won APAC North. And then the boys over at Wolves won APAC South. So right now, man, we're all done with those first 3 regions. But this is the
Also,
bad
Heretics making it an 8th is pretty crazy because after the first Pro League day, I believe they had won their match, like their first match day. And then there were like a lot of rumors and tweets about them breaking up. And splitting up and not wanting to play with each other. And here they are qualifying for LAN.
Fucking nuts,
sticking
bro.
it out.
Literally insane. So there we go. So that's going to be all. We have 27 squads qualified for LAN going into right now. And then here we go. The big papas, the big fucking dogs, Greek. Moving in for the Americas Pro League right here. Our 20 squads competing will look like this. We got JDG, NIP, Sentinels, Falcons, SR, GK, Dinos, Team Vision. We have Liquid, AGG, GodLike, HUSS, Nemesis, Flat, ROC, CRT, Revival, Buckle Boys, Nice Guys, and Full XL. Those are the 20 squads competing for the Americas Regional Finals happening right now in this very second, probably in the next like 15 minutes.
Yeah. And so just to go over for the people at home,
100%.
How many spots does NA get here? Is it 13?
13. So 13. So it's 27 across the other 3 regions. NA has performed so good throughout ALGS for so many years that they actually have 4 more spots than other regions. So top 13 will qualify into LAN today, chat. Top 13.
And it's
qualifies.
close, dude.
It is close, bro. So a couple of little breakdowns here. For teams like CRT, 5th place and up has like 5th place is like a 20% chance they qualify for LAN. 6th place is like 10%. So CRT needs like a top 4 today minimum to really solidify their spot and be like 100% okay. Very similar idea to ROC, who's at 65 points. And right now, bro, there's a lot of good teams on the chopping block. AGG, GodLike, HUSS, Nemesis. They're all right there from 10th down to 13th in a not so good position in overall points. So we'll have to see what squads do today. I want to also get our predictions going though, man. For the top 20, the 20 teams playing today in regional finals for the Americas, give me your top 3, bro. What do you got?
Man, this one's tough, dude.
I know, bro. This one's fucked. Dude.
Honestly, before I even say it, all the regions, dude, all the regional final teams in it, like, it is just so stacked.
Yeah.
And I think that that's how we're seeing, these teams, getting first or getting second in these regional finals match point games. It's because, like, the skill gap is, everybody's kind of getting closer to each other, man.
100%. I mean, it's across the world too, bro. APAC South looks better. APAC North looks better. EMEA with those roster changes have completely changed the game. Bro.
They did get a lot better.
Dude, thank God. EMEA with those roster changes have completely changed the tides of like how the world viewed their like pro league. Like genuinely. So, I mean, I think this is by far the hardest. Chat, put in the chat and spam right now who you think is going to be top 3 on the day for the Americas Regional Finals. Who gets top 3?
Do you know yours yet?
No.
I'm still kind of thinking.
But here's the thing, bro. Do we go for an underdog team winning? We're 3 for 3 on literally probably the most insane underdog teams taking W's. Do we go for an underdog for Americas, or is this region less likely to have an underdog team take a win? That's the question. That's really the question.
With the scores being so close, I think it could be likely, that someone could come out and just pop off.
100%.
A big thing to point out is, a lot of the teams, because the scores towards the bottom of the bracket are closer.
Yep.
I feel like a lot of the teams really aren't in like a do or die scenario where they have to win, right? So like they can just focus on getting their points. They don't have to get that match point win.
100%.
There are some teams that might need it, but a lot of them don't. So they can just shoot for a top 5, and that'll get them in there.
No, 100%.
With that being said, I'm gonna go NIP.
Okay.
In my top 3.
All right, so you go to NIP standard, I would say. Pretty good shout.
I'm gonna go. I want to put CRT in there, but I know I'm gonna get
today. Phony's in that back room right now, bro. He's in that back room hitting the shuffle.
They are locked in.
They are locked in. They are playing.
I'm gonna go CRT. Let's do it. NIP, CRT.
Fuck you.
And I'm gonna do Vision.
Fantastic. Okay, so VSN, NIP, and CRT in your top 3.
Yeah, that's my 3.
All right, I'm gonna go CRT. Dude, we just fucked them up so bad, bro.
Yeah, but listen, think about it. If they make it now, we could say that we always believed in them.
I do. I mean, I always believe in them regardless, though.
Right, but if we don't put him in there, then they'd be like, damn, bro, you didn't believe in us that we were going to top 3 today? I gotta put the belief in my boys.
It's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose situation. It's a pretty bad look as a coach to not put them in there. All right, so I'm going to go CRT first place today. I hate that I'm saying that out loud, bro, because my luck has been awful today. I'm going CRT first. I'm going Falcons second.
Okay.
I'm going JDG third. My top 3 in the day. Going CRT, Falcons, JDG in my top 3. Now, I want to point out something, bro. On top of everything else moving forward for today, obviously the game's going to start up here in a little bit. We'll get our POVs going. But, like, bro, right now, Naughty, his first year IGLing, is first place in Pro League, fighting for his #1 spot in the Americas Pro League. The toughest Pro League across the world. Unanimously, everyone will say that.
100%.
And JDG, Naughty, his first year in an actual Tier 1 squad IGLing, he is fighting for a first place spot. On top of that, Floating, his first year with a Tier 1 IGL and a Tier 1 squad, his first time ever signed. Honestly, I view this as like his rookie season, my personal opinion. And JDG's in first. And then Shuby, the blunt master, he's actually out here on Vantage, and they're in first place in Pro League. And then we go to NIP, man. It's just two teams that are not talked about nearly enough, fighting for first place today, alongside, Zach Mazer, Lauder, and Carter, who we talked about nonstop, and then Hal, Waltzy, and Guild, and then Koifel, Zainu, and Zap. Like, to have those names above those 3 teams that we just talked about is fucking insane.
Yeah.
And NIP, man, I mean, they just don't stop. Karev is maybe the damage leader majority of sets.
Always just all 3 of those players,
they're so
always
good.
Never overrated, in my opinion. Like, they always just are consistent and they just skate by.
100%, dude. Naughty is tough, bro, and I love the way that he IGLs now. So let's see what JDG does. That's why I'm putting them in my top 3 today for sure.
I will say, when this split first started and, it was announced that Naughty was going to go for the IGL.
I was shitting on him a little bit, I can't lie.
I wasn't necessarily shitting on them. I didn't think they were going to be this good this fast.
Yeah, I honestly,
you know what I mean?
No,
like
I agree.
The way that they've picked up their chemistry, and when they made that change to pick up Floating too, like it's just happened so fast. They've taken NA by storm.
Bro, Naughty calms like he's like when he was a fragger and like not an IGL, he calmed like he was off like 3 blue chews and like 15 4 locos. Like
4 honey packs.
And 4 honey packs. Dude, literally. He actually didn't shut the fuck up. He would overcom, be super annoying in comms. And now as an IGL, again, he talks to his teammates, Shuby and Floating, who need this type of communication, like they're 16-year-olds playing in AAU basketball.
Yeah.
And like it works so well. He's like easily one of the most respectable IGLs in Pro League. Let's lock on in then. We get the POVs. Chat, I'm gonna give you guys my non-negotiables for the Americas Regional Finals. These are 5 POVs
I'll match whatever you have,
you
man.
can't that you can't change. And you could fuck off. This is our first 9. Now we'll have all POVs, a majority of POVs in the mix today. So when we turn some off, some just funnel on in. So we always have 9 active on the scene. But these are my 5 that I want immediately for us to look at. I'm going Jemburian, unbiased, obviously. What? Okay. I'm going Hal, obviously. Need to watch Hallelujah today. I'm going DJ Killa, bro. DJ Killa and Dinos, I think, are the #1 wild card in this lobby. Who knows what they're going to run? They quit scrims early. They run Fuse, Pathfinder. They ran Horizon and Sparrow. Like, these guys just don't give a fuck. I don't think they know they're good for LAN if they just play somewhat decent. So I don't think
DJ's going to go live? Are you sure?
Yeah, he usually goes live every single Pro League weekend. I'm going Gent over on GodLike for my other non-negotiable. So that's 4 non-negotiables right now. And my last non-negotiable, and again, man, you guys can say whatever you want. I'm going Karev, bro. Karev is my other #1 non-negotiable. And actually, we're going 1 more. Fuck all of you. Sorry. Instead of 5, we're going 6. I'll let you guys choose 3 POVs. I'm going Floating, man. Floating has been the #1 axle, in my personal opinion, in the Americas. That guy has been shooting out the gym. Floating doesn't miss shots. He is a generational player when it comes to these aggressive characters. Now, we have 3 POVs left, chat. Spam in the chat as to who the hell you guys want me to choose up.
Can I get 1 non-negotiable in there?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Can I get 1?
No, you can go 2 if you want.
I want Zach.
You want Zach Mazer?
Yeah, I want Zach.
You want
Zach's
his POV?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Zach Mazer's sick. I'm down for that.
I'll let chat choose the other 2. I just wanted 1.
That's fair. You could choose more. I could change some of mine out if you want.
You're good. You're good. I don't mind the ones that you choose.
Okay.
That you chose.
Sacred Deeds. Deeds is a good shout. I think Sacred needs to go in. Right now, Nemesis, bro, is on the borderline of not qualifying for LAN.
I'm cool
I think
with that.
Sacred off like a really good start, and Nemesis had. They had a slow ending and slow burn so far for ALGS in this season. I got to put the boy Sacred in. It just has to happen. And then also, man, I see a lot of panics being done. I see a lot of US coming in. So, I mean, a lot of Zero. Zero is streaming today alongside Panic.
I would not mind Liquid POV.
I'm seeing a lot of Deeds, a lot of US POV, a lot of GK POV, and a lot of Liquid. So
with a lobby this stacked, man, I mean, some POVs just have to get left out. It's inevitable.
Do you guys want Zero or Panic though, man? You guys choose, because I see a lot of Zero and Panic more than anybody else alongside kind of Monsoon and Blink and them too. Nice.
Which
guys
is the
are
one
gonna be
I'm
good.
missing here?
You are missing the one you are missing right now. We didn't put Zero, but Sacred. We're missing right now.
Sacred. Okay.
Zero, Panic, Sang. Sang and them will be our extra POVs. I'm not going to put Sang and them in our good POVs right now. They're not going to be our first 9. Nice guys, sadly, they're just not playing too good, so they're not in like my immediate attention. I'm going to put 0 in the mix for right now. We'll get Panic later. We'll definitely get an extra POV of Vaxlon and company. I think Vax and ROC are on the chopping block as well. So we'll see what they do. We'll do Monsoon and company for Sentinels too. And then we'll do a little bit of the extra POVs of underdogs like Nocturnal, who's in almost 20th place. They got to fucking win out today. We'll see what they can do. We'll do Geekay as well, who's in a good spot. Really not much storyline behind where Geekay is on the overall leaderboard. So I'm not too tweaked out. Who on Geekay do you guys want, man? Okay, cool. I'm done. Yeah, it works. What are we thinking here, man? Can you actually message them be like every 2 games maybe? Because every game is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yanya dropped. I said, okay, knocked. All right, a lot of knocked POVs. You guys are knocked Glazers. I love it. We'll get obviously the Deeds POV in right now too, bro. And then the Yanya POV. I'm going to actually maybe take out this. NIP is in second place. So I want to take them out, bro, and put Us.
How many do you have in there?
A lot. I'm going to put Deeds in my Prowl POVs over Karev. Just because Us is right, 12th place, 13th place, 12th place, I think. Yeah, they're 12th place overall. Us right now is borderline, maybe not about to qualify for LAN. I'd rather watch them than the second place team in overall pro. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think we're cool with that. We're cool with that, chat. We like that, man. And then I'll put the little, the ALGS team stream POV of Shopify, and then we'll be good to go. But I'll put a bunch of POVs in the mix. Greek is going to be on the other monitor, bro, rocking that shit, going crazy. So if Greek finds a POV fighting, he's going to zoom on in with the stream, and we'll go from there. We'll have the audio on his POV as well. So
you're able to swap it to mine?
Uh-huh. Look, bang, on yours right now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if
do you want me to just grab all different ones then?
If you want to.
I didn't know we could swap to mine.
Can you just load up the POVs and see if we can hear on the channel real quick? All right, chat, let's lock on in though, man. We got regional finals Americas happening right now, right here. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Shout out to everybody in the compound behind me, bro. Also chilling big time. Y'all are fucking unbelievable. Chat, do you guys hear the audio right now? I want to make sure we're all good. Hear the audio? Jen Burns is not talking, so there's no audio.
I don't have any audio on.
Okay, well, one sec. Do you hear this, Greek? Or no, you do?
The song?
The song, yeah. Okay, cool. That boy floating listening to what right now? That boy feeling himself type shit with a stretch res on that fucking... Dude,
what song is this?
I don't know, but he's nice, bro. I love watching floating play. Holy moly.
I think just watching an Axel sliding and shooting at
Facts.
the same time, bro, just...
It's a legitness. You don't like it? I fuck with it.
No, I like it too.
I like it too. All right, chat. Well, you know what time it is, bro. I appreciate y'all being here as always, man. Shout out AT&T for the sponsorship. We'll have a couple of deliverables we have to do here, man. In the meantime, again, major shouts to AT&T getting active here over for the watch party. Those guys are absolute fucking goats. I appreciate them being here, man. Always supporting the streams and also just being a part of our sponsorship now for 2 years, dude. We've been working at AT&T for so long, which is really crazy to say because we've been in the mix for 7 years, but not everyone supported me for this long. So shout out to them for being a W company and actually being here today. Well, lock on in, bro. Let's get this done. I appreciate y'all hanging out. And, man, listen, all I'm going to say is I'm sweating bullets already. We're active immediately. But you know what?
you know, and I just really want to set you up for your opportunity to just let us know how you've been feeling about kind of what they've been going through.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? The first half of the split, they played with Stunny, and he actually got a higher amount of average points if you look at their games versus when Jen Burton came in and played at the end. Supposedly, you know, the star fragger, the best player in the team, or at least in my eyes. So that was a little bit surprising to me, as they have really struggled to get through there, you know, to the end of that bubble.
Everything okay, Vicky?
No,
okay?
no. We gotta Rain Day, we gotta kick into this conversation, because Crazy Thieves, what are we doing? What have we been doing in Pro League? It took Big Boss Wig to get a belt, smack him up a little bit, take him over here to the 100 Thieves boot camp, and looking at them, it's like, you guys are in 16th overall. And now they're playing in the same facility. They're finally like ramping up here. They're looking fantastic in scrims. This is the Crazy Thieves that I was waiting for. It's like, where we having a lot of fun in Pro League, that's great. But now that you're in person, you can't rage quit, mute comms. You can't just find yourself trying to talk to somebody. No.
Okay.
Wait,
all right.
So much.
Namaste.
Oh,
a few seconds of silence there. And welcome and thank you for our first episode of Vicky Vents, a new segment we'll be introducing on the broadcast. Vicky, take a break. We can see you're very passionate about this topic, so we'll let you vent a little bit more. But right now, there's some other people who are passionate about this topic, including Jen Burton himself. He's got his dad at every single LAN. It would be crazy to see Jen Burton, Papa and Mama Jen Burton, but not Jen Burton at LAN. He knows he's got to make it.
Well, the expectation, at least for this weekend, is a top 5, but that would like give us a 90% chance to qual for LAN. But I don't want to leave it to chance, so I want to really win this weekend. So we've been really working hard as a team. We've been coming to boot camp, so we're at the LA facility right now, 100 Thieves. So we're working really hard right now to qualify for this LAN. Honestly, we're not missing out on playoffs. I'm not happy. I've never missed a LAN in my life. This will be the first time ever, and I'm not letting that happen. That's never going to happen in my life.
Otherwise, your parents going to be taking a nice vacation to Paris, man, and you're going to be watching. You're going to be asking for pictures. I don't think you want it to go down like that. Vicky, welcome back.
Hey, listen, I had to like polish off. Yeah, I chilled out. You know why, though? Yeah. You know why? Because it's always so nice to see Jen's dad at these events giving him his full support. I had to polish off the koala that he actually gave me a few LANs ago, you know, just to wish for some good luck. Because when you got to leave your chances of making to land just out of your control, when you cannot have that control over your own destiny, it gets even scarier, especially when we all know how great of a team this is.
I mean, you know, Genome, this has been a kind of an issue for them throughout the entire split here, getting his visa sorted out. Now they're playing together. Now they're playing in the same facility. You know, Vicky had mentioned it here, although she mentioned a lot of things. Is this what they finally needed to kick it into gear?
I mean, interesting what you brought up about Rock before. I feel like the same actually kind of applies to CRT. You hear Jen being very vocal, and I do wonder if that's because there's not full confidence in Phony's calls right now.
Oh, man. Wow. What a great start to this day. We've got a lot of stories that are brewing. We'll see which ones start to bubble and pop here as we kick off America's. It's regional finals, baby. Match point finals, day 10, closing out the split. And it's Vicky and Genome to lead us into game 1.
Here we go again. Let's get into it, everybody. What you've all been waiting for, our Split 1 regional finals. I feel like time has just flown by, but it always flies by when you're having fun, right, Genome? As we start off our series on Storm Point for game number 1 before we transition over to Olympus. So we're getting a little bit of that back and forth stake draft before we get the double E district maps, where a lot of these teams want to start getting some of these points going on, because again, you need to get 50 points first before you win a game next.
So having a look at our draft here, going a little bit more in depth with it. Vicky, we see JDG picking up Cito Station at the first pick there. Obviously, their first overall. That's why they get that first draft pick, and Cito's been performing exceptionally well. Then you go to some other teams who perhaps are going a little bit more, for the comfort picks. Liquid going for Barrow, Falcons up at Elrod, which actually hasn't been performing that well since they removed the Trident that spawns to the east of that POI.
And that's been a big conversation to talk about the teams who've been struggling to convert into these final zone situations, especially when they've been getting their rotation cut off, right? Getting right into the action and seeing which of our legends we're going to say goodbye to first. A lot on the line for our bubble squads and a lot to prove for our teams that are coming from the later half of this lobby here. Crypto, by the way, no surprise, is going to be the first legend banned, as we have been seeing very consistently across multiple regions.
But of course, essentially the only times he was getting not first picked was perhaps if their E District was the first map, then you're getting a lot more altar, and even then, usually it was a tiebreak, right? So it comes down to potentially who's got the highest amount of kills in that first game. Look, let's hear a little bit more from Jen about the boot camp that CRT have been on this game.
Well, going into match point finals, we've kind of prepared like a lot for this weekend, at least. So we've been working on our like roles and our communication, because that's like our main issue. Ever since our team got together last year, we've always had this issue on online. Like being in online tournaments, we've been terrible. Like we've always just performed terrible online. But when it comes to actual LAN, being together, playing together, we've been really good. And hopefully this weekend it showcases that.
Well, being good at LAN is great, Jen, but you have to make it there. And CRT, that is not a given today.
It's not. And I'm really happy that we got to hear that, because this kind of goes to like what we were talking about before, where maybe, there's a miscommunication going on. The vibes aren't there. Someone gets upset because the call may not have been right and they end up muting instead of talking about it. You're here in person. Now you get to have, that synergy built up together. You know what you could do. And I think everybody needs to understand the importance of how a lot of esports needs to bring their players together. Not only not play on ping, but being able to build up that synergy and boot camp with one another. As we see where our first zone's taking us over here by Launchpad, that is going to be quite a trek for Northpad Crazy Thieves to come out of, because once again, no Tridents. They're going to have to play side quests with the Prowler Den before then wrapping up on the edge of zone.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Vicky. I'm interested to see whether this zone does go back to Launchpad proper. No one seems to be going that far out towards, that sort of eastern edge, playing near the Prowler Dens and whatnot. Like, yeah, you're seeing Ninjas in Pyjama down here at the moment. I'm thinking of a game earlier on WeCast last time, earlier in the split, actually, where Virtus.pro in EMEA won a game very comfortably from this spot, just because it's so open that once you take control of the position, it's extremely hard for anyone else to deal with you there.
This is why, I really like it in a zone like this. You want to try to be on the path less traveled by, right? Clear up your backs here, which is what NIP have been able to do, actually, in a zone like this. I feel like I'm getting a bit of deja vu, actually, Genome, where we saw the same situation on Storm Point, where NIP went for that quick rotate, hung out on this side of the zone, and were able to gatekeep the teams that were rotating from Devastated Coast, which has a ring console and a survey beacon, to get to this final zone where they're expecting the majority of the teams to rotate from the north and western side, where those tight chokes could leave you out in the open.
It's not where you want to be. That's for damn sure. But luckily, most teams have the crypto available to them. As we said, first ban, that means you get a little bit of that advanced scouting, right? You can look ahead, rub the crystal ball, work out, what's ahead of you, and whether that's a spot you can push for, you can play for. Is that building free? Or do we have to sit back and, take an alternate route? Team Liquid, they're doing that at the moment. They've got AG ahead of them. They're one of the teams that have opted for Altar in this first game. Only a quarter of the lobby doing the same.
You use Alter to try to fully send it on to a team, and then it goes hand in hand with having a Nitro Gate, and it's just watching a bunch of teams like they're in go-karts here and trying to find an opportunity to soak up these points very early. I mean, that was like my first experience on the introduction of Axel, but it's also been interesting to see how Axel has been getting that later ban, especially when we start transitioning outside of E-District and we start looking at Olympus. Team now starting to move up after Team Liquid is done over by Pylon, which, by the way, so many teams have already gone ahead and gone into zone. There's nobody really gatekeeping them here, but it's still a very scary choke to exit out of with so many teams already expecting you by Launchpad. And another team, too, Team Falcons. Man, there is so much to say about Team Falcons, too, because not only are their fans rallying up right behind them, but this is also another team that has shown up amazingly in scrims.
They have. Not always. Not throughout the entirety of the split. There's been enough clips on Reddit, YouTube, anywhere you can find media, basically, going into detail about that. But hey, when the chips are down, Vicky, this is a team that you certainly can bet on. Now, they don't have the ring information right now. That's pretty crucial, but you know that they're good enough to get that man scan here over at Stormcatcher and then make a very valid prediction about where it's going. They can infer that it is somewhere towards Launchpad just by looking at everyone who's already posted up here.
You know, just to highlight the stakes here in this first game, it is 12 teams plus the regional final winner that ends up qualifying into LAN from Americas. And just looking at how tight the competition is, I mean, you have Sentinels 87, Falcons 85 in 3rd and 4th. Then you look all the way down into that 12th spot where we talk about the global teams with HUSS being at 70. Like, this is going to be so important in soaking up these points, especially since the regional final point distribution is a little bit higher than usual, right? And now you get to take a look at where that zone is pooling with more teams getting that information with so many cryptos in the lobby. I would not want to be a caustic to deal with this, honestly. All that hard work on trying to put all these barrels down, putting people in the Dutch oven just for all of it to get deleted. And once again, NIP, who have played a zone like this already before in Pro League, believe it was like the 2nd or 3rd last day or so, we saw a very similar zone to this. They actually rotated here incredibly fast. They called it out perfectly, and they held that side of the rock because not only can they actually pressure out the teams that will be forced to be out in the open once they leave those houses that's on the high ground of Launchpad, but they could also play very split to harass the teams like Buckle Boys that wants to eventually rotate on the southern side of those rocks from Devastated Coast.
Yeah, and it's a super fast rotate, right? Like, you got to remember, this was, you know, they were up at Zeus Station, and Ninjas in Pyjamas have somehow pulled out what I would expect to be God Spot in this zone. And as we mentioned before, right, I'm so glad we got that vision of it right from the start, because especially if you were a caustic team where there's not a lot of Gibraltars or Newcastles in the lobby, it's so hard for people to cross that open ground and get past you.
It is. That's why, man, the inclusion of Axel has just changed so much. The Nitro Gate, we're truly zooming out of Zeus all the way down to that rock that's on the outskirts of where that zone is pulling in. Crazy Thieves with a lot of pressure on this team. They can perform in scrims, but this is where it really matters now. Take out that energy that you've been able to pick up off of boot camp, the prep talks that I know Nicewig has had with this team, as he's been so passionate with his faith in these individual players as well as the rest of us have. Phony's going to be able to get a scan, get some information, because there is a team right around the corner. It's probably the fight for the Evil Harvester, honestly, because Team Falcons are also right there by Stormcatcher. That is also very close to Team Nemesis as well as Shopify Rebellion and Flat.
I mean, the other thing you got to remember about Game 1s, Vicky, these days, though, of course, is that the hack, the drone, can actually pick up those Evos now, right? So, ideally, you should be fighting less for Evo Harvesters than ever in pretty much the rest of the series, because you can pick them up in a much less risky way, right? You just fly the drone over and hopefully you know, it doesn't get sniped on the way in. But in that way, it's actually quite easy to get to purples. You can really zoom around the map quite a bit with that. That said, actually, this is definitely a stat we should go and pull up, is the time to purple. I'm sure that has gone down, increased quite significantly since we took Tridents out of the game.
I like that, actually. This is why you're a stats man, Gino. And now talking about, like, not only just numbers here too, but with the inclusion of Caustic, aside from how Crypto could not really overextend when you have that drone to pick up those evil harvesters, but it's also just the fact that you get information for the other teams that are within the surrounding area who are trying to do basically the same thing, kind of having like a drone battle before navigating away. But yeah, I bring up Caustic here too because being able to get to that next zone procs that passive as well, so you get to have even more armor. It gets even better if you have the over armor perk too. So Virtus and the rest of Crazy Thieves, noting how many teams are coming out of Stormcatcher that may want to take a roundabout position into rotating from their end of zone, are also going to be looking at their backs to make sure that they can try to gatekeep this if it's free when they rotate.
And I like that you called them individuals before, because I think that's some of the tension in this team, isn't it? Because we know that all three of them are incredible individuals as far as players goes, but the question with them has always been, how will they work? How will they gel as a team together? They've all got a trophy in the cabinet somewhere, but do they have the potential together to get another one?
It breaks my heart, man, with the way that I've had my conversations with Jen's dad too, and he's got so much faith. He knows what his son can do, and of course with the talent that that team has. But I like the way that Falcons, you know, are taking their time and planning their next rotation here while they are still in zone. They knew that Crazy Thieves was around them, and they hear the fight as AG Global get eliminated. Our first team out of this lobby with our Red Bull first strike. You talk about holding it down and how you want to be able to hold this bottom side of things. Now we get to see Buckle Boys and Full 11 also looking at this fight.
Yeah, no, I love that actually. This is probably the sort of second best staging ground, as we do see Crazy Thieves going in. Drone does get eliminated. Let's have a listen in with Crazy Thieves.
Come on! Never behind him, okay? I'm dead. Stay slow. Yeah, I'm dead. Alright, walking for the wall. Cut him. Yeah, so on top rock, top rock. Cut him! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, no one! Go squeak. One taping you. And then. Get the kills. On your bottom, bully.
Oh, that takes a rough start. It's all good.
What happened?
Oh no, you hear them
What
like
happened?
the side. I love that's what you hear from Phony too, because it's like how do we fumble this? You know what is even more important to highlight though? This right here, the fact that Falcons stayed alive after we just saw a 3P opportunity where they came in, they timed this fight, they heard Crazy Thieves originally on the outskirts of zone, they took their time, took a bit of circle damage, now they bring back one, but unfortunately they do not bring back Guild. It's just a little too late to get that death box res, but they stay alive and that's what matters. Now, I'm not confident in hearing those comms there from Crazy Thieves. CG go next. Again, match point format's also a very different look as HUSS are looking to extend and get aggressive here. This is the fight that we were seeing on the southern side of zone, not the route that NIP was holding, as Buckle Boys do get eliminated. But while this fight is happening, this was a 3P originally. The 4P is within the vicinity between Dinos.
This isn't a fight, this is a Royal Rumble here, as we got 4 teams who get into it. Falcons go down, by the way. I think that was at the hands of Ninjas in Pyjamas by the looks of it. They tried to go a little too far into zone, especially considering they were only a duo. Full 11 gets taken out down the bottom, and now Dinos are on their way to HUSS, but we've also got Team Nemesis on the top looking at Shopify Rebellion. That's a scary team for anyone to come up against, but especially with AURORA now the only one left alive.
It's just crazy to see how a lot of these teams have just struggled to be able to make this rotate. I mean, this goes hand in hand with a lot of these circle pools as AURORA keeping that dream for not very long. Team Nemesis finally get eliminated after a very tough rotate here, and this was the collapse that we were expecting when we saw a zone pool like this. Flat with their backs against the wall, they picked up some KP, and that's the name of the game for these first games, to start setting up a cushion and a gap between you and the rest of the lobby. And the only team that is in this next zone is NIP, but right alongside them, by the choke of this fight, is also ROC Esports.
Oh, well, Zero got the kickstart knockdown, but that's not going to do him much good when Panic is the only one left alive on this team right now. We see Sentinels getting the better of this one. Panic is just having to go for a little bit of a heal. We're going to switch over to an even more important fight that's pretty much over Zone 6 right now. This is Dinos, who finally took a bit of control of the southern side of the zone here on the beach. And it's Visions Team Vision, they're actually looking at them and they take them out. So this is actually super important. They'll have JDG, possibly Rock Esports, depending on which way they decide to go coming at them later. But it could be a brawl between Vision and Ninjas in Pyjamas for control of that final zone.
Imagine the way that Vision has also been able to ramp up throughout the season here. Gonna be able to finally get that rotate, but also try to gatekeep the teams like GD Gaming, who are gonna be on that southern side, trying to go and collapse on the choke that Rock were holding. Shopify eventually have to move, but taking their time because they're seeing the chaos happening right in front of them. The skies are congested with all these crypto drones too. EMP 4 days. The choke fight starts happening between Rock and JD Gaming, and Nice Guys may get involved here right behind them. That's not very nice of them here, but that's something that they want to pick up some of these points as JD Gaming now move in, floating, who has been popping off, wipes out Rock Esports.
Not able to hold off the #1 team in the region right now. You wouldn't have thought that coming into this that it'd be JDG, but my lord, if they had a glow up. They're gonna have to get this reset here. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they've got Flat on top of them. Where is this void passage going? Right on their heads. If he dumps his caustic ult right now, Nipper in so much trouble.
This fight isn't worth to take, though, right now, because they were predicting the zone of pulling over here, and they lack the ring console information to see the actual pull going to the south side. But Flat, now trying to slide in. They get the 2-piece at the same time. Now only one member left to trying to navigate away. And Flat have to get the full reset, because they know at least they have some time for right now. But Team Vision are looking to collapse on them.
And Ninjas in Pyjamas, they lose it. They lose Godspot. And now it's Vision playing from the south side. The zone does pull to them, and you can see it's all about taking space. In these beach zones, it's really about playing big, being aggressive, and trying to put teams on the back foot before they can even get a sniff of you. That's why Ninjas in Pyjamas lost their position. They're not playing Altar. As soon as they dropped to the low ground, they lost any kind of priority they had in that fight against Flat.
Getting overzealous there too, and Nice Guys are the next to get eliminated here. JDG not giving an opportunity for any of these squads to open up strong before sliding in, floating. A wonderful story of this player. One of my favorite players to watch, honestly, in his journey in the ALGS from New Orleans here, and how we were able to see him do with Turcoholics, as he's going to be able to find another one. It's going to be the EMP now coming down. Team Vision looking to follow up immediately afterwards. You talk about the portal play. It's a staying on the high ground together with the Altar, and with an R9 and Kraber in Carter's hand, another crack comes in, followed up by the last knock, and they're going to be
didn't get their hands too dirty too early, and that's honestly been a little bit of a calling card of Zach Mazer so far this season. He's just like really crisp calls, and not getting too greedy, not getting too aggressive, just walking that sort of tightrope between finding good spots in zone, but also being able to take out teams when they need to.
And that's why they rotated over to their POI of Launchpad, which obviously, it is a lot closer to their POI, but notice how they took a roundabout rotate going from the south side and still contesting the teams that were collapsing on one another, trying to fight for some space into rotating from that coastal side. Looking at the fact that Team Vision not only secured the 12 extra points for getting first place, but 7 KP in their pocket. Even JD Gaming, we were talking about them before, still getting a good amount of that KP themselves. And then you look at the later half of this lobby, where some teams not as fortunate when it comes to these zone pools and getting gate capped to the 3P opportunities that come in when you have information or you get EMP griefed and you can't really situate yourself in a building, unfortunately falling flat here. But it's been great to see this upper half of teams now starting to popping off.
Couple of big names there at the end, Rain.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Vision, you've got JD Gaming, and you've got Flat. Those three teams, have all had some very interesting stories. Flat is a team I want to just briefly mention. When they won their match day, and I believe this was match day 7 or match day 8, we talked to Nano and he said, I wanted to take what people were doing and look at where they were just following a trend and then shift that so we could do something better for us. He felt the Maggie was actually somebody he could lose. Staynati and Shubi have been here for a long time, but Floating coming in and having this level of impact, showing he's not only able to get to this level, but stay here and perform well, it's very rare to see. This is a team to keep your eye on today.
It's why I really loved the circuit that we had available for us in New Orleans. It gave the opportunity for a lot of these up-and-coming players that may not have had their time in the spotlight to showcase what they got. And who knows, Ray Day, you know what this makes me always think about, because you know how I am when it comes to bridging the community and the competitive scene together, is how many hidden demons do we have waiting in the shadows to come in and shine some light here in the Pro League, shake things up like the way Floating has on JD Gaming.
You know, that's a great point. I mean, the Open, for what it was in our history of the ALGS, and it was a new and unique take, it certainly gave us these little moments that now clearly had an impact. And maybe if it's just 1 or 2 stories from it, we still keep talking about it and the opportunity there. And there's a lot of esports that do opens, you know, an EA cousin in Madden. They've done an open every year for their championship series and had a couple of good years hosting that. It's been a lot of fun to see who can come out in terms of talent. Floating, though, certainly fitting in with Staynati and Shubi. We talked a little bit about Staynati. You know, I asked him about his family. He really didn't say, he's like, nothing really, I'm just doing my job. It's really no big, heavy thing. But he's like, I would like to get my mom and my sister out to Vegas. So we're hoping that they can keep this up, not only in Paris, but keep the energy rolling that way. Gino, I mean, if they can do it, this is going to be kind of a new era for Staynati and Shubi too, albeit at a different level than Floating. They've been here before. But they're kind of fighting for this different level of excellence where it's like, yeah, we're pros, but can we be winning pros? Can we be the pros that people are looking at like, we're behind you, we need to catch up to you?
Yeah, have you ever really gone into a LAN and been, looking at them as the trendsetters, as the team to beat? No, not really. And, as well, you were talking about Floating back there and, we've seen a lot of up-and-coming players, right? Like Cersei, Sacred. We've already talked about them today. But I don't put Floating in the same conversation as them. I genuinely think he has solidified himself as a top player. He looks more complete than some of those other players, in my opinion.
And one of the things is taking direction and learning. Naughty did comment on the fact that Floating is able to kind of mesh really well and really easily. And you're right, there are these other elements besides just raw aim and shooting and having tons of potential. It's can you fit, and can you fit right now to get the job done? JD Gaming off to a great start, but Team Vision take the win in game number 1. Guys, it's time to get to game 2 and see if it continues.
Alrighty, thank you, Rain Day. Already going over to Olympus. Once again, I blink and Storm Point is over for our first game, Genome. I really like the way that a lot of our teams fought to try to play into that end zone. It was a little volatile for the squads that didn't get that early rotate. But now, as we go onto Olympus, we say goodbye to Crypto. And I'm interested to see if we're going to keep up the trend and say goodbye to Valkyrie next, perhaps.
Yeah, look, the air traffic controllers are breathing a sigh of relief. Or maybe they're not. Maybe now they have to deal with the supersonic Valkyries instead of, just the drones flying around. Yeah, something like that. Either way, we are, of course, going map to map. We've got 3 here in the regional finals today. Started off in Storm Point. Now it is Olympus, and next we will be going to E District and then all the way back around. So having a look at our map over here, I do like obviously central POIs all the more now that we're going without Trident. So things like Terminal have had a massive pickup in points per game.
That's interesting too, right? Because we also saw the problem with some teams that have had to make those rough rotations, whether it be utilizing, without having to overextend with the crypto drone to pick up the Evo Harvester and to get these safer rotations, but with no more crypto in the mix. You got to talk about the top legend compositions that we have been able to see once some of these legends are out of this rotation and being able to actually utilize the mobility that Axel brings together with bunkering down with the Caustic. But this is after just match number 1 alone.
Yeah, we only had 1 match. And of course, as we generally see in the Americas region, people don't branch out all that much. So we can see only 4 different compositions between all 20 teams. It's kind of it's kind of rolling the clock back a little bit, right? Back to when there was a solidified meta, there weren't legend bans, and people just pretty much stuck to what they knew. Now, as we get further and further down the series and into deeper into the legend pool, we will see this branch out.
Yeah, and you know what? While we take a look at the different legend compositions and we transition over onto Olympus, I'm being told that Jayhawk actually had some words here for Crazy Thieves, making a tweet. I'm thinking Thieves in 7. He added the phony. That is a throwback, by the way. Hold up.
Yeah.
You cannot show me that picture. Okay, hold on, because now it's gonna be not Vicky Vents, but it's gonna be Vicky Spam, because I always be spamming, honestly. And let me tell you, back in the day when I was able to do Esports Arena, some of the players that I was exposed to, Phony being one of them, I remember the hat, I remember everything. I remember Skittle back in the day too, Verhulst, obviously, for the real ones that have been here for a really long time. But yep, I mean, Thieves in 7, well, they better have one heck of a game going into game number 2, because they just fell down in 19th place. And Phony, that gentleman over there with the nice fedora, just asked what happened. So hopefully they're able to figure that out before before we get into the action. Hey man, we gotta talk about it too. I bring them up because I'm a big fan of each of these players. When we talk about Verhulst and we see ESA picture of Phony, and then we highlight the talent that is Jen, who was on your neck of the woods while all this was going on back in the day before Verhulst even saw the light of day in Pro League. There was so much to dissect of how talented each of these players are. Now you get this all-star team and we mesh them together. We haven't seen that one before, but you know what happens? Usually when there's a bit of miscommunication going on here and ironing this out, Nicewick, I'm sure, had his own conversation with them, boosting up their morale, making sure that they're straight here, especially now that they're boot camping together in person, so they can kind of sit back and be like, okay, well, instead of, walking away from your monitor, now we could dissect what went wrong in that first game, because currently, Gino, there's little to no room for error, and when you don't have your own fate in your own hands, it gets a little scary.
Yeah, I was just, when you just brought up ESA there, it was kind of making me think about some parallels between Verhulst and Floating, right? Because when he came up in the ESA team, Verhulst, of course, they suddenly became one of the best teams in the world. And at that point, he was just this sort of fresh, young, new controller player that not a lot of people had seen. So who knows? Maybe Floating will join up, and or maybe he'll be taking a title with JDG and the boys soon, and that's he can join Verhulst on that podium.
You know who else I have to bring up here too? We got to talk about Nice Guys, another team that needs to have a Cinderella story of a pop-off moment, who are currently sitting at 47 points before diving into today, because some familiar faces, if you want to talk about OG names, you know what? We got to talk about Nocturnal, who is coming back up to the plate and trying to slot in together with Sang and Cody.
Hold up. Isn't he a coach these days?
Not anymore. He said, I broke through the chains.
I see how it is. Now, apparently he was, dealing with some IRL stuff, and now he's, back to being the man in charge, of course, as we know him best. He's dominated Pro League splits before. He's had, I think, top 3s at LAN, I think is about as high as he got. And certainly in some of them even went into the LAN being like, maybe these guys are the strongest team in the world. Never quite panned out that way, but Nocturnal certainly has the pedigree. And if he can find that dog in him, the one that pushed the limits like no one else could back in those times, who knows? Maybe Nice Guys can pull off the 3rd out of 4 essentially Cinderella stories across the 4 regions this weekend.
You know what's crazy too? When you talk about Cody and Sang, we can't talk about ESA potentials when you have these two players who had played on Team Intel and Team Raze. I'm sorry, it's just so crazy to see how far we've gone within ALGS, and to see all of our talents and players mesh in together, creating that history. Because then when I think about Nocturnal, I think about, man, that time when they had hit match point, Hottick was their coach, it was Team Liquid, they played low ball World Edge. It's like, we want more of that. We see the potential, man. And they got pinpointed, everyone focused them because they knew that the Loba team was Liquid. Nowadays, though, you use the POI draft to your advantage and looking at the different compositions that you're exposed to in scrims to kind of predict and match the rotations that we've been exposed to depending on where these zone pools are.
Interesting, like how many things that has changed since then, right? I mean, Jayhawk here talking, both Ty and Zipline Mafia came into regional finals in 20th place and managed to win match point to head to LAN. Insane. Yeah, it's a little crazy. So yeah, who's actually yeah, where's let me bring up that stat real quick. Who is our 20th place team here today? Standings from my standings. It's Buckle Boys. No, sorry, it was full 11. I'm looking at the, well, we played one game. I forget that. It was full 11. So if we want to keep that trend going, yeah, they'd be the other 20th team to take it out, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, so many things have changed, Vicky. Like I'm thinking about, you know how we were talking about central POIs before and about how they've sort of come back into vogue? And it was, you know, Nocturnal was one of the first people who sort of, you know, valued that and then took it to the next degree by, as you said, playing low bar. And that was purely just so that they could loot faster and make rotations even faster. So they're trying to, you know, take that advantage and then wrench it up to 11.
Thanks so much. There's so much history we have to talk about here, guys. And thank you so much for tuning in to the ALGS America's Regional Final. We're waiting to get set up here for game number 2. Once again, we are moving on to Olympus. And while we highlight what's at stake here for the teams that need to have a performance today, Genome, it's crazy to even think about some of these talented players who may not even qualify for their first time at a LAN.
Yeah, that is scary to think about. You know, Jen Burton was talking before, he really doesn't want that to be him. I mean, he got to Sweden. He didn't quite play at Sweden.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, qualifying, you know, still, you got to give it to him, I suppose. But
alrighty, well, while we get everything set up here, Genome, and while we reminisce just a little bit, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come right out of it, we got game number 2 on the horizon.
Couldn't agree more, dude. I literally could not agree more. I don't think that would be it for me, man. Unreal, dude. Literally nuts.
I just don't know if that's the song choice. But dude, when we watch EMEA, bro, so many of them don't even listen to music. Like it's just straight silence until the next game starts.
I don't think I would listen to music in between games. I don't like it that much. I think it's more important to have team conversations than just blasting music on, like, when just being.
I feel like I would need the music in between, bro.
What's that?
I feel like I would need it.
Oh, 100%, without a doubt. I couldn't agree more. I mean, also in this situation too, by the way, for the map chat, I want to go back to it too real quick. For the map right now in these situations, we're going to have also Storm Point and E-District also in the rotation. Now, for E-District, it's going to be the next 2 games. So for ED, you can actually check the numbers right here. A lot of these guys did choose ED second. Majority of teams actually, wow, wait, oh my God. Wait, so many squads chose Storm Point first. Everyone did.
Number 1 pick, Cedo Station.
Everybody but Full XL, and they got left with Coastal Camp, which really is not that terrible either. The 60th pick, the last pick. So everyone went first.
That's pretty bad.
And then Full XL went last pick of the draft, Coastal Camp.
Coastal Camp's pretty bad.
I mean, yeah, but you take a Coastal Camp over East Trail or Mountain Lift, dude.
Or Bean. Yeah.
Oh, I realized Revival got, never mind, 2 teams. Revival got Mountain Lift. I'm taking Coastal Camp over Mountain Lift. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah.
But people don't, though, which is crazy. People don't take Mountain Lift before Coastal Camp, which blows my mind. Mountain Lift has to be the worst of all time. Actually, the worst.
I mean, I think their game plan there is just pray to God they get a zone close and just early rotate and hope they pick it. No, that's really the game plan there for that late of a pick on Storm Point.
No, there's a lot of teams that actually like end up in that position, bro, in Mountain Lift and actually have some good games. So it's not that big of a deal because Mountain Lift is actually such a frequent zone that happens for this. I don't know what's going on. We need to start these games up, dude. Oh my goodness. Mountain Lift is turbo rotate. I mean, it's not even a turbo rotate. You're just literally sitting there. Usually, majority of the time, bro, you're so safe for zone closes because Mountain Lift happens so much, or at least the neighboring POIs at least have a hop and a skip away from Mountain Lift side. I always forgive my teammates' roommates. GodLike macro. Okay, let's Valk up. Thoughts on Nemesis? Thoughts on Nemesis macro? We're instigating right now, but can you guys hear me?
Dude, these guys have been shit talking each other so much in the last like week or two.
Can you guys hear me? What is Monsoon even saying, dude? Admin cheating. What is going on, man? What is even
I'm
happening?
surprised he hasn't put like a penis in the chat or something.
Yeah, I mean, Monsoon usually does. It's going to get there now, but I think you always saw this. And League Ops said, holy. We have the League Ops team spamming, putting holy in the chat. The League Ops squad? What is even going on right now? Can't wait for a 10-minute break, the game after this. Yo, they are hilarious, dude. What are you wearing? Monsoon said.
Oh.
He's
I thought
asking.
you were saying that to
I was
me.
grilling you?
I was like,
wow,
what?
that was so mean. I would never do that to you. I'm surprised there's no graphic tee on today, kid.
Listen, I didn't know what the
vibe was?
regulations were. I
The
didn't
dress
know.
code?
Right. So I went just playing on them.
Professionals, by the way, I mean, if you want to call them that, dude, at this point for Apex, I don't even know if we call these guys I mean, they are. Professionals in the regard they're good at the game. No professionalism within like the actual PR side of things. Probably zero, actually, when it comes down to that. But we actually make for a good audience, dude, and a good entertainment when it comes down to this. At least they have a good time. The game one happened. Game one already happened. We're waiting for game two. They're starting up right now, and there's about to be Slayer's Fold, I believe.
Dude, that means we have another 10-minute break.
No, there's no way. Can't be 10 minutes again. Just delay. They're going to end this game and restart probably in 5 minutes. Not even. Check Discord. I got you, Kenji. 1 sec. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you. Thank you. You're the GOAT. Love you, Kenji. You
Shout
are
out
the
all
best.
the mods holding it down, man.
Yeah, shout out the mods holding it down, bro. Sorry for the downtime, chat. Shout out to Greek for being here, too. It makes it a little bit easier to have this downtime in the mix, which is fantastic. Also, shout out to AT&T, the sponsor of XP AT&T in that chat, man. Please. They've been sponsored now for the B Street for so long, man. They make sure things go smoothly for me all the time. And we're also running our setup today, bro, in our internet for our setup for actually triple PCs. We have 3 PCs we're operating off of right now, I want to point out. And they're making sure everything's stable. Shout out AT&T, shout out 100T. And this will be Slayer's fault.
Symbol.
Hell yeah, man. The only one who doesn't get in is Slayer. Can we get some W's and L's in the chat? Whatever one you are feeling, bro, for Slayer. Whatever you're feeling is necessary for Slayer. Can we get some W's or L's? I'll let them both fly for this one, dude. The first time I'll allow hate in my...
I'm going L.
I'm going L too, dude. L in his name. L not getting in, bro. What a nerd. Last picked in dodgeball type of vibe. Thank you, Kenji. I love you. You're the best. I love you so much. You're literally the GOAT. Thank you. Bad chat 1 second. Oops. L.
All right.
I'll see.
So 2 back-to-back
Bro,
scrims
are
here,
we-
game 2.
Split results.
Yeah, too, because you have to consider not only do you qualify for playoffs, but there's some money on the line. And by some, I mean that very loosely, because first place gets to walk away with 20K in their pocket. So you want to be able to also secure not only that first place spot, which is very closely contested by NIP, but if you really think about it on paper, the difference between first and second place, Genome, is 5K. That's like a $5,000 mistake that some of these teams could make that could kind of get squeezed through if NIP starts ramping up too.
Oh, you gotta put a dollar figure on it like that?
Yeah, that's the FGC way. You know, that's what you got to talk about when it comes to the money matches. But it's not going to be a money match where we take a look at. I mean, it actually is if you think about it. But if you take a look at some of our highlights for game number 1, yeah, literally though, because mistakes like this, it's what could cause you not only land, which could secure not only more of a legacy for a great team, but then missing out on the opportunity to secure some extra bucks in your pocket. And we get to see some of these teams too having to forcibly rotate over on that south side of zone.
Okay, I just had an idea. Jayhawk, if you're out there listening, next video, if we have the downfall of CRT, we need that comm from the end there of Phonies where he's like, what just happened? But then like you reverb it and it plays like fire. He's like, what just happened? and then we roll all the clips of them not making land. Anyway, I'm not saying that's gonna happen yet. I'm just saying it would make a good video if it does.
And you know what? And then when they do make it, you get that, and then you put a crown over the fedora phony picture instead. There you go, Jayhawk. We got you on the free content right here. Also, everybody, if you guys enjoyed Jayhawk's tweet, also don't forget to tweet at us at Play Apex Esports. We love to hear your thoughts, especially when you guys get to share your clips with us too, as you saw in our little break of a highlight. And we get to see more of these highlights too from JD Gaming. A big story here for Floating, as we've reiterated so many times too, but it's been difficult when some of these teams, it's hard to see it where you are holding the high ground position, you have the advantage in some of these fights, but to give it up sometimes on the ultra portal that puts you on that low ground, sometimes you got to try to take the fight here. But is it worth it here as we take also a look at Floating stats just after that first game?
4 kills. Nice little start out there for him. Actually, I'm very surprised. It's team kill percentage, 67%. As far as I understand it, that's referring to the kill participation? Or is that saying he's got 2/3 of his team's kills? Either way, I mean, we're seeing most players sit up at around, I think 80% kill participation, if that is the same stat when we're looking at the sort of high-performing players on highly coordinated teams that tend to push together. So yeah, look, it's only been 1 game, but he's got quite the damage differential there after 1.
Taking a look at the Split 1 playoffs for the teams who have already qualified Genome across multiple different regions. You were talking to us a little bit about APAC North and South just earlier in EMEA, and we, of course, welcome more teams within the EMEA side of things. I love being able to see, too, of course, with America's having 12 slots plus that Pro League winner. It's crazy to see already the talent that we're going to have shaping up our land.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Dog Red. I didn't really get a chance to talk about them before, but in APAC South, they had an absolute banger day. They didn't win, but they actually came in second with the most points, and they lost in the final 3v3, I believe it was, against DCG. So they got so close to doing sort of the Cinderella story, but second place was mathematically so unlikely for them to make it through, but they actually did in the end. So yeah, just pure grit out from those guys to get through. And I think I also heard they changed their IGL 2 weeks before the regional finals as well. So Killer Pos, absolute veteran of the scene. Sort of like Alrelele a little bit in that, loves to change input every now and then. Yeah, he's back at LAN. Good to see him.
Yeah, and you know what kind of goes hand in hand, if you're stressing out any of your wrist muscles here too, trying to find an input that works out for you, and being able to be flexible is important. Oh, do my eyes deceive me? We're seeing the flyby. We are getting into the action, everybody. Thank you so much once again for your patience. Trust me, we want to see the action just like you. And sorry, I must have misplaced my button, or my dog Matcha may have taken it with her when she was doing her airplane ears after she just opened the door to say hi to me. As we take a look at the series results thus far and where it stands, Team Vision just won game number 1 as a quick reminder. Flat coming into the quick second place finish there too, right behind them. But now we get into Olympus, a change of scenery before we also dive into game 3, where it will be E-District, Gino.
Yeah, don't make me go bring up that find my tweet from I think before the first day of play, where I was going big. I said I am buying in big on Team Vision. this split. Zach Mazer, I love how he's playing so far this split. I feel like he's ironed out some of the kinks that, led to some of those Mazer moments in times of old.
It's great comms too, and trying to find these rotates as well. But while we also take a look at Dinos and a player that I've actually had within my own games, we talked a little bit about it in the interview. I want to throw it over to Jay Future, where he actually talks about their recent poor performance from the team and how it could go hand in hand with some difficult scrims and a poor mindset.
We got a little bit too egotistical, and we kind of stopped trying in scrims. A lot of hope going on when scrim plays happen, and I'm trying to get my team to more focus on it doesn't matter what the scrim quality is, it doesn't matter what stupid plays that people are making, as long as we just got to be focused on winning the game and getting better every scrim day. So once we can do that, once we can have that Imperial Howl mentality, you're just no way to go but up.
That Imperial Howl mentality. I liked the accountability that we're also hearing from Jay Future and knowing, okay, we got a little bit too comfortable and we're not at the top yet, so there's no reason to get too comfortable like that. So we got to stay consistent, especially when you have certain end zones that could be easily won and falling apart. Yanya, we got AG Global stepping up to the plate. Vamonos. With the three friends here now going to be able to move up and see how they're going to also try to convert this, because this is another team where we know that these guys have been together, kind of going back and forth, almost like a little bit of a toxic relationship before they're like, oh, you know what, let's run it back all over again, because we miss playing with one another. And even with different changes, they've been able to kind of find themselves back in their stride. But what people don't really realize, Genome, I feel like when you take a step back, even if there's been some time that you haven't played together, if it's been so long, as Dropped is about to get dropped, by the way, here, that it takes some time to start meshing well together, especially when the meta's changed.
Back in their stride, Vicky. Come on, man. You're rubbing salt in the wound there.
Oh, come on. You know how it is. Never.
Poor Striders.
Never.
Poor Striders. I see how it is. Anyway. Look, we got Team Liquid also trying to get involved in this. They see a stray a stray dropped out here, and they do get that finish. So between the two of them, there we go. The Red Bull first strike will take down Geekay. And Team Liquid now have Dinos. We just heard from them. They're coming out of Terminal. And Team Liquid, do they know that they're there? We see Zero taking the portal back, and they're camping it!
No. That is so unfortunate. I mean, at least they have Panic that's still alive to remotely get the banner, but we saw the rotate. That was perfect comms from you, Genome. You called it out. You saw them moving up through Terminal side. They find sites next. It's not like you could even think about getting a res right there. Yeah, good luck with that. Time to play Hasta La Vista and find a different spot to get this res. Hopefully, you can get this next banner if you haven't gone too far, as, again, the altar stays alive and could at least remotely grab the banner.
I thought the other members were close enough to be able to hear if Dinos were on, but perhaps they were outside the terminal. Maybe they weren't actually inside it. Maybe it was an Apex audio moment. I don't know. Either way, it has absolutely scuttled Team Liquid's plans here in game 2. And this is, of course, after they only got, what, 1 point in the first game?
Yeah, it was a pretty rough first game for them, too. They were one of the teams that ended up falling in the second half. They got 1 point, and they fell in 12th place with no KP on Storm Point. So, once again, a double donut, it looks like here, as we're getting set up with more teams making this rotate. I just have to pinpoint another similar zone that we literally just saw in EMEA on Olympus, and it was over by Somers, where most of the teams were congregated inside the buildings where you could play like the 3-story high to low ground buildings, but a lot of teams not really predicting it pulling on the outskirts of Icarus, where we have seen it shift over to that south western side, where Sentinels are kind of treading on that border where they could clear out that rotate if AG Global as well as Nice Guys and Dinos don't probably rotate in that direction.
Yeah, I guess the question is, do we see a zone similar to the one we just saw in the EMEA region? Or is it, yeah, as you say, something maybe even a little more westerly than that? Nice Guys. Well, that's certainly not going to help them on their quest for first. It is number one or bust today for those guys.
Imagine the pressure, though. AG Global, they've been putting in the work. Actually ran into Nizul in one of my other games here, and it's nice to be able to see how they've been able to keep their hands warmed while other teams now make their way through Terminal. Buckle Boys and Revival. Revival just kind of calling it quits here. They do not like the contention because they could expect the team to come in from behind them, and with Team Liquid getting that reset or attempting to at the very least, they could be on the horizon of a Hammond. Revival looking behind them, as well as Buckle Boys, not kind of deterring from their position to try to gatekeep this, because some teams want that ring console information over by Terminal. Oh, they're coming back.
Look at the rat. Look at the rat. Riley's there. Do they know he's there? There's no Seer.
They don't.
They don't see him. Oh my god! No, he just saw. He saw the ankle. He saw the ankle.
Run! I didn't know Apex was a horror game! Yo, they dipped so fast. They saw a toe of the Watson and said, we gotta get out of here. Yeah, definitely do not take that jump tower. You would get destroyed. Instead, at this point, they just have to start navigating away and backpedal to getting through the choke, maybe through the double portal, up on the high ground. Surprisingly, there isn't a team gatekeeping any of the teams that could possibly come out of Hammond on that side, but it's also not a favorable position to rotate from when you have those middle buildings that have been added into Olympus that Crazy Thieves is now holding.
Oh my god, I mean, Team Liquid, they just want to make it to zone, man. Please, someone let them through, and now they're going to Gravity Edge, and they're probably going to run into JD Gaming. Oh god. And you know, I'll tell you something else, Vicky. One thing I have noticed about JDG and why they've done so well this split is particularly because of these isolated 3v3 fights, right? They'll be in these positions where they're getting a late ring console, trying to get that zone 3, zone 4 information. Someone else will run into them there, and they're just very clean at taking these, largely off the back of floating and how much damage he is able to put out if you, you know, don't rein him in.
Yeah, it's scary, right? Because it's like, it goes in again too with why we were expecting the Valkyrie from getting banned, and she's not, because it's actually a tie between Watson and Axel, who are the two most picked legends in this game. And that could also mean that a lot of teams taking note of this want to utilize the Valkyrie later on as we move on to these different maps, especially how important it could be on E-District. We called her the human UAV for a reason. Once you get that perk and you get the scan through the walls to see where you want to land, so that way we don't have those Hail Mary dives that we have before in some of the fights that we had in our very first game. So while they plan their next move and how they want to rotate, they may actually, yeah, I was going to say kite back. They see Revival actually still on the choke side. Let's jump into a listening with Team Liquid.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to have to slide down.
Close your armor.
No one's on that south side. I'm getting from south side.
Can I pick a panic? Can I pick him?
We'll choke here.
Okay.
You pick inside them.
Yes, yeah.
They're coming with you.
I hear them close.
Look what doing?
Yeah, I'm getting pings.
They blew armor down that choke.
I'm getting pings on this.
They're inside the room.
We have to hard proud the team behind us. See where they go.
Yeah, son.
Get out!
They're front of there, guys.
I'm going for you.
Come roof. Yeah, I'm gonna have one Q, okay?
I got attack.
Cool, one Q.
I'm gonna cover you the best I can.
Scanning the left post.
20 on 120 on the altar.
I thought you meant the altar portal.
Okay. Are they actually fighting Evan?
Yeah, I'm not.
There was one knock, and I don't know if they just ran away or what.
No one's on the
I'm
left
backing up.
post.
I'm backing up.
One definitely got knocked on one of the teams.
Yeah.
I should be behind this.
No.
You just check.
I can't. They're literally standing on the.
I felt like I was hearing voices in my head, the double comms real quick here too, of frantic comms of I believe CRT, who were
I went back in time a little bit, Vicky.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, Jen and Zero back together, as it should be. Let's get the Aussies, man. Like, is this Nation Cup already? I thought that was later in the year. Okay, yeah, all right.
No, yeah, right. And Team Liquid, though, I do like the decision of what we saw right there. They don't want to get finished, so they took the portal play just in case if they need to recall them. They have the altar portal right there on the outskirts of Hammond Labs, just so that way they could regroup together. But that wasn't even necessary, right? Because they get the res, they come right back together through the portal. But Revival haven't left them alone. I just have to say, as the zone's closing in, this fight hasn't been done. And Sykes wants revenge, is out for blood. And if you want to take that fight, you got to deal with Team Liquid on the other side as Revival fall. Oh, and
they're pushing to the edge of zone. Yeah, here we go. They're going up here. They've seen this. They know exactly where they are. They are just completely. Really? They're gonna pull back? Wow. They had them penned in. They're literally ticking the thermite right now.
Maybe it's because they know that there's still another team holding choke. It is Rock. Yeah, Rock is looking at them. They did look in that direction before pushing, but it's important to highlight that CRT don't have an altar. They don't have a portal that they could go back to. They only have the Axle and the Nitro Gate. So if you overextend on this fight, you lose out on your spot that could give you a better rotate. Is that fight worth fighting for when you went down, what, second to last in our first game?
Oh, good question, huh? That's fascinating that they didn't. It felt like that was free KP, honestly. Maybe GodLike would have pushed in behind them and then taken out Crazy Thieves. Maybe that's the case, but I don't know. In situations like that, the more decisive you are, the higher the chance that you can just pull that off. And, you know, without doing that, what are Crazy Thieves left with? Like a tough rotation into zone without the KP that they could have got otherwise?
Sure, but it kind of also showcases like how safe they want to play, right? Just a little bit of fear here, sitting on the edges of their seats as they want to keep this going, where they want to build up that cushion. Maybe if they had a way better match number one, they could have afforded to take that fight here. GodLike get eliminated in your feed, and this is the fight that we were expecting, the pile up, because Crazy Thieves now wrap up on the other side of Rock, but Rock do hold the choke. Easily NIP and JD Gaming could harass them, and Liquid are now in their line of sight. They're stuck on the outskirts of zone. They're getting pinged from the left as well. You see drills for drills. There's that snipe, as we were calling it. Curve was going to be the one picking that up with the wingman for free.
Oh my God.
In this economy, we absolutely take those. Team Liquid get eliminated, but this was the hell rotate that we were expecting once we saw the zone closing in. Unfortunately for Liquid, Revival were just keeping them there hostage. That's why CRT didn't want to try to overextend, and now their backs are kind of against the wall safely, at the very least, on this side of the choke. And if they want to backtrack, they could take a bit of zone damage and go in from the other side of the wrap. But other teams have now made their place inside that final zone, and teams that could look in this direction after hearing that fight are Buckle Boys.
Yeah, they're definitely the gatekeepers right now between all of those teams that were, you know, just sort of struggling to make it in. Crazy Thieves, Rock. Team Falcons are sitting up there with the NIP. It's a pretty heavy hitting north side of the zone right now. JDG as well. That's Nemesis that gets stuck in the middle here in the building.
14 squads left, and a lot of these teams now just trying to fight for picking up not only this KP genome, but also for them to have that advantage. Sentinels even playing on the edge, a knock, the recall here from the altar portals. Rock playing off that low ground after surprisingly coming out of a very tough choke where NIP were looking at them. Again, we saw it in the feed with Curve having that wingman. Rock, Cersei's gonna pick up Curve immediately right after I said this. Jen Burton also gets taken out. Bang now is wanting to try to extend here and force it back away from the kickstart.
Oh my God, somehow doesn't get taken down after that. Dodges it well, but no. There's enemies at both sides of the gate here, and Kurev, unfortunately, scooting a little too low to the ground and will go down to the ring. CRT as well. What did we say? It was a cursed rotation. How were they meant to get out of there? Maybe should have played for the KP in the end, but Team Vision always in the smart spot. They're the ones in zone right now, putting the pressure down and doing some damage. Surely this kickstart nets them some kills.
And Rock get eliminated too. They at least did pick up 4 KP in all that chaos, so it was definitely worth it for them, but they do fall in 12th place. You talk about Crazy Thieves, they only got that 1 point now. Team Nemesis are the next to get eliminated. This was a pile of coming out of Somers University, all these teams that have predicted this zone to shift slightly to that north side, now pulling exactly to what we saw from EMEA over on top of AG Global, who made the rotate over here on the outskirts of where Dinos is also sitting in position. Team Falcons, with how gone though, are also trying to stay alive. They were lacking points in that first match. Walty now gets a beam, even with a double tap on the alternator. It's a beam and a dream, because now the third party is among us, and Jelly's the last one alive for HUSS.
Lacking is the right word. Only 3 points to their names after 2 games is Team Falcon. Meanwhile, Team Vision sitting pretty in first, 27. Shopify Rebellion now coming to the fore. 5 kills for them so far in this game, but they've still got so many teams ahead to push out. They clear some, but still, Sentinels and JD Gaiming, even Dinos are looking on as a duo. They've got 2 ahead, trying to keep people from reaching the next ring, while the other one anchors at the back.
And look at this positioning when you have the Gibby available. While there's so many of these teammates now trying to hold that split positioning, as you mentioned, Team Vision looking in 2 different directions as well, looking at Shopify, Sentinels, and JD Gaiming right underneath them. JD Gaiming finding themselves in quite a pinch. If Team Vision gets overzealous, though, they can find themselves getting wrapped up from behind. Shopify, though, fully send it now as an opportunity when this is just game 2. You want to soak up all these points. It's not just about winning. It's about getting the KP. Shopify Rebellion are the next to go out. And Vision are looking to extend their lead. Your match 1 winners that are currently sitting at 30 points.
But super importantly, the team goes down first. They manage and make sure that they finish their kills before they die, and they end up with 9 kills. Could be important when it comes time to get above that 50-point threshold. The closest to it right now is Team Vision, and they are looking to go even further. They won the first game. Could they do it again here and go back-to-back?
That would be insane. Crazy story as they find Sentinels next. They're farming, but it's only up to Zach. He gets slowed down and he cannot get to cover in time. They shut him down, but a 3rd place finish is nothing to scoff at, especially when you are so close to match point. We have to tally everything here, and it's our final 2 squads here. AG versus Dino, full 3-on-3.
AG Global, they were the fast movers. They got into this bike shed way before everyone else took to the southern part of the zone. It has paid massive dividends, you can see, not in terms of kills, but damn sure in terms of placement points. But now, with purple armor at least, you know, they didn't do so little damage there down to blues. They're going to run it at Dinos.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that looks a little funky right there. J Future just immediately turned on to him, but it's a trade-off from both sides. Even Nizo looking behind him now, flying through the tree. You won't get those health bars anymore to try to get them once you get out of line of sight. And then you get the reset for free as they scoop up the dub. AG Global coming out of Bonsai with that quick rotate onto Somers University for game number 2 win.
And you just see in those sketchy end games there how good a Newcastle can be. You can be in the thick of it, in a firefight, and you can get the res off. And not only that, but now support perk is pulling you back into, 100 health straight away. It's a really quick way to get back into the fight and put pressure on the other team. The Dinos go extinct, but hey, seconds not too bad.
That's how you make some fossil fuel, because they're definitely fueling up here if you're looking at the way that they're literally ramping up, Gino, because let me tell you, Nizul just went crazy there. I mean, he got 5 KP on the Valkyrie, and goes back to what we're talking about, highlighting this team, looking at their rotates, the way that they've been able to step up together, refine that synergy. First place, 7 KP, but you also mentioned teams like Shopify that got a good amount of KP themselves.
Kills is a pretty good effort from them. Pushed them up into 6th spot. Of course, I think they won their last match day, right? And that put them into a position where it was looking a little bit shakier early in the split, but now they've worked things out, and we know they've got what it takes. They won the Split 2 regional finals last year.
Yeah, and after 2 games alone, here are your current series results. It's been great action to jump from Storm Point over into Olympus, but we have even more to go when it comes to E-District. And if you guys want more control over how you watch the ALGS, well, guess what? We're excited to announce our new multi-view experience. Make sure you guys follow multiple player POVs alongside the main broadcast while you get dedicated HUD overlays. You can even draw on them too, get some information, listen to the comms of these players, and take some notes for your own own gameplay. So make sure to check it out at algs.ea.com and log in using your EA account and watch the fight all customized your way. All right. That's been great Apex action already, and we have a lot more to go, everybody. Thank you so much once again for your patience. And we got game number 3 on the other side of this break. Don't miss it, because we got Onsa and Gaskin coming up to the plate.
I'm sorry. If I was him, I'm calling my boss and telling him I have mesothelioma.
Senta, fica, bom.
Been close.
That's that. We have that.
That doesn't even sound right.
Doesn't feel right at all.
Because this is the ultra Maggie Watson game. You need a good spot to have a game.
We good though. But chat, man, hey, shout out to you guys, dude. This is so much fun. Shout out 100T. Shout out AT&T. You know, like Wig said earlier, we have not gotten to do a regional finals together, and it's been 4 or 5 months now since the last time that we got to do a little B stream. So it's pretty cool, and I'm excited. I hope you guys are having a good time, man. I know, you know, with the delays and stuff between game 1 and game 2 with the restarts, it is what it is. We're gonna make the most of it, but this is a good time, man. It's a good time. We're at the 100 Thieves compound right now, Buzz. Wig is going to be asking the people out here a trivia question. I guess now that he's already out there, he's probably asked it. So I'm going to ask you guys, right? How many legends are there in the game currently? I want to see how many people get it right, because I'm going to be honest, I would get it fucking wrong. Do you guys know off the top of your head how many legends there are? I didn't see one right answer already off like 7. Naughty? I wish I could hear what they're saying out there. But yeah, how many active legends there are? I would not have gotten that right. By no means would I have gotten that right. Not even close. I probably would have said like 21. The answer, I believe, is 28. Thank you. Yeah, the colder the better, for sure, for us. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. 28, dude. When you hear that out loud, holy shit. It makes you realize like there are so many legends in the game that don't even get played that you forget they exist. Right? Because there's only so many that we see from just a competitive setting. I'm pretty sure it's 28, unless I read it wrong on the card. It's 27 or 28. But even both those, right? You take those into account, that's a lot of legends, dude. That is a lot of legends.
Dude, honestly, W questions from Bronzy.
How much was it? 27 or 28?
It's 28 legends.
Okay. 20 what's 28?
Bro, how is it 28?
That's a lot, dude.
Bro,
Dude,
that's
I was telling him it's just because there's so many legends that just don't get any tick.
Love you, Jay. I mean, 100%, bro. They just don't get the 8 picks, right? So this is what it is.
And we only see so many in comp, right? And our exposure to the game, a lot of it is comp, right? We get your bullshit wild card games, but you know, you just don't see a lot of
successful, especially if we start to see zones transition to the northern or western side. But when it does stay on the southern side, Old Town is a little bit of a sleeper pick, and maybe it can be what Crazy Thieves need to get them right back into things.
We have Dinos on our screen right now, and you're probably wondering, everybody, how did they come up with their team name? Well, our wonderful researchers, the ALGS, are asking the burning questions, and we found out for you.
It was just so rad. I believe Future likes dinosaurs, and he said since it was the first animal to ever exist on Earth, I don't know. He just came up with it randomly, and now we're just dinos. I'm not a hater of it. I do like it, and it's just a unique name to see in Pro League. Just who's dinos, you know? But me personally, my favorite dinosaur would be the raptor.
Big fan of the raptor. Thoughts on that, Dan?
Pretty impressive from them to come up with a team name in such a quick way. Because, actually, team names, difficult to do. At least they didn't go for the typical, first letter, second letter, third letter. Yeah, so I like it for the Dinos. We'll have to see whether the Dinos can find success as they move through. Certainly looked good in the previous couple of games. As we now look at where that circle's going to be. What did I say?
Okay,
Crazy Thieves, Old Town. What happens when the zone comes this way? They've got a good chance.
Well, they need something to happen because they have had two pretty poor first games that we've seen so far today. Game 1 and 2 did not go well for them. Crazy Thieves, I think, fell in 18th in the first game and around 13th in the second. So no points really on the board for them yet. And this is a team who really does need to perform today if they want to make it to LAN, make it to Paris. And it's a long way to go, but it's even further away at the moment with the amount of points that they have on the board. They're going to need to find something here, though. This is the opportunity to make something happen. Great prio. They don't have ring console, though, down at Old Town, which could have hurt them. But then having seen everybody flying through the skies into Humber, probably gave them a pretty good indication of where everybody was going to be.
It's so funny moving from EMEA to Americas, by the way. We have 16 of this exact same composition here in match 3. You wouldn't have seen that in EMEA. In fact, we only have, 7 legends selected across the board. Everyone kind of knows the meta. Everyone is transitioning in a very similar way. Only 4 teams brave enough to go against what everyone else think is the best at the moment. As we check in with Sentinels, our reigning world champions, of course. And we get to say that for quite some time this year. Will they get the chance to defend themselves is going to be the real question.
Yeah, a long way to go until we get back to Japan, of course. We've got a few stops along the way. The Sentinels, for now, are going to find visions inside of this building, and Blinkster is going to have to hit some flicks and some tricks to try and escape here. They do manage to just about take the bottom floor here, but this is not looking comfortable for them, and Zach has got the first knock here onto Blinkster.
This is where Monsoon really wants to try and get that res as Newcastle, but he's holding a very important angle at the moment. So Blink is just going to be having to wait, maybe see if you can crawl around and get inside. They really need to work together. He does manage to just crawl himself in, and maybe they can reset here.
Well, Arbolelli actually got taken down by Kyle, so he was looking to poke and prod for Nemesis as a third party, but it's Vision who are above them, who are now coexisting with them. So we're going to have to worry about what the next play is. It looks like Sentinels are out of there. A couple of quick alter cues from Blinkster takes them down into the bottom of the tunnel, so they'll be able to reset here. But that was a scary, scary moment for them.
Yeah, that was so important that they did move, though. Didn't try and hold it down and hope that they can reside in the same place. It just would have been a constant poke battle, which wouldn't have been fun for either team and might have just ended up with both of them having a loss, to be honest. As we move over to Ninjas in Pyjamas, 9th place at the moment. They got 10 points in the first 2, but they are a team who's had a lot of success on E-District so far this season.
Yeah, you can see that they got not just one knock, I think that's the second one as well, as they were going to take the Nexus AG, the winners of our previous game, to try and escape. Niazo and Nyanya are out of there, as unfortunately Jaguarez is going to be downed. Looking to probably just secure this KP here, looking if they can find a second here, Ninjas in Pyjamas. But this is one interesting composition to run in a game number 2. And I think E-District certainly plays into this, Dan. You've got Alta, you've got Maggie, and you've got Seer. Very, very aggressive composition. No defensive characters really to play with outside of maybe using that Seer ultimate, that exhibit, to hold teams off. But the buildings should provide enough cover here on E-District.
Yeah, it's a really odd one, but if anyone's going to do it, it's a team like NIP, and we've seen how they've been able to produce very entertaining matches with a little bit more aggression here or there, and perhaps if they can find that one big game, then they could suddenly be so close, actually, to getting onto match point. No one's really there yet. It's not like we had any huge wins thus far, but we have to start thinking about how many teams are going to get there and how quickly they can get there as well. In EMEA, it took us a short while, really, to find a couple of teams onto match point, but then by, match 10, we would have had, 10 teams on there? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, half the lobby would have been on match point. Unfortunately, they didn't get to play that match 11 as Zipline Mafia, if you didn't watch, by the way, the team who were in 20th position, just qualified for regional finals, managed to take the whole damn day and qualify for Paris at AWC. So, I mean, incredible performance from them. And I think if you're coming into today in 20th place, you've been given a little bit of hope from what you've seen in APAC and, of course, in EMEA as well. But Team Liquid, they're in 16th place at the moment in the overalls in this lobby, and they're wrapping their way through Old Town.
Yeah, a lot of these teams who were kind of in the area have been able to now find their position. You always get that early battle where teams are fighting for what they consider the best spot, but then you have to kind of take second best or third best depending on what's happening elsewhere. Sentinels have been able to find a position where they can get angles onto people. You can see Monsoon already in the kill feed getting a knock at the moment. Sentinels are one of those teams that when they do have those kind of positions can be a nuisance to go up against, and it looks like they might be able to convert these, and they will. So full 11 will be eliminated. And remember, when we're talking about teams moving from 20th place to win regional finals, it's full 11 who come in at 20th place.
Yeah, my bad guys, just forget about that one. Sentinels do get the kills. That Peacekeeper on the Newcastle is a problem as we see the zone, and look how busy it already is. The teams who are outside of it, GodLike Esports, no surprise, they're running baby comp. That's what they do. They take their time. They'll get to purples. They'll get there when they get there. And Ninjas in Pyjamas and Falcons, Buckle Boys are the only teams outside of zone at the moment, but Buckle Boys have just snuck in.
One of the important areas is here on the kind of south or east side of the map where Revival are currently holding. They are struggling to get through, and I think a lot of teams are going to find the same way. Falcons and NIP need to make a decision here, because if you try and go for a big old wrap around the side, you will struggle. You're going to get caught in a choke. So instead, you have to go for something a little bit more direct, which isn't going to be comfortable, but if you do it right, manage to force your way through, you'll actually be in a better spot to find yourself in here for the late game.
Also, the Humbert zones, like we saw a little bit earlier on today, they can have some pretty violent pulls to the north or the south, which can put some teams in good positions that maybe previously thought they might not have been in the best. So waiting for that late game, waiting for that zone is going to be very interesting to see if some teams do try and do that. Teams like Nice Guys and HUSS, who are playing on that west side right now, that you're taking a look at, as we see on our POV right now. HUSS, a jelly with a wingman in his hand, having a little peek and a little wave at his neighbors. For now, it's friendly.
I mean, it always feels that way when it's in the early games. It's a little bit more friendly, not as much pressure on the line, but suddenly when you're into
to point a gun,
just to fire a drill through their curtains. But alas, you know, I've had some risky neighbors. They do some dodgy things next door. But when we get to the later games, that's when the nerves start to kick in a little bit more for some of these teams. But these early games, you have to capitalize on them when there isn't as much nerves. Get some big points totals on the board.
Well, this is interesting. This is Falcons and Ninjas in Pyjamas, probably both trying to play for a little bit of information here. Nice drill coming in from Vayne. Going to force one player back. So this is a little bit of a scrap at the moment. And with Zone 2 closing, we're going to have to see how this fight takes place and who is going to be the victor of it. Let's jump into the comms of NIP as they try and push onto Falcons.
Come back. Maggie 50. I'm sorry? They broke them out. We have ultic cells. They have
well, only in the building alone. 50, correct.
Okay. Walking out.
One in here.
Okay, I don't have any else. Okay, want me to pop your ultic cells and just show? Yeah, do it. Okay, I cannot pop them yet. No,
100 on one.
Where are you, man?
23.
Okay.
Can you kill that guy?
Done. Trying.
50 on another.
Broke this guy.
I'm selling.
I'm popping ultic cells. Please hold. Yeah, please hold. I'm popping both ultic cells.
I'm surrendering.
So, 200 me. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm scanning them right here on low.
Watson's slow.
Q on us.
Damn, playing Virtus on us.
I have scanning 3. I'm going back a little bit. Give me a second.
Watson 1 again.
Show inside. I'm scanning them. Ult in.
I'm picking behind them. Crack one. I'm taking their Q. I'm fighting.
Okay, scanning.
Maggie 1! Maggie literally 1!
On your back.
I got hit by fucking fence, bro.
Just try and get out if you can. There's only one right now. Nice.
No, man. They died too, bro. Holy fuck.
Well, that fight went on so long, all we are left with is Falcons and NIP death boxes inside of the zone. That has not worked out for either team, Dan.
bizarre. I mean, the call was get out if you can, but just so confident in his own ability, and he took Falcons down with him. Frustrating for both sides, I'm sure, because there was an opportunity both technically could have survived. Falcons probably would have let him get away so they could stay alive and pretty. Speaking of being alive, the Dinos get extinct, and Team Liquid are going to be able to stay in this one, get back, and probably res panic back up to a 3. All right, let's take a look back at the map once more. Look at Flat, by the way. Crazy Thieves and Flat are going to have a really good position to be able to be in this end game, but Liquid at Old Town right now, depending on where they try and go, if they can get into this spot kind of here, then they will be able to compete with Crazy Thieves for the late game and probably avoid a lot of the oncoming traffic that's going to arrive later on.
Yeah, I think Liquid will look to play that late game, and it's probably where the zone is going to be pulling. So Liquid are going to be in a very, very good position, like you say. Crazy Thieves also going to be able to hold out a lot of the traffic coming in from the northern side of Humber. And for everyone else, it's kind of like, oh, well, how do we get through each other to get anywhere near this end game? There's a couple of baby comp teams who are in the lobby, notably GodLike. They'll probably be able to find some sort of playable space in towards the back of the Humber zone. But elsewhere, AG Global, there might be an evac plate for them from height. No Valkyrie in the composition for them. They're going to have to just try and find a more traditional route over the top of the wall in front of them.
And how about the journey for this team? You know, they break up. Suddenly, they try something new, and then they go back to the tried and tested roster that you're witnessing on your screen, and it just seems like they needed that chemistry back on themselves once more. And they looked, like I said, impressive in scrims. They've looked great so far today. I think they are one of my favorites to potentially take regional finals, and it really would be just one of those situations where you have to trust in history and chemistry.
Yeah, chemistry, a very underrated thing. Just how players naturally interact with each other, whether it be in team fights or communication-wise, whatever it might be. One team who does have very good chemistry, and certainly a, shall we say, a penchant for this particular composition is going to be GodLike Esports. They are showing why it's pretty good. Flying into zone. They manage to land as well. They don't get hit by any CQs, which cancel all of those abilities and make them sit in ducks, and they'll be sat up center zone, right in the middle of where they need to be.
Yeah, I actually like that position from GodLike, because not only are they going to be in the next zone, but there's potential they can be gatekeepers and pick up quite a bit of KP from the teams that are going to arrive from that northwest side. That being said, they are going to continue to have to move south. Look where Liquid are. This is what I was saying earlier, what we mentioned. Liquid in one of the best positions. Now they just need to make themselves big and don't allow Crazy Thieves to be able to take that spot away from them.
I wonder if it's going to be that really strange zone that we saw in EMEA a few weeks ago, where it actually pulls onto that back building, onto the shop, where essentially one team wins. I wonder if that's still in play, or if it's going to be something a little bit different. Crazy Thieves now making their rotation towards the back of the zone. This is a position which is going to be pretty good. Don't have a lot of defensive characters outside of the Watson to put up any fake cover, so it's going to be playing around the gen most likely for them. But HUSS playing a little bit split from them at the moment, just trying to see if he can scout out the rest of the lobby and what their moves are going to be. But now we're going to see Shopify Rebellion, who are forced to fight. This is the busy side of zone, and some good shots coming in from Koiful, followed up by that riot drill. That wingman is connecting in a way that it needs to for Shopify Rebellion to survive here.
This is the Buckle Boys on the other side of this one, arriving from the north, and Shopify Rebellion should be in prime position to clean this one up comfortably. The real question is, can you actually get away and survive? It's an attempt at a cheeky res, but now Shopify Rebellion will punish and delete. Easy as that. Buckle Boys out in 16th, no placement point for them, as now we're down to our last 15. But just as they win this one, Shopify Rebellion, suddenly they're going to be under fire. Zone is coming in, and there's a lot of teams that are looking their way.
And this is the other side of the zone, and this is the teams who, these are the teams who are now going to have to move. The pullback didn't favor them. So HUSS, JD Gaming are all going to have to move down to the south, trying to wrap around towards Team Liquid's position. Liquid, all they have to do really now is watch their wrap through Old Town. If they can do that, the rest of the lobby will be in front of them. But for HUSS, it's a much more difficult trek forward. Zach Mays is going to get a knock on 2 knocked from Geekay Esports, so an opportunity for them to at least take a little bit of a space. But being on blue shields at this point in the game is very tough, as JD Gaming will be eliminated. A very good game one, but not so much hit. GK will be next.
Yeah, GK full vision under a little bit of fire, but they do have the high ground. Alas, it is not within this zone, so they do need to sneak around just to the other side, but Sentinels are also there and waiting. I said I liked the spot from GodLike, but Shopify Rebellion jump right on top of them here.
1v1. Inside of the knockdowns, Zainu's going to get riot drilled. He has to use his void passage to get back behind the last player. He wins it! But that will be the end of both teams' games. That Maggie ball, by the way, was rattling around in there. And it did a huge amount of damage. Sentinels back on your screen. We saw them at the start of the game, but now they're facing and looking straight into the whites of the eyes of Nemesis.
Remember, Nemesis are one of these teams that are right on the bubble, the cusp of potentially not making EWC, and Sentinels trying to secure that for them, really. Fun the last remaining player here. Should be able to get a res. It looks like the last remaining player from Nemesis has just dipped. Oh, and you get killed. Okay. Senna gonna survive until now.
Fun's got to go 1v3, 1v2 maybe, as Monsoon will be back up. And Mon does have that PK, but they get nuked behind that wall. That's going to be the end of them. Sentinels obliterated in the final moments. The CRT now under a little bit of pressure themselves, trying to work their way towards zone. And look at the space that is being controlled by Team Liquid. ROC will be out next. We're down to just 6 squads.
This is a callback right from where we looked at it almost 5 to 10 minutes ago. Liquid have created so much space here. They've bullied any chance of Crazy Thieves wrapping in behind them, and they own the entire zone. No one is even touching this next circle right now. You are going to see AG Global, who are going to arrive from the north a little bit, so Liquid do need to be aware of that. They forced Crazy Thieves away, but now they need to group up. You don't want to get isolated.
AG Global inside of zone as well. So it's a fantastic rotation from them, and now they're going to be neighbors with Team Liquid. So Liquid have had to give up a little bit of space, had to give up what might be the priority shop to be holding in this endgame. Other teams still alive, by the way. HUSS, full 3-man. Crazy Thieves managed to get back up to a 3 as well. They've got the res onto Jen Burton. And Nice Guys and Revival, they're fighting on the north side of zone to try and be the last survivors from this side. Nocturnal trying to pop the bat. He's got an L-Star in the back pocket as well as a G7 Scouts, and the man is dressed in red. And if you know anything about being dressed in red recently, you'll know that it wins your titles.
Worth saying, this would be a very different final circle without Alter, by the way. There's so many walls, so many rooms that people are going to be playing. Elsewhere on the north, Nice Guys versus Revival. AG Global just looking over it. And again, that Alter allowing them to peek, to prod, and get involved before getting back into their hidey hole, as Nice Guys will be eliminated, as we're down now to our last 5 here. The circle is going to be closest to Liquid. It is worth noting that, but again, Alter changes everything here, because suddenly your safety, your security has to be protected by fences, so your Watson player, a lot of responsibility on them too.
Ooh, AG Global, one player does get knocked. Liquid don't want to send this for now, though. Revival will be eliminated. That's the last remaining members of the teams on the north side, as now everybody in the lobby is a full 3-man. You have AG, you have HUSS, you have Crazy Thieves, and Liquid in our endgame.
And Liquid, they've done so well up to this point. They would have been licking their lips at the prospect of getting into this final circle, but now you've got to make it count from here. You've got to show why you worked so hard at creating all this space and getting into arguably the best position in the final circle. Yes, it can definitely be countered by someone if they are brave enough to try and push you, but then they probably throw their own game. So it's all about patience here at this point. Composition-wise, very similar across the board. In fact, it is exactly the same across the board. You've got a Maggie, you've got an Alter, and you have a Watson.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Everybody is playing the same composition, so it's going to be about hitting your shots. It's going to be about playing around the abilities you know the other teams are going to have. CRT just lost 1, by the way. Should be a res opportunity, potentially. It was the scout in the hands of Zero that got that knock. And if they continue to put out damage here, Team Liquid, they will force CRT when they have to push to be weakened to the point where it should be a comfortable fight. They've also got AG Global looking at them, and Jaguar as well. He's got himself a scout as well.
I mean, it should be Liquid versus AG Global in this final fight if they play this one correctly. Crazy Thieves are going to be somewhat isolated here in their position. HUSS also are in a difficult spot as they rotate round as well. But again, as you said, a lot of it is going to come down to hitting your shots, but also when do you use your Maggie drill, for example? When do you get a portal out? Is there a position you can take? Can your Watson players create space for you and get that gen down?
I mean, the gen is down. CRT somehow are still alive here, and they're actually going to be in longer now than HUSS. So HUSS will have to make the play. And that's a scary proposition for Team Liquid, because they are closest to Team Liquid. Yanya will actually go and manage to pick up... Excuse me, did Yanya go down? Yanya did go down. He gets pointed back in. They will be able to get the res. CRT now walk up behind that van and that wall. The fences start to go down, and now leaving is difficult. And this was the worry here for Liquid, as HUSS will send it onto them. But they manage to hold. They take down HUSS.
They managed to hold, and now they just need to try and get that crawl over. But Crazy Thieves will finally fall to AG, and here's the last 2. We knew it would happen. It's the 2 teams who had the building.
It's a 2v1 now. Last player alive is going to be here behind the 2 knockdown shields. They're going to swing onto it. AG Global cannot hold up the line, and Team Liquid will be your champions of game number 2. That was expertly navigated by them.
Yeah, right from the get-go, as soon as they had that southern side of the zone, they made sure they made themselves big. They bullied Crazy Thieves away throughout the entirety of that game. And then once everyone else started to join them, once it got congested in the area, they picked a building, and boy, did they pick right. It was a bit of a 50-50, I will say, but they were able to get the priority building. And in the end, it was the two that had the buildings that got into that engagement. But in particular, it was surviving against HUSS. Being able to keep 2 up was so important in that fight.
Yeah, really, really important. I mean, HUSS only had one play in that situation. Try in through the wall, try and get some damage down, but they got the Watson fences where they needed to be. They won that fight without taking too much damage. And a CRT and AG Global fought on the other side. It was Liquid who were able to stay the healthiest and close out the 2v1. 8KP alongside the 12 placement points, a 20-point game for them, but also a 20-point game for AG Global. Shopify, by the way, 9KP for them, even though they only managed 1 placement point, still double digits to them.
It does now put All Gamers Global in a touching distance situation away from that threshold. They're now 10 points off of it, if my math is correct. But we've already seen some of these teams who have the early starts, they fade away a little bit. Can AGG keep up this pace? For Liquid, though, it puts them right back into the mix. Boy, did they need that one. As we take a look at the overalls, they jump up 11 places into 5th position, but it is AG Global at 40 points, the closest to our match point threshold.
10 points away, AG Global, and very, very doable, as it is for Team Vision in this next game as well. They need 14 points to hit match point. The rest probably still chasing outside of an inspirational points performance in one game to cross match point. So AG Global and Team Vision certainly setting the pace here early on down.
Yeah, setting the pace, and can they keep up with it? Because if you do start to drop off, we've noticed everyone is, of course, going to take that opportunity to leapfrog you. Real question is, can you do it? Because if you don't, I mean, there's so many of these teams that have looked good so far. Their rotations have been on point. The fights have been good as well. But there's just that lacking final, kind of final third, I was going to say, but that's a football reference. But these teams that are getting into the right spot, but maybe not converting as much. And some of that is down to bullying from some of the other teams, like Liquid not allowing Crazy Thieves there. Had Liquid not been in that spot, Crazy Thieves probably skirt on round, and suddenly they're looking at a potential win.
Well, there's 2 teams who seem to be setting the pace. We'll throw it over to Rain Day now to talk a little bit more about that, because it seems like the Americas is a little bit on edge right now. Nobody's really taking the initiative here.
Thank you, guys. It's been a great run of 3 games so far as we kick off North America. Welcome, everybody who's just joining us. We are at halftime. The players are going to take a bit of a break. My name is Ray Day. I'm going to be joined by a special guest yet again. Earlier in EMEA, we had a chance to sit down with Graceful, but I kind of want to zoom in and get in the scope of what is really important today, because look at that situation for JD Gaming. Man, that is a team that you've just got to highlight. And we talked about floating. We talked about Naughty and Shubi at different stages of their careers. One, a young gun, turned a competent pro, but learning from pros who had been in the middle of the pack and now are separating themselves against the likes of Shopify Rebellion, Vision, AG. Notably, HUSS and Rock pretty much in the same exact position. Nemesis pulling back a little bit, except the points are just different. So can one of those teams make a big jump? I talked about in the scope. Well, I've got a man who knows how to snipe down right with me to chat a little bit about these teams. And of course, I'm talking about Eric Rona, Mr. Snipe Down. What's up, man? Last time I saw you, we were in San Francisco.
Yeah, man, that was a good time. But it's good to be back here. Always a pleasure. Hopefully my mic doesn't peak too bad. I'm using like the old school Xbox setup basically. So
nice.
But yeah, happy to be here. And dude, honestly, it's just been phenomenal to watch this pro league and watch some of these teams that, you know, you don't usually see near the top excel as much as they have been. So it's been extremely fascinating.
Yeah, and as someone who's been in the scene, a former pro, and is who's been in these regional finals and won, one of the things that you have a chance to do is to really narrow it down. That's why I said in the scope, it's time to go with Snipe Down. Let's get it started, baby. One thing I think I'd love your thoughts on specifically is JD Gaming and how they are pulling this off. What's working? Just give me your thoughts on how they have been making this work.
Yeah, so first thing, I mean, it's just obviously Naughty has just excelled as an IGL, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about floating here and just how incredible a player he is. And this is a 1v3 from last week where we can just see how incredible of a player he is. So he throws out the Axel here. He gets one in there, and this is just target practice on one. We saw the crypto drone above originally, so we knew that there was a crypto ahead. And if we even just pause it right there, if we could just pause it right where we just were, we talk about how quick of a reaction time it was to switch to the Hemlock, break the door down to make sure that he could get the caustic after doing that much damage to him. And then not only that, he realized because they had a crypto's always so far back in like he's always the last in line to get into the fight because you saw them flying their drone originally. So he just got 2 knocks, immediately knows that crypto is going to be coming. Only thing that you can think of is I need to reposition, and you have to reposition as fast as you can. And what better way to do that than with Axel? So immediately after getting that second knock, uses that speed boost to get into the corner. Now, once again, his teammates are not out of the picture. A lot of people think that once you go down, it's like, oh, you can't do anything. It's like his teammates are calming everything, where he's at, what they're doing, if they're rezzing, if they're not rezzing, and then he's able to work his way back up here. He's able to get into what he thinks is going to be a 1v1, so he traps them inside this room right here, and Floating's IQ is just unbelievable. He gets back across this wall, starts playing this, knows that the other guy, the only way that he's going to be able to try and get this kill or get this finish is if he starts the res, baits him out, and then he just absolutely clips the guy to 1v3 HUSS in just such a phenomenal way. And that was just like, I mean, I can't believe how easy he just made that look, and the reaction time to pull that off is just incredible. You got to think so fast.
Well, you know, somebody with the mentality of should I be here? Do I deserve to be here? Would be sweating in that moment, right? Because it's a risky play. You're baiting somebody out, which takes a lot of confidence. You can do it in your ranked games, your pubs, but doing it in Pro League is a completely different scenario. And you're also getting somebody who's telling you where to go up in terms of Naughty or Shubi. You're talking to the vets who are in command of your team. So it's all on you, Floating, handling that like a pro. And honestly, that's why I think we're talking about him in the way that we are today. I want to flip the conversation towards already some established pros, and these guys have been at the top of the game for a long time. NIP and Falcons. We just witnessed them in this last game going head to head in maybe a disadvantaged way for both teams. Walk me through what you saw in this fight that ended up in kind of both of them being out of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, these are just, I am a huge NIP fan. I absolutely love this roster, and I wish there was a way to go even further back to where this whole fight started. Because this was a long, elongated fight. NIP played it very well. They were getting the damage, and it was just kind of a bit of a rat maze with Falcons. They were running in and out of the buildings, and I think one of the biggest things that I noticed was NIP had this fight won for the most part almost the entire time. They had Falcons trapped. You know, when you're in buildings, you can't see where people are at, and NIP was just playing height. Not one of them was on the ground working. They were working their way around. They were making sure that they were holding height, which is obviously the biggest advantage. And the only real mistake right here was when Vayne decides to take this altar Q, and it's the only time he went down because he went right into the Watson fence. Because if instead of taking that altar Q, he just jumped out the side of the building and tried to look through the doors, nothing would have happened. You don't know what you're kind of queuing into sometimes, and they were already up in the fight. But then you just look at Kurev, and I don't know how he salvages this to get 2 extra knocks after their teammates went down, and then they just all end up in a big bloodbath after it all. But I mean, it's impressive to watch these. You can tell that these teams have gotten so much better, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that he took that altar Q right into a Watson fence, because overall, in my opinion, they had played that fight flawlessly up until then.
Yeah, I mean, he gets absolutely beamed when he comes out as well, but I mean, there's nothing you could do in terms of movement right then. And they did buff the damage on those Watson fences since you've been playing, man. So it's at 30 damage right now. That's quite a bit. You don't want to run into that thing.
That is a controller player's doom anytime you touch anything that stuns you. So getting damage on top of it, you're going to go down.
All right, so let's get some predictions before we head back into our next game 4 and we switch up maps. I want to know who you think has it today. I mean, we saw top 20s in both regions, APAC and, of course, in EMEA, take the win. Huge, dramatic moments. You think the same is happening in Americas, or a little bit more straightforward in terms of who's taking home the dub today?
I think just based off of consistency wise, we could see a Visions win. I think, you know, when Zach Mazur's hot, he continues to perform well, and I just hope that is something that can stay consistent after Pro League is over, heading into tournaments, because there's always lull and there's always a period of downtime. And if he can continue with the way that he has with that roster, a bunch of just up-and-comers that we've been seeing in the scene for now a couple years at this point, not really up-and-comers anymore, but I really do like that roster. I think he's in kind of flow state right now as an IGL. And it would be nice to see like I said, I'm just so proud of a lot of these rosters, like the Naughties and the Zacks and all these teams that you just haven't seen at the top of these leaderboards that people were writing off, or, you know, haven't even been at some of the lands. And I'm very proud of the comeback story on those teams.
It's a great thing that you mentioned it too, because I know a lot of their colleagues are looking at them going, wow, I mean, these guys really kind of rewritten the story that was being told about them. And now they got a chance to really cement a new direction in history if they can go ahead and get the win. Eric, always a pleasure, man. Snipe Down joining us here for the halftime. We're going to have to let you go and get into game 4, but we hope to see you very soon, buddy.
Thank you, man.
All right, Casters, take it away.
Let's do it. It's always good. Whenever I think of Eric, I always think of him with a headset and a mic. You know, he's just like, that's
takes me back to 2007.
2007, Eric. Good times, man. Good times. Anyway, let's focus back onto the Apex and let's focus on where we are right now, Dan, because no teams yet have managed to cross match point. We've gone through both E-districts right now, and now we're changing up the map a little bit. We're going to have a look at our POI draft. Excuse me, we're staying on E-district. We haven't quite got through the back-to-back as yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. And it's staying the same because we're on the same map. Hey, everybody. Good to be back.
Yeah, imagine if we did just switch it up on the players like that. Like, JK, we are changing the snake draft. But here we are.
All of a sudden.
It is more E-District, which is great news for AGG, right? They are 10 points away. They just had a fantastic game on E-District, and all season long, they've been the best performing E-District team in this region. And it is now showing here in regional finals. So I think they have a really good chance of trying to convert onto that match point threshold here and be the first team to reach it and be the first team to have the chance of winning the entirety of these regional finals.
So part 2 of the back-to-back E-District will now take place. I said that out loud to remind myself. This is how things are looking at the moment. AG Global and Team Vision, the two teams who are within striking distance of that match point threshold. 50 points is what you need as a reminder before you can win the tournament. So for Shopify Rebellion, Flat, Team Liquid, who won the previous game, JD, Sentinels just in behind them as well. If you can take those out early, you can really close that gap and put the pressure on.
And that's what it's about sometimes, applying the pressure. You don't want to allow teams to be too comfortable at the top and get 1 or 2 chances of like freebies, basically, of winning the entire thing. So you really want to be making sure you put your best foot forward here. I am excited for this next game, though, because we have no Alter. You saw how important Alter was in that final circle, being able to dip in and out of those buildings. In particular, actually, AG Global utilized her so successfully of exiting the building, applying pressure onto Crazy Thieves, and then going right back into it and making sure that they could stay alive. But no Alter this time.
So no Alter on ED. We're going to have to see a little bit of a change up in the compositions. We'll have to see who is going to be slotting in to take the place of Alter. And by the looks of things, we've got a lot more Wraith in the lobby, Dan. Certainly a huge uppick in Wraith.
Yeah, 17 to be precise, but not bannable. It's going to be Watson at 18 picks, which is actually going to be banned going into this next one. Now, JD Gaiming, we had a little chat with them beforehand. You saw what floating can do, and Naughty's been bigging up his teammate as well.
I think our teamwork has been the highlight of our team so far, and our ability to mesh so well together within such a short time frame. We picked up floating about like sort of a month before Pro League started. And, you know, floating brings so much to the table as a player and as a teammate inside and outside of the game. You know, just last week, he hit a really crazy, like, 1v3 to clutch the game up, and it continued our game, you know, to where we can make more plays after that. He is, you know, at the highest starting point I've ever seen in my 6 years of competing. And, you know, we're just a big, like, you know, powerhouse right now with teamwork, I think. And that's what is separating us from other teams.
Reminds me of a similar story from many years ago of the gentleman that we had on the halftime show, Snipe Down. Just kind of made a name for himself out of nowhere, then all of a sudden exploded when given the opportunity. And I tell you what, championships weren't far behind. One thing that isn't far behind is the zone, Dan. It's exactly the same, almost as what we saw in the previous game, probably pulling even more south towards Old Town. So Crazy Thieves have a chance again at having some great prior on this zone. They do have a console as well.
Yeah, hopefully this time they get in a better position quicker than Liquid, who are going to be moving, of course, from Street Market, which, just seeing that, I mean, we have to emphasize how impressive a rotation it was in that previous game for Liquid, denying the likes of Crazy Thieves from being able to get into that spot for the final circle. Now, Nice Guys have lost 1, but maybe they can save things here utilizing that portal.
Well, it's Crazy Thieves who are extending to see if they can finish off these kills. Phony's going to have a little bit of a peek. He has to be careful, though. There's numerous players and teams firing down on him. And luckily, he is on Wraith and managed to jump back into the void to keep himself alive. But that was a little bit of a scary moment. When they pushed that, I was a little bit concerned with the traffic that was building up and the lack of Evo that has been gathered so far to get them up onto a, shall we say, a little bit of a fighting level. Only 2 white armors. Verhulst with the passive buff here, of course, on the Watson, essentially has blue. So Crazy Thieves are going to have to give that one up. It looks like Nice Guys will survive. Player will be reset as well, and everybody is going to take a little bit of a breath here, but early moments that were a little bit scary for both teams.
Yeah, and just to go back to Naughty as well, I was chatting with Jayhawk. Naughty's impressive run as an IGL right from year 5 through to year 6. I mean, if we look back at year 5's placements from match days, 2nd, 12th, 9th, 14th, 6th, 5th, then 2nd in the regional finals, and then into year 6, 5th, 6th, 2nd, 13th, 1st, and 6th. Like, that is quite a run for an IGL to be performing at that level, at the very tippy top of Apex Legends. So we'll have to see whether that carries on here into regional finals.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty elite, right? And I think it's been interesting. It's been very notable to watch his progression as well. I think that taking over an IGL role is not easy. And I think there's a lot of experience you have to gather in the moment on match days. And a lot of IGLs will be able to get you to a top 10. But it's from top 10 onwards that the IGLs really make their money, in my personal opinion. And I think the Naughty's had to put himself in some positions where they failed a few times. Oh, speaking of which, Albrelelli is failing on his reposition here with the portal, as there's already a Sentinels team inside one of those shops. But you have to learn from the experiences, Dan, and I think you've got to give him credit for sticking to it as well, sticking to his guns, learning from those mistakes, and coming back stronger every time.
And also just, being able to rebuild and trust in new players, but then being able to build chemistry with them as well. Chemistry was the key word we were talking about previously when we were talking about AGG. Well, it's just the same for every team involved. Now, Team Liquid, they did win the previous on their rotation all the way through on the southern side. This time, they're going to have to reconsider things, but they might be caught out on their return journey to try and get Panic back into the game, because HUSS are right around this corner.
Yeah, and I'm going to maybe have to rely on a portal here from Zero, or maybe just the cannon will do it. That'll create quite a bit of distance, but HUSS are still looking at them, and that landing might be a little bit awkward for them. Should be safe by the looks of things to escape for now, though. They will be able to just reset, but not an easier game. Not an as easy a game, excuse me, as we saw in the previous one for Liquid. They're going to have to rethink this.
Yeah, as a duo as well, which is the scary thing for them. I mean, maybe they can return later and do a death box res, because I don't know, it's certainly going to be tough. We'll have to follow their journey as they move through.
They're out. They should be able to reset, I think, yes.
You think?
Yeah, they'll be able to craft somewhere.
Well, the rest of the teams have been able to find a home here in this southern side. HUSS are going to be kind of in that similar position that Team Liquid found themselves in before, but because they are a little bit later than Liquid have been able to arrive last game, there's just too many teams in front of them, so they might just have to retreat and sacrifice their position a little bit and say, look, we're not going to be playing for first place right now, we're just going to wait and see what happens around us.
I think it's something's a little bit more predictable as well for our teams as well. The fact that all of the back of Old Town was in from the first ring scan from Ring Console will kind of give away that it's pulling right deep in towards Old Town. A lot of the teams last time you saw, Crazy Thieves went into Humbert thinking it was going to be a Humbert zone, and it pulled back. So I think for everybody else, you can see how busy Old Town is in comparison to Humbert in the previous game. So for Team Liquid, their rotation was probably just a lot busier than what it was in the previous game, having had the rotate would have been the same, because they probably would have thought it was going into Humbert, but having seen the pullback, it would have worked for them. This time it's just too busy to force their way in.
Yeah, and they managed to give the dipsy doodle to HUSS. HUSS said, look, we're not going to wait around for this one, and Liquid comes straight back in. But now, this move here is just going to be such an obvious one. HUSS are going to be there and waiting. There's too many teams, so Liquid might have to reconsider and go for a little bit of a wrap around this side, and then maybe hold this wall and hope that the zone transitions to the west side. If it does, then there's still an opportunity for Liquid. But with Falcons so close to them here, it's certainly not going to be comfortable for Liquid at all. And that just shows when your rotation is slowed down on set, it makes the game so difficult.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, all of the teams that overtake you, you got to think it's not just teams overtaking you. Think about gunpowder that's looking at you from zone. If you arrive late, it's not one team, it's like 6 or 7 guns, 8, 9, 10, 11, however many it might be, that can just cause so much damage, and one little misstep and the game's over. Simple as that. Team Falcons up to purples. They're going to have a tough rotate into this zone as well, having to move all the way across E District from their POI that they dropped at. So for them, I think they want to move to Shipyard, maybe look to hit the ring console and the UAV to find out where these players are going to be and where the zone is going to be going next. And if they can do that, that will at least give them a little bit more information than the rest of the lobby has.
And that's the thing, is Falcons don't have that same knowledge that Liquid do of HUSS potentially being on that southwest side. So Falcons are going to use what they can to gain said information. It'll be interesting to see if they shadow Liquid here, who kind of went through that bridge area and now do find themselves on the west side. But for now, Falcons, it's been a pretty quiet day. Only the 6 points. They certainly need to have a big game if they want to give themselves a chance of winning the entirety of the regional finals.
Tell you what, the zone has pulled a little bit away from Old Town. Looking like it is potentially pulling a little bit away, and all of a sudden, teams who are in Humber might have a little bit of a smile on their face. Ninjas in Pyjamas on our screen right now. A 75 from that wingman can change the game completely, and this is isolated outside of zone. This is AG Global on the other side of this. NIP, thanks to Kurev, managed to get something out of their last previous isolated fight against Falcons in the previous game. They hope for a little bit better this time around, but Yanya with a spray onto Kurev is going to give AG Global a little bit of an advantage here.
Good use of the portal just to make sure you avoid that wrecking ball as well that was bouncing back towards you. There's a little bit of a scary moment shortly, but it doesn't look like NIP are going to overcommit to this one. And certainly with JD Gaming, as you say, on the other side here, NIP can't afford to overcommit. They turn around, and JD are going to be able to actually catch one.
Yeah, they're going to be pinching him right now, and JDG should be able to collapse onto the remaining members as well. Vayne is down on that low ground. Yanya is there as well. Naughty just kind of scouting around, see if he can find a few KP. It looked like the portal did come down from Yanya, though, to escape at least one of his down teammates and bring them back for a potential res. But it's NIP who are essentially the ones who are struggling most in this. Kurev is down as well, and this could be the end of NIP's game with only one still on their feet.
Looks like the last player has been able to portal behind AG Global, and they're not really too worried about it because they have to focus on actually getting into this zone before they're tagged up immediately. But in the end, NIP do get eliminated, so they will fall in 20th. Finally, we see a team eliminated here as we're about to get to round 2 closed. But AG, actually, they are heavily pushing towards JD, who are kind of retreating and trying to find a more solid place to hold to try and combat this one.
I think AG are just going to give this one up. The fight and the rotate has been won by JDG here, who are now deep inside of zone. You can see that AG are now going to set up inside of that shop. They will be safe. On the outside of the zone at the moment, wow, look at the zone pull. This is where Crazy Thieves thought it was going in the previous game. The rest of the lobby, a little bit of recency bias, is like, this has got to be Old Town again. Well, it's not. It's pulling out towards the open ground over at Humber.
Keep an eye on Buckle Boys up here, by the way. They could go for the rotate of all rotates and try and hit a big old swing and then compete with AG Global. But that fight that we were previously seeing, AG Global versus JD Gaming, we know it's going to be a big one now because whoever wins it, if they can guarantee that spot and hold it, it puts them in prime position. And again, it's AG Global, Mark, and it's a chance for them to get to the match point threshold.
It's going to be interesting to see what GodLike do here, by the way, as well. They're running full baby comp at the moment, and if they can hit the man scan right now and they can hit the survey beacon, then they will be able to see that there is a lot of space in zone open that they can Valcop straight into if they wanted to. So very interesting to see what happens now in Old Town, where all of these teams are stacked up on top of each other, because there's not going to be many who will be able to leave with the amount of teams that are sharing buildings at this point down, who all have to move.
And how many times do we say it? Like, it's so important to move at the correct time, but it's almost impossible to plan for it. It's a big risk at times. If you move too early, you get focused. If you move too late, you're going to get focused as well. You have to find that perfect time right in the middle of it all, when all that carnage is unfolding, and you just silently drift past everyone. And a lot of that can come down to these Wraith portals. We're going to have 17 of them in the game, so there's a lot of portals to be had.
You saw Vision there on your screen. They've managed to walk their way in towards the zone. Zero, having got his teammates back up and panicked back into the game, has found himself a Kraber as well. Did see one shot in the kill feed, and he's got a Waltzy, a previous teammate in front of him, as well as Imperial Hal. Waltzy's going to peek, and Zero has to retreat here, but one shot on the infinite ammo Kraber could change everything here for Liquid.
And you've got to remember, a lot of these teams don't know where this zone is going just yet. We're going to wait 15 more seconds before they get that realization, and then it's going to be panic stations and trying to work out where you're going to move instead. Anyone who was able to hit any sort of beacon a little bit earlier and hit a ring console, they do find themselves in a better spot as Revival start to arrive, and they do eliminate the last remaining pieces of flat.
Just waiting for this net, and you can now see the zone pull. Everybody in the lobby now knows, and now everybody has to plan what that next move is going to be. And one of the things we were talking about when we were kind of prepping for today then with the removal of Tridents. Oh! Blah, blah, blah. It's difficult to make your way in unless you've got a very talented IGL, and the man on your screen is just that. Not just with his brain, but the brawn is on show as well with that Kraber.
And it is go, go, go. You've got to try and push up onto this, not necessarily just to get the KP, but to take advantage of a gap for positioning here for Liquid, but they get caught on their rotation as well. Panic falls, Panic goes out, Zero goes through, he goes down as well.
Oh no, all the damage was done, and Sykes is just left on his own, left on an island. So many teams just firing down onto that position, and for Sykes, he's left extremely lonely. The damage counts for nothing.
Around me are familiar. It's one of those situations for Sykes where, you know, Liquid have worked so hard to get back up to a 3, find themselves in good position, hit those Kraber shots, and then it's ripped away from them immediately. Now we check in with Falcons, who are going to try and do a similar thing here, force their way through the middle, but Shopify Rebellion survive, which is another important factor off the back of all of that. Now, Team Falcons, 19th position, 6 points. Let's go into a listening and see what Hal has to say.
Take the put on, we just anti it. I'm not gonna lie, like randomly. Okay. Ready? Okay. Yeah. Come. I can put. Don't put him right next to us. Right next to us. Can you secure height? Getting it. Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm on the back. Lots of. Come to me. Come to me. Actually. I'm trying. I'm running. Come to me. Come to me. Trying. I'm looking over you. I'm trying to look over you. I'm dead. Just keep running. I'm looking over you. Just keep crawling. It's fine. I'm batting. Keep crawling. I got you. Yeah, I'm batting. Keep crawling. I'm looking for you. Crawling. Keep crawling. Scanning. Res now. Can you res him now? We got light on. We're getting light on. I think we're fine. We're 5 seconds. Okay, I'm sitting. Do you have Gen? Yeah. I think just Slim. Right. Solo Maggie West. I'm med kidding, guys. I'm healing. He's like one there. One. Getting shot from building. East. Yeah, we're good here. Just chill on me. I'm popping on TikTok for Gen. Like safe on me. On me. You're safest on me. Can we go zipline? When we have the chance? We gotta go zipline. We were not actually safe here. We gotta go zipline. Okay. Calling. Coming. They're peeking us from building. I'm healing. I'm skating. 110. Come zipline. Come. Crossing. Going second. Yeah, we're safe here for now. We're gonna put it down here. Okay. Get the buildings. We're getting drilled. Oh, we can't live there because of drill. Yeah. We're good on us. There's shot right now. I'm talking about. Get hot. Getting fucked. Not about on me. I went back up. We're safe on playing.
Well, they're just about surviving here, Falcons. They will be able to get Gen down in the next few moments. You heard the comms coming in from Guild, who went down initially, but Imperial, how outputting damage just kept them safe enough and kept the teams away from them. GodLike and Dinos will be the next out of the lobby, as all of a sudden it is thinning out here. Shopify Rebellion underneath them as another portal goes down now from Hell.
Oh, such an impressive rotation here from Falcons as they find themselves into the next zone. They get Gen, they get into one of the few buildings that are still in this next circle, and they are going to be able to be here for quite some time, as about 6 of the other teams are all going to have to move in from this western side. AG Global will still hold the eastern side, and Team Vision, actually the third team who are going to be favorites here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see those 3 teams competing in the final circle, maybe including JD Gaming as well, who are still alive on this hype.
One team who did go down in all of the kerfuffle that was going to happen on that zone close was CRT again. That's 2 zones that have been very good for them that they haven't been able to make the most of. One third place finish, but no KP for them, and they've gone out early in this one as well. Team Vision still alive though, and the shots coming in from Lota are good enough to rip away at the shields of ROC.
Liquid are back up to a 3 as well. Sykes has pulled off a madness to be able to generate the rest of the team back into the lobby. Now Liquid are going to have to try and force their way in from that northern side and maybe compete with the likes of AG Global, who are going to be holding this tip as Nemesis get eliminated in 9th.
Nemesis out. There's going to be Falcons who pick up those kills. AG Global now playing the backside of this fence and will be safe in zone as well. The rest of the lobby is in front of them. They're in a really good spot here, AG Global. But Team Vision, who we saw make their rotation a little bit earlier on, own the most space in the zone for now. Vaxilon's getting absolutely drilled himself. And that's going to be a finishing touch coming in from Hal, who's looking for the rest of the KP here. One player still alive. It's Sorcerer in that corner, but Hal doesn't want to overextend here and give away a death. Should be able to be rezzed here.
Should be and will be. Hesitation at the moment just because of that angle was not good, but I think you are going to be able to convert it this time. By the way, Liquid were able to get into zone via a portal, so they're still alive in this last 7. But keep an eye on AG Global and Vision because they are the 2 teams closest to converting here, getting onto that match point threshold. AG Global 5 points away and Team Vision 8 points away from it. Very doable.
It's very, very doable for both these teams, especially with the position that AG Global have. A couple of KP and the placement points that go alongside it should get the job done for AG Global. Vision now taking a little bit of damage up on that high ground from the missile swarm coming in from the Valkyrie, but the miracle run from Team Liquid, who won the previous game. Sykes needs a lot of credit for his reset ability in this game. Once he finds another knock in the feed, that's going to be 1 down for GK.
GK have been able to actually, I was going to say they've been able to get pretty central, but they lost players on the way, and now they will be fully eliminated as we're down to 6. Falcons still watching over the likes of Liquid and Shopify Rebellion and JD Gaming, who are all squished together at the moment, but it's still AG Global holding space as well as Team Vision.
Oh, Peekaboo Zainu, you've got Yanya above you. 1 HP is all that Yanya has. Niazo is healthy and should be good enough to get Jaguares back onto his feet. Koifel trying to get behind the knockdown shield here for Shopify Rebellion. Zap's going to be joining him as well. It's Liquid in this fight. Panic and Zero combining together. Shopify Rebellion will fall, but here comes Falcons now, moving out to clean up these final pieces as AG Global peek over the fence.
Everyone trying to create space with these fences at the moment. AG Global in touching distance of that match point threshold. They just want to convert these kills. That pushes them that 1 step closer now as we're into the top 4.
2 more points is all that's required. Now
there you
they
go.
do it. 51 points for AG Global, the first team to hit match point as Liquid and Falcons will drop. And surprise, surprise, it's now Team Vision's go. They need 1 single point as Lota jumps up to the high ground and absolutely shreds the team who's up there.
Vision have to win it, and they will! So Vision also crossed the match point threshold. There was a chance if they had lost that fight, they would have been so close at 49. But our 2 teams in that final fight both crossed the 50-point threshold.
Boy, did that R9 sing for Lota in that final moment. The climb up, the hip fire, and every bullet hit a body. And Team Vision will win here in match number 4. E-District is their playground, and they are on to match point. The 2 teams coming in this who are closest, Dan, are the 2 teams who hit it.
And, you know, 2 impressive teams as well. 2 teams who could very much convert this in 5 or 6. That's what's scary for the rest of this lobby. When you look at how good they've been at IGLing throughout this entire season, the amount of wins they've been able to find as well, I'd be concerned if I was in the rest of these teams.
Yeah, I think they're going to be certainly teams looking for Vision and for AG Global as we go into this next game. JD Gaming, they all managed to put 10 points on the board. Falcons with 13, the first time we've seen some light from them. And you have to say, Liquid, for the positions they were in, not only once, but twice in that game, will be very happy to come out of it with 7 points.
This is very concerning for those teams who are kind of below the bubble as well. When you think about EWC qualification, the likes of Rock, the likes of Crazy Thieves, the likes of Team Nemesis, who are just on the cusp. Now you start to see teams getting onto match point threshold. Now you start to see teams maybe ripping your chances of LAN away. This is terrifying, but we have to give credit where it is due. For both AG Global and Team Vision, they've looked phenomenal so far, and they definitely deserve to be on the match point.
Yeah, no arguments from my side at all. I mean, both teams have been the standouts in the lobby so far, both with wins, both with great consistent performances, and both, I think, just playing the game a very, very simple way that is being very well executed, especially when we are getting to those end games. And I think, Dan, for me, you can't argue with anyone else being close to them at the moment. The question is now, can they convert?
That is the age-old question, isn't it? And when you look at the success that both these IGLs have had throughout the season, and we can run into the stats. I'm sure Genome will run into them a little bit more as we go into 5 and 6. But yes, I do believe that both of these teams have a fantastic chance at converting here, and the rest of the lobby is now going to have to try and hunt them down. We've mentioned how difficult it can be to spot some of these teams, especially if there is more than 2 and you have to try and track them. But you really got to do something here by making sure that you don't allow these 2 incredible IGLs and teams at winning this all at 5 or 6.
Yeah, it could be a very quick day, but we've said that before. And one thing that everybody here is going to enjoy, as well as the Apex Legends that's going on, is of course the Twitch drops. You can grab yourself a couple of packs just by watching the streams today with some of the co-streamers. Everybody has the opportunity to watch 15 minutes, connect your EA and Twitch account, and then you can redeem. And I tell you what, Dan, I saved one.
You saved a pack!
I saved one. I have if anybody knows me, I have absolutely zero control on these kind of things, okay? I saved one pack to open right now. Now I need everybody who's in the chat. Wherever you are, in your home, in your car, that you shouldn't be watching in your car unless it's stationary, wherever you're watching, everybody chant with me. Heirloom. 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 That's about right. That's what I deserve.
Well, there's always next stream.
There's always next stream. I got 2 more to pick up. I'll be back. Don't worry. You're not getting rid of me that easily. I'll be back.
I mean, my turn next, I guess, to try to open some packs. Maybe my luck is a little bit better. No,
I'm going to get an heirloom by the end of the split, which
we're going to see you open 500 packs in total to finally hit that pity timer.
I'll get there. The problem is I've got so much stuff open on the account already. I'm not surprised I'm not getting, the craziest stuff in the world. But, I'll get there. I'll get there. I like the banner frames. I'm going to put them on. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I've got to go to a breakdown because I need to put some more Apex packs on my account to open in the meantime. Thanks for watching, everybody. We have 2 teams now on match point, and we'll have to see if they convert after this break.
Red Bull is giving wing.
And, they really need it. They really need it. CRT, man, I'm honestly just flustered, right? We watched a good amount of them this week playing in scrims. And not once would I have told you that I thought they were going to come out here 4 games down. 18th place, 0 kills. That part right there is just what baffles me. 0 kills for CRT is crazy. What were the questions?
All right, questions were, I'll give you a little breakdown. We did, what character did Nicewig play to win the ALGS Summer Circuit #1?
Watson? Or Path?
I should smack the shit out of you.
It was Path or Watson?
Pathfinder, dude. Yeah, Pathfinder.
Why did I think it was Watson? You did play Watson, though, didn't you, at all?
No.
You didn't play Watson at all?
Not for that team, no. I played Pathfinder.
Damn, I don't even know you for real.
For real, dude. You're actually, that guy just said
that was
Watson.
The only question?
No. The other one was easy. Name all the SMGs in Apex right now, which is pretty easy, but it's just hard to do it in front of everybody. And then the other one was, I would say, what was it? It was, oh my God. First add-on character in Apex. Like the first one that didn't drop with the team, like with the game. The first one that got added on into Apex Legends. Which?
Was it Octane?
Octane. Yeah, Octane was the first one. I think Watson was second. Caustic, ban that guy. And then, get that guy out of here. And then the other one was, oh my God, I'm in my head, I can't remember. I forgot the last one it was. But they're all pretty good questions,
Don't you have the cards?
No, I got to get them out.
Oh, they're just bringing them out right
If you win it, I have to give you the card to actually play there.
And that's how you redeem the...
That's how you redeem it, yes, sir.
So for someone who gets the question right, what do they get to trade that in for? Is it CRT dependent merch. On... Okay.
You
get to just pick anything?
Like one of these, bro. Yeah, there's like a couple things out there that you're able to get, which is insane, to be honest. All right.
That's fire.
Here we go, man. Let's lock on in. Let's do this thing. Game number 5 on the way. Two
Olympus.
teams. Now, we actually have to have this discussion in a serious manner. This is not a joke anymore. As of right now, moving forward, going into this game 5, AGG and Team VSN are both at match point, right? Now, if AGG or Team VSN win in this game 5, by somehow 2 of the 20 squads at match point actually take a W this game, on Olympus nonetheless, they will be removed from the lobby. And there will only be 19 teams playing game 6, and the rest
It is
of them
a 6-game minimum, no matter what.
No matter what. So you go 19 teams, game 6, and then the rest of the lobby is fighting for second place and under. First place will obviously be given to the squad that wins AGG or VSN, but it's no guarantee. I will say this will be by far the fastest of the weekend in this split so far for regional finals. It won't even be close. APAC North 10 games, APAC South 9 games, EMEA 9 games. If someone wins in game 5 for the Americas, I will be mind blown, especially when it's going to be AGG or VSN. I expected both of them to be here, but not this fast.
Do you want to do a little shuffle here on the POVs? I feel like it's only right that the 2 match point teams get the first and second POV.
Yeah, we're going to do a little shuffle up here, bro. We'll put a little AGG POV. And I want to point out, Jaguares is streaming.
Into game number 5, over back to Olympus. We just saw Team Vision take it where they won game number 1 with 7 KP and following suit winning game number 4 with that 6 KP. I mean, I knew that America's is always looking so tight in terms of the competition, Genome, but I wasn't expecting as big of a gap across the rest of the lobby when we talk about these 2 teams that are looking to punch their ticket over to Paris.
Yeah, exactly. It is a solid gap there up at the top. And when you've got teams like JDG, Shopify Rebellion, Team Liquid, trailing, you really have to wonder what they're feeding these kids for breakfast. Because frankly, Lota and Carter, they're not the biggest names in ALGS. They've been around, we were talking before, there was a little bit of discussion, are they still classified as new? Have they been around for long enough now that we can go a bit further than that? But either way, no one's forgetting their names after this split, I think. And the fact that Zach has been able to, maybe give them a little bit of credit, but to some extent, mold them and sort of turn them into the elite team that they're playing like right now is a huge credit to him as well.
It is. It highlights the experience that, oh my goodness, they actually try to fully send it onto the portal. Okay, we are just throwing a dart at the wall and hoping that it sticks here. And it is Vax that unfortunately gets jumped in the process. Oh, what a way to start off a match number 5 when teams are starting to get desperate. You talk about NIP, a team that before today was sitting in first place, now is slowly going down the list. And we talked about that price pool before, and it looks like more people want to invite to the party as they're also going to be able to take the TP.
Yeah, I was fully expecting Nip to just, set up shop here and just start absolutely blistering through everyone who decides to take the phase runner, but apparently not. They want to go a little bit further into Dockyards after grabbing some free KP as Rock peek their heads out again. It's Crazy Thieves just trying to get up to blues here before they probably can find a spot to play from. A little bit hard to do anything on the whites right now, and wow, there's a big open field there for them to cross, and how are they going to cross it with that composition? Smokes?
This is actually so crazy just to think about the fact that like Rock landing in Hammond, Crazy Thieves landing in Grow Towers, look how quickly they all went to Concrete over by that choke to take the portal, and it's also a little crazy to see how Dinos struggling here to find their footing on Olympus. They've lost out already on 2 between Chaos and J Future, and it's up to GJ Killa to stay alive with so many other teams now making their rotate over to the western side of the map. On the south side of Dockyard specifically, though, it is going to be heavily contested with Team Liquid also coming out of Hydro. They're going to get information off the consoles between the survey and the ring console there, too. So they'll have that and try to deny that from the other teams who may desperately want to get that Evo, or rather their Evo shields up, as well as that information.
Yeah, TL's taking their sweet ass time coming up from Phase Driver and just, hoping to grab that ring console like you mentioned, whereas JDG are doing something kind of similar just on the northern side. They've got options. They could go to Fight Night, could go to Oasis to grab the ring console. Either way, I'm sure they'll get that information as it is HUSS that flies directly over them. they'll both hear this and be able to scan it on the survey beacon that they've got access to as well. Dinos, 24 points. Hoping to see a little bit more from these guys right now, to be honest. Like, you know, DJ Killer has pulled out some insane highlights throughout the split, and I'd love for him to do it here in regional finals, because sometimes you feel like it doesn't really count unless they've done it in those higher caliber lobbies, whether it's regional finals, whether it's LAN, going from, you know, the group stage. Sometimes it doesn't feel real until you make it into that final day.
And you don't want to take a little bit of a step back, too. Even hearing it from J Future and just wanting to be able to step up as Kuzme is going to get taken out by that missile. Unfortunate with that riot drill. And they're trying to get the res here. It's now only up to Cruel Buckle. No. And the fact that it was, yeah, the Newcastle is so sad. And that means that Buckle boys have now taken a buckle to the behind. And now it's going to be a full reset here for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They had the portal play ready to go. And they are going to be able to safely get the res because they're one of the teams also running the catalyst to bunker down.
Ah, man, that's tough. You really just don't want to be the first one to go down as the Newcastle, right? You are your team's last line of defense, and that's kind of tough. And then the Gibby, the second line of defense, goes down second. Like, yeah, okay. At that point, I think you might be doing something wrong.
And you know what happens when you're dealing with the Mad Maggie on the other side? I mean, it's also predicting which of these offensive legends you're going to see get stepped up to the plate, because we have 14 Mad Maggies in this lobby. So imagine being one of the 6 Gibbies in this lobby to deal with the Wrecking Ball on the enemy side. Even that riot drill that you saw after you saw Kuzme literally one-shot. AGG, the all-star team coming in to represent Mexico, are at match point. One of the 2 teams alongside Team Vision. This could be their opportunity right now to solidify their position. And the skill that they bring after their cohesive synergy is back in full force. You can already see them trying to map out how they're going to be able to try to rotate here and playing very safely and taking their time in getting the survey beacon that could be on the outskirts here, as well as HUSS too, taking a good chunk of that ring damage. But it's going to be worth it here. It's just round 1. But after they take this roundabout rotation, on the Oasis side, there is a survey beacon as well as a ring console, and it looks like a fight over by the choke on this north side of the States.
There's 5 teams in the zone right now. Like, this is kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, there's some fights going on a little bit closer in.
Oh, yeah,
with JDG. Team Falcons. Oh, no, they got flat behind them as well. This is not looking good for Falcons. Surely they get pinched here. JDG are on the right side of history with this one. Guild, maybe if he's hits every single shot to the dome with the 30-30, they're okay. Somehow they are crawling inside estates. I don't know. Mate, did they do enough damage to JDG that they couldn't follow up on that? It's kind of hard to see without the health bars, but
it did look like there was some pressure there from Flat too, and I think Flat was able to play a little bit more aggressively because they actually had the insurance of the Wraith portal to TP them back on the other choke of estates closer to where that jump tower is, where they can play off the low ground of Dockyard, and that actually allowed them to get out of a lot of the problems that were gonna congregate over onto that north side of estate. So Team Falcons actually do manage to get that reset. See, another pick as Yanya, AG in some trouble. It's gonna be enough of the damage from the ring as they took that roundabout rotate and even taking this fight godlike out for blood as they're sitting in 19th with only 7 points.
all right, so we see GodLike having a really rough day. They've just made a Valcult in over from the Gravity engine here. I mean, about not 2 seconds ago, we had 5 teams in the zone. There was one here. I think there was kind of like 2 over here and 1 over here as well.
Yeah.
They have made their way in now. It was just really odd to see that many teams being so hesitant to go inside. Of course, thinking about our match point teams, you've got Team Vision right center, bang in the middle. Hopefully the zone doesn't shift too far away. It doesn't look like there's really a chance for that to happen. And then where did AGG go? They were up the
on the outskirts, inside of the zone, over by Turbine.
Yes, right. Okay, yeah. So they're one of the ones taking quite some time to get in there as well. And with the Valkyrie, who knows? could be fine. They might just be able to slam a position once they make their way in from Turbine, maybe be able to get over there. That said, this little ramp here, it goes up quite a lot, right? And you've got to remember with Valkyrie, the altitude which you take off at matters, and it's going to be harder for them to make this rotate here from the low ground. So here we go. They might be trying for it now. Bam. And here we go. They've got purple at least, so they have the speed on that boost to get up. It's a little bit harder to shoot them out of the sky, but can they get far enough over estates?
The human UAV, this is what they were saving Valkyrie for here over on Olympus. You're going to be able to get the scans, you get the quick jetpack over with the ultimate. Sentinels now engaging on a fight. We're talking about how Team Liquid, originally over by Hydroponics, were able to utilize that survey and ring console there and immediately go in for a quick rotate over onto the southern buildings of Dockyard that overlook a lot where these teams have kind of bounced off from each other in top of the portal that we saw very earlier on. Sentinels is playing for their life, playing off the low ground, but they're hiding right behind the Newcastle wall, so they have extra room of cover as Nemesis now move in to get the follow-up here as Skittles gets the next knock, and that's going to be HUSS eliminated. That was very quick here.
Damn, that was clinical, surgical there by Team Nemesis. They pull up and, well, HUSS very much get put out of the lobby. But still other teams in the vicinity. Vicky, you got to remember, AGG, well, they've just gone again. Did they have some ult cells in the back pocket there? Because they are zooming straight into zone. Remember, match point team. There's two of them, and it's GodLike, who is suffering in zone, and frankly have been suffering all day long, that grabbed the mythic bin very much on the outskirts here.
Chris was coming a little early here. It's the least that it could do for them because they're going to be waiting. They didn't get that KP because we did see that res happen when we saw that player get knocked from AG Global. And after seeing the baby comp, the burger comp, however you want to put it, with so much of this composition being rolled out, despite even Mad Maggie being the most picked legend, so we will continuously still see Valkyrie, AG have found themselves smack dab in the middle on the outside of where this ring pool is. So until they get that information, they probably won't move. And Dinos are just clinging on for dear life on the edge of this zone. Well, Geekay Esports currently also being able to fly overhead over JD Gaiming. They're out for blood. Huge wrecking ball gets the crack. Floating. Oh my gosh. Is on fire. He is out here to try to make a statement. You see the Newcastle wall slam. Do they overextend on this? Because while you try to take this fight here, you're forcing yourself up, down on that low ground. Crazy Thieves are hearing this fight. They're trying to reposition here now as they're going to be able to be the ones on this low ground.
Man, I just love watching Floating right now. He is a pleasure to observe. I love the Wingman R9 loadout as well. You've got the opener and you've got the finisher to follow up. It's just so versatile.
Meanwhile, Falcons now clean up all the fights that were happening over by estates. Saw that from Team Nemesis, and now Falcons wiping them out in 16th place. You're the pings too from AG Global. The goal is for AG Global, for those of you guys new, to match point for our regional finals. You have to achieve 50 points, which is what AG Global already did alongside Team Vision. But they have to win this game, either of these two teams, if they want to close it out right here, be your regional final winners. But no matter what, Genome, we're still going over to 6 games. And now Rock, also in this conversation, starting to wake up here. He's got the R9 purple mag in hand of Sorcerer before he's going to be able to climb over these crates. They want to capitalize off of this. Crazy Thieves do get eliminated in your feed. Cersei gets a following. Double knock in favor for Cersei, but they're playing so well around the shield and with the ring to their backs. Geekay get eliminated.
Not great for Geekay, sitting in 18th. They're right on the cusp right now. And two teams that have already been eliminated in match 5. Crazy Thieves in ranks 17. GodLike a 19th in this lobby right now. And if that stands, Vicky, neither of those teams will make it to LAN.
That's crazy. I mean, GodLike, who before today were like in 11th, and just the way that this bottom half of these teams in this lobby have stepped up where the regional final point distribution varies just a bit here, but it gives you enough of that oomph as Shopify get eliminated in the feed. 12 squads now left. Team Falcons, by the way, over on the north side out of the estates, are looking at Flat and JD Gaiming, but a team flying in is going to be AG Global. They got the scan. They see where that ring pull is going, and now they're going to be able to hold down and bunker, but they're in the line of sight of so many other teams. The teams that are safe and sound inside of these dome-shaped buildings will be able to poke at them, but that's why they're running that burger comp.
Indeedly, keeps you safe. Team Vision, I like this spot for them. A little bit of Tetris down here, lots of cover, hard places to deal with. Carter has to phase back though. There's that DJ killer I was hoping to see. Kind of guy who puts you on notice. They see him take the portal back, and he's going to be taking that into zone 5 damage. Not great. Can't stay there for long.
It's going to feel like you're in a microwave, literally. Team Vision now staying alive. See your hell just burn before your eyes. But while they're looking at Dinos and Revival are holding the other side of the zone, it's the teams that know that the zone pool is going in this direction as AG Global clean up another squad. Nice guys now get eliminated, but look behind them. Nizul needs help. And it's the Alternator 2 with the double tap. They don't want to try to call in the bombardment just yet. It's just Cersei from Rock. You send out the wrecking ball. Now your backs are trying to be cleared. You know that there's other teams fighting right around you. NIP now showing face. Dinos get eliminated, and so do Rock.
Whoa, 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 whoa. All of a sudden, we've got 7 teams left, and both of our match point teams are still alive and in good positions. As you said, Team Vision back over near the Tetris outside of Dockyards, and AG in this nice little cozy underground. Well, actually, they've decided they're safe enough to start moving out and causing trouble for other teams.
And right now, they know that they have to clear their backs against the teams that are fighting at this moment on this side of zone. This is a great call from AG. They have the high ground. They have the high ground advantage. Really, the teams that are on the high ground alongside them are busy focusing on one another. NIP, Vision, and Revival. So AG Global looking to clear this out as Falcons scoop up more KP from JDG.
No one's going for them right now, though. AG are just having free reign up here. Ninjas in Pyjamas are apparently just too happy with their current position to put pressure on Team Vision or AG. They have the opportunity to do both, but they are not. They are letting these match point teams run free. And of course, look, they can't necessarily be sure which team is which, but they have the power to change this and keep this game going.
Wait, but this is a scary situation because then you put yourself here on the low ground. Yanya does find fun, but this fight needs to wrap up even faster. JD Gaiming clinging on for dear life as a solo over onto the north side of this zone. AG are looking at this player. Did you know what to get it on? That is what I was worried about. Naughty, he takes out Yanya. Sentinels are still looking at this fight here too, up by the high ground, while Nizul's next to go down. There is no way that Naughty almost took out all the members of AG Global right there. They put down the dome on the perfect amount of time, and now they have to scout ahead to make sure that they can get up on the lip of this high ground if it's cleared, as Sentinels are the next to go. Wow. AG Global have now cleared the entire northeastern side of the zone while being at match point.
Oh my god, I mean, I was not sure about that drop down. I thought, why don't they just stay up the top, keep playing, maybe make that push for a position where Ninjas in Pyjamas were, but they don't. It's like they wanted to stay low and then probably do a late Valk ult into the zone, and somehow they survive all of that. That's where the baby comp comes in to its own. All right, time to Valk ult. Hope there was enough, ult excels and whatnot down the bottom there. Revival, they've been playing very passively at the top. We see them just trading blows with Team Vision. Both of them have been biding their time. It's the Zipline up that AG managed to take, but as soon as they do, the other team is on them.
It makes me wonder here, are you going to commit to this with NIP looking at them? But now this fight is actually taking their attention. Team Vision, your other match point team are looking to stay alive. Revival get eliminated. They actually managed to do it. Loader cannot clutch it on his own. Last 2 squads, and it's AG Global versus NIP. Can NIP give us more Apex for this regional finals? You see the triple take, and you see the catwall in front of you. They're going to use this to their advantage. They call down the Gibby bubble, and they want to be able to wrap up around NIP. They have the awareness, but Nizul's now out of the fight, popping a shield bat.
I love this bubble. They take space away from NIP and put a timer on them. The zone's coming in. AG Global gets the bubble down. Can they get this final fight and win?
made the day. We get more Apex. They shut down the opposition. AGG were so close, but unfortunately, we saw NIP bang them down with the R9. Vayne clutching it for this team to win match number 5.
Insane. I thought AG had that. I think it was the right play. The drop down was insanely risky. It does work out. The Valkyrie was sick. The bubble forward was incredible. Yeah, look, they lose the fight. It felt like they had the positions to just close in the multiple angles. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Vicky?
And they even use the catwall to their advantage to cross open space, put down the bubble. Could the bubble have been overzealous? Because we did see, unfortunately, the Valk get melted down from AG Global. Then you're out of the fight for a little bit. You kind of leave your teammates vulnerable. They've already burned bubble at this point. You're playing Ring Around the Rosie after you also used up the Newcastle ultimate here and slamming down that wall from that previous fight. Did they have the ultimate accelerators was also my next question when we did see that evac tower. I mean, if anything, NIP with 11 KP, double-digit KP. We asked, hey, they were literally at the very top before today. They slowly started dropping down, and now here they are showing up with 11 KP as well as a dub on Olympus.
What a moment there for Apex Legends fans around the world. You could tell that there was a collective holding of their breaths from everyone who was watching that, and then maybe a moment of disbelief afterwards, because it looked like it was all secure for AGG, yet it was really NIP's story. I love that that script got flipped, but also I feel so much for AGG, who were about to kind of, put out the naysayers. Let's take a look though, Vicky and Genome, and Vicky, I maybe start with you. This is what NIP saw on the other side of that fight.
Yeah, I like that we have this replay too, because you even see that they get the first knock, but Vayne right here got a back-to-back knock. Nobody stared at him. Nobody even looked at him. No one expected him to go in for a flank. That is the MVP play from it. That was insane. Oh my goodness. As we take a look at the scoreboard, but Rain Day, also you have to imagine like the mental fortitude you need if you're AGG to just reset and go next despite how close you were.
That was actually so huge to get the breach charge, because it stops the Newcastle from rezzing. I don't think he can push in with a bullet and get that res. And then it's just two people. You don't know what happens when two people. They're low, but anything could have happened there. That was massive from Vayne. AGG, Team Vision, JD Gaming, Shopify, and Ninjas in Pyjamas. But Genome, I mean, what a top two. They are just far and away ahead of the rest of this lobby, and still the only two teams on match point.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, the fact that they made that end game, they were both in there, and yeah, they put, it was 20 points, was it last game? Now it's 30, the gap between them and everyone else. And yeah, I love that breach charge as well. We're seeing people be a lot smarter about that now, right? They're like, if you are, because what does it do? Like 38 damage or something? You can see the health bar. You can calculate it though, right? You're like, I know I can kill him with this, and it's splash damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually, that's the huge part about it. It's splash damage. I want to know if there's a guy who has something to say about all this fantastic drama around, ready to talk to us, and there is. Wow, Jayhawk, he just happened to be. I was looking for somebody who wanted to tell some good stories about some Apex Legends in games, and here you are. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great, guys. The best moments of match point is always when we go one more game. My heart is still racing. I'm not gonna lie. I was nervous watching that thing.
I mean, it was nerve wracking, but it was just surprising. I think everyone who was watching from the main feed thought, well, AGG probably have this wrapped up.
Yeah, Vayne had a perfectly timed pinch. AG had swung that right side. Yanya got a lot of entry damage onto both Cole and Kurev, but Vayne with the pinch from behind, he was able to get 2 quick knocks, turns the fight in their favor. I mean, that's just a well-oiled machine from NIP that we've been seeing all split.
Well, we brought you on, man. Obviously, you've been a feature of Play Apex Esports for many years now, but we wanted to get your thoughts here on a team that has also been a very big feature in this world. They go back about 66 million years ago or something like that. It's dinosaurs, but specifically the ones in our league. Dinos have had a very successful split one. We heard about the name, but I want you to tell us a little bit behind the name and how they've kind of come into their first split here in the Pro League and done what they've done.
Yeah, so you can see here on your screen, actually, we have a list of teams historically from the Americas/NA region. Each of these teams at one point during their splits had multiple match day wins. Dinos, I believe, is now the 12th or 13th team ever in this region to have multiple match day wins. And you can see most of these teams had incredible Pro League finishes, and most of them went on to do incredible at LAN as well. And so I think this shows Dinos has sky high potential because they were able to take 2 wins in the hardest region in the world. At the same time, they do have a little bit of inexperience. A lot of their other match days were a bit poor compared to those 2 wins. Because you can see at the bottom, their current placement coming into the regional finals was only 7th. Obviously, we have to see where they're going to finish after today. Every single team on that list, their Pro League finish was 6th or better. And so this would be the lowest possible finish from a team that won multiple match days, which I think goes to show their inexperience. But I still think they're a huge team to look out for at LAN. Only one team on that list ever missed finals, and it was G2 Esports. And once again, look at that. Only 3 didn't place top 10. And so I think this goes to show that as we build towards EWC, as we get closer to Paris, can Dinos maybe refine some of their gameplay? They've been really good at playing zone the entire split, and they've been having incredible zone calls. But when it does go a little bit towards the edge and they have to play fighting a lot of these other teams like a Falcons or a Liquid out there, that's where I think they tend to struggle. And so that's something I hope to see improvement towards, because once again, based on that historical significance right there, they could pop off when we get to Paris.
I mean, talking about this Dino story, you know, we've been watching them a little bit. Vicky, I want to know just if you think that he's kind of on the money with the potential that these players are showing. I mean, they've certainly popped off this split, but it means a lot to pop off, and it means a lot more to win a LAN.
I think we all could recall back to the end zone that they fumbled. That was an easy win for them when they had Pathfinder grappled into a Newcastle wall and then just got obliterated. Like, they had the high ground and everything, but I think that does go hand in hand with what Jayhawk is saying, right? The inexperience, when we know that these individual players, though, that have been brought up to Pro League have been so crazy and individually talented in their own way, but it's about not taking that lax feeling that we heard from Jay Future talk about in his own personal interview and really stepping up. You can't just sleep on the competition. You can't autopilot, because they're here for a reason, and we know they got it.
It's fascinating.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, sorry, I was just gonna. We're talking about the stats with these guys, especially DJ Killer there, and I was just looking up. I mean, he's got the 4th most kills in the entire split right now, Rain Day.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a successful player. I mean, you know, when you look at floating coming in and being just like a guaranteed star, do you feel like Jayhawk, Dinos still have something to prove? Is this some type of like evidence based on an opinion you think is not necessarily held by most of the colleagues here? Or do you think people are already on the Dinos train?
I think a lot of people believe that, like I said, they have that potential, but I really do think that the other match days are red flags. And although, like you talked about, DJ is super high up on the total kill leaderboard, we saw with floating at the ALGS Open, he was going crazy. And the whole year, he still wasn't picked up by a Pro League team. He had to go fight through Challenger Circuit and then make it through LCQs to get to champs. And then finally, somebody gave him a chance. And so obviously, the Dinos are not really in that position because they're going to be going to LAN. They're already in Pro League. They don't have to fight through CCs. But in terms of being considered amongst the elite players, I think you have to prove it on that LAN stage. And so once again, I think they have the talent to do so. It's just, can they maintain the consistency throughout the tournament?
It's going to be exciting to see as we, of course, head to Paris and all eyes turn towards EWC after today, but still a lot of games to play. Who knows? Maybe Dinos could have a big comeback as well and shift things in this lobby. Jayhawk, before I let you go, predictions on your winner today?
Okay, well, I tweeted. I said Thieves were going to win it in 7. I was hoping to speak it into existence. These guys are 3-LAN champions. I wanted to see them do it. I don't think in 7's possible, but you know what? I'm going to stick by it. It may be Cope. Thieves are still taking the dub.
All right. I love it, man. Jayhawk, thank you so much. Make sure to check him out on YouTube. You'll see him at many more of our events, but now it's time, Vicky and Genome, to kick off our next game.
Game number 6. Let's get right into it. We get some more Apex. You heard it from Jayhawk. It's my favorite line to say, especially when we got our regional finals here, Genome. And maybe the Dinos, can they step up to the plate? I like this conversation too. The lack of experience, but obviously showcasing that they deserve to be here as one of the greats. And maybe be the Devil Dinos within this lobby as we take a look at Team Nemesis now. Wrapping up from our previous game and slowing things down just a little bit, but man, that was crazy with NIP keeping this thing going. Of course, we still go to 6 games no matter what, but at this point here, Genome, we didn't even welcome another team, I believe, into that match point club, right? So it's just the fact that right now, if you're at AG and your Vision, you want to capitalize off of this. If you're AGG, you have to mentally reset, which is incredibly hard for very passionate players like them. But you have to just go next here because no other team is at the 50-point threshold other than Team Vision to contest you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, Vicky, but I'm remembering a certain look, a certain expression on the Falcons' face after Game 7 in Sapporo. That look of, that was our one chance, and we missed it. I don't know if that's the kind of mentality that AG run with, but damn if that wasn't so close to being their opportunity to walk away with it.
Now as we take a look at where the zone is pulling, my goodness, a lot of these eastern zones, they may not be pulling all the way to the coastal side where we could take a dip. Instead, it's going to be pulling all the way towards Launchpad. And what do you know when we highlight Dinos who come out of bottom? They got the Ring Console Survey Beacon already quick on their rotation. We also say goodbye as Man Mackie joins the jail of legend bans, and Gibby being the most picked legend in this lobby, which is no surprise since we wouldn't have had that Mad Maggie here.
Yeah, that's why we're seeing a 65% pick rate on the baby comp there. Gibraltar, Newcastle, Valkyrie, it's everywhere. As soon as Maggie goes away, the big boy comes back. And we're going to be seeing a lot of bubbles out here. That is for damn sure. So still, as you said, 2 teams on match point. Here's one of them. It's AGG, and they're running through the middle of the map right now through Cascade Falls. They won't be too late to this launch pad zone. It's also not as far to the east as our previous one, so I don't think it'll be ending in that sort of beach prowler area. It probably will be ending a bit more in launch pad proper. Nah, usually if it's like the hill going up to Stormcatcher, usually I feel like Stormcatcher's in the second zone.
Usually, we've been having a little bit of whiplash here with how our teams have been predicting these zone pools, but I do agree. I feel like it's going to be pulling mostly towards Launchpad with a lot of these other teams now making the trek into getting into the next zone. Evac Tower galore, as well as all the Valkyries taking to the skies. You mentioned all the bubbles with the amount of Gibbies that we have in this lobby. It's going to be a bubble party. Maybe a different look from the Thug Tug, but instead it's going to be here over on Stormpoint with the way that some of these teams have to play safe. I mean, even looking at Vision, the way that they're already here over on this building, just want to make sure that their backs are cleared, and they're just going to be farming with snipers to try to boost up those Evo shields.
They're pretty good at it, to be honest, and it's not as hard as it used to be. Like resources, if you can get your hands on the amps, even the fact that you can fit 6 cells in a slot now. It used to be 4, right? There's so many changes that we've had that make it a lot easier to survive on that turbo rotate kind of thing. Even actually, I chucked a tweet out the other day about regen, sources of regen. When this game launched, there was 0. You could not regen your health or your shields in any way. And now there's something like 15 between, the most common, which is like the controller regen, when you see teams swapping shields from one another so that your Watson, your Catalyst can just passively regen those shields. But there's so many of them around now that it is a little bit more possible to sit center zone without many shields to your name.
Isn't that funny? And then you look at like the heal overflow amp as well. All right. Well, now look at how quickly you see how Apex has just evolved when you dwell on it, man. It's crazy. Buckle Boys also having a pretty rough start to the regional finals. I say rough start. We're already in game number 6. I mean, the momentum's kind of been dictated by these heavy leaning teams between AGG and even Vision, but Now taking this the distance with AGG already over on the high ground of the catwalk of Launchpad. Gonna be able to situate themselves here early on. And already with full purple, which is a great look for them. It really depends on how this zone ends up shifting. Is it going to pull slightly more to the north? Is it going to pull towards the legs of Launchpad over to the south side, where Nice Boys and Buckle Boys are going, or even towards the outskirts onto the left? I do think it's going to pull a little bit more toward where we saw Team Vision, but a lot of teams don't want to fight for control over those high ground buildings because it's very susceptible to getting third party if you're not running a bunker down composition like we see with just one caustic in the lobby.
Just a little caustic. There are 4 fuses, by the way, which is a little bit interesting. All going for the same comp with Catalyst Fuse in Gibraltar. Yeah, look, even just talking about the purple shields that we're seeing out, Crazy Thieves have just ticked over to that now. Our stats guy, Hugo, ran the numbers just before, and the removal of Tridents from the game has had a significant impact on how quickly you're able to get that. On average, 20 seconds slower, which might not sound like that much, but you got to remember that's averaged out across all of the teams. So yeah, not having access to zip around and grab those Evos quite as easily has slowed down how teams are able to access those extra perks.
Like on paper, 20 seconds is a very long time, and how you could try to take advantage of getting ahead of another team on rotate. And not only that, but then the utility of getting to a survey beacon, like you mentioned, as well as the Evo Harvester. Rock Esports also going to be able to fly by to get over to the pylon to get the survey beacon scan, ring console 2 to see where it's going to be pulling. To no surprise there, after getting that survey beacon scan, they see a lot of these teams already congregated over onto the north side of Launchpad, whereas teams like GodLike, Team Liquid, Full 11, Crazy Thieves, Falcons, who are playing on the outskirts of Stormcatcher, who are also going to be able to get a scan to see which of these teams may be within the vicinity, may try to hold this to try to gatekeep some squads, because they're also one of the teams that only have 29 points. Like, if you take a look at the major gap of everybody else in this lobby, like JDG would be like the closest team sitting in third place with 40 points. The difference between third and second is 70 points, with Vision having 70 points in general. So that's just crazy, with JD Gaming now backing away, understanding that they don't want to get overzealous, with a lot of other teams getting a little bit more desperate on trying to get this KP. 20 squads still left in this lobby before, in the next 35 seconds, Ring 2 will be closing in.
Yeah, they're facing off against Ninjas in Pyjamas, but they do back off. It'd be a disaster if they went down and allowed NIP a chance to get to match point before they do. And they're actually going to swing all the way around onto that sort of northern strip down near the rocks outside of launch pads. The zone has pulled a little bit towards the north, so Team Vision sitting in that back building feeling super happy right now.
Yeah, that's why they quickly rotated, and that's why their weapon composition looked like they had snipers in their hand, because they got there already with white Evo shields. They wasted no time to sit in that building. They got the ring console scan, and Zach already told everybody else, all right, we're going to be hanging out right here to see how we're going to be able to play from this building, together with the fact that we're going to be poking to get these Evo shield charges up. And we know that there's going to be teams over on top of our heads, up on the cliff where NIP and HUSS are currently situated.
Yeah, so Falcons are almost up to full purples now. We're seeing them pushed into the same position that JDG decided not to hold, and that's with Ninjas in Pyjamas looking on from the buildings ahead of them. Can I just say, how weird is it that we've barely seen Falcons today? Right? I mean, I'm sure there's people in chat being like, are Falcons in this lobby? Like, where are they? Why aren't we looking at Falcons? And it's because they just sort of haven't been here, right? They've been dying very quickly. We haven't seen a lot of points out of them. Up to 8th spot, so, you know, have come back a little bit from the first couple of games where they barely managed to scrape anything together, but it's just been such a strangely quiet day from the team who usually shines in on the big stage. And you could even apply that to GodLike as well, right? And perfect timing, yeah, from our observers as we see another late rotate in from them, especially because MT is known as the kind of IGL that thrives under high pressure, high quality lobbies.
And can that go hand in hand with how these zone pools have been looking? Guild does get some help from the ring to get that knock. Probably going to be able to get a res here too. Depends on how Falcons are getting aggressive over on the outskirts of the zone before they start rotating here from GodLike. Because the same thing could be said about GodLike who landed down B. Sure, we saw a very similar southern southwest pool over by Millside in EMEA in a map like this, but it's hard when we keep seeing these southeastern zones pull away from the likes of Falcons, who then have to get through Rock and Shopify. Teams, though, like Team Vision, who land in Launchpad, had the advantage. The fact that this is a zone that pulls directly on top of Team Vision's POI, and there you have it. You're going to have that northern zone pool from Launchpad. That's why AG Global were very quick to rotate, and the fact that they saw that the catwalk was free, being on the Valkyrie and already having purple shields, allowed them to take advantage of that.
Yeah, you can see AG Global down here, as well as now that the circle has gone north, Team Vision, remember, they're sitting in that back building there. It's a little bit tough. You've got the walkways up here. You've got the zip line here. You know, you really do need probably a bubble Valk ult to get up, even if it's just such a short space to get up onto this hill where Ninjas in Pyjamas, Rock Esports, etc. are sitting.
Can you get away with it? That's the question, especially when you're playing up the low ground here, with other teams maybe helping you out when they try to take fights like this. As you can see, MT and Slayer now playing off this low ground here, just trying to stay alive. They went in for that late rotate. There's not much they can do when you're godlike. And they did lose out of one, but they have the Newcastle still alive. You see nades hailing from the sky off the mother load on top of it all, while Jet is dancing with the Valkyrie jump back too. Jet now slides in, goes over to the side, but Jelly continuously ends up pressuring them with the 30-30.
Oh, this is so rough, but luckily Newcastle's still alive. Slayer doing his job, and this is how you survive. And if there's one thing that GodLike is good at, it's cycling utility. It's why they are so obsessed with this composition, and it's how they've piloted it to success in most of this split. But today, they need to do better than this, Vicky, because currently they are on track not to make it to Paris.
You just hear a motherload in that background before GodLike get eliminated. You talk about missing out on that ticket. GodLike cannot afford more games like this. Other teams are just desperately trying to come in. Coming in from left field, actually, is going to be Shopify. Hailing from above, HUSS still bunkered down here. Dupe. Nice shots on the R9, just shooting through the window side, but they hear them breaching in. Shopify said, open up. They forced out the dome, though, forcing themselves to play over onto the back end side, but they're forced to get inside, too, because they're also getting pressured by the team looking at this fight happening.
Oh my god, it's really kicking off around the Prowlers here. Hope they've cleared them out already. Team Nemesis, they're looking at Geekay, but JDG have swung around for a last-minute poke into this fight, and I dare say they're going to get the best of Geekay Esports.
See if they can with Team Nemesis being one of the Fusey teams, and IP now, Vayne. Looks like they're continuously farming now. The catwalk playing around the rock, though. Alberlele looking to see if they can get that reset. While Skittles will also try to cover their back. They're trying to isolate this fight while they're at it, Genome, but they're taking this slow with Nice Guys getting eliminated. 18 squads now left.
I take it back. We got enough baby comps running. They just turtle up, and JDG can't get a lick on them. They really wanted to go that way. It would be much better, but now that the abilities are used, we do see Team Nemesis deciding to push in. It's a wingman to the face, shoving it right in there. Can Team Nemesis get this last kill here? It's all up to Alb.
Oh my goodness, but now they call out the situation. There's going to be the 3P and just take off to the skies. It's not worth it if you can get away. Motherload now as more Fusees step up to the plate. Floating, being able to get that knock. It's up to Shubi now for JD Gaming. It's literally one shot. No! I mean, it's so hard to come back from that here, Gino, but now the reset comes in as well. Soviet stays alive. And we're seeing, by the way, Guild get a knock onto 0 in the feed. GK get eliminated, and AG are looking to take to the skies once they get this survey beacon scan.
Man, that was so strange by JDG, though. They were rubber banding back and forth, flip-flopping between one side of the mountain and the other. They come back. Presumably, they heard the fight and thought that they could third-party it again. But when they came in, they'd taken so much damage to the zone trying to rotate at this point in the game that they're quite easily finished off by full 11, who end that fight for 3 different squads. AG Global take about 60 damage per player on the Valk ult-in. This is so risky from them, but really, what other option do they have?
Where do you go? Like, where do you go? You're going to be playing off the fence line right here. They've called it, and now we're playing on the outskirts of hell. They bunkered down. Great positioning, good comms. It took them a little bit of time, and they will be able to pop those med kits too. Team Vision now up on the high ground have managed to get from that low ground building and beat Dino on this rotate. They call in the bubble themselves, but looking for right behind them. You gotta be careful. Jet's popping off, by the way, in the feed. CRT showing signs of life, especially from Phony too. Backslot to try to match that, but Team Vision being one of your match point teams want this dub after already getting 70+ points.
Well, maybe Jayhawk doesn't curse them. Maybe he only has blessings to give out, but it's still a hell of a long way to go there. Team Vision full sending in here towards Dinos, and they take them out. We said it was going to be a hard transition from low ground to high, but they've made it work. Or have they? AG Global, their main competition, sends them packing. It's Ninjas in Pyjamas actually who get the knock and want to get not just the knock, but the finishes. Overlook from the high grounds. There's nowhere to play. This bubble will end soon. Surely Nip get the finish here.
Surely, I was going to say a very premeditated Nox grenade there too. And now as NIP dropped down, it looks like they were desperate to get ammo because look at this. 79 bullets only in Vane's pocket, and he didn't even get to fully loot. He gets the boost pack here with the nade on the fuse. So many fuses out here to deal with these Valks, especially when these bubbles go down and you find some of these players low. They're trying to get away. The pressure's on as AGG mark them. They're still alive. The only match point team alive in this lobby. They do not want to fumble the bag. Once again, they're sitting isolated on the other side of the fence line.
This is a great spot for AG. It might even be the best spot, Vicky. So many other teams are going to be clustered in these buildings looking at each other. It just depends on how long AG can hold out for. Team Falcons, they were way on the outside. So were Team Liquid. Zero and Hal, both Valk ulting in tandem.
Almost getting a little bit of deja vu from GodLike right there, like in the same exact position that we saw them getting beamed down by 30-30. Less teams, though, in this lobby. 9 squads now left. Shopify bunkered down from the inside after brute forcing their way here. And now they're going to be sitting with 42 points, but they're going to play this patiently. NIP lighting up the feed. Legolas also finding Cole as some retaliation from Zap.
No wonder NIP were being aggressive down the bottom there. They're 9 points away from match point eligibility. They want to get there. They're probably the most likely team, them and Shopify Rebellion on 42. Both of them occupying. As you can see, everybody is hugging a building. It's just AG on the lower side, but it will be all about their transition from one side of the fence to the other once the zone starts to push in.
Getting a little bit of making you great again, deja vu here too, how they played that mill end zone in a very similar situation to AGG. Rock Esports with only Cersei alive, forced to now play this out as a solo, but all these teams, as you mentioned, Dino, are only inside these buildings minus AGG, who have the safety net of the fence line, who are the only team in this lobby that has a caustic. Keep that in mind. Hopefully, the gas nade does not get eaten up by the amount of Newcastle walls that we also have here. But in a lot of these teams, I'm also expecting to make a very desperate attempt on taking a Valkyrie Skyward dive, getting a scan if they have to, but taking the slow here as Crazy Thieves are controlling this high ground and Rock Esports finally get eliminated.
Yeah, no Watson, no pylons to eat up those gas nades. And the other thing is we've got a few fuses left still as well. Actually, was it just the one? Yeah, just the one in terms of Ninjas in Pyjamas, but a lot of cat walls as well. So it depends who is going to cut off who. Which pockets will be left for these teams? It looks like AG are just going to try and tank this. I like this, using the mobile shield here. You want to keep your bubble and hopefully another castle wall in the bank here for when they move over this wall. Just tank it, get the shields up, and use your abilities for this. Oh my god, come on. Take that ground. That's such a good position from AG.
The slam down, unless somebody can mark down that this is AGG, a team who's playing to win. The catwall has been brought up before their eyes as NIP slide over to their left.
Oh my God.
They took too much damage from the bombardment. You get a bombardment. You get a bombardment. There are so many gibbies. Every team in this final zone has a gibby. We go next. The curse continues, and Revival are looking to close out the right side of the fence line. Well, NIP shut down AGG's advances back to back.
Oh, it's Kurev, the revelation in this split, who keeps us going one more and also pushes his team 3 points away here. 2 now from match point. Shopify go down. They won't be joining them on match point. 1 more. Still 5 squads left alive in this zone.
Oh, look at the bubble party. Look at the bubble party. All the bubble blowing babies will be beaten senseless at the hands of NIP, it looks like, because they are farming this lobby as they finally get taken out. 51, they make it. 2 squads left, but that was all NIP needed. Crazy Thieves. Jayhawk was on the interview. They heard him, Genome, and they stepped up to the plate to take game number 6.
That man can do no wrong. He sees the future. He tells it like it is. And Crazy Thieves. You know, when he said that, I was like, okay, they're on 11 points, Vicky, but is there one man? Is there one man amongst them who knows how to go back to back to back to win a match point series? Yeah, it's Virtus. He's done that before. He's done it on the biggest stage at LAN. Can he do it here in the Americas Pro League? Light work.
Dino, we've changed the caster rotation. We've changed everything. We've done everything. I do not and we're seeing Crazy Thieves step up. NIP just dropped like another double-digit KP game, and the fact that they're constantly the ones to mark AGG, they keep this thing rolling. We got a game 7 on the horizon, but I need to find out. I mean, momentum coming out of that last game. Sure, they didn't take the dub, but Vicky, I mean, we literally had the Venn diagram of Gibby Bubbles, and if that didn't help, if the ring closing behind you wasn't loud enough, the bombardments would make sure that you're not going to hear a single player walk up behind you, because now Crazy Thieves, they fully capitalize after being one of the few teams to exit out of that building uncontested with the catwalls that were also being brought up on top of the bombardments, and they sneak up and get the KP on top of the dub.
Yeah, you could barely make heads nor tails of that final circle there. It was getting a little bit wild. They walk away with 8 KP. Jen leading from the front there. 5 kills, almost 3,000 damage. No Maggie drill clutch there for him needed. Crutch, I should say. There definitely was some clutch. Now, we look at the overall series results here, Vicky, and one team, only one, join them on match point as we go into game 7. It's Ninjas in Pyjamas. Shopify and Team Liquid shopped just short JD Gaiming. As we said, a little bit too much indecision from a team that at this point I would say is uncharacteristic of them, and they stopped shy at 40 points.
I just cannot believe that they CRT just jumped 8 spots here, Gino. Like, is Jayhawk a prophet? Is the question. I mean, we don't want to curse anything here, but now we're seeing teams step up to the plate. NIP with another explosive game to keep this going, and CRT waking up, guys. We got more Apex among us as we move on to game number 7 on the other side of this break.
Sony InZone, the official
Game number 6 done. Game 7 here in a little bit. And that's gonna be GG's. We have more giveaways.
Shout out to 18.
I think
Shout out
Finn
AT&T
should do
for
the
giveaway.
next trivia.
No, I
question.
think you go do it. That's your turn, Ken.
Nah,
get
come
on
on,
out there, bro. Yeah, come on, man. Come on, man. You're part of the sponsor too, Ken. Get out there. Shout out to AT&T. We're gonna force Greek to go in front of 50 people outside and actually talk in front of them. I can't wait to see this.
I got to do all 3 of these.
All 3 of them.
You only have to do one.
Dude, I don't like addressing
Bro,
massive
you
audiences.
talked about eating butt in front of 93,000 people at EWC.
Yeah, but that's just you and me next to each other. That's not in front of a massive audience.
You're about that action, though, boss. Get out there and have a good time, kid. All right, well, Chad, here we go, man. Game 7 in a little bit. Greek's going to read out some stuff. No, you're good. You look fine. You look fantastic, kid. I'd eat it. I promise I'd eat it. All right, chat. We'll lock on in, though, man. I'm going to run the ads right now. Don't forget, ads only come in between the games and the action. We got a lot more Apex to be watched moving forward. It could end here, but I'm going to personally think that it's probably done here after these games 9. I'm saying 9 still. I think 9. Games without it. So it might end on AD. It might end on Olympus in a game 8. Who knows? But this could be the last Storm Point game we watch of regional finals and the last Storm Point game we watch of Split 1 regular season. So, I mean, tough, dude. We'll see what happens. I don't want it to be the last one. I want, obviously, more games than this. I want America's to go the longest out of everybody else. We'll see what happens here, man. Game number 7 on the way. You think it ends here, kid? How'd it go?
It was good. Dude, it's the issue. The issue is like it's so hard.
Oh,
yes,
I knew it.
It's so hard to tell who is yelling the right answer when 48 of them are just getting shouted.
What are the questions? What are the questions?
Okay, so the first was pretty easy one. It was at EWC. Who was the player that had to get surgery, and what was the surgery? That was real easy right off the bat.
Okay.
Second one was, what was the first DLC add-on weapon added onto the game?
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And this one, I might have, missed a couple of the right answers, but a lot of people were getting it wrong.
What was it?
Havoc.
Interesting. Okay.
A lot of people were saying L-Star. A lot of people were saying 30-30.
Interesting. That was the other one.
What was Revenant's original ult called?
What is it?
Death Totem.
Oh my God, it was really actually called Death Totem?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I actually had no idea the name of the Revenant ulti. That's pretty crazy. Death Totem's a fire name, though. I can't lie. That's actually sick. All right, chat. Well, here we go, man. Game 7 on the way. 3 teams at match point. I said, I don't think it ends here. I think we're going 9. My chat also was majority of people saying it does not end here. We only had one more team add into the mix at match point eligibility with NIP stepping on in now. NIP are stone cold killers. These guys can 100% win match point. They've won a ton of games so far this ALGS split. But I just don't see a world where we end right now.
Well, I initially said 8 games, so I'm sticking with it. I think it is going to end here.
I think that's great. I think it's 100% a good call. I think the 8 games does make sense. Team Vision? What do you mean?
They're the only ones on the lobby.
I actually don't know. Where is Team Vision? Why are we waiting on these guys? Is Zach Mazer stream up? Zach's
in the range?
blasting EDM music in the range. As everyone in the
This is
lobby
what they
is
need,
waiting
bro.
for him.
Hardstyle Mazer. It's what got him in this position. It's what's going to get him out.
Well, they're not waiting on him because we have a little bit of a break, but the fact that he's just bumping EDM, he is low-key shooting out the gym, man. I'm telling you, bro, he got better mechanically this year by like a lot. Zach was low-key not a liability, but he was nowhere near up to like par of a lot of the IGLs mechanically. There's been a lot less Mazer moments as of the last like split and a half, 2 splits.
I mean, we did just kind of witness one, you know, that last game. That was just unfortunate for sure.
True. Wait, what was the Mazer moment last game?
The zipline, trying to get the res over and over. Then like going into the storm and shit. Like,
yeah, fair. Yeah, it was 100%. Definitely a little bit of a Mazer moment. Oh, thank you. Sounds good. Thank you, Force and Kenji. I'll try it right now. Thank you, guys.
What was it?
I could make it like action mode or something like that, he said. I don't see the action mode, though.
For what?
For the compact buttons. Oh, compact for these in the top right. Make it a little smaller for like the overlay. I don't really need it, which is nice. It's actually really nice. W features for KSG Force, man, for bot review.
The thing is that it's just constantly getting updated. Like Force is always looking for a way to improve it.
Yeah, he's the GOAT, dude. All right. Well, here we go. Game 7 coming on into play. I want to appreciate y'all, man. Everyone being here, man, for the AT&T sponsored stream and just being here for regional finals. We watched a lot of Apex this weekend, dude. A lot of streams IRL when I was in Tampa, dude, doing some cliff diving stuff and cliff jumping alongside Red Bull. It's been a pleasure for this jam-packed weekend. I am tired, but man, my adrenaline is still pumping because I need to see who wins this game, bro. I need to see who actually comes out on top for regional finals. I've been sweating profusely for the last 7 hours, and I'm having a great time doing it. I wouldn't want to sweat with anybody else, man. I love you, buddy.
Love you too.
Love you, girl.
They did turn the AC up in here.
They
though.
did
get better.
I'm still sweating though. It's been insane. And we'll actually see right now, man, if this game ends in game or tournament ends in game 7. Again, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm staying 9. 9 games is where we end. We'll lock on in.
Nuked them because they didn't have the bubble in their composition, and now they will have the chance to try and win it all themselves to call themselves regional finals champions here in Split 1 of Pro League. And now for a team like NIP, they have some of the highest win rates across this map in this region, so I think there is a good chance it ends here at 7.
Ooh, okay, a little Danny G prediction. We don't hate that. We don't hate that at all. For CRT, they will be hoping that the games continue. However, a final good performance. Well, the first of good performances from them so far. They had a 3rd place, but no KP a little bit earlier, so it kind of didn't look like the greatest points tally for them, but the previous game has bumped them up enormously. That win that we just saw puts them on 31 points now, and another win here, Dan, and all of a sudden, CRT are in the conversation.
Do you know what's interesting is in the overalls, when you talk about EWC qualification, Crazy Thieves are currently in 13th position. Now, providing someone in the top 12 was to win it, they would be qualifying for Paris. That is how close it is at the moment. That's how much of a difference it makes from jumping up this far in the leaderboards, because they leapfrog the likes of Rock, the likes of Nemesis, the likes of GodLike. But if you fall early here and other teams overtake you, it could definitely be a difficult situation. But we spoke to Jen Burton a little bit earlier. He has a message for all of the haters.
Honestly, they can say whatever they want. I really never looked at Reddit and whatever. They usually come to my chat. The only reason why I know they're talking shit was like they come to my Twitch chat and just yap about my teammates or me. They're like, oh, we should work on this. Why is Phony not listening? What is a terrible call? But brother, have you ever played a professional Apex? No, you haven't. I don't really care about what they say. It's about how my team perform and how their mentals are. All we have to do for this weekend is come top 5, as I said. Honestly, a win would be a W. And then I'll see you guys at LAN. You haters.
Yeah! Giggle at that. The best line in all of that is, Have you ever played professional Apex? And if the response is anything but yes, invalid. That's
Honestly,
how I see it as well. I
enjoyed
respect it big time.
I enjoyed it. I like just giving a message to people and saying the haters, because it's one of those situations where you've got to stand on business. If you do not, then you've got to have that, like, you're going to be in that situation where you don't believe in yourself, you get down on yourselves. Now, you look at Zone, and this is where you have a little bit of a reaction.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this zone, tell you what, Sentinels might know where this one's going. I wonder if there's going to be some bias and recency thoughts on where this zone is going to be going, because this looks very, very similar to a pylon pullback that we saw at Champs, where, of course, Sentinels did take the win. Now, do teams want to bet on it being Echo, or do they want to take the chance that it's going to go to pylon? Well, Sentinels are playing between the two on the Pixel building and then on the couple of compound buildings just on the south side of pylon. I'm very interested to see where the rest of the lobby will go.
It's funny, isn't it? Because had that not happened, I think we would have seen a big conversion onto Echo at the moment, but there's always going to be recency bias. A lot of people saying, all right, remember what happened at Champs when we had the massive pullback. This is definitely going to be intriguing to see where people land once they get that information of this zone. Keep an eye on everything when we look at this map overhead time and time again, because this could be a decision that potentially gets you to Paris, or maybe doesn't.
I hope it goes Echo, just to completely mess with people for the rest of time. Like, they'll just see this zone and go, no idea. Like, genuinely no idea. We'll see what happens. But Valkyrie in the compositions certainly does mean that it's a flexible zone for people to play with the ability to skyward dive should we see a pull that is somewhat unexpected for some of the teams, either to the Echo side or the pylon side. I mean, put your money where your mouth is, Dan. Where do you think it's going? Do you think it's pylon? Do you think it's Echo?
I think it's Echo. I do. I would go for Echo if I was in game.
I'm going to say I think it's pylon because I have no idea what sides it's going.
Honestly, I think so many of these players will be feeling exactly the same way. I couldn't have written this Game 7 any better with where this zone's going to be falling to. Now, as we look over towards Team Liquid, it looks like they might be engaging in a fight here.
8 points required for Team Liquid to join the collection on match point. Zero with an angle with the alternator is doing a huge amount of damage. The smokes are going to go in as well. Need your teammates to swing onto this, though. They've got to be careful, however, that they don't take that first knock, because that will be the fight completely swinging back the other way. Revival very much on the back foot in this one, and there is that first knock. Beautiful shots coming in here from Sykes with the RE45.
They've been fighting very well, have Team Liquid, as Revival do get eliminated, and Liquid put themselves within 5 points now of crossing that threshold themselves. Currently in the overalls, they are in 7th position, so they're looking pretty good for EWC. I think that would be the expectation even coming into today, that they would have been able to secure it relatively easily, but they are playing even above expectations, maybe some would say, really capitalizing on some of the positions they found themselves in so far this series.
Quick, coach, ready yourself.
Well, at Echo, there are a few teams. Nice Guys, one of those teams. Inside, they've got full 11 there as well. RSC are there, Buckle Boys there, Team Vision. If you're hitting a UAV at some point to try and find out where the zone is going, it's not going to really grant the information that you do want. VSN and Vision are in the kill feed, though. Imperial How has just been taken down from distance by a 30-30 repeater. So Falcons struggling a little bit at the moment, but they are still one of those teams, much like CRT, who with a win here are back in contention.
There's a lot of teams like that, right? That if they find a win at this point, they suddenly are looking at what happened in EMEA and saying, hey, we could be going quite a little bit further into this series than we might have thought earlier when AGG and Vision were so close. I mean, at one point, we had a 66% chance that it was going to end right there, right when we saw it in front of us, and then suddenly it got ripped away from that situation by NIP. It would really be something if NIP were able to deny AGG twice and then go on to win it here.
Well, JDG need 10 points at this point. VSN just need a win. They will win it with 0 kills. They do not care as long as their name is being lit up with a champion's banner at the end of this game. Playing in the armory at the moment, kind of just playing away from a lot of the commotion. Interesting composition for them as well. No Valkyrie, so they are presuming this is going to be pulling hard towards Echo. And when we see the ring, we are going to see Echo being the pull. So Dan, you were completely right. 100% prediction rate from you, arguing that it might pull back to AG. I'm not making that prediction.
Never in doubt.
No, never in doubt. Never in doubt. You're a king.
As you look at the two teams, right, you've got Vision who have been able to find a perfect spot. For AG Global, however, that's going to be a difficult rotation. You need to try and get maybe some sort of balloon to try and get over the top of everything. Otherwise, you're going round. Yeah, you've got or utilize the Valk ult, of course. And then Ninjas in Pyjamas are up here. So they're probably going to go for an Eastern rotation. They're shadowing HUSS at the moment. They did see HUSS a little bit earlier. They could potentially capitalize on HUSS engaging with Vision and then connecting with that fight in third party.
Oh, CRT have lost one. There's JD Gaiming who want to push this advantage. Big damage coming in from Shubi with the wingman. And now it's time to go, boys. One on their feet. It's Jem Burton who's trying to escape. But CRT will fall from 1st to 19th. That's been their day so far, really. It looked like there were signs of life, but CRT will be out of the lobby early again.
And this was what I was worried about. This is exactly what I was trying to suggest earlier, right? Because now, if we see a team convert, if one of these top 3 teams is able to find a win and Crazy Thieves drop out of those top 13 positions, they will not be going to Paris. And a team like Rock, a team like Nemesis, GodLike, they can all capitalize here, overtake them, and maybe steal that spot away from them as well.
CRT just relying on the lobby at this point. Geekay Esports. Modified baby comp, no Gibraltar, of course. EB has been banned. They're going to be using the Rampart instead. Makes the landing a little bit more awkward for them. Looks like they might be trying to play for the low ground underneath this staircase. Or maybe just on top of it. Drop's got to be careful, though. It's so important that he stays on his feet. He manages to so that he can get that Q down and he can get that wall down as well. The mobile shield comes out. That's going to allow GK to reset. And that could have been very, very differently had the Newcastle fallen from the sky.
Looks like they're going to be able to comfortably set up, though, even though it's a little bit worrying at times. Now, Sentinels, they position themselves in the middle. Probably the first team that second-guessed this zone and were like, wait a minute, we've seen it before. But now they're going to have to move a little bit further west around this one, unless they want to go for the Valk ult as well. I think we're going to see quite a few teams just try and shove their way into this zone, and it's going to be a few awkward landings, I would imagine. But they don't have to rush it, right? They have plenty of time. We're not even getting into zone 2 yet, so they can consider how things are going to go.
Only the 2 teams dropping out of the lobby so far. Ninjas in Pyjamas continuing on that path that you mentioned a little bit earlier, by the way, Dan, just still rotating down towards the eastern side of the zone. They do have a survey beacon they're waiting to hit as well, potentially for information on where they're going to be rotating. No Valkyrie for them, so they won't be taken to the skies. They're running Seer, Catalyst, and Bangalore. Shopify Rebellion. Pretty similar on their rotation at the moment. They're going to be next to Ninjas in Pyjamas, who are just in front of them at the moment playing the bridge. So Shopify are going to have a pretty tough time to get past them. But they do have the Valkyrie. They are going to be safe. And if they choose to, they can use the skies as their way to traverse towards this zone.
And I would imagine NIP will be reluctant to take this fight because of the position they find themselves in, because they are on match point. They might just play this one a little safer and just back away and give Shopify Rebellion a little bit of space. Where Shopify Rebellion, because they are still pushing towards getting to that threshold, might be open to a little bit more of a scrap. Nemesis are holding this this hillside at the moment, which is going to cause problems for Sentinels and force them up into the air, really, because if they try and walk it in, then they're going to be going uphill, a very disadvantageous fight, and they don't want to take it. So I like this from Nemesis because they can comfortably walk in and hold that west side, as we now see where this zone's going to shift even further here, Mark.
Yeah, JD Gaiming just stepping back into the zone to hit the survey beacon. GodLike are doing likewise, but for a ring console. So they're going to be just slowly working their way towards zone. They'll Valk ult in a little bit later. No surprise to see that's going to be the game plan from GodLike. But, I mean, I've kind of seen the downside. I think everybody's kind of seen the downside of continual baby comp so far in this lobby. I always feel like a points per game. It's something that is a worry if you don't get to an end game. If you land and you get taken down, it's a 0-point game. You don't really get to shoot your guns. But Team Vision, who are on match point right now, they're just looking to close things out. Let's jump into the comms and see what the communication's like.
The blue light mag, and then maybe swap to alternator if you want.
Oh yeah, I
so that it's more forgiving that you don't have a mag. Does that make sense?
I got you. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. They're getting shot at. They might fight.
No, there should be a fight over there, bro. There 100% should be a fight over there. I just don't know if we clear our back like that hard when Valk ults are going off in pylon and shit.
Yeah,
I don't think we do. But the issue is they're gonna end up with this whole side of the map for free. Carter, look, we got double power. We got double hop up out of that, by the way.
Yeah, they're purple.
They hit me on purple, by the way. They hit me on purple.
That's good. That's good.
Or they hit me on blue overflow.
Okay, just hang with the wingman. I'm not peeking. Yeah, they're shooting at people down the. I like that building.
Yeah, I see a Rampart team right here, but Rampart probably means Valk. So when that team Valkyries, they just get to run at us.
Let me know. Keep comms up for me so I can understand what you guys are doing.
Nothing. We just kill Valkyries right now. All we do is kill Valkyries. It might honestly be good. Low-key, if Valkyries go off, everyone...
I think you've just seen a great kind of an insight into the IGL mind right there from Zach Mazer. Just recognizing that one team's running a rampart, he then knows what the rest of the composition is likely to be and how they are going to play the next few moments.
Also, subtle things like they've been able to get armor information, or they haven't been able to get armor information as well. And this is what I was mentioning earlier. A lot of these Valkyrie landings are going to be turbulent. You've got to try and capitalize on finding a position here and locking it down with your Rampart player, but not working out for GodLike right now.
Yeah, when you lose Slayer in the air on the Newcastle, it's not going to be an easy landing for you. AG Global, they do land a little bit safer here. They will be inside of this zone, by the way, and they will be set up on this hillside, and that is a worry for Team Vision, who are the closest team to them. JD Gaming taking some damage themselves, still need 7 points to cross match point here. The team who are number 1 in the overall standings coming into today's action. And they've got Shopify, Rebellion, and Ninjas in Pyjamas to worry about. Sentinels having a little look at this as well. And JD Gaming going to have to coexist for now.
The zone is going to pull back towards Echo, by the way, so even though AG Global were able to find a spot in zone, they are going to have to move a little bit further west. And my worry with the position that AG are in is you've got a lot of angles you have to try and cover yourself from. You've got Falcons looking from one side, NIP and JD, Shopify Rebellion, they'll arrive and have an angle, and also Team Vision. Anyway, JD Gaming looking like see if they can maybe capitalize on some of this information they've gathered from Seer here.
Power up on Seer as well means that Q's going to be coming back nice and quickly. Shubi, as we see Dinos being eliminated, is trying to peek, but he gets taken down as well. So all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion find themselves down. Naughty's going to be able to try and stick the res while these teams are busy with each other. Co-op on that high ground is looking to capitalize on some of this damage that's been done. Koiful now left on his own for Shopify Rebellion, who still needs 7 points. Sentinels eliminated in the meantime.
Yeah, Sentinels go down, and actually Vision now are using this as an opportunity to move up. You heard that conversation. Should we be clearing our backside that much? We have to wait for the Valcolts first. They were patient, they've waited, and now they are clearing out their backs.
Vayne, though, almost manages to take down Carter, who escapes just about with his life. And Team Vision, the rest of the crew, are now arriving to try and keep not only Carter alive, but make sure they're flushing out the final members of these teams. Remember, they don't have a Valkyrie here, Team Vision, so they have to walk this one in. That's why they're so intent on clearing their backs.
And it would be quite ironic, wouldn't it really, is finally NIP get themselves onto match point, and then maybe they get eliminated. But, yep, you pointed it out. A couple of resets coming through. That's what sometimes happens when there's so many teams in the area. But NIP are there and waiting, but Vayne's taken so much damage, NIP will fall, and they will not get the chance to win it here.
But is that enough? Has his damage enough to stop JD Gaming getting in? Yes, it is, and now Team Vision sending it onto AG. This is the two teams who are on match point right now, and AG have to hold. JD Gaming with the last down. Will it be AG, or will it be Visions who go down next? Neazal on the Sheila, tries to spray. Jaguaris is trying to stick the res through all of the carnage that's going down. Team Vision eliminated. AG Global will survive.
But is there any angles there? Can Falcons maybe pop something? Are there any breach charges? It looks like no. AG are going to be able to hold on. Falcons are tempted. You saw Hal was kind of going towards it. He's saying maybe we can pick up these kills and stop this team. But finally, there's a little bit of moment of respite here for AGG as they're going to try and reset. But a couple of teams are sending things their way. Whether it is going to be missiles from Valkyrie, utility of yourselves, but finally they're back up to a 3.
Valkyrie goes in, does not connect. Breach charge does, but everybody on AG is on life support, but they are still breathing. They will not go down, and they are the last team in this lobby who could win it. The only team who's on match point.
And for a team like Crazy Thieves, for example, they'll be hoping that they see AGG get eliminated in that kill feed.
How is Shopify alive? As a full 3, by the way, they got out of the worst looking situation and now find themselves alive. Koifel's got the Valcolt back as well.
Never count out the Rebellion. That's what I've learned, especially if it's Koifel. It always pulls off a madness, whether it's 1v3s or whether it's just getting everyone back on their feet. We check back in with Liquid, only 4 points away from crossing that match point threshold. So there are quite a few teams here now, Mark, who are closing in on the possibility. JD Gaming would have just missed out by dying, of course, but we look now to Liquid and Rebellion to try and cross that.
Smart little pre-nades coming in with the arc stars there to try and cut off the position they believe is going to be rotated into. Falcons now hitting the Valcol as well. AG Global facing off against them. Jaguars has taken damage, but exchange of damage is strong. Sheila versus Sheila here. Who's stronger? The castle wall just about holding its own, but Falcons will lose one. It's actually Nemesis and Albrelelli who take down Guild. Jaguars will take down another, and Falcons have been eliminated, and AG will survive again. Somehow, they're doing this.
That castle wall got absolutely destroyed, though, by the Bango, and they're still under pressure, but somehow still alive at the moment as Nemesis start to walk up on Team Liquid, who will retreat. They do have the building to work with. They should hold on to this. This is a fantastic spot. There is a lot of room to try and cover. You do have to make yourself big, but you have a lot of protection from all these ults that are going off outside.
And nothing makes me happier than seeing Zero on Bangalore as well. When you talk about legends that are synonymous with players, Hal, Wraith, Zero, Bangalore. AG Global now under pressure again. Jaguars is down, and maybe the hopes are starting to fade. But if we know anything about these guys, in this game, they will not say die. They take down Nemesis, and they survive again.
Did Team Liquid get an angle on them, maybe? Have they spotted them is the real question. I think Team Liquid are thinking more about... Yeah, they are going to send it, and this could be detrimental for the chances of AG, that's for sure, but they've lost one elsewhere, as now Shopify Rebellion are getting involved. It's just going to be the one remaining player here for AG.
Well, it is Yanya on the Valk. That's a long shot, as Shopify Rebellion now move within 6 points of hitting match point. Team Liquid 2 points away. AG, how many lives have they had in this game? Maybe this is the last one. Yanya 1 HP. The zone almost takes him down. Overflow is going to help him here. Pops the shield cell and still survives.
Surely that will be enough. Wham bam, thank you, man. That's going to be AG Global eliminated, and that sends us to another match guaranteed. All three of our match point teams eliminated from this lobby. But now it's about crushing the threshold, which is exactly what Liquid have done.
50 points for Liquid. Job done. All match point teams eliminated. Like you say, we will see more Apex Legends here in our America's regional finals. Liquid, the next team to join the match point collective. SR are close as well, up on that high ground. They still need 5 though.
They need 5, but they are in a good position. They can actually lock down some pretty important KP as Buckle Boy is ripped out of the lobby. Down to 8 now, as this high ground is being fought for tooth and nail at the moment, but people starting to bombard their way into zone with these Valkyries.
Koifel with a hip fire. Oh my god, a combination of him and Zap is good enough. That Hemlock is hitting, and Koifel will almost single-handedly dismiss the team in front of him. GodLike just been eliminated as well. Flat will fall next. 5 teams now remain. 50 points for Shopify. They are on match point.
There are some heavy hitters now on match point going into the next, but who's going to be able to convert this one as HUSS finally get eliminated? They've had quite the journey to find themselves in this position. Dark Veil has segregated these teams at the moment as Liquid looking to rain down hell from their position.
Full 11. Down to just 1 though. Koifel having to back up here, try and play behind someone else's rampart. That's not going to happen. Shopify Rebellion eliminated. The door now opens for the swing for Team Liquid to win their 2nd game of the day. Match point confirmed. They will join the collective who could win this thing in the next match.
It's a statement from Team Liquid. It is them returning to glory. Zero at the top once more. But can they get it done when it matters moving into the next matchup? There's going to be 5 teams on match point going into match 8 here on set. And it's a very difficult one to call because still, outside of those 5 teams, some giants who will want to make sure they can stop those 5 from winning it here.
There was a part of me, and I'm sure a lot of people watching, with the amount of resets that we saw from AG, the survivability in corners where it felt like it was going to be over, and then no, they survive, they thrive. It was just one fight too many for them, one bit of pressure too much for them that crushed their hopes in those final moments. But it means we get more Apex, and it means we get to see Valkyrie being banned. So now the skies will be empty outside of evac towers, and those IGLs are going to have to earn their bread once more. It's 25 points from Liquid with 13 KP with that win. A phenomenal performance from them.
But again, it's for those teams who are fighting on that bubble for their spot at LAN, who are going to be delighted that they get to go one more, or at least those teams who are behind anyway. I guess those who are actually holding those positions were like, well, it Well, it would have been nice if it
Someone
ended
wrap
there.
this up,
But yeah, certainly going to be a deep breath for some of these squads as they now go into match 8. A difficult one to call here on set, that's for sure. But now with Valkyrie gone, you're right. This completely changes the landscape. Rain Day, difficult to call it.
Going to Olympus as well. I mean, things are just getting wackier and wilder. It's kind of like you're keeping with a race that you've been running for miles and miles, and your shoelace is kind of coming off on one shoe. You got a little rock in the other shoe, and you're just trying to make it through. You know the end is near, but you know you got to keep going for longer than you'd like. Putting it together with duct tape here is what all of our pros are trying to do. And AGG most certainly look like they have found so many ways to stay close and stay in it, but have not gotten over the hump. I wonder if, this is really starting to become a problem for them in their team comms, because I know it would upset many people, but they're pros. Hopefully they're in this situation saying, guys, we are doing everything right. Some of these fights are out of our control, but it still has got to hurt, especially when you've been so close. And now new teams are joining. Shopify Rebellion with 10 points on this last game pushes them in from 43 to match point. And Ninjas in Pyjamas, a team that has stopped AG Global. Well, now they've got the story in line with Vane's heroics to then turn into destroying what Graceful so aptly named the Demon Kings in AGG and finding a way to get on top of this lobby. Still, Team Vision, maybe the best performing team across the board. And JD Gaming are winners, or overall leaders in Pro League, sitting in 6th. Now, Mark, obviously, stories on the top and the bottom of this. A team like Full 11, okay, the reason I bring them up is because we had a Zipline Mafia. We had 2 20-place teams. Because of how long our tournaments went earlier on, find a way to get that final win. 10 points in this last game. I mean, the longer this goes, does it open up for more of those crazy stories?
I mean, let me tell you, if you came into today and you looked at me in the eyes and you had a serious face and you said the 3 teams who are in 20th position will qualify for LAN by winning regional finals, I would have not only called you a liar, I would have probably called you some other words as well and said, stop wasting my time.
That's
but
right.
yeah, it's very possible. Still 20 points to go. Let's not get it messed up here. There's still a long way for them to go to do it, but it is still possible. And you look at some of the teams that still aren't on match point, that are very talented teams who are very capable of winning a game of Apex Legends. And the worry, I think, for the lobby now is some of the people who have just hit match point. You look at Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. 2 of the teams who have given an opportunity here, well, they won't mess it up. Right. They will make sure that they convert. So for the rest of the lobby now, I think it's about focusing those teams, but there's so many teams on match point now, focusing them becomes more difficult.
That's a great point, guys. I mean, sometimes when you spread things out now and no one has any way to focus on either, so it does make it a little bit easier. We'll see if that changes things. But, talking about making our jobs easy, when we jump onto these shows over the last 10 weeks, we've had some great produced segments to bring on some amazing community members and highlight them, from Snipe Down to Maria to, Nice Wig joining us as well. Dan, this was a collection of everybody who has even uttered the word play Apex Esports all in one split, and we hope to continue doing this.
Yeah, we've been able to make people aware of other communities within the Apex Legends scene, as well as those communities being made aware of the competitive scene and bringing everyone together. It really has been beautiful to watch, and also seen some pretty impressive feats as well, whether it's handstands, whether it's tricycles. It just doesn't really matter.
So funny. He's watching the handstand. You can't quite believe what he's seeing. It's genuinely funny.
Oh man! And shout out to this moment as well. Full Sail College Collegiate Esports. They're putting that together. A great program. One of their graduates, Mavs, cast some Apex Legends and casted with us in that first game that we had them on. It's Timmy came back instead, of course, something like I'm coming back. Maybe it's Timmy. You know how Timmy always does it, man. Always threatening to come back to play Apex Esports. But I gotta say, don't threaten me with a good time, okay? Wyatt, also, Mark.
We gotta stop giving this guy the platform. I'm gonna be honest.
We got a deep platform.
Take the mic away from him. Take the mic away.
Wyatt.
Remove his social media access. Wyatt, I love you, brother. I love you, brother. Who knows,
harsh, man?
Falcons could win regional finals. They're close to match point now. Close-ish.
I will say this: it is probably surprising to most people watching that Falcons aren't in as much of a commanding position as you would expect given their roster. I mean, Dan, looking at this statistically, is this kind of on par with how you've expected them to perform? Or is this just kind of like a really day that Falcons are going to regret?
I think that Falcons would have come into this just making sure they get the job done. Rather, I mean, sure, Hal wants to win everything and Falcons want to be able to be on top. But at the same time, it's just about qualifying for LAN as well. So you just get that sorted first. Put yourself in a comfortable spot, which they are starting to find their way to that position now. But now you move on from here. If people aren't going to convert, Falcons are going to start to creep up on you, right? You are going to get these big teams that will slowly get towards match point threshold, and then they can steal it away from you if you're not going to take it yourselves.
Well, that thing that's interesting is that when you get a moment and you see this is my moment, this isn't a chance, right? There's a part inside of you, and everyone who's experienced this and played sports knows this. I've got a shot at goal. If I score this, like this is it. When you miss it, and it happens again, guys, it's not the same feeling every now and then. When you give a team like Falcons or Liquid or even Full 11 that chance for the first time, well, maybe they will capitalize and send us home. But of course, you got to win or we go again. Match point finals, game 8 on Citadel Gaskin, and we're landing in Olympus.
Here we go then, into the next match. Will this be the final one, or will we get some more Apex? Everybody at home, I'm sure, is thinking in their head, come on, just one more game after this one. Just one more. Keep us up late. Keep us going into the early hours, whatever it might be, because we love to watch some match points. Shopify Rebellion, 4th place overall at the moment. They are one of the new match point teams.
Yeah, and trying to find teams that have found that success throughout Olympus, it's not as easy as the likes of Stormpoint. Actually, Olympus has been a lot more spread out with people finding success, and I'm not really surprised by that, considering it's one of the newer additions as a map into the rotation of everything, right? But it is certainly one of those positions where people are going to put themselves in their best opportunity to win.
Well, one team who have done exactly that is Shopify Rebellion, and we caught up with Don before the tournament started to ask him if he was concerned about his team being on the bubble.
What'd you say, sir? Oh, on the bubble. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine, bro. Don't worry. We figured it out. Don't worry, bro. We figured it out. We figured it out. It's a write-off now. Don't worry. We're good. You can say we called already now.
One of my favorite people in Apex Legends. If you don't know Shopify's coach Don, that's all you need to know. Literally, that's him all over. Confidence.
He's one of my favorite people in the community, by the way. He's just always a beam of sunshine for everyone. Unless, well, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes when Shopify Rebellion aren't winning. Maybe he's just laying the smack down, but we'll have to see whether Shopify Rebellion now can convert. One of the biggest teams in the world, of course. A lot of expectations on their shoulders.
Well, for Team Liquid, they are a match point. This is where the zone is going to be going. We are going down to the south, a very interesting zone. Phase Driver is going to be involved. Bonsai is going to be involved, but it's probably the hill houses that people are going to be looking at, that AG Global sit in, that are going to be prime real estate for a potential endgame winning position. And look at the teams who are already surrounding them, Dan. Ninjas in Pyjamas and Team Liquid and Team Vision, all of our match point teams are sitting there waiting. NIP, oh, this is scary. This is scary. This is scary. Shopify are a long way away, but everyone else is right next to each other.
Something that's also scary is CRT on their rotation getting caught out by Shopify Rebellion. Again, you can't afford to go down this early if you're CRT because you might put yourself at risk of not qualifying. Phony puts himself in front of enemy lines here, maybe to allow the rest of the squad to escape. And it looks like that's just what's happened. One player has been able to get away.
He's going to have to survive here, Jen. He's going to have to find some way to get away. He's barely got any HP, but it's enough to escape. And CRT will live. Like you say, the fact that they are on the jankiest of precipices when it comes to qualification for LAN, going out first in this game would be absolute nightmare fuel for them. And Jen has to try and pull off a reset here and should, by the looks of things, be able to do so.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, though. It's easier said than done for some of these teams, as Falcons now are going to be able to secure one of the Grow Towers for now. It's just going to be a little bit of a poke battle, I would imagine, between these two squads. I can't see this turning into anything more serious. It's just both of them looking to try and gain information at the moment.
GodLike are going to have to change up their playstyle now because Valkyrie has been banned. It's such a huge linchpin for their game plan and how they have approached the game. And don't get me wrong, it's not like they don't know how to play other compositions and other legends. These are talented players who have all been playing the game long enough. But when you rely so heavily on that, the switch over might be a little bit janky for them, especially when it comes to how you are approaching a game. Shopify Rebellion, they are now going to be inside of zone. They are playing from the stasis side, so they are going to be chilling for now, trying to progress a little bit further up with this Wraith portal. And should be able to just about get close to that bonsai wall.
Looks like Crazy Thieves have been able to craft over towards someone's university as well. So we should see Crazy Thieves back into the game as a full 3 shortly. But of course, they're out of position because of having to work their way onto the outside of the map to even get said craft. Checking in with Team Vision, though, they're very close to Liquid, but I think both of these teams can kind of reside here for quite some time before they have to compete for any sort of spot. But the fact we have Vision, Liquid, NIP, and AG Global all within a stone throw's distance from one another, it creates for a very exciting next zone.
It also means that nobody's really going to want to fight.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be like, okay, how you doing? All good? And I reckon that everybody, with the way that they're interacting and nobody's trying to push, will probably be like, this is probably a match point team, because they're not overextending, they're not looking to fight. The Team Liquid, their issue is that I think the Zero was still on white armor, and I think you might have got armor checked a few seconds ago by Visions, who are thinking about now taking that fight. JD Gaming still need 1 point to hit match point. They're going to smoke the beacon so that they can get information on where everybody else is, as well as a little bit of Evo. And now they're going to make their way towards zone.
Smoking a beacon. Bing and Blitz says now we are going to see a Blitz go through. Actually, there's a lot of damage coming out, and Vision are making sure that they just avoid what was happening on the other side, because Liquid are on the receiving end of a lot of it.
This is what I meant about that armor check. All of a sudden, you realize you've got essentially 2 purples and a blue. It's a massive health advantage here for Team Vision, but the health advantage doesn't mean much if you lose the first one. And AG are looking at this as well, and you've got 3 match point teams all converging onto each other. Knocks all over the place. That's going to be Sykes down, and Liquid are eliminated by Vision. Carter is down, Bango is down to try and buy time for the reset here.
You remember when you said you didn't think they were going to fight? I didn't think they would either, but all 4 of them getting involved in the scrap. Liquid go down, AG Global, they dance in, they do their job, and then they get the hell out of there.
Spikes! The spikes are going to be enough to take down Team Vision. And Ninjas in Pyjamas have just contributed to 2 match point teams falling in a matter of seconds. Liquid are gone. Vision are gone. And NIP will survive.
GodLike eliminated as well. That's good news for the likes of Crazy Thieves in terms of them being caught up in the overalls at the moment. Look at that. 2 of our 5 match point teams have been removed in an instant as well. And it's so surprising they all got involved in that fight, but it is the snowball effect. When the damage is happening and you feel like you've got a chance to capitalize and take a position, you're going to take it.
Well, Shopify trying to move up to collapse onto the knock. They get onto Falcons here. CRT are back alive. Verholst might not be alive for very long. That is the definition of 1 HP. Any breach charges to play with? No! Albralelli absolutely shreds Koiful in the back here, and Shopify now kind of caught in between a do we go forward, do we go back position. The portal will go out to get Koiful back to his feet, and it looks like Shopify will survive for now.
It should be okay, should reset. A team that's not going to be able to reset, though, is this engagement happening right here, right now. The Buckle boys, can they actually get on top in this engagement? They're already fine in 1 and 2. Should be
nice
a third.
guys.
There we go.
They're just nice guys. Buckle boys will win it. The guys fall to the boys. As we now have 16 squads remaining. Both these teams a long way away from match point at the moment. And nobody looking to move him to third this either. CRT managed to somehow escape once again. Verholst was down to like the 1st of 1 HPs in that fight. And now he's finding himself having to heal up even more.
God, it's been such a topsy-turvy day, hasn't it, by the way?
Do you see the economy in the back? Sorry for jumping in. Do you see the economy of CRT? They have nothing. Having just been respawned as well. They have nothing to heal with.
They've just been surviving. That's all they can really have done, because they've constantly been chased down. They haven't had the time to loot. They've been trying to get towards zone, but just being pressured every single cross they make. Is Team Nemesis, one of those other teams who are kind of hovering around that bubble and would love to try and overtake the likes of CRT, but they have to find a game just as the Thieves did previously.
Well, zone is going to be closing slowly behind them, and CRT are going to be moving up as their next potential victims. Inside of this building. You have HUSS trying to take a fight, but the Catalyst is making this difficult. It's slowing it down. On the other side of this is going to be full 11, and HUSS just can't find a target to swing on together at the moment.
And they're in no rush to convert these kills either. They can hesitate a little bit. They can kind of wait and see where this zone's going to go before they commit to anything, and that's the same for a lot of these squads. This next zone pull is actually going to be a very important one, and it will pull away from Bonsai Plaza. It's going to actually pull right towards where Shopify Rebellion have been able to create a bit of a base.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, what an opportunity this is. By the way, CRT have lost 2. Still not eliminated. Still one player somehow still alive. Falcons down on this low ground. They're going to have to make their way up, and that is a very, very difficult transition to make. Back over to the building. We saw it inside of Solar Array, and HUSS and Full 11 continue to wave at each other, but nobody's going to throw that first punch quite yet.
Just to give you an idea of how close it is in that bubble as well for the EWC spots. There's only 2 points between Thieves, Nemesis, and Rock at the moment in those overalls. So every position is going to count in these games. And for CRT, you know full well they are just desperately clinging on.
NIP on our screens right now, taking some damage. To see what the comms are sounding like for them. A team on match point looking to convert.
0-100. Running portal right side.
That's the inside. I'm doing it, bro. Curve, you might put a... We're just dead.
I'm alive. Straight to swing my shit.
So you can just go to curve. Just go to curve, yeah.
Come to me.
If you can shoot them, I might be able to get out. They're running at you, I think. No, that's a different team. That's a different team. I'm dead, though. You might be able to box res me late. Yeah, you might be able to box res me late.
I'm pretty fucked up here, man. Just getting all this shit. Yeah. Nothing, we're fine.
Can you try to box res, maybe?
We should hold her back now. Okay.
They're fighting, that's a knock.
I'm gonna try to get...
You might be able to box res me while it's happening.
I won't have port.
Oh, they killed them, that's GD.
I'm trying to shoot the team that is going to...
Do you have port, Nick, or no?
I can't get him.
It's fine.
Okay.
There's a crafter. I don't think you can even get that.
There's nothing on this side. We can go cliff side here, Vayne. I'm going this side.
Down to a duo. Ninjas in Pyjamas lose Cole on that engagement. JDG went down as well. My question is, did they manage to cross the threshold?
They did indeed. They got to the 50. They did their job. Now they just need to pray that someone else will do a job for them and take us to another match so that they'll get the opportunity to win it. It really has changed the dynamic with the box res being a possibility. If you are watching Apex again, you haven't watched in a while, resing at a death box can happen now, and it means that you can kind of re-engage in some of these fights, and if you are confident as a duo, you take the space and you get your teammate back up without having to go to a beacon, without having to get any sort of crafting on the go. It really has changed things.
It certainly has indeed. It's a risk reward as well. Usually you're in the open, usually it's a risk because it takes, I think, 8 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, to get your teammate back up. So it's a little bit longer on the res. You really have to kind of make sure that the perimeter is safe for you to do so. Also, you're going to see it if you're one of the teams surrounding them. Shopify Rebellion are going to be bang center zone. They also have a scout in the hands of Zainu, so he'll be up to purple in no time. And he also has a power amp on Newcastle, so he'll be able to get that Q back very, very quickly. And one bullet is good enough to do 100 damage if your name is Zainu.
Both Crazy Thieves and NIP were able to get a respawn there. Even though sometimes it feels like it's impossible you're going to get back up. You always find a way if you are determined. You might have to give up a bit of positioning, but that's okay. Sometimes it's better to have a full 3 in a bad position than a 2 in a good position. It's full 11. Get eliminated next. And this next zone is it's gonna turn into a lot of kills here on set because only 2, kind of 3 teams are within this next one.
Well, HUSS will be out next. They did win the fight against Full 11, but Falcons swoop in to clean up the final pieces, and Falcons now have to transition up to the high ground. It's a very difficult move to make. Ultimate Accelerant going to be popped here, which could be very, very valuable for the Rolling Thunder of the Bangalore to be available just to clear some space for Falcons to move up. For Shopify, though, game is in your hands. You are bang center zone. You just have to hold.
Is anyone brave enough to go above Shopify Rebellion? That's going to be the question. As AG have taken a lot of damage, too much damage. Another match point team wiped from the server.
And then there were 2 NIP still alive and up to 3 as well. They've got Cole back into the game. Kurev takes some damage. ROC will be eliminated in the meantime. Dinos get absolutely kablamoed by Vayne. That is very simple work for him. And NIP are up to purple. They're all healthy again. Revival and Buckle Boys are out next. And NIP are doing the impossible.
Elsewhere, though, Sentinels have been able to work their way up on the southern side, but it's still Shopify Rebellion who hold prime position. They're being contested a little bit by Nemesis from the eastern side, but I love that they're utilizing the geometry of the map as Geekay also will fall. NIP survive, but you gotta be careful here. You've taken a lot of damage, and the reset will come through thanks to the Dark Veil.
Let's see where it takes.
Good use of the cat wall there. Instead of just doing it vertically, do it horizontally just to cut off the rest of the lobby, which allows them to reset, allows them to pop some ult cells as well. Next team in front of NIP is Shopify Rebellion. Flower on the other side of this wall, and Shopify will have to hold. The pressure will come in here on Shopify, and I think you're quite right. Engines and Pyjamas actually going to try and take this fight against Flat. They've got the knock. They should be able to clean this one pretty clearly, but now Cole's gone down. All of a sudden, they're going to have to get him back to his feet. Will they be able to? Will Shopify look to overextend? They won't. Crazy D's eliminated in the meantime.
They know they have to. Down to 4 teams, 2 of them on match point. We've been here before. We have been here before, but yes, this is what I was worried about. You can get above Shopify Rebellion here. There is definitely the opportunity to do it.
And here come Ninjas in Pyjamas from the high ground. Currently sound 69 points. Nice, but will they be able to convert? They have ultimate high ground. The only thing that can really hurt them here is some Skynades that forces them off, but with all this loot available to them and having secured this spot, Shopify have got to try desperately stay out of the line of sight. The cat spikes are going to tickle away at them, break some shields, and NIP are now in position to maybe win this whole thing.
I think maybe Shopify Rebellion were relying on there being more teams in the lobby and teams to shoot the team off of high ground, but they're just not there because Falcons and Nemesis are just focusing on getting into zone themselves as Rebellion now down to 2. Trying to survive here, utilizing any sort of shield they can.
Remember that.
Zainu getting rezzed. They do manage to portal out. And I tell you what, NIP are actually going to help them hit. Double 108 coming in from Cole. Gil just got a rhinoplasty that he was not expecting. A Shopify Rebellion will fall. NIP have the game in their hands.
Ninjas in Pyjamas, who have been dominant all season long, now have the opportunity to not only rip it away from these other teams, but show what they're made of in this potential final match. But, and it is a big but, Nemesis and Falcons can still work in tandem here to ruin the chances. Naturally, you go for the team on high ground. You look towards the high ground. They are the team that have the power position. Both low ground teams could work together here if they can kind of meet eyes.
Do they know? Do Nemesis and Falcons know it's NIP? If they do, they should both focus them because they both need to keep this tournament going. Ninjas in Pyjamas, the great news for them is this wall is bang center in the zone. They do not have to drop. They do not have to move.
Big decision to be made for these teams on the low ground. If they've been tracking successfully, they should know NIP are still alive somewhere. It's easier said than done, though, of course. As now Nemesis, they thought about moving towards Falcons, but they backed away quickly. Nervy times for all 3 of these squads. And you've just got to keep an eye on what's available for these teams as well. You've got the exhibit, for NIP, which is just going to provide them with a wealth of information when we get into this final zone.
So being able to span those queues, stop abilities coming your way. There is a Rolling Thunder potential. Remember, there is a Bangalore in the lobby. Imperial How is on Bangalore. The Rolling Thunder could force NIP down. So could these Skynades from Skittlecakes. He's hoping for some numbers. The lobby is hoping for some numbers. NIP fans are hoping they do not connect as Kurev starts to chip away with that wingman.
The Falcons, they're biding their time. They're allowing this fight to happen. They say we're more than happy to just stay alive at the moment, but it's just the damage output from NIP at the moment. They are fighting both teams at once and still finding success.
NIP have managed to reset. Excuse me, Nemesis have managed to reset, though they're back up to 3. And it does get a little bit of a feeling here that teams know this is NIP and they don't want to give them this game. In some situations, you'd play for second, I think, if you're Falcons here. They're not going to do that. They are fighting the high ground. The evac goes down. And will they send?
Surely they know. It looks like they know. Oh no, now they're fighting. This is great for NIP.
Two catwalls go down, as does Guild, however. Guild has fallen here for Falcons. Will Nemesis try and take advantage of that? The spray comes in. Alb tries to make a play up onto NIP on the high ground, which now means that they will have to drop NIP into the mixer.
It's a big portal. It's a risky portal. Can anyone get the kills on top of it, though?
Vayne! NIP! Champions! And regional finals champions as well!
Just such an impressive game from start to finish. Such an impressive series from start to finish from NIP. Not only did they deny the likes of AGG, the likes of Vision from winning this entire thing, but at their second opportunity to win it themselves, they get the job done from a tough position as well. I know the high ground, yes, you have ultimate high ground, yes, you are probably the most likely, but both those teams were waiting so long, hoping they would have to drop off, but they used every bit of utility they could, every ultimate that was available, just to try and create their space and make sure they could get into that final circle as healthy as possible.
Yes, it's such a nerve-wracking situation to watch from the NIP point of view. You get the feeling that both Falcons and Nemesis knew there was something up in that game, but NIP navigate it perfectly. 19 KP from NIP, who, remember, we're down to a duo as we were heading in towards Zone 5, I think. Managed to get the reset, getting Cole back on his feet. Such a difference maker. Headshot after headshot after headshot came in from him, and then Kurev said, that looks like fun. I'm going to start hitting some myself.
And then the real question is, you know, what happens below NIP? What happens for the rest of the teams that are fighting for those spots at EWC? We have to wait for those final results, Rain Day, but it's going to be some nervy times as all those players are looking towards those leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to slice it. Somebody's not going, and you know, it may be obviously a team that you really care about, but obviously this series, somebody is certainly going, and they've been going before they even started this, but they've just put a stamp onto their travel. It is the official visa, it looks like, for Paris, especially from what the Play Apex Esports crew is handing out. NIP with the victory. They only go behind in points, actually, by 1 to Team Vision, who still tops out, but that will be a second place overall, so they'll earn the 29 points. But Ninjas and Pyjamas will claim first place, and I just gotta say, as a bystander, you guys watch that one, what a thorough performance. That was a team that was prepared, and they were a team that were patient, they were a team that were confident. It's the exact recipe for a team that's going to win match point. And I do believe, Mark, and it'll probably make sense once we hear Hal and Albert Lely's comms on both Falcons and Nemesis. They knew it was either NIP or certainly a match point team up on top, and they did not want to push that.
It felt like it. It really did feel like it. I mean, the two catwalls went down, which kind of was like almost a truce. And when, you know, Albalelli tries to make a play up onto that high ground on Sparrow to do something special, to force them down to do damage, and Falcons aren't trying to shoot them, it just feels like there was something there where the teams felt like something was off, and that was a match point team on the high ground. But if you're NIP and you're in that position, you've got two of the best teams in the world looking at you, trying to take you down, and you still manage to hold that position and still manage to close out. It's just a testament to how good this team is. NIP are the real deal. Not only are they one of the best teams in the world, I think going into LAN, they certainly are one of the favorites as well. I love their confidence, by the way, and the way that they fight. I mean, they are not afraid of anyone. They're not afraid of anything, I think is the saying.
Yeah, and you look at the way they work that Wraith too. I mean, we're not seeing a lot of that, but what a beautiful portal to buy time from Vayne. And he's buying time for his teammates too because of her new perk. All of those things coming together, but it's two huge moments where Vayne says, give me the ball, let me go do something. And no one looks at him. He gets nearly 200 damage worth. Last player surviving, it looks like, on NIP, and he just makes it happen. What a performance across the day, Dan. And when it comes to just consistency, sure, there was a few moments in match 2 through 4 that they didn't really put it together, but when it mattered in match 5 and every single moment since then, they were immaculate.
I was thinking every clutch moment, NIP came out on top. And I think that's what Mark's alluding to as well. Just such an impressive team. Every decision that is made is considered carefully, but then executed perfectly, it seems. If you look back at the start of that game, when we had 4 of our match point teams all enclosed around one another, all very close, a lot of teams wouldn't have fought in that situation. But NIP said, screw it. You know, if we're going to win this game, we have to take out every team in this lobby, so why not do it now? An opportunity arose, they took advantage, they took out 2 match point teams in the end by contributing to the damage, and then they went on to win the thing from that high ground. Even when it felt like 2 teams were against them, you have to tip your hat. Such a good performance.
That's how much better that position was and how locked in NIP was. It was going to take more than that. It was going to take a little bit of a miracle to put them off. And speaking of a miracle, on one side, you've got elation. On the other side, you probably have despair. And if you look at the bottom, that is a team that has many, many fans in our league. Crazy Thieves, who just missed the cutoff by a point. It was actually the very single performance that just occurred with those 2 teams in Nemesis getting enough of a move forward to push them ahead of CRT by 1, guys, and qualify them instead. What a heartbreak for CRT.
A heartbreak for CRT, but congratulations to Nemesis as well. You know, they did it themselves. You have to say, in the final game, they got to the top 3. There's a KP somewhere, a placement point somewhere in that final scuffle that sends them to Paris. And for Albrelelli and the crew, I think it's a huge moment for them. Of course, commiserations to CRT, commiserations to GodLike, ROC, but it's not today's performance that's let you down. It's the splits performance that's let you down. And I think that if you're honest with yourself, then going into regional finals, knowing that you have to have a special kind of performance, you haven't done enough across the whole split to deserve to go to LAN. So for everyone who has made it, and a shout out to Dinos as well, who have made it, Flat, who have made it, HUSS, who have made it, phenomenal performance across the split from them, and a great performance today as well.
Teams like GodLike, Rock, who we had talked about full 11, they didn't have their moment. Nice guys. That will be the end of kind of this journey, hoping with a prayer for a big performance. But guys, that is obviously it. However, when you look at our Sony in-zone kill leaderboard, a team that we didn't really mention too much here in the last few games, weren't really in contention for the win, but individually, ALGS Year, what a performance. 18 kills. And of course, tied at 18 are 2 other mainstays today, Vayne and Zach Mazer. Dan, when it comes to Vayne and Zach, I mean, either one you look at are both just major stories, I think, coming out of the Americas heading into Paris. Which one stands out to you a little bit more?
I think for Zach Mazer, it's just been the journey for him, right? There's been the Mazer moments where some people made fun of, you know, the things that went wrong for him, but then also the Mazer moments became incredible ones. And his journey has been so impressive to watch, whether it be just through this season, previous seasons, the team that he has built, the trust they have in him as well. I love watching this roster, and Zach in particular. It doesn't matter if he's leading the front line, if he's supporting or anchoring, he could play any role, which is what's scary as an IGL, and it has been so impressive.
Yeah, Mark, and I think on the other side, you know, ALGS Year flat, and I talked about Nano, obviously ALGS Year a big supporting part of that. I mean, this is a team that's sneaking up and staying relevant, even though there's so many other great teams to talk about that are demanding our attention. These teams are staying around. Dinos, you mentioned that as well. We have a chance to have an interview with one of the, I think, stars of this split. I think one of the stars of this league, certainly talked about as one of the better players in not just Americas, but the world right now. Yes, they've said it about this man. I like the headphones too. What's up, Kurev?
Hey, how we doing? How we doing? Thanks for the invite.
Of course, man, we're doing so well. Congratulations on an amazing win. You guys take first place, not only in the league, but in regional finals today with a match point win. Talk to me how the team felt, what we couldn't hear on broadcast. What was your experience at the top of that wall, watching those 2 teams lurking underneath like sharks, just waiting for you to make a mistake and dip a toe in?
I mean, yeah, that last game was like pretty easy, to be honest. Like, we were like just chilling on top. Like Cole was saying, okay, do not fall though, do not fall, you know? So yeah, it was like pretty good. Yeah, we just had to make sure like these 2 teams started fighting and just like stall as much as we can. And yeah, it was pretty easy, not gonna lie, on that one.
I've got 2 questions here. My first one is, who's your favorite teammate? Is it Cole or McLovin?
Man, you're trying to fight two enemies right here, huh? I see.
Okay, I just wanted to just honesty. That's all I want.
I mean, they're both all great. I cannot say like one's better than another or something, you know? It's like, cannot do that.
And my second question, which is a more serious one, did you know that you were being focused? Because we were looking at it and it felt like both teams down the low ground, Falcons and Nemesis, knew you were on match point by the way they were interacting with you and each other. Did it feel like that up on that high ground?
Probably, yeah. We were the only team that had angles on both of the teams, you know? So they will probably like try and focus us because they knew like we could like kill them at any time. We just had to make sure to like do even damage on both teams. Like we cannot just like fully kill a team because it will do like just turn on a 3v3. Just like we need to get a knock on each team and stuff like that. So like it will be like an easier win. But yeah, it definitely felt like a lot harder than it should have been, yeah.
Kurev, during the season, we spoke to you in an interview and said you really wanted to bring a trophy home for South America. And now, whilst this isn't necessarily the bigger trophy that you'd like to get, how important is this one for you and, of course, for South America?
I mean, every competition matters. It's not like I'm not gonna say, okay, this didn't matter or stuff like that, because it does. Like getting first is like a huge milestone for the team, you know. I'm pretty sure it was like Bane's, mine, and Cole's like first Pro League win. It wasn't like Ravens, but yeah, it did meant a lot for us. Like not for the money or stuff like that, but we really wanted to like try and win and like make sure everyone knows like we're the best team right now.
It's a beautiful thing, man. I also know that you've not done this alone. I mean, nobody gets to this point in their life without a great support system. Talk to me about who in your life supports you behind the scenes that allows what you do in front of us and thousands of fans every weekend to thrive. Who's there kind of by your side on game day and in your life that helps Kurev keep being its best?
I mean, of course, my family, my mom especially, my girlfriend, like they're always there. Of course, like the fan base, without them, we wouldn't be anything right now. It's like they're really up there every time, just like cheering us up whenever we have a bad day or anything like that. It's like they're there here like to talk to us. The team, of course, they're like the most mature team that you could ever have. It's like if you're having some mistakes, you're playing really bad a day or anything like that, they always will be like with you, you know? They will try to help you. They will not like, I don't know, say bad stuff about you, you know? It's like they're pretty good.
Yeah, man, the maturity is showing. You guys felt just so thorough and so prepared in terms of how you handled not just that last zone, but this entire day from the clutch in match 5 that Vayne helped you guys get and you guys pushed, but he really clutched up some of those kills. I got to say, this is a team that looks like they can win LAN. So now the next stage, and I'm sure this is kind of what you were alluding to, where it feels nice to win Pro League, but there's more to do. Paris coming up in EWC. What are your expectations? Where does your mind go when it comes to now? We're the best in the world. Now we got to prove it at one of the biggest tournaments with the biggest prize pools in our year.
I mean, yeah, we're like super confident going into the tournament. We have like NIP backing us every time. We're gonna boot camp on Sweden. Like we cannot have a better setup for this. It's like we have to win this one. Like the team is like really supportive and everything, you know. Like they're playing really good, not having many mistakes. So yeah, I think it will be like. We have a good shot at the trophy on this one for sure.
I love it, man. Well, thank you so much for your time. We're going to let you go back and celebrate with those that support system you just mentioned. Congratulations on an amazing split 1 and taking the win here in regional finals. Just the double. It's a beautiful thing, man. And good luck and congratulations on the win.
Yeah, guys. Thank you so much for the invite. Hope you guys have a great day. Okay. See ya.
We will. Kurev from NIP taking the win, having some time with us here after the show. Mark, just what can we say about NIP? They really did it all, and this is one of the most complete, I think, Pro League seasons in recent memory that I can remember of a team just really doing everything right and sticking through it to the very end.
And one thing I love about NIP is we kind of touched upon importance of team chemistry and how teams and players naturally play with each other. And I think NIP, when they came together, no one was really looking at that roster and going, this is a championship winning team. But the chemistry, the development, a Raven in the background as well, they have developed into a team now where they are a championship caliber team. And I think that's really important to highlight. Vayne as the IGL has been doing some superb stuff for them. Kurev has showed incredible skill on mouse and keyboard. And Cole McLovin, I will always know you as one of the most freaky shooters on controller that you could ask for. I mean, look at that end game. It was headshot after headshot after headshot. He's raising the bar of what damage output is really meant to be. And I think as a unit, they've shown that if you stick together, you find that chemistry, you can achieve great things.
You know, for those who didn't know that Cole was named McLovin before he changed his name to Cole.
McLovin in my heart forever.
Yeah, it was like a split personality question there. I love it. Maybe he does, you know, say, guys, call me McLovin, even though I'm being called on the broadcast. Just get me going here for this final game.
Call him that in private.
Dan, obviously our EWC is right around the corner. We're excited to head to Paris. Huge prize pool, couple million, but these are the teams that have qualified so far, and we've got our group.
We have our EWC teams, and from the Cinderella stories of Ty and Zipline Mafia from 20th place going into winning regional finals to secure their spot, to the heartbreak of teams that just missed out by only a couple of points. This is why we love the ALGS, because even though there is that heartbreak, it just makes people want to build back stronger, right? And you've got the defending champions, VK Gaiming, invited as well. This tournament's gonna have everything. Get me to LAN. I cannot wait.
Please.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Get me out of the house.
Yeah, I know. Not too far of a flight for you, Mark, at this point. I mean, Dan and I have to go a little farther.
Finally, by the way. Finally. I get a nice, easy flight.
Mark will take the train. He doesn't even need to.
I will still have the worst sleep schedule at the event. No one's taking that away from me.
No. You're going to own that one, man. Guys, great split. It's always fun to do a broadcast with you and to close out the splits when we have them on these finals days. Final thoughts here, Mark, before we see you after that train ride to Paris.
I'm taking a plane. I'm not going to take a train. Are you crazy? I'm looking forward to it. I think everyone's looking forward to getting back on LAN. I think Paris is going to be a special crowd as well. You know, looking at EWC tickets, not only sold out almost instantaneously, but then released a second batch, sold out instantaneously. If EWC can find a way to get more chairs into the venue, you will sell them out as well for Apex Legends. I'm just saying, French crowds, they're amazing. I've always wanted an Apex LAN in Paris. I think when we talked backstage in Japan, I was like, talking about dream circuit, and I think we're pretty much hitting it this year. NA, Paris, and of course we're heading over to Japan as well. So it's going to be special. And get me there, man. Get me there.
Dan, you won't have to drive too far for Vegas, though. So yours is coming up. You're going to have a very short train ride there. Maybe an Uber.
Don't tell him that. I still want a hotel, hopefully. But it is going to be...
Everyone can stay at his, by the way. If you're struggling to find a hotel, Dan said he's got plenty of room for anyone watching. So just hit him up on... Just send him a DM. It's fine.
Send me, you know, we're very accommodating over here. But, you know, it has been... It's been such a good split. It's been one of those situations where we look at it and you know, it's going to be tough not to see some of the teams who did make it. But again, they'll come back stronger. Hopefully we see them at Vegas instead. And remember, you can buy your Vegas tickets as well. Get those. They were just released. So because that's going to be an incredible LAN. We've got two of the best LANs we could have possibly asked for coming up, and I can't wait.
Well, thank you both. You've been amazing this entire split. Amazing today. Another huge thank you to Genome and Vicky on today as well. Thank you guys. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Can't wait to see all of you in person yet again. And don't think I forgot about you guys here. I can't wait to see all of you in person at the Split 1 playoffs at EWC, July 7th. Man, that is coming up faster than you think. As somebody who's, you know, getting a few hours of sleep because he's got a 16-month-old now. Time flies. Actually, I don't even know what day it is or what time it is. They have to keep throwing these graphics up in my real life so I can figure out what's happening, and that way I don't miss any more commitments. All jokes aside, guys, I really want to give a big thank you to every single talent member. Although not all of you are here on this broadcast, all of you most likely watching at home. I love you. I appreciate you. Your work this split has been phenomenal. I think it's been one of the best we've ever had in the ALGS. We appreciate you. You're with us in spirit every broadcast we do. All of our producers, all the amazing team behind the scenes at EFG to put this show on, and the passion and care behind the scenes to make this split kind of record-breaking in terms of what we've brought, what we've changed, the community members that have been highlighted. It's a beautiful thing, and it just is the start of the direction that we are taking the ALGS. From everybody at EA, at Respawn, Play Apex, Esports, and to all of you, the fans and our viewers at home, and of course, all of the players who help put on the show. My name is Randy. I appreciate you guys. Remember to never give up, never stop gaming. And the next time we will see you, will be in Paris.